It felt like he had slept for a century. Groggy and disoriented, Xiao Ming woke up with a splitting headache. The first thing he saw was a white gauze canopy and a room carved from red lacquered wood. "I'm not dead," Xiao Ming murmured. The image of the laboratory explosion was still frozen in his mind. Sitting up, the embroidered purple silk quilt slid off him. He was wearing a white inner robe and cloth pants, similar to those seen in historical dramas. "Strange. What is this?" He pushed himself up, trying to get out of bed, but when he caught sight of a fair, slender hand, his heart skipped a beat. That was not his hand. Panic surged through him as he raised his hands to touch his own face. A chilling realization struck him. He was no longer himself. "Your Highness, why are you getting up?" A soft, gentle voice called out. A young girl in a green long dress entered from outside, her expression respectful and deferential. "Lu Luo." The name slipped naturally from his lips. In an instant, memories flooded his mind like a volcanic eruption. He now understood his current identity. His name was still Xiao Ming, but in this world, he was the seventh prince of the Deyu Empire. This world's history was similar to his own up until the Three Kingdoms period. After that, everything became a tangled mess, and he had no idea which dynasty Deyu was equivalent to. If he had to compare, it resembled the 17th century Ming dynasty, with the technology and lifestyle of the Tang and Song dynasties. As for the rest of the world, he had no clue. This was a land of information isolation. He had transmigrated. Xiao Ming had no choice but to accept this fact. The good news: he was a prince and even had his own fiefdom. The bad news: his fief was the poorest, most remote territory, ridiculously far from the capital city of Chang'an. The worst news: his land bordered the vast northern grasslands, home to barbarian tribes that could invade at any moment. And that wasn't all. The current emperor Xiao Wengshuan was aging, and the crown prince was weak and fragile, constantly at risk of being deposed. The throne was essentially up for grabs. Because of this, the princes were engaged in both overt and covert power struggles, scheming against each other with the intent to eliminate their rivals. Even though Xiao Ming was exiled to a distant fief, he was still a prince. He couldn't escape this brutal fate. He had been sent to this desolate land because the emperor didn't favor him. At the same age, he had been banished at 13, and in the 5 years since, the emperor had never once summoned him back. Meanwhile, the sixth prince, who was just 1 month older than him, still resided in Chang'an. Ministers had repeatedly urged the emperor to assign the sixth prince a fief, but the emperor refused. Not just the sixth prince, the crown prince, the second, third, and fourth princes all remained in the capital. Only the fifth prince had a fief like Xiao Ming, but his land in Shu was far wealthier than this desolate wasteland. After thinking it through, Xiao Ming realized the reason for his miserable treatment. His mother had no noble background. All the other princes and princesses had some blood ties to the 5 great clans and 7 aristocratic families that dominated Deyu. Not favored. So what? At least I don't have to deal with pretending to be close to the emperor. In my own fief, I can be as carefree as I want. That's what he told himself, but life in his fief was far from easy. Not only was the land poor and desolate, but all resources were controlled by the local aristocratic families. These powerful clans ruled like warlords, to the point where the common people only recognized the noble families, not their prince. The original Xiao Ming was ignorant and weak, unaware of how dangerous this was. But the new Xiao Ming understood completely. These noble families were like obedient dogs when interests aligned, but ruthless tigers when they didn't. After grasping his current situation, Xiao Ming sighed. He was living in hell. But then he remembered the cause of his transmigration, and hope ignited within him. The moment the laboratory exploded, the experimental science crystal had directly hit him. While unconscious, he had felt the crystal's presence in his consciousness. This science crystal was an energy core, supposedly originating from a prehistoric civilization. During the experiment, not only had researchers discovered advanced black technology, but they had also uploaded all human knowledge throughout history into the crystal. The purpose of the experiment was to perfectly fuse a human's consciousness with the science crystal, creating a civilization creator. According to classified information, once fully integrated, he would have complete access to the crystal's technological database. Even more incredible, those who merged with the science crystal could transfer knowledge to others, a memory-based teaching system that could rapidly advance a civilization. Excitement surged through Xiao Ming as he felt the science crystal within his mind. An overwhelming flood of knowledge crashed down like a towering mountain. From ancient to modern technology, an encyclopedic collection of literature, blueprints for every industrial product, formulas for material production, even cutting-edge black technology. Civilization creator. Jackpot. Just moments ago, he had been lamenting his wretched fief. Now he was thrilled. Civilization creator was someone who could build a civilization from scratch. This ability was perfect for his current situation. His land was impoverished, but with the science crystal, he could develop technology to boost productivity. With these tools, he could control resources and wrest power from the noble families. Otherwise, these aristocrats would remain a looming threat. With a clear goal in mind, Xiao Ming grinned like an idiot. Your Highness. Your Highness. His silly smile terrified Lu Luo. In the past 2 days, the prince had been critically ill. If he suddenly went mad or worse, died, every servant in the estate would be executed. Even though the chief prince was not favored, he was still royalty. Tears welled up in Lu Luo's eyes as panic and sorrow overtook her. Father, mother, I'm sorry, I won't be able to fulfill my filial duties, she choked, her voice trembling. Her crying snapped Xiao Ming out of his thoughts. He looked at his personal maidservant, 18 years old, with delicate and refined features. In his memories, Lu Luo and Ziyuan had been given to him by his mother, consort Shen, just 10 days ago. The original Xiao Ming had obviously begged for them for certain reasons. However, before he could do anything, he had died. Why are you crying? I'm not dead. Xiao Ming understood Lu Luo's fear. Even though she had only been in the estate for 10 days, her timid nature was already obvious. Lu Luo immediately stifled her sobs, whispering, Your Highness, I thought you had gone mad. In Deyu, madness was often considered possession by spirits. Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. Nonsense. Instead of worrying, why don't you let me check your body? Check my body. Lu Luo blinked, utterly confused. What does that mean? The previous Prince Qi, Xiao Ming, was cowardly, weak, and ill-tempered, one of the reasons the emperor disliked him. However, the new Xiao Ming had no intention of imitating his predecessor's personality. There was no need, after all, in his own fief, he was the absolute ruler. Besides, Xiao Ming had always been a carefree, bold, and shameless person. The idea of pretending to be meek and irritable was unbearable. Now that he understood his relationship with Lu Luo, akin to Jia Beiyu and Xiron, he couldn't help but secretly rejoice. After more than 20 years as a nerdy engineering monk, his ascetic life had finally come to an end in this world. Xiao Ming smirked mischievously. Checking the body means examining through sight, smell, questioning, and touch, and of course observing physiological structures. Lu Luo's tears turned into laughter. When did your highness learn to diagnose illnesses? I know what sight, smell, questioning, and touch are, but what is a physiological structure? This requires a more in-depth discussion. Come sit here. Xiao Ming patted the edge of the bed, grinning like a shady uncle luring a little girl with candy. Your Highness. Lu Luo took a sharp step back, her voice trembling with a hint of tears. This servant is of lowly status. How dare I sit on your highness's jade bed? If Chief Steward Pang finds out, I'll surely be punished again. Pang Changxi. Hearing the name, Xiao Ming frowned. Pang Changxi's full name was Pang Yukun. He was the chief steward of the Grand Governor's office in Qingzhou, essentially, a military advisor and secretary. When Xiao Ming was exiled to his fief, Pang Yukun had been personally appointed by the emperor to follow him. His purpose was clear. Officially, he was here to teach and guide him. In reality, he was here to spy and report back to the emperor. In Xiao Ming's inherited memories, this Pang Yukun was someone he deeply despised. Xiao Ming's imperial father, Emperor Xiao Wengxuan, was extremely shrewd. The chief stewards he assigned were always rigid bookworms, loyal to the throne to a fault. People like that had one thing in common: stubbornness combined with a complete lack of social awareness. If Pang Yukun saw anything he deemed inappropriate, he would immediately report it to the emperor, who would then write a furious letter scolding Xiao Ming. Though this Pang Yukun had originally been targeting the former Xiao Ming, the new Xiao Ming still had to deal with him. The mere thought of the man dampened his excitement. He glanced at Lu Luo, who was clutching the hem of her dress nervously, looking like a guilty child. Oh. She deliberately brought up Pang Yukun to escape. Reflecting on his actions, Xiao Ming realized he had been a bit too impatient just now, probably scaring her. It made sense, even though he had personally requested these maidservants from Consort Jen. The tone of her letters suggested that Luluo and Ziyuan had begged her not to send them. But Consort Jen, feeling pity for her son, still reluctantly parted with them, asking him to treat them well. Clearly, they hadn't come willingly. Still, a cooked duck can't fly away. Zhao Ming wasn't exactly a good person, but he wasn't evil either. Bullying women wasn't his style. Since that was the case, he would take his time instead. "You may leave," he said. "I'm going out for a walk." Luluo let out a soft sigh of relief, unaware that Zhao Ming had already seen through her little scheme. In truth, her fear was justified. Before being exiled, Zhao Ming had been a notorious playboy in Chang'an, indulging in every pleasure imaginable. Even in his fiefdom, he hadn't exactly behaved himself. That was why Pang Yukun kept filing complaints, likely submitting enough reports to wipe the entire Dayu palace's backsides for a day. Since Luluo had served Consort Jen, she would have been well aware of Zhao Ming's bad reputation. Thus, she was terrified of him. As Zhao Ming prepared to leave, Luluo brought out his robes and said, "Your Highness, allow me to assist you in dressing." He almost refused. After all, as an engineering nerd, he was used to washing his own clothes and cooking his own meals. His hands-on skills were top-notch. But just as the words reached his lips, he changed his mind. Since he was in this world now, he needed to blend in. Acting too strangely might prompt Pang Yukun to file another "His Highness has gone mad" report. If that happened, Zhao Wengshuan, the old fox, might immediately seize his fief. Still, the whole feudal system puzzled Zhao Ming. Though history in this world diverged from the Three Kingdoms period, the dangers of granting feudal titles should still be obvious from the Han Dynasty's example. A smart emperor would never tolerate the existence of powerful feudal princes. Yet in Dayu, granting fiefdoms to princes was routine. Digging through his inherited memories, Zhao Ming finally found the reason. After the Three Kingdoms era, aristocratic families became exceptionally powerful. These wealthy, resource-rich noble clans played a crucial role in every dynasty that followed. As dynasties rose and fell, these aristocrats acted like an invisible hand, constantly influencing history. For over 1,000 years, the Zhou, Chu, and Dai dynasties all attempted to suppress these aristocratic clans. Yet every emperor who tried to weaken them either died prematurely or plunged the country into chaos. By the late Dai dynasty, the country even split into more than 20 warring states, each backed by aristocratic families. Then came the founding of Dayu. The first emperor, Zhao Yuanji, relied on the 5 great clans to conquer the empire. But in doing so, he made a fatal mistake. He promised to rule the country alongside the 5 great clans and 7 noble families. Thus, when Dayu was established, Zhao Yuanji granted feudal titles to 6 powerful aristocrats. The Qi family of Yan Right Arrow, king of Yan. The Li family of Chu Right Arrow, king of Chu. The Zheng family of Liang Right Arrow, king of Liang. The King's Qi family Right Arrow, king of Huainan. The Zhao family Right Arrow, king of Zhao. The Nanyang Zhao family Right Arrow, king of Runnan. Although the Nanyang Zhao clan shared the same surname as the Imperial family, they weren't actually related. At the time, Zhao Yuanji felt brilliant about this decision. But for his descendants, it was a nightmare. The 5 great clans and 7 noble families had always controlled the land and resources, but now they were even stronger. By the time he realized the problem, he was already old. To counterbalance these aristocratic feudal lords, he made another drastic decision. The world is vast. We must establish royal fiefs to guard the nation from above and protect the people below. My sons have come of age. They must each receive titles and govern their own territories. This is not nepotism, but a strategy for long-term stability. Thus began the large-scale enfeefment of imperial princes. Drinking poison to quench thirst. That was Zhao Ming's only evaluation of Zhao Yuanji's decision. It was obvious the goal was to let imperial princes suppress the aristocratic feudal lords and prevent them from rebelling. Surprisingly, this strategy had actually worked so far. Dayu existed in a strange state of balance, with various factions constantly undermining each other. But this infighting had also stunted technological progress, leaving the kingdom stagnant at a Tangsong level. The threat of the aristocrats haunted every royal family member, and unfortunately, Zhao Ming's fief was no exception. Local noble clans controlled all key resources, making it nearly impossible for him to govern effectively. Surviving in this world won't be easy. Xiao Ming sighed. Dressed in a purple embroidered robe with a round collar, he stood before a bronze mirror. Tall and slender, with sharply handsome features, this was his new self. As he stepped out of the hall, the morning sunlight bathed him in warmth. The air was crisp and fresh, clearing his mind. The sky was a breathtaking sapphire blue, so pure it was intoxicating. A pebble path led down the steps to a stone bridge, flanked by gourd-shaped ponds. Willows swayed, bamboo glistened, creating a picturesque garden scene. Across the pond stood black-tiled, red-walled buildings, their eaves interlocking in elegant layers, supported by rows of lacquered pillars. Seeing it firsthand was far more immersive than just recalling memories. At this moment, Xiao Ming truly felt it. He had transmigrated. I'm here, duh you. This fief was now his home. And his first obstacle. The local aristocrats. Your Highness, you've just recovered from a serious illness. You should be resting in bed. An urgent set of footsteps approached. Xiao Ming looked up to see an elderly man with a round face and large ears, dressed in a blue round-collared robe, hurrying toward him. The man bowed deeply before speaking. This was Qian Dafu, the steward of the prince's residence. In reality, he managed nearly all affairs within the estate. Xiao Ming trusted Qian Dafu completely. Before he was sent to his fief, Qian Dafu had been Consort Zhen's most trusted guard. She had sent him to accompany Xiao Ming so he would have someone reliable by his side. It's fine, it's fine. Xiao Ming waved a hand dismissively. Prepare a carriage. I want to take a trip into Qingzhou City. This, Qian Dafu hesitated, but knew that his master had always been stubborn and temperamental. Not daring to disobey, he called for servants to ready the carriage. At the main gate of the estate, a somewhat worn-out carriage was already waiting. The carriage was small, little more than a wooden box on wheels. It was embarrassingly shabby for a prince of his status, but Xiao Ming understood this was the best the estate's finances could afford. His fief consisted of 6 prefectures: Qingzhou, where the Grand Governor's office was located, Leizhou and Dengzhou on the eastern peninsula, Yizhou to the south, Kangzhou to the north, Yanzhou to the west. On paper, 6 prefectures seemed like a lot, but in reality, his territory was quite small. For comparison, the 5th prince, Xiao Quan, governed 16 prefectures in Shu. Xiao Ming was practically a poor farmer in comparison. To make things worse, none of his 6 prefectures were wealthy. According to De Yu's classification, upper prefectures were equivalent to modern-day direct-controlled municipalities, middle prefectures were like regional cities, lower prefectures were like county-level towns. Of his 6 prefectures, only Qingzhou was considered a middle prefecture, the rest were all lower prefectures. The situation in Kangzhou was particularly dire. Every year, barbarians from the northern grasslands raided the land. 3 years ago, their cavalry had pillaged all the way to Dengzhou before finally retreating. With peasants too poor and fearful to farm, tax revenue was abysmal. Yet Xiao Ming still had an army and government officials to support. His fief's financial situation was bleak. Even the previous Xiao Ming, despite being reckless, understood the struggles of his fief. If not for occasional silver sent by Consort Zhen, he would have starved long ago. As the carriage left the prince's residence, it traveled slowly along Qingzhou City's streets. Xiao Ming lifted the curtain, carefully observing his domain. The city spanned 20 li, 10 km, north to south and 20 li east to west. It had 4 city gates and was divided into 36 residential wards, Chinese letter. On both the east and west sides there were 2 marketplaces, East Market and West Market. The residential wards resembled modern housing districts. Each ward was enclosed by a wall, with houses scattered inside, all uniform in size, resembling a grid of tofu blocks. As his carriage passed one of the residential wards, 3 young men basking in the sun suddenly bolted, disappearing inside. Prince Qi is coming. Run! Run! Xiao Ming bitterly smiled. Clearly, these were people who had been bullied by his past self. However, his focus was not on their fear, but on their tattered, patchwork clothing. From the perspective of a modern man, these commoners looked no different from beggars. Reaching East Market, Xiao Ming stepped out of the carriage and strolled into the bazaar. Qian Dafu hurried after him, his eyes constantly scanning for potential dangers. East Market and West Market were equivalent to modern-day farmers' markets, yet, as Xiao Ming walked through East Market, he found very few goods for sale. Most stalls only had wheat, soybeans, millet, clay pots, fabric, and woven baskets. Compared to the bustling markets of Chang'an, this was pitifully underwhelming. After browsing East Market, Xiao Ming visited West Market. It was no different. Overall, Qingzhou City was economically devastated, and this was supposed to be the wealthiest city in his entire fief. After spending the entire morning touring the city, Xiao Ming's stomach growled. It was time to return for lunch. Your Highness, this humble servant personally prepared vinegar-fried celery and steamed white bread for you. After starving all morning, Xiao Ming finally had a meal. According to his inherited memories, this was considered a luxurious meal. Qian Dafu rubbed his hands eagerly, his Adam's apple bobbing as he stared at the food hungrily. This was the reality of his fiefdom, severe material shortages. It wasn't a matter of money. Even if he had silver, there was nothing to buy. Just being able to eat a full meal was already a blessing. Eating this kind of meal once in a while was tolerable, but having it every day was unbearable. Despite his title as a prince, his standard of living was worse than a modern wage slave. If he was hungry, he could only eat boiled amaranth or boiled spinach. There was no cooking oil for stir-frying. Vinegar-fried celery today was a rare treat, which explained why Qian Dafu had proudly presented it like a treasure. How rare, Xiao Ming forced a smile, taking a bite of the steamed bread and celery with tears in his eyes. Back in the modern world, vinegar-fried celery was his most hated dish. Now it had become a luxury. He had thought being transmigrated meant enjoying a good life, but even a landlord's house had no surplus grain. Over the next 3 days, Xiao Ming visited several county towns near Qingzhou. What he saw was even worse. Most towns were just mud brick walls enclosing a few straw huts. The peasants were barely surviving, and hunger was rampant. Compared to them, he was already living in luxury, eating steamed bread. Along the roads, he often saw villagers digging wild vegetables to stave off hunger. In one night, he had arrived in Deyu with no grand ambitions. But seeing his fief in such a sorry state, even worse than modern slums, was infuriating. Back in school, his favorite games were territory-building simulations. Watching a barren land develop into a thriving city was immensely satisfying. Now he had a real fief, and it was in shambles. How could he tolerate this? Besides, the local noble families ran unchecked, and northern barbarians constantly threatened the land. Kicking out the barbarians was impossible for now, but developing his land, fortifying cities, training soldiers, and making the people prosper, that he could do. If not for defeating the noble families, then at least for a steady supply of eggs and occasional grilled meat. Otherwise, what was the point of being transmigrated if he was just here to suffer? His first challenge was clear: agriculture. If the peasants stopped working for the aristocrats, they could weaken noble power and rally behind him. Ideals are full, but reality is bony. Xiao Ming still remembered, back in school, this was his mentor's favorite saying. Now he was confronted with the harsh reality of that phrase. Looking at his situation objectively, his fief was dirt poor, barely any better than primitive society. Most of the farmland belonged to the aristocratic clans, leaving the commoners as nothing more than exploited laborers. Even with the science crystal, changing things here would be an uphill battle. His inherited memories made one thing clear: Deyu looked peaceful on the surface, but in reality it was teeming with hidden unrest. Time was not on his side. Xiao Ming wasn't a warlord, but if he wanted to protect his land, stay out of Deyu's political chaos, and avoid getting his head chopped off by his power-hungry brothers and uncles, he had to develop his fief. It was a paradox, difficult to do, yet absolutely necessary. Clang, clang, clang. Leaning against a stone bridge in the prince's residence, deep in thought about his fief's future, Xiao Ming was suddenly startled by the urgent ringing of a bell from the direction of the city gate. Barbarians. His heart tightened. This bell was equivalent to a beacon alarm, a signal from the city's defenders warning of an enemy invasion. Judging by how frantic the ringing was, it had to be the northern nomadic raiders. In Deyu, the tribes of the northern grasslands were collectively called the grassland barbarians. They were similar to the historical Xingnu, Turkic, and Mongol peoples. Their role in history remained unchanged. Every autumn, when horses were fat and strong, they would raid the central plains, pillaging and looting. For the past 3 years, these barbarians hadn't invaded his territory. But this year, they had returned. Recalling the devastation they wrought 3 years ago, Xiao Ming shivered. Even the memories of their destruction were terrifying. This was no game. In the era of cold weapons, nomadic cavalry had an overwhelming advantage: fast, mobile, and deadly skilled with bow and horse. And yet his 6 prefectures combined didn't even have 100 cavalrymen. He was forced to rely on defending the city. A sense of fear crept over him. This isn't a simulation. If I die for real. There is no respawning. But then he gritted his teeth. I've already died once. Why should I be afraid of dying again? Clenching his fists, he roared Kayan Dafu. Prepare the horses. Kayan Dafu. A moment later, Kayan Dafu came running, his round body panting heavily. Your Highness, the horses are ready. I've taken all the silver I could carry. The alarm came from the north gate. If we leave through the south gate now, we can still escape. Xiao Ming almost staggered in disbelief. So this old man had been preparing to flee. Idiot. Xiao Ming cursed, kicking Kayan Dafu's rear, sending him stumbling forward. This was something the old Xiao Ming used to do when angry, and he instinctively followed suit. Kayan Dafu blinked in shock. This wasn't like his master at all. Before, even the mere rumor of a barbarian raid would make the prince scream about running back to Chang'an. 3 years ago, he had actually fled, only to be dragged back and whipped by Emperor Xiao Wengxun himself. The emperor had warned him, if you ever abandon your fief again, I will personally execute you. Kayan Dafu suddenly understood. Xiao Ming wasn't being brave, he was just afraid to go back to the capital and die. Thinking quickly, Kayan Dafu suggested, Your Highness, we don't have to go to Chang'an, but what if we hide in Prince Wei's fief? Prince Wei was Xiao Wengxun's third brother, Xiao Ming's uncle. His fief was just south of Xiao Ming's lands. Back when the Imperial fiefs were being assigned, Prince Wei had enthusiastically pushed Xiao Ming's territory to be the first line of defense against the northern barbarians. The man was ruthless and definitely not reliable. Even a fool like Xiao Ming could tell his uncle would never shelter him. No, I'm going to the city walls. Kayan Dafu's round face paled in terror. He collapsed to the ground, grabbing Xiao Ming's legs, and cried hysterically. Your Highness, please reconsider. Blades and arrows know no mercy. If anything happens to you, how can I face Consort Zhen? Xiao Ming glared at him. Kayan Dafu, you were my mother's bodyguard. Yet you're this cowardly. How do you expect to help me achieve greatness? Is this how a prince's steward should act? If we lose the fief, where will you and I even stand? Kayan Dafu froze. In all his years serving Prince Qi, he had never heard him talk about achieving greatness. The only things he ever talked about were how beautiful women were, how amazing Chang'an was, how poor and wretched his fief was. But today his words felt inspiring. Xiao Ming shook him off and strode toward the main gate. His heart pounded violently. This was thrilling to say, but now he actually had to follow through. At the gate, Lu Luo stood waiting with a small bundle. Beside her was another young woman in a purple dress. This was Ziyuan. Compared to Lu Luo's delicate, southern charm, Ziyuan was pale-skinned, slender, with elegant features and a fierce glint in her eyes. She had just returned from a shopping trip outside the estate, only to arrive just as the barbarian invasion began. Your Highness. Both Lu Luo and Ziyuan bowed. The steward had ordered them to flee with the prince to Prince Wei's fief. Looking at the two beautiful maids, Xiao Ming sighed internally. What a waste. Who knows if I'll even come back from this? Without warning, he smacked both of them on the butt, then leapt onto his horse and galloped away toward the north gate. Lu Luo and Ziyuan's faces turned bright red with shame and fury. By the time they snapped out of it, Xiao Ming was already gone. Kayan Dafu finally caught up, just in time to see Xiao Ming riding off. Without hesitation, he leapt onto a horse and galloped after him. Lu Luo, still flustered, grew pale. She thought they were abandoning them. But Ziyuan remained calm. She looked at Kayan Dafu and asked, Steward Kayan, are you leaving us behind? Kayan Dafu snapped, leave you behind. His Highness must be insane. He's actually heading to fight on the walls. What? Ziyuan covered her mouth in shock. Even she had never imagined this useless prince would fight. Lu Luo, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Her eyes flickered. Could it be that I was right about him all along? Meanwhile, Kayan Dafu had no time to think. Spurring his horse, he raced toward the north gate. Northern city of Qingzhou. Below the city walls, a group of over 30 barbarian cavalrymen pointed at the city gate, laughing mockingly. The steppe barbarians, the soldiers of the Central Plains, were weak and cowardly, afraid to leave the safety of their city when faced with them. On the city walls, 300 soldiers stood at the ready. 20 archers had their longbows fully drawn, prepared to shoot at the barbarian riders lingering outside the city. Captain Lu, the king of Qi, has arrived. At the center of the city gate, a tall, 7-foot, black-faced man clad in scale armor was watching the barbarians warily. This was Lu Fei, the captain of Qingzhou, responsible for leading the troops. The king of Qi. Lu Fei's voice boomed like thunder. What's he doing here? He's just going to cause trouble. Turning around, he spotted Xiao Ming ascending the city tower. Barbarian cavalry outside noticed Xiao Ming's luxurious attire and immediately caused a stir. This was clearly an important figure. One of the barbarians pulled his reins, drew his bow, and loosed an arrow at Xiao Ming. With a sharp whoosh, the arrow landed harmlessly on the city wall. The distance was too great. The shot lacked the range to be a real threat. It was merely meant to intimidate. Xiao Ming, however, remained unshaken. The technological crystal in his mind contained vast knowledge. He knew the exact range of ancient bows and arrows, so he hadn't even bothered to dodge. Lu Fei's expression became strange. Something seemed different about the king of Qi today. Your Highness. Lu Fei bowed. Enough with the formalities. What's going on? Xiao Ming asked. This fief belonged to him. Not only was he the king of Qi, but he also held the title of Grand Governor of 6 provinces, a position equivalent to Supreme Commander. Lu Fei, as a mere captain of Qingzhou, was under his jurisdiction. Your Highness, so far, only a single squad of 30 barbarian cavalry has been lingering outside the city, refusing to leave, Lu Fei reported. Xiao Ming glanced out. Barbarian cavalry wore fine-scale armor, wielded recurve bows, and sat atop strong, towering warhorses. They looked like elite troops. In contrast, his own soldiers wore tattered armor, their weapons rusted and dull. Only Lu Fei's scale armor was of decent quality. No word from Kangzhou. Xiao Ming began analyzing the situation, using his vast knowledge. Kangzhou is secure. Strange. If Kangzhou hasn't fallen, how did these barbarian cavalrymen end up here? I find it odd as well, Lu Fei admitted. Kangzhou's terrain is treacherous. It's the only pass through the Kinling Mountains. If the barbarians were invading, they would have to take Kangzhou first. As he spoke, he found it peculiar. Normally, the king of Qi never concerned himself with military matters, yet with just a few words, he had identified the key issue. Xiao Ming had noticed Lu Fei's dismissive attitude toward him the moment he stepped onto the city wall. It irritated him. In this entire fief, only Qian Dafu treated him like a prince. Everyone else barely acknowledged him. Deliberately, he said, "If that's the case, Captain Lu, why don't you lead the soldiers out to capture them and get some answers?" Lu Fei's face turned green. He was impulsive but not brainless. Your Highness, we only have about 30 cavalry in total. While our numbers match, we are no match for the barbarians in mounted archery. Leaving the city would be suicide. Are you afraid, Captain Lu? If we don't capture them, how will we find out how they got here? Xiao Ming said casually. Lu Fei's face turned from green to red. It's not that I don't dare, Your Highness. It would simply be a futile effort. Xiao Ming had made his point. He had only wanted to put Lu Fei in his place. Oh, perhaps not. Your Highness, this is no game, Lu Fei protested, thinking the king of Qi had gone mad. The barbarians below seemed in no hurry to leave. Seeing them dismount and sit leisurely by their horses, Xiao Ming said, "Summon Armory Officer Chen." Lu Fei dared not disobey, otherwise, this erratic prince might actually force him to attack. That would be a death sentence. Shortly, a thin man dressed in a green robe appeared on the city wall. Do we have iron caltrops? The armory officer was in charge of weaponry and supplies. The best way to deal with cavalry was to turn them into infantry. Iron caltrops were specifically designed to hinder mounted troops. Chen hesitated. We do, Your Highness, but not many, only about 30 pieces. 30 pieces? What have you been doing all this time? Xiao Ming snapped. Chen gave a bitter smile. It's not negligence, Your Highness. But even the most skilled craftsmen can't work without materials. The armory lacks refined iron and coal for making and repairing weapons. Damn, we're broke. Xiao Ming nearly lost his mind. Then gather all the blacksmiths in the city. Turning to Qian Dafu, he ordered, Bring out all the iron and bronze from the royal estate and deliver them to the armory. What? Kayan Dafu's face twitched in agony. Lu Fei opened his mouth as if to speak, but hesitated. Captain Lu, keep an eye on those barbarians. Looks like they plan to have a meal under our walls before leaving. Zhao Ming glanced at the cavalry, now sitting comfortably on the ground. These barbarians were utterly disrespecting them. It was an insult. Though pained, Kayan Dafu still followed orders, gathering the bronze cauldrons and ironware from the estate. Soon, all 12 blacksmiths in the city arrived at the armory. Laborers had already begun stoking fires to melt the metals. Your Highness, everyone is here, but many of the civilian smiths don't know what iron caltrops are or how to forge them, Chen said cautiously. No matter. I'll teach them myself, Zhao Ming said with a sly grin. Faced with a dire situation, at least he had the technology crystal. The technology repository was just one function of the crystal. Its true power lay in transferring knowledge. This transfer process was akin to magic, like Taoist enlightenment, like a sudden revelation. Simply put, the technology crystal embedded in his consciousness could link to other people's minds, subtly imparting knowledge to them. At this moment, Zhao Ming was like a central computer. His consciousness was a data cable, transferring knowledge into other computers, people. But what to transfer, how much to transfer, that was entirely under his control. Chen was astonished as he watched Zhao Ming pull 7 blacksmiths aside for a brief talk. When they returned, they immediately started forging. To his shock, the iron caltrops they made were even more precise and sharper than those crafted by the armory's professional smiths. Is this really the same King of Qi? In Chen's eyes, the King of Qi had always been a joke. But something was different now. Zhao Ming smirked, pleased with himself. He had succeeded. By disguising the knowledge transfer as mere verbal instruction, the craftsmen believed they had simply learned to forge caltrops through their own understanding. Not that caltrops were particularly complex, they had existed since the Warring States period. They were simply spiked iron contraptions, shaped like small tetrahedrons. The 12 blacksmiths worked tirelessly, producing 300 iron caltrops within an hour. At that moment, Lu Fei sent word to Zhao Ming that the barbarian cavalry seemed to be preparing to leave. Have Captain Lu lead our cavalry to engage them, drawing them in with a feigned attack before retreating south. I will scatter iron caltrops at the central east gate and set up an ambush to encircle the barbarian cavalry, Zhao Ming ordered the soldiers. The soldier acknowledged with a swift yes and rode north toward the city gate. The armory and the King of Qi's residence were close to each other and nearest to the east gate. Leading the soldiers carrying the iron caltrops, Zhao Ming headed straight to the east gate, which was guarded by Qingzhu's bold captain, Li Kaiyuan. In Zhao Ming's memory, Li Kaiyuan had an unremarkable face, a bulbous nose, and a large mouth. He lacked real ability, was slippery in character, but at least obedient. That was why Zhao Ming preferred to assign him tasks rather than dealing with Lu Fei. Your Highness, the barbarian cavalry is just outside the city. This is far too dangerous. For your safety, please return to the royal estate and rest, Li Kaiyuan said with his usual fawning smile as he stepped forward to greet Zhao Ming. Your Highness, Captain Li has a point. The iron caltrops are ready. Let Captain Li set them up and position the soldiers for the ambush, Kayan Dafu added anxiously. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Kaiyuan's expression turned even more dramatic than Lu Fei's. While Lu Fei merely had a change of face, Li Kaiyuan went pale, his legs trembling. He was practically about to wet himself. Your Highness, this, Li Kaiyuan stammered. Zhao Ming sighed. This was exactly why, despite Lu Fei's rebellious streak, he still kept him around. One was like Pixie Zhu Beiji, the other like the Monkey King Sun Wukong. Li Kaiyuan was useful for bullying commoners, but when it came to real battle, he was utterly useless. However, it wasn't entirely Li Kaiyuan or Lu Fei's fault. The barbarian cavalry had a fearsome reputation deeply ingrained in the people of the Dayu Empire. At the end of the Dai Dynasty, more than 20 states were embroiled in constant warfare. The Central Plains were too preoccupied with internal conflicts to deal with the northern steppe barbarians. During this period, the barbarians grew stronger than ever. Those who migrated to the Chambai Mountains settled down, adopting a semi-nomadic, semi-agricultural lifestyle, leading to a stable population increase. One particular tribe, the Batter, led by Chief Zadu Batter, rose to power, gradually conquering other tribes and establishing their own kingdom, spanning the vast northern grasslands to the Chambai Mountains. Once strengthened, the barbarians launched continuous invasions into the Dayu Empire, waging over 100 battles in the past century. Du lost far more battles than it won. The regions of Yuzhou, Xiuzhou, and Lingzhou were completely lost. In today's terms, they had surrendered all land north of the Great Wall. The very mention of these barbarians struck fear into the hearts of Dayu's people. 3 years ago, Kangzhou fell, not because the walls weren't strong enough, but because the city's commander was so terrified by a mere 1,000 barbarian cavalrymen that he abandoned the city without a fight. Had Lu Fei not led the remaining 3,000 soldiers from 5 cities in a desperate counterattack, retaking Kangzhou before enemy reinforcements arrived, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If he had failed, Xiao Wengxuan, the emperor, wouldn't have just whipped him, he would have had him executed. Xiao Ming never expected Li Kaiyuan to handle things alone. He had only promoted him to bold captain to annoy Lu Fei. The East Gate was manned by 100 soldiers, all equipped with swords and shields. Unlike the elite troops at the North Gate, they lacked a variety of weapons. Xiao Ming ordered 10 soldiers to hide on the city walls. Once Lu Fei's cavalry passed through, they were to scatter iron caltrops below, sealing off the barbarians' escape routes. He then directed the remaining sword and shield troops to hide behind the city gate. Once the signal was given, they would charge out and overwhelm the barbarians. Watching Xiao Ming issue orders so methodically, Qian Dafu slapped himself, grimacing in pain. This isn't a dream. Li Kaiyuan was equally stunned. After a moment's hesitation, he jogged after Xiao Ming and started his usual flattery. Hell, Your Highness is truly wise and mighty. A reincarnation of the god of war. My admiration is boundless, as vast as the moon reflecting on the great river, as eternal as the heavens and earth. From the North Gate to the East Gate was a short 10-mile distance. Just as Li Kaiyuan was pouring on the flattery, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from the distance. The soldiers hiding on the city wall sharpened their gazes. 3 years ago, they had witnessed the barbarian massacres across the 6 provinces. The hatred still burned in their hearts, but their impoverished fief had left them too weak to seek revenge. Outside the city, Lu Fei led the charge. He shot arrows behind him while hurling curses at the barbarian cavalry, thoroughly insulting their entire lineage. Following his lead, Kingzhou's last 30 elite cavalrymen joined in, hurling insults as they rode. The barbarian riders, infuriated by the taunts, pursued them relentlessly, firing arrows as they rode. As Lu Fei approached the East Gate, he glanced up at the city walls. Not a single figure could be seen. Suspicion crept into his mind. That damn King of Qi has always resented me. Could this be a trap? Did he lure me out just to get me killed? If that's the case, once I shake off these barbarians, I swear I'll come back and cut him down before turning bandit. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw a soldier rise from the city gate. Then, in a sudden flurry, iron caltrops rained down like snowflakes. The caltrops landed perfectly behind him. The barbarian cavalry, unaware of the trap, kept up their pursuit. But before they could reach the gate, the lead horse suddenly shrieked and collapsed. Before the riders in the rear could react, 9 more soldiers emerged from the walls, dumping baskets of caltrops onto the road, sealing off their retreat. The barbarians lost control of their mounts. One after another, horses and riders crashed to the ground. As the fallen soldiers stumbled, they stepped onto the caltrops. Thin leather boots were no match for the sharp iron spikes. Agonized screams filled the air. Capture them! From behind the battlements, Xiao Ming shouted the command. The East Gate swung open, and the sword and shield troops charged out, roaring as they surged toward the incapacitated barbarians. Your Highness, watch from the walls. I will personally capture every last one of these barbarians. Seeing the once feared cavalry crippled, Li Kaiyuan saw an opportunity for glory. With a heroic yell, he raised his sword and charged forward. Just as he did, Lu Fei, who had completed his feint, turned his horse around. Spotting Li Kaiyuan recklessly rushing ahead, he rode past and kicked him aside. At that moment, an arrow whizzed past, grazing Li Kaiyuan's shoulder. You idiot! Are you trying to die? Form a shield wall. Lu Fei bellowed. Sword and shield troops instantly tightened their formation, raising their shields as they advanced on the struggling barbarian cavalry. Lu Fei had fought these barbarians in blood-soaked battle 3 years ago. He knew all too well how ferocious they could be. The fallen barbarian cavalrymen had not yet completely lost their ability to fight. They continued to shoot arrows at the shield wall, but the dense shields blocked them effectively. Lu Fei, well-versed in dealing with barbarian cavalry, smirked and called out, "Brothers, don't let our own caltrops trip us up." Pick them up and throw them at the enemy. The iron caltrops had hindered not only the barbarians' movements, but also those of the defending soldiers. Following Lu Fei's command, the soldiers picked up the caltrops at their feet and hurled them at the barbarians. The barbarians cursed while continuing to fire their arrows. The shield formation slowly tightened, curving into a semicircle that completely encircled the barbarian cavalry. Their archery was formidable, and they were skilled in close combat, but with the caltrops trapping them, they had no space to fight properly. Whenever a barbarian tried to leap out of the caltrop-strewn area, they were immediately beaten to the ground. Within 10 minutes, all 30 barbarian cavalrymen were captured. Inside the city, as the barbarian captives were escorted in, Li Kaiyuan, his face swollen and bruised, clung to Xiao Ming, sobbing, "Your Highness, you must uphold justice for me. Captain Lu is too much." Just to steal the credit, he completely disregarded our camaraderie. "Look at how badly I fell." Lu Fei, utterly unimpressed, scoffed, "Your Highness, if I hadn't kicked him aside, the fool would be dead by now." Xiao Ming had seen everything clearly. He was no longer the foolish prince who would stubbornly defend the wrong side out of spite. He nodded and said, "Captain Lu is right. He saved your life. You should be treating him to a drink instead." "Hello. Your Highness is wise." Lu Fei laughed heartily, a newfound respect in his eyes. Xiao Ming smirked to himself. He was notorious throughout his fiefdom, with few who genuinely respected him. But after this clever ambush, he might finally be able to restore some of his reputation. Lu Fei's attitude alone was proof of his success. Then Xiao Ming turned serious. "Captain Lu, interrogate them thoroughly. Find out exactly where they crossed past Kangzhou." "Understood." Lu Fei responded firmly. After a pause, he hesitated slightly before bowing and asking, "Your Highness, could I request that these barbarians' horses, armor, and bows be granted to my men?" Xiao Ming glanced at the Kingzhou cavalry behind Lu Fei. They were still clad in leather armor, and their horses were far less sturdy than those of the barbarians. As Lu Fei made his request, the cavalryman's eyes gleamed with anticipation, eagerly awaiting Xiao Ming's response. "You are the elite of Kingzhou. If these fine horses and armor don't go to you, then who should they go to?" If Xiao Ming wanted stability in his fiefdom, he needed to maintain good relationships with his generals. This was an easy way to win their favor. After all, he was simply distributing captured loot. "Thank you, Your Highness." Lu Fei was thrilled. These barbarian weapons and horses were far superior to their own ragged equipment. At that moment, Chen, the officer in charge of military supplies, stepped forward. "Your Highness, we have finished inventorying the spoils. However, 2 of the barbarian horses are severely injured. They won't survive. What should we do?" Xiao Ming's eyes gleamed like a hungry wolf. He hadn't had a single bite of meat in 3 days. He was nearly desperate enough to gnaw on his own foot. "Dafu, have the palace cooks slaughter these 2 horses and stew them. Let the soldiers have a feast." By cooks, he meant the palace butchers. "Thank you, Your Highness." The soldiers cheered in unison, their Adam's apples bobbing hungrily as they swallowed their drool. In these hard times, eating meat was an almost unimaginable luxury. Xiao Ming could practically smell the aroma of horse meat already. He secretly leaned toward Qian Dafu and whispered, "Save a leg for me." "Understood, Your Highness," Qian Dafu replied with a sly grin. At evening, as dusk settled over the city, the enticing scent of stewed meat drifted from the King of Qi's residence, accompanied by the shocking news that the prince had personally orchestrated the capture of the barbarian cavalry. As they savored the tantalizing scent of horse meat, the citizens of Kingzhou also found themselves puzzled, since when had the King of Qi changed so much? Instead of cowering in the palace in fear, had he actually taken the initiative to fight back? Though many found it hard to believe, a quiet hope began to stir in their hearts. "Your Highness, I've gotten the information." This squad of barbarian cavalry stumbled upon a hidden cave in the Qinling Mountains and accidentally made their way through, Lu Fei reported. As he sat around the pot of stewed horse meat, he explained the interrogation results. Given his direct and brutal methods, the captives had confessed quickly. "A cave. Do any other barbarian troops know about it?" Xiao Ming frowned, flipping through the maps in his technology database. In modern times, Qinling referred to the Huai River region, but in this era, it clearly referred to a small mountain near Kangzhou. Ancient landscapes were vastly different from modern times. Outside of official roads, most areas were covered in dense forests and swamps, making them impassable for cavalry. This was why barbarian cavalry had always been forced to breach cities in order to invade. They claim no one else knows about it, Your Highness. But if this cave really exists, we must seal it off. If the barbarians can bypass Kangzhou and attack Qingzhou directly, we will be in serious trouble, Lu Fei warned. Zhao Ming nodded. Stability in his fiefdom was essential. Without it, he wouldn't be able to focus on developing the territory. This was exactly why he had risked his life to capture these barbarians. This must remain a secret. Captain Lu, I want you to personally travel to Kangzhou and have that cave sealed off. Make sure it's well hidden. Lu Fei bit into a chunk of horse meat and assured him, Don't worry, Your Highness. I already killed all the barbarian captives. Not a single one was left alive. He spoke as if he were discussing slaughtering livestock. But that was the reality of this world. In an era where slavery was still rampant, the concept of human rights barely existed. This was a savage age. 2 horses' worth of meat was not nearly enough to feed all the Qingzhou soldiers. After distributing portions to those who had participated in the battle, the rest had to make do with bone soup. Even so, they were content. In these hard times, just being able to eat their fill was a luxury, let alone getting to drink broth. After feasting together, Zhao Ming felt his relationship with his soldiers improve significantly. To them, the fact that the king of Qi had willingly shared the precious horse meat with them was remarkable. Food was scarce for everyone, even royalty, so this act of generosity subtly altered their perception of him. Of course, they had no idea that Qian Dafu had secretly stashed away 2 horse legs. Too bad we don't have any wine, Lu Fei lamented, sneaking a leftover meat bone into his coat. He had a wife and children at home. He wanted to bring them a taste of meat as well. Li Kaiyuan noticed Lu Fei's sneaky act and was about to tattle, but upon seeing the dangerous look in Lu Fei's eyes, he quickly swallowed his words. Instead, he muttered sarcastically, wishful thinking. Soldiers can barely eat, and you want to use grain to brew wine. Watching his men struggle for food, Zhao Ming sighed deeply. If my soldiers can't even eat properly, how much worse must the common people be suffering? He looked at the raggedly dressed soldiers sitting on the dirt floor of the royal residence, savoring their meat in small bites, and made a solemn vow. One day I will make sure you can drink whenever you want and eat meat whenever you please. Your Highness, the soldiers have been waiting for this day. Lu Fei laughed heartily. Today, the king of Qi was different from before. He felt much closer to the soldiers. As a straightforward man, Lu Fei had only looked down on Zhao Ming because of the prince's past arrogance and incompetence. Now, though he didn't understand why Zhao Ming's personality had changed, he saw it as a good thing. Perhaps it was worth following the prince a while longer. Li Kaiyuan, chewing on a bone, savored the unique taste of horse meat. Unable to resist, he asked hopefully, Your Highness, I've heard that Chang'an is incredibly prosperous. Can all the commoners there eat steamed buns? Zhao Ming pondered for a moment before replying, Not everyone, but life there is certainly more comfortable than ours. In his view, no place in the Dayu Empire was truly prosperous for the lower classes. The kingdom's equal field system had long since collapsed, with severe land monopolization leaving many commoners landless. Bandits roamed freely, and the entire kingdom reeked of decay, like an old man at death's door. Qian Dafu, reminiscing about life in Chang'an, added, Chang'an is home to wealthy merchants and noble families, so yes, it's bustling. At least if you have silver, you can buy anything you want. Not like here in Qingzhou, where even money can't buy salt. We only managed to get some, because Ziyuan went to Prince Wei's territory to procure it. Salt. Zhao Ming suddenly realized why the horse meat had tasted so bland. It wasn't seasoned. The eastern part of my fief borders the sea. Don't people here know how to boil seawater for salt? Your Highness, it's not that they don't know how, Qian Dafu explained carefully, but salt production has always been a state-controlled monopoly. Selling private salt is a crime punishable by death. And since Your Highness never paid much attention to the official Salt Bureau, well. Zhao Ming felt a wave of embarrassment. This was yet another disaster caused by the previous Zhao Ming's neglect. For 5 years, the prince had ignored everything about his fief, never thinking to develop it. He had done nothing but indulge in pleasure, leaving many necessary institutions completely undeveloped. With a long sigh, Zhao Ming declared, Since that's the case, once Chancellor Pang returns, he will establish a salt bureau. We will produce official salt in Dengzhou and Leizhou. Your Highness is wise. Qian Dafu's eyes lit up. Finally, the prince was showing signs of competence. As the sun set, Lu Fei and Li Kaiyuan led their soldiers back to their respective posts. Nightfall in the Deyu Kingdom meant curfew, and Qingzhou was no exception. The royal estate was shrouded in darkness, with only 2 or 3 rooms dimly lit by candlelight. The lack of resources in the fief meant even the palace couldn't afford to illuminate every corner extravagantly. In the servants' quarters, plumes of smoke rose as workers bustled in and out, carrying firewood. Just as Xiao Ming rounded the front hall, Lu Luo suddenly appeared before him. In the pitch-black night, if not for her distinctive green dress, he might not have recognized her. "Your Highness, the hot water is ready. You must be exhausted after capturing the barbarians today. Please bathe and rest early," Lu Luo said softly. It had been 3 days since Xiao Ming arrived in this unfamiliar world, and every night had been unbearably dull. With no entertainment, the boredom was suffocating. One day was tolerable, but after 3 in a row, he was about to lose his mind. He glanced at Lu Luo. "No choice if this continues, I'll go crazy. I might as well tease the maids for amusement." The bathhouse was in a side chamber of the sleeping quarters, reserved solely for Xiao Ming's use. As he followed Lu Luo inside, he saw that a large wooden tub of steaming water had already been prepared. Ziyuan stood beside it, waiting. After 3 days of living like a peasant, Xiao Ming finally felt a shred of comfort. "At least I still have maids to attend to me. How many single men would envy this?" "Your Highness, allow me to remove your robes." Ziyuan and Lu Luo stepped forward. Xiao Ming straightened his back and stretched out his arms. He didn't bathe every day. In this wretched ancient era, even bathing was a luxury. Fetching water from the well, heating it, preparing everything, it took multiple servants just to make a single bath possible. Including Kayan Dafu, the entire palace staff barely numbered 10 people. These 10 servants handled all the cleaning, cooking, and miscellaneous duties for the estate. And the estate itself was no small place, 200 meters across in both directions, making it the grandest residence in Qingzhou. With his eyes half closed, Xiao Ming enjoyed the attentive service of Lu Luo and Ziyuan. For the first time since transmigrating, he felt it was worth it. Lu Luo and Ziyuan blushed deeply. Previously, they had only served Consort Zhen, never had they seen a man's body before. Their emotions were a mix of embarrassment, fear, and curiosity. But they knew that since Consort Zhen had gifted them to the King of Qi, they now belonged to him. They could only suppress their emotions. "Shall we bathe together?" Xiao Ming smirked wickedly. Lu Luo lowered her head, too shy to respond. Ziyuan, however, boldly replied, "Your Highness, no need to rush. Her Highness instructed that once you're married, Lu Luo and I will be yours sooner or later." Xiao Ming had only been joking to relieve his boredom. Sitting in the hot water, he glanced at Ziyuan. "She's bolder than Lu Luo." Indeed, Consort Zhen had hinted at this in her letter. "Just a joke, don't take it seriously," Xiao Ming said, continuing to bathe. He wasn't some lust-driven fool. He knew what really mattered right now. After a brief pause, he asked, "Ziyuan, tell me, if I want my fief to prosper, what is the most important thing I need to address?" Ziyuan was surprised that the prince would ask her such a question. Instinctively, she replied, "I am but a mere woman, I wouldn't know such things." "I order you to answer." Xiao Ming frowned. Even now, women were still expected to be ignorant and submissive. He had expected her response. After a moment of hesitation, worried that the prince might revert to his former temper, Ziyuan cautiously answered, "Land." Xiao Ming nodded. The rising power of noble families, the looming barbarian threat, the scheming imperial princes, his time was limited. Over the past few days, he had carefully analyzed everything. The first issue to address was land. In any ancient dynasty, there was always an odd phenomenon. There were always more peasants than available farmland. Whenever large-scale land monopolization occurred, it was usually a sign that the dynasty was nearing its end. Currently, his fief was no different. Vast tracts of fertile land were controlled by local aristocrats, leaving many commoners landless. His first priority was to resolve this land issue. His second priority was knowledge transmission. Sitting on a technology library, yet failing to use it. That would be the greatest waste of all. After his bath, Xiao Ming dressed with the help of Lu Luo and Ziyuan. Returning to his bedchamber, he carefully considered the issue of land reform. Thinking through the night, he formulated a plan. At dawn, he headed straight for the governor's office. As he reached the entrance, he collided with a middle-aged man wearing a blue robe and a black square headscarf. Both men steadied themselves, and the man immediately bowed. Your Highness. Zhao Ming looked him over. It was none other than Pang Changshi, the Chancellor of the fief, whom Lu Luo had mentioned before. Pang Yukun had just returned from Dengzhou, where he had been inspecting tax accounts. Why are you here, Your Highness? This fief belongs to me. I can go wherever I please. Your arrival is timely, as I have matters to discuss with you, Zhao Ming said, striding into the governor's office. According to his predecessor's memories, this was how he always spoke to Pang Yukun, so Zhao Ming kept up the act. Pang Yukun scratched his head. Since the governor's office was established, this was the first time Zhao Ming had ever visited. Even though he had heard about the prince capturing 30 barbarian cavalrymen the day before, he still found it hard to believe. What does your highness wish to discuss? Pang Yukun asked as he followed behind. The governor's office was sparsely furnished, 3 black desks and chairs, with a few official documents spread across them. Sitting at the central desk, Zhao Ming got straight to the point. I want to discuss the establishment of a salt bureau and the issue of land. Pang Yukun was shocked. Thinking he had misheard, he asked again, Your Highness, what did you just say? I order you to immediately organize the fief's officials and establish a salt bureau in Dengzhou and Leizhou. Issue a decree to all 6 provinces. From today onward, the government encourages commoners to cultivate unused land. Any land they clear will belong to them, tax-free for 3 years, and their ownership will be hereditary. For those who already own land, taxes will be reduced by 30%. Zhao Ming's voice was firm and unwavering. Pang Yukun was completely stunned. The series of reforms left him utterly speechless. After regaining his composure, he said hesitantly, the Salt Bureau and land reclamation are feasible. However, if taxes are reduced, the 6 provinces may struggle to cover their expenses. With a Salt Bureau, we can make up for the lost tax revenue. Moreover, I will find other ways to increase government income, Zhao Ming said decisively. Then he asked, as for the noble families that have seized land from commoners, what do you think should be done about them? Pang Yukun's thoughts were in disarray. In the past, he had always been the one gathering evidence of Zhao Ming's misconduct and scolding him at the governor's office. Then he would report it to the emperor, who would issue a stern rebuke. Now the prince was seriously discussing governance with him. It felt surreal. Still, when it came to dealing with the noble landowners, Pang Yukun did not hesitate. Your Highness, these local aristocrats are intermarried, deeply entrenched, and have powerful backers in the imperial court. If we forcibly seize their lands, it will cause unrest. Do not forget what happened to Prince Ning. Zhao Ming narrowed his eyes. Prince Ning was his second imperial uncle, once renowned as a virtuous prince in Chang'an. At the age of 13, when he was first granted his fief, his first act was to reclaim illegally occupied land from the nobles. But within 3 months, he was accused of treason by court officials. At the time, Emperor Zhao Wengshuan had just ascended the throne and was wary of Prince Ning's popularity. Seizing the opportunity, the emperor dispatched troops to suppress him. Unaware of the looming conspiracy, Prince Ning was assassinated by his own guards, who had been bribed by the noble families. His death left no evidence, and the matter was buried. By bringing up Prince Ning, Pang Yukun was subtly warning Zhao Ming not to repeat his mistake. In the past, Zhao Ming had hated Pang Yukun. But now, discussing governance with him, he realized the chancellor wasn't a bad man, just a scholarly idealist. In this era of low literacy, having someone capable and educated to assist him was invaluable. He intended to make full use of Pang Yukun's talents. I understand. For now, we will not pursue the noble family's land. Our priority is encouraging commoners to cultivate new land. You will oversee this effort. Additionally, all labor tax for this year is waived. Understood, Your Highness. I will make the arrangements immediately, Pang Yukun replied, bowing. When he first arrived in the fief, Pang Yukun had proposed similar reforms. But at the time, the old Zhao Ming had opposed everything, simply for the sake of being difficult. This had left governance in complete disarray across Qingzhou and the other provinces. Now, inside the governor's office, Zhao Ming personally watched as Pang Yukun wrote the decree and ordered its publication. Outside the city gates, the new decree was posted for the public to see. Immediately, the townspeople erupted in discussion. Is this real? A doubtful commoner asked. Would the governor's office issue a fake proclamation? The king of Qi has been here for 5 years. He's finally showing concern for the people. If it's true, what are we waiting for? Let's start clearing land. Whoever claims it first owns it. Excitement spread rapidly. Meanwhile, 5 couriers on horseback galloped out of the north gate, carrying the decree to the other 5 provinces. Standing on the city walls, Lu Fei watched the commotion among the townspeople, deep in thought. The king of Qi is truly different now. After leaving the governor's office, Xiao Ming did not return to the palace. Instead, he went to the armory. Your Highness, military quartermaster Chen Wenlong greeted him. With the technology crystal at his disposal, Xiao Ming needed a place to apply its technological advantages. And the armory was the perfect place to start. It was a state-run facility, home to Qingzhu's finest craftsmen. Xiao Ming's goal was to expand it beyond just weapon making. He wanted it to become the foundation of industry and mechanical innovation in his fief. Quartermaster Chen, from today onward, the armory reports directly to me. You will follow only my orders, no one else's. Chen panicked, breaking into a cold sweat. Your Highness, I have failed in my duty, please punish me. He assumed Xiao Ming was angry about the lack of iron caltrops. You misunderstand. I am not here to punish you, Xiao Ming said calmly. I reject the notion that only scholarly pursuits are valuable. Practical craftsmanship is not trivial. On the contrary, it is essential to labor and industry. Chen let out a sigh of relief. Your Highness is wise. I have always believed that better tools could greatly improve agriculture. Exactly. That's why the armory is crucial. From now on, gather all skilled craftsmen in the city and categorize them by specialty. They will formally join the armory. That can be done, but Your Highness, these craftsmen need food. And right now Chen hesitated, clearly concerned about limited resources. Chen Wenlong's words were tactful, but the problem he hinted at was very real. The king of Qi's estate was broke. The armory had no funds. And forcing craftsmen to work for free would only spark outrage, undoing the reputation Xiao Ming had just started to rebuild. The work is yours, but the money is mine, Xiao Ming gritted his teeth. Even if he had to sell everything, he had to get the armory up and running. If he didn't, then with Qingzhu's poverty, even if he were as wise as the legendary Yao or Shun, he'd still end up slaughtered by barbarians within 2 years. Chen Wenlong studied Xiao Ming's frowning face in confusion. The armory had always been neglected in the Deyu Empire. Why was the king of Qi suddenly so concerned? However, remembering Xiao Ming's past erratic behavior, Chen Wenlong dared not ask too much. Perhaps this was just another whim. Since it was an order, he could only obey. Understood, Your Highness. Xiao Ming instructed him to gather all carpenters and blacksmiths in the city, then returned to the royal estate, pondering how to raise money. Calling for Qian Dafu, Xiao Ming asked, how much silver do we have left in the estate? Your Highness, including the funds consort Zhen sent with Ziyuan and Luluo, we have about 1,000 taels of silver. Only 1,000 taels. Xiao Ming frowned. The old Xiao Ming had no skill in making money, but he was an expert at spending it. He had wasted much of the funds consort Zhen sent on extravagant indulgences. As a result, despite being familiar with Qingzhu's economy, his estate was on the verge of bankruptcy. In the Deyu Kingdom, 1 tael of silver could buy 2 shi of rice. 1 shi equals 120 jin, Chinese pounds, and 1 tael equals 240 jin of rice. If we comparing to modern prices in today's world, 1 jin of rice costs yuan. So 1 tael of silver approximately 600 yuan, tilde 85 USD. At first glance, 1,000 taels sounded like a lot. But it was barely enough to cover the estate's expenses. After all, the servants, stable hands, and cooks all needed wages. For example, Qian Dafu earned 20 taels per year, Luluo and Ziyuan earned 15 taels each. Plus, food and household expenses were significant. Give me 500 taels, Xiao Ming ordered. Qian Dafu hesitated. Your Highness, this is the annual allowance from consort Zhen. Please spend wisely. He feared Xiao Ming would waste it again, like in previous years. I'm not spending it on brothels, I'm doing something useful, Xiao Ming scoffed. Only after much hesitation did Qian Dafu finally hand over 500 taels in silver notes. Taking the silver, Xiao Ming commanded, prepare ink and paper, I need to write to my father. By now, Qian Dafu had grown numb to Xiao Ming's bizarre behavior. He immediately called for a servant to prepare the writing materials. Of course, this wasn't a casual letter, it was a plea for funds. Zhao Ming exaggerated the hardships of his fief, claiming that the people were starving and that, despite the difficulties, he was personally funding the war effort against the barbarians. He highlighted his recent victory, having captured 30 barbarian cavalrymen, but lamented the heavy losses and the armory's lack of funds for making weapons. Send this to Chang'an immediately by fast horse. Satisfied with his 1,000-word masterpiece of financial distress, Zhao Ming tossed it to Qian Dafu. If Emperor Zhao Wengxuan still had any family affection, he might send financial support. And if not, at least the letter would irritate him. Zhao Ming had one last option, the wealthy noble families of Qingzhou. But these power-hungry aristocrats would never willingly donate money. In fact, they hoped the king of Qi would remain weak, so they could continue their unchecked dominance. However, Zhao Ming had no intention of letting them off the hook. These noble families were fat sheep, and he was a man who plucked feathers from every passing goose. How could he not shear these woolly targets? Robbing them outright wouldn't work. But tricking them into spending money, that was easy. Most nobles were officials or merchants. If he introduced a new and valuable product, they would eagerly pay for it. For the next 3 days, Zhao Ming remained at the armory, overseeing operations. With 500 taels of silver, the once dormant facility came to life. Wood, coal, and iron ore flowed in daily. The once desolate workshop bustled with activity. Inside, 30 craftsmen sat in a semicircle. Standing before them, Zhao Ming lectured passionately. These 30 men represented all of Qingzhou's skilled artisans, mostly carpenters and blacksmiths. Today, Zhao Ming introduced them to a completely new concept, lathe. After analyzing the technology library and reviewing the first industrial revolution, Zhao Ming concluded that lathe was the key to industrialization. These included boring machines, milling machines, grinding machines, drill presses, and gear-cutting machines. Before the Industrial Revolution, these tools were essential for producing precise mechanical components. And only with precision machine parts could engineers build steam engine cylinders. The steam engine then further advanced the lathe, creating a cycle of technological progress. During the Warring States period, China had basic lathes. They were mostly wooden, powered by foot pedals, and used for shaping water wheels. The problem was wooden structures were unstable, and tool bits couldn't be securely fixed. For a proper lathe, high-quality steel was necessary to secure cutting tools and shape metal parts. A craftsman is only as good as his tools. Lathes embodied the technological progress of craftsmen, and they were the foundation of the Industrial Revolution. Before lathes could be made, Zhao Ming needed to improve steelmaking. Observing the armory's weapon forging methods, he noticed they still used the traditional crucible steel technique. It was workable but not efficient. He considered introducing crucible steel smelting, but graphite crucibles were unavailable. However, according to the technology library, Shandong Province, where Qingzhou was located, was rich in graphite deposits. If he could pinpoint a graphite mine, he could start large-scale steel production. By now, it was the late 17th century. Dayu resembled the Ming-Qing transition era, completely oblivious to changes in the outside world. Zhao Ming didn't know how much progress Europe had made. But if Mongolia had never conquered Europe, then the West might have developed freely, potentially advancing beyond historical timelines. Either way, he had to prepare. Yao and Shun are legendary rulers in Chinese mythology and a key part of classical Chinese culture. They are considered to be 2 of the 5 emperors who ruled China from 2355 to 2185 BC. Your Highness, all the coal briquettes and iron ore on the market in Qingzhou City have been purchased by me. The Wang family said the next batch will take some time. The last cart of coal briquettes arrived at the armory, and Chen Wenlong reported the situation to Zhao Ming. How much silver was spent in total? Zhao Ming asked. 200 taels. Zhao Ming winced in pain, as if a piece of his flesh had been cut off. Back in his dormitory days, his nickname had been Zhao the Miser. Why are coal briquettes and ore so expensive? Chen Wenlong forced a bitter smile, not daring to respond. In his opinion, this was entirely Zhao Ming's fault. When Zhao Ming first arrived in his fiefdom, the esteemed Prince of Qi quickly mingled with the local aristocratic youths. He spent his days carousing with these privileged young men, indulging in debauchery and bullying the common folk. These aristocratic youths, knowing that Xiao Ming was not favored by the emperor and was short on funds, generously showered him with money, earning his favor. However, their intentions were far from pure. Soon, the mining rights of Qingzhu's mountains were sold to these aristocratic families at dirt-cheap prices by Xiao Ming. Among them, the Wang family of Qingzhou secured the most mining rights, and the coal briquettes and iron ore on the market all came from their mines. Your Highness, you're mistaken to blame our Wang family. Mines in Qingzhou are 50 miles away, and with no water transport available, we have to rely on horses and porters, which doubles the cost. If we don't make a small profit, our Wang family won't survive. At that moment, a frivolous voice sounded from outside the door, and in walked a handsome man dressed in a blue silk robe and cloud-patterned boots. However, the man's face was pale, and he appeared somewhat frail. Isn't this Brother Shiji? In Xiao Ming's memory, this Wang Shiji was the eldest son of the influential Wang family in Qingzhou, and the first among his circle of dissolute friends in Qingzhou, one of the so-called four scourges of Qingzhou in the eyes of the common people. Greetings, Your Highness. Wang Shiji gave a slight bow to Xiao Ming, holding a paper fan and cupping his hands from a distance. At ease. Xiao Ming raised his hand. He was no longer the original Xiao Ming, but the memories of the previous Xiao Ming's fondness for Wang Shiji still influenced him. This was similar to how his memories of Pang Yukun also affected him, but these were all preconceived notions. Now that he was no longer the old Xiao Ming, he could have chosen to ignore Wang Shiji. However, he understood that taking a populist approach at this time was inappropriate, because now he needed to unite all forces that could be united to deal with the real enemies. The local aristocratic families were merely internal conflicts within the fiefdom. Moreover, they held significant value for him. Your Highness, I merely went to Yizhu to check some accounts. Little did I expect that upon my return, I would hear of Your Highness personally capturing 30 barbarian cavalry. Truly admirable, truly admirable. Wang Shiji sighed, his face filled with reverence. You flatter me, Brother Shiji. It was just a stroke of luck. Those barbarians stumbled in by accident. Xiao Ming had an attendant bring a chair for Wang Shiji and invited him to sit. Brother Shiji, have you just returned to Qingzhou? Indeed. My father mentioned that Your Highness has been purchasing large quantities of coal briquettes and iron ore these past few days. He sent me to inquire how much more you might need. Xiao Ming chuckled inwardly. Wang Shiji's words were merely an excuse. His real purpose was likely to find out what these coal briquettes and iron ore were being used for. For now, this should suffice. I just needed some materials for the armory to create a few small gadgets. If I need more, I'll certainly reach out to Brother Wang. This time, Xiao Ming had purchased a full 10 tons of iron ore and a considerable amount of coal briquettes. These materials were simply for the craftsmen to practice with. Of course, of course. Wang Shiji smiled. Based on his understanding of Xiao Ming, he knew Xiao Ming wouldn't lie to him. After a pause, he suddenly leaned closer and whispered, Your Highness, to express our gratitude for your protection of Qingzhou, my father is hosting a banquet at our home tonight. Little Hong has been missing you dearly these past few days. The sugar-coated bullet had arrived. Xiao Ming's expression turned peculiar. In the Great Yu Empire, banquets hosted by aristocratic families were notoriously chaotic, often no different from brothels. Apart from dining, the families would typically bring out their more attractive maids to entertain the guests and hosts. Wang Shiji was particularly fond of such affairs. In the past, when Xiao Ming spent time with him, such activities were unavoidable. The little Hong he mentioned was one of Xiao Ming's former lovers. Well, as a man, it was natural to feel tempted. But right now, Xiao Ming truly had no desire to attend. As the saying goes, he who eats from another's hand is bound by their will. Every time the Wang family hosted a banquet, they would inevitably make demands at the last moment. Xiao Ming was no fool. If this continued, the fiefdom might as well be renamed the Wang family's domain. Seeing Xiao Ming's hesitation, Wang Shiji gave him a knowing look. I heard that Her Majesty the Consort has gifted Your Highness 2 beauties. Has Your Highness become so enamored that you've forgotten our little Hong? Ah, Brother Wang, you know how it is. Xiao Ming played along. Wang Shiji's face showed envy as he sighed. What a pity. Searching all of Qingzhou, I doubt we could find beauties to rival Luluo and Ziyuan. Your Highness is truly fortunate. When might I have the chance to? Xiao Ming's expression instantly darkened. This Wang Shiji was a notorious lecher in Qingzhou, and now he had the audacity to set his sights on Xiao Ming's own maids. He was truly bold, even coveting Luluo and Ziyuan. Brother Shiji, Luluo and Ziyuan are Her Majesty's personal maids. Xiao Ming said sternly. Wang Shiji, whose mind had been filled with images of Luluo and Ziyuan's graceful figures, suddenly snapped back to reality. Seeing the dangerous glint in Xiao Ming's eyes, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His earlier words could be considered treasonous. "Your Highness, please forgive me. I was being foolish," Wang Shiji said cautiously, forcing a smile. Xiao Ming snorted coldly. The influence of the aristocratic families in Qingzhou was significant. While he could certainly discipline them, doing so would inevitably weaken his fiefdom. Therefore, his current strategy was to use them as much as they used him. For example, he still relied on them for coal and iron. As for Wang Shiji, if this had been the old Xiao Ming, he might have indulged him. But now, under the new Xiao Ming, Wang Shiji had hit a wall. He was merely speaking in the same manner as he had with the old Xiao Ming. "No matter. Please inform your father that I won't be attending the banquet tonight," Xiao Ming said, effectively dismissing him. Wang Shiji, being a shrewd man, realized that Xiao Ming was no longer following the old script. "In that case, I shall take my leave." After seeing Wang Shiji out of the armory, Xiao Ming continued teaching the craftsmen how to build and use lathes. Chen Wenlong listened intently. Although what Xiao Ming was explaining was entirely new to him, he found that he could understand it perfectly. Moreover, images of these lathes began to form in his mind. Gradually, the manufacturing process of the lathes became clear to him, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. By evening, the necessary knowledge had been imparted. The detailed manufacturing process from the technology crystal had been fully transmitted. All that remained was for the craftsman to put it into practice. As the saying goes, talking without practicing is just empty talk. Turning technological knowledge into tangible products would still take time. Emerging from the armory, it was already evening. A streak of red clouds enveloped a man and his horse, casting Xiao Ming's elongated shadow on the yellow dirt road of Qingzhou City. Teaching technology was exhausting. Now Xiao Ming's mouth was parched and his throat dry, but today marked a historic step for him. The pure steel lathe was already in practice. When he first arrived in this world, he had felt a bit lost. Now that confusion had been replaced by the fervor of climbing the tech tree. Xiao Ming never believed that an ordinary person could change an era. He was grateful to be a prince rather than an extra in the crowd. In the Dayu Empire, the deeply ingrained mindset of imperial rule and the age-old small-scale peasant economy meant that machinery lacked the driving force to be promoted. The abundance of population made labor cheap, further diminishing the value of machinery. In modern times, if it weren't for Western guns and cannons breaking open the doors of feudal imperial power, this self-sufficient agrarian economy of the Celestial Empire would have continued. Thus, in his view, industrial revolution required a driving force, and he hoped this force wouldn't come from external sources. This was also why he was glad to be a prince. As the supreme ruler of his fiefdom, he could fully act as this force to drive industrial change, and the existence of the tech library provided the necessary support. Lost in thought as he passed by a residential area, the sound of string and wind instruments suddenly reached his ears. Xiao Ming looked up. Across from him was the green bamboo lane, where the Wang family residence was located. Judging by the commotion, the Wang family's banquet must have already begun. As for the guests at this banquet, he didn't need to guess. It was surely the Qin, Wei, and Sun families. In Qingzhou, these four prominent families had been intermarried for a long time, maintaining close ties. Another burst of a woman's laughter reached him. Xiao Ming quickly urged his horse to return. Having declined Wang Shiji's invitation, he had truly played the role of a virtuous man. At the same time, he comforted himself with the thought that such a decadent banquet could lead to illness, and that wouldn't be good. Just as he was lost in these random thoughts, the sound of a bowstring vibrating echoed not far from him. Xiao Ming felt his hair stand on end. The Dayu Empire was founded on martial prowess, and royal children were trained in archery and horsemanship from a young age. They were especially familiar with bows and arrows, and the laws of the Dayu Empire strictly prohibited civilians from privately possessing weapons. Now the sound of a bowstring in a residential area not far from him could only mean one thing: an assassin. Instinctively, he rolled to the other side of his horse. At that moment, an arrow whizzed past and embedded itself straight into the earthen wall of the residential area. Assassin! The instinctive fight-or-flight response in Xiao Ming's memory saved his life. He immediately shouted for help. Just then, a patrol of cavalry in the city heard his cries and rushed over. Your Highness! The leader of the cavalry, Lu Fei, galloped over. Facing a life-and-death situation, Xiao Ming was still somewhat panicked. Seeing Lu Fei, he said, someone tried to assassinate me. Capture them immediately. Lu Fei saw the arrow on the wall and glanced in the direction from which it had been shot. He shouted, seal the city gates immediately. No one is allowed to leave the city without my orders. You too escort His Highness back. The rest follow me. 2 cavalrymen responded, flanking Xiao Ming to protect him. I want them alive. After the initial shock, Xiao Ming said coldly. Someone wanted him dead, this was no joke. Yes, Your Highness. Lu Fei led the others to surround the residential area, while 1 cavalryman went to relay the orders to all the city gates. Returning to the prince's residence, Qian Dafu saw Xiao Ming covered in dirt and in a sorry state. He was horrified. Your Highness, what happened? Someone tried to kill me. Xiao Ming frowned. This Xiao Ming had done so many bad things in the past that he couldn't even pinpoint the most likely suspect. Qian Dafu was terrified by Xiao Ming's words. He frantically checked Xiao Ming's body for any injuries. I'm fine. Commander Lu happened to pass by, and I wasn't hurt. Xiao Ming calmed down and said, That's good, that's good. You scared me to death, Your Highness. For the next few days, you should stay in the residence and not go out until the assassin is caught. Qian Dafu's concern was evident on his face. However, Xiao Ming underestimated Lu Fei's efficiency. Before he even entered the residence, the sound of thundering hooves approached. Lu Fei arrived with a squad of cavalry. Now Lu Fei and his men's horses were all replaced with sturdy barbarian steeds, tall and strong, their armor gleaming. Lu Fei threw a person down from his horse. Your Highness, we've caught the assassin. Dead. The body on the ground was that of a lean man, but his neck now had a large gash, blood flowing freely. When we found him, he slit his throat rather than be captured. Your Highness, this is no ordinary assassin. He must have been trained, otherwise he wouldn't have been so decisive in taking his own life. Lu Fei frowned. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ming said, So who would want to kill me? Generally, the motive for murder could be deduced by figuring out who stood to gain the most. Local gentry wouldn't want him dead for now, as the previous Xiao Ming had been sufficiently incompetent and still had some use. If Emperor Xiao Wengxuan wanted him dead, it would be simple, no need for such elaborate measures. Such assassinations usually stemmed from power struggles within the royal family. Your Highness, I've seen this type of arrow in Shu. It's the piercing cloud arrow produced there. Lu Fei handed Xiao Ming an arrow engraved with clouds. Shu, the Prince of Shu. Xiao Ming's expression darkened. Among the princes, the Prince of Shu had the worst relationship with him. Being of similar age, the two had engaged in numerous conflicts during their time in Chang'an, even coming to blows once. But Shu was thousands of miles away. Would the Prince of Shu really send an assassin all this way to kill him? The Prince of Shu. Qian Dafu's eyes flickered. Not necessarily. Lu Fei's thoughts aligned with Xiao Ming's. Although the piercing cloud arrow is a specialty of Shu, it's not exclusive to that region. If I died, who would stand to gain the most? Xiao Ming said gravely. At this, Qian Dafu's body trembled slightly, and a look of concern flashed in his eyes. Noticing Qian Dafu's strange expression, Lu Fei asked, Steward Qian, do you know something? After hesitating for a moment, Qian Dafu sighed. This old servant is merely speculating. Your Highness, do you remember the third prince, who has always been close to the fifth prince? Of course. The crown prince is incompetent, and now the third and fourth princes are the most favored by His Majesty. There are rumors that the emperor intends to depose the crown prince. The fourth and third princes are currently locked in a fierce struggle. But what does this have to do with me? Xiao Ming said. Your Highness, have you forgotten who spoke on your behalf before the emperor 3 years ago, allowing you to be spared? Qian Dafu asked. The fourth prince. Xiao Ming suddenly felt like vomiting blood. Back then, when the fourth prince had saved him, he had essentially pledged his allegiance. This was tantamount to telling the other princes that he was siding with the fourth prince. Exactly. Once the crown prince is deposed, the princes will vie for the throne, and the Dayu kingdom will likely be plunged into another bloody storm. Behind each prince, you can see the shadows of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. Kayan Dafu said, recently there have been reports that the 5th prince was also targeted by an assassination attempt in his fiefdom. Some suspected it was the 4th prince's doing to weaken the 3rd prince's faction. Zhao Ming slowly said, are you suggesting that this is the 3rd prince's retaliation against the 4th prince, aiming to weaken his faction me? This is merely an old servant's speculation. Kayan Dafu's expression was hesitant, though he was far more informed about the news from Chang'an than Zhao Ming. Lu Fei's expression was stern. Your Highness, while the 3rd prince may be targeting you, this incident might also be a case of internal and external collusion. What do you mean? Zhao Ming was puzzled. Your Highness, I have always been strict in managing the military. It is impossible for ordinary citizens to carry bows, arrows, or swords into the city unless they are hidden in goods. Zhao Ming frowned deeply, glancing in the direction of the Wang family estate. The prominent families of Qingzhou were all there, drinking and making merry. Large shipments of goods came from them, so who among them was colluding with the 3rd prince? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Ming said, the assassin is dead, and with him the evidence. These are all just our speculations, but the fact remains that someone tried to kill me. Your Highness, such a heinous crime has never occurred in Qingzhou before. From now on, whenever you go out, you must bring guards for protection. Kayan Dafu was always most concerned about Zhao Ming's safety. Zhao Ming nodded. This incident had served as a wake-up call. The world was still a dangerous place. Unable to reach a conclusion for the time being, Zhao Ming instructed Lu Fei to secretly monitor the movements of the prominent families in the city, while also strengthening the security of the prince's residence. News of the assassination attempt on the Prince of Qi spread throughout Qingzhou that night. Zhao Ming had deliberately instructed Lu Fei to release the information, aiming to stir the pot and see if any unusual activity would surface in the city. Father, the Prince of Qi was assassinated. Who do you think did it? In the dim, flickering candlelight, Wang Shiji and his father sat facing each other in the garden pavilion of the Wang family estate. The banquet had ended, and the faint scent of alcohol still lingered in the courtyard. Wang Shiji was slightly tipsy. Wang Chengchu stroked his long beard, his eyes closed as if deep in thought. He said, from Commander Lu's actions, it seems he suspects that the prominent families in the city colluded with outsiders to harm the Prince of Qi. How can you tell? Wang Shiji asked, confused. Wang Chengchu snorted coldly. I've always told you to study more, but you never listen. Now you're ignorant and unskilled. The assassination attempt on the Prince of Qi is a covert matter, yet Lu Fei is making a big show of publicizing it. Isn't that a way to flush out the snake? Wang Shiji shrank back, frightened. No wonder. But who could it be? If the Prince of Qi were to die, it wouldn't be good for us. The Prince of Qi is foolish and doesn't know how to manage his fiefdom. That's good for us. I believe the other 3 families, like us, only want to use the Prince of Qi and wouldn't go so far as to harm him. Wang Chengchu pondered. The assassination attempt on the Prince of Qi also left him puzzled. As soon as the news arrived, he had immediately ended the banquet and sent people out to gather information. After a pause, Wang Chengchu said, tomorrow morning, take some gifts and go visit the Prince of Qi. Show that our Wang family is close to him. Wang Shiji nodded, then remembered something. By the way, father, you sent me to the engineering department, and I went. At the time, the Prince of Qi seemed to be teaching the craftsmen how to make something. The coal briquettes in iron were for that purpose. And we both know the Prince of Qi's limited capabilities. He can't stir up much trouble. I sent you there because I was worried the barbarians might invade, and the machinery department would be making weapons. Since that's not the case, don't bother keeping an eye on it anymore. Just focus on maintaining good relations with him. Wang Chengchu spoke with an air of confidence. Meanwhile, the Wei, Qin, and Sun families in Qingzhou were also discussing the matter. The next day, all 4 families sent their sons to visit the Prince of Qi's residence. Brother Wang, Brother Wei, Brother Sun, Brother Qin, there's no need for such courtesy. Early in the morning, Zhao Ming was awakened by Kayan Dafu. Upon waking, he realized that the local prominent families had come to visit him. Naturally, there was no shortage of gifts. So-called four scourges of Qingzhou, Wang Shiji, Wei Qing, Sun Dong, and Qin Mu were all present. The four were dressed as scholars, wearing long robes in blue, red, black, and green respectively. Wang Shiji was pale and sickly-looking, Wei Qing was robust and dark-skinned, Sun Dong was plump and round, and Qin Mu was tall and thin. Standing together, the four of them were a sight to behold, each unique in their own way. Your Highness. What they had in common was the cheeky smiles they wore upon seeing Xiao Ming. In the Dayu Empire, ordinary citizens couldn't afford education, but the sons of prominent families all held scholarly titles. The four had all studied and could be considered scholars. Since there weren't many scholars in Qingzhou, the four called themselves the four great talents of Qingzhou, though in the eyes of the common people, they were nothing but pests. Kaiyan Dafu prepares seats. Kaiyan Dafu, who had been happily busy collecting gifts, finally remembered that the four young masters were still standing. He immediately had chairs brought over. Your Highness, I heard about the assassination attempt on you yesterday and was so worried that I couldn't sleep all night. I came first thing this morning to see you. Wang Shiji wore an expression of concern, as if his own father were gravely ill. Brother Wang, that's too fake. I'm the one who's most worried. Not only did I not sleep all night, but I also had my servants prepare a wooden stake and hacked at it 1,000 times, imagining it was the assassin to vent my anger. Wei Qing, who always claimed to be both scholarly and martial, had developed a muscular physique. Brother Wei, that's too superficial. Your Highness, my father specifically sent me with a century-old ginseng to help you recover. Sun Dong's chubby face quivered with sincerity. At this, Qin Mu showed a hint of disdain. He gently waved his paper fan and said, Your Highness, they're all too vulgar. Last night I thought long and hard and came up with an excellent place to take your mind off your troubles. You mean a trip to the Mi River, the other three said in unison, their tone dripping with sarcasm. It had to be said that the previous Xiao Ming had been on good terms with these four scoundrels, which was why they felt comfortable joking and bantering in front of him without restraint. Although Xiao Ming now prioritized eradicating the harm caused by the prominent families, he had to pretend to be the same as before. Whether in modern times or ancient times, dealings between interests were simple, brothers at the dinner table, knives drawn beneath it. On the surface, everyone still had to maintain a harmonious facade. However, Qin Mu's mention of the Mi River stirred something in Xiao Ming. Qingzhou he was in now was located in what would later become Qingzhou City, and the geographical position was roughly the same. Qingzhou was a place of half-mountain, half-plain terrain, situated at the northern foot of the Yiming and Yi Mountains. Its mineral resources were primarily limestone and iron ore. To the south of Qingzhou City, a river encircled the city, the Mi River that Qin Mu had mentioned. Before the advent of steam engines, water power was the most important natural force for the common people. In addition to the Mi River, Qingzhou also had the Yang River and the Xiaoqing River to the north. All three rivers eventually flowed into the Bohai Bay. Now Xiao Ming had taught the craftsmen how to make lathes, but that didn't mean steam engines could be produced immediately. These lathes were only meant to facilitate the production of various components. The craftsmen still needed time to hone their skills before they could manufacture steam engines. After all, the development of steam engines was also built on the foundation of skilled craftsmen. However, before that, he could give these craftsmen some practical experience by having them create traditional tools. At the technological level of this late Tang and early Song period, these tools would be comparable to the practical devices of the Ming Dynasty. Many of these devices were related to water. Xiao Ming had always wanted to visit these three rivers. Now he said Brother Qin's suggestion is a good one. Let's go to the Mi River. Tian changed the translation. Armory to Engineering Department. The Yu Empire to Great Yu Empire. Your Highness, this might not be appropriate. Kaiyan Dafu knew that once these four arrived, Xiao Ming would not be able to sit still. After all, Xiao Ming had always been fond of play and could rarely resist their coaxing. Steward Kaiyan, there's no need to worry. This time we've brought many servants and attendants. Given our respect for His Highness, how could we possibly harm him? Qin Mu tried to reassure Kaiyan Dafu. At this moment, Xiao Ming stood up and walked outside. Let's go. I'll have Commander Lu accompany us. Here he had no real friends, only these fair-weather companions with whom he could chat and share some amusing stories. Otherwise, life would be unbearably dull. With Commander Lu accompanying us, there's no problem then. Qian Dafu felt reassured. Surrounded by Wang Shiji and the others, Xiao Ming boarded Wang Shiji's carriage and headed south out of the city, straight for the Mi River dock. At the dock, a painted boat was moored. The emerald green waters of the Mi River flowed from west to east, giving off a majestic vibe reminiscent of a great river. Xiao Ming was slightly surprised. He understood that in ancient times, natural environments were largely untouched, so rivers had much larger water flows. However, the Mi River was comparable to the modern-day Grand Canal. Your Highness, Qin Mu gestured for him to board. Among the four prominent families of Qingzhou, the Wang family primarily dealt in coal and iron, the Wei family in cloth and silk, the Sun family in ceramics and smelting, and the Qin family controlled water transport. The painted boat before them was not particularly luxurious. In Xiao Ming's eyes, compared to modern standards, he had yet to see anything truly splendid. Simplicity and antiquity were everywhere. Inside the boat, a small table was set with several dishes and a jar of wine. Under the table, a charcoal brazier was burning. As winter approached, there was a slight chill in the air. Although the boat was warm, there was a faint smell of coal. Your Highness, to help you relax, I've specially prepared some green ant wine, along with lamb, fermented beans, crown daisies, and sweet and sour crucian carp. Qin Mu listed the dishes with pride. Xiao Ming glanced at what could be considered a luxurious feast and sighed inwardly. As a prince, he was truly failing at life. Even Qin Mu lived more comfortably than he did. But there was no helping it. The Qin family's water transport business spanned the entire Great Yu Empire, allowing them to bring back various goods not available in Qingzhou for their enjoyment. Wang Shiji clapped his hands and laughed. With brother Qin around, there's never a shortage of good food and wine. Unlike us who can only eat plain fare. Brother Wang's, you flatter me. The sugar for the sweet and sour crucian carp was specially bought by my father's boatman in Chang'an. The cooking oil was also purchased at great expense. Without these, we wouldn't have this dish today. Sun Dong, who had always been a glutton, said, Brother Qin, next time could you bring some back for me too? Eating nothing but steamed buns, radishes, and leeks every day is so monotonous. It's driving me crazy. Xiao Ming couldn't help but salivate. Compared to the variety of modern food, the options here were pitiful. From his memories, he knew that potatoes, corn, tomatoes, and peanuts had not yet been introduced to the Great Yu Kingdom. The variety of vegetables was also limited, mostly consisting of celery, radishes, leeks, spinach, lettuce, and eggplants. And even these were rarely grown, as the common people could barely afford to eat, let alone cultivate vegetables. These items were mostly consumed by wealthy merchants and nobles. The five of them sat around the small table as the boatman rowed, slowly moving the boat into the river. It had to be said that the scenery here was beautiful. Both banks of the Mi River were covered in lush farmland, stretching as far as the eye could see, like a painted landscape. The riverbanks were dense with water plants and reeds, with wild ducks and egrets. In the river, the water rippled, and occasionally a fish or two would leap out. As they enjoyed the scenery, Qin Mu poured Xiao Ming a cup of green ant wine. Immediately, a sour smell of rice wine hit his nose. To Xiao Ming, the green ant wine was of poor quality. This wine was newly brewed, with the dregs still unfiltered. The green dregs gave the wine its name. While the previous Xiao Ming could have drunk this, the current Xiao Ming found it hard to swallow. Still, something was better than nothing. He took a few sips and tried his first stir-fried dish here, the sweet and sour crucian carp. As the boat drifted downstream along the Mi River, Xiao Ming admired the scenery while also observing the conditions along the riverbanks. In the Great Yu Empire, fertile farmland was mostly found along riverbanks, as it was easier to irrigate. He noticed that there were few water wheels or other irrigation tools along the Mi River. Even if there were, they belonged to wealthy families. Ordinary peasants could not afford to build them. Seeing Xiao Ming occasionally lost in thought as he gazed at the riverbanks, Wang Shiji asked, Your Highness seems preoccupied during this outing. Would you care to share your thoughts with us? Xiao Ming was thinking about how to improve the irrigation facilities in his fiefdom, something he naturally didn't want to discuss with Wang Shiji. At that moment, he noticed the charcoal brazier under the table and remembered something. I'm not preoccupied, but the craftsmen at the engineering department are making something interesting, 100 times better than this charcoal brazier. I wonder if you'd be interested. Oh, Wang Shiji looked surprised. Was Your Highness busy at the engineering department the other day for this very thing? Qin Mu and the others also showed interest. Qin Mu said, in that case, since we've already enjoyed the Mi River, why not go take a look at this thing your highness mentioned? Wei Qing and Sun Dong agreed enthusiastically. The day before, while teaching the craftsmen about lathes, Xiao Ming had also instructed them to make a very practical tool. This was the modern coal stove. After living in the prince's residence for a few days and seeing the servants burning firewood for every task, he felt increasingly uncomfortable. So before anything else, he had tasked them with making the coal briquette stove. Seeing how these scions of prominent families lived more lavishly than he, a prince, Xiao Ming felt displeased. It was clear that the economy of Qingzhou was firmly in their hands. In contrast, the tax revenue of Qingzhou was declining year by year. The reason, of course, was their tax evasion. Qin Mu casually mentioned spending dozens of taels of silver, something even the prince's residents couldn't afford to do so lightly. Now that he had access to the tech library, if he didn't use some modern tech to squeeze money out of them, how could he fund the establishment of his own state-run economy? After this trip along the Mi River, Xiao Ming had a basic understanding of the irrigation situation along its banks. He said, in that case, let's go to the engineering department and take a look. Qin Mu immediately had the boat turn around, and the five of them returned to the dock. Once ashore, Xiao Ming tightened his clothes. Winter was approaching, and the weather was getting colder. The coal briquette stove would come in handy now, and he was sure they would buy it. Especially the Wang family, who sold him coal and iron ore at such high prices. How could he let them off the hook? At the engineering department, a coal briquette stove wrapped in iron sheets had already been produced. It was a simple coal briquette stove, with an earthen inner ring baked inside the iron sheets and a mesh iron sheet at the base. While it didn't look as refined as modern versions, its functionality was essentially complete. The craftsmanship of the coal briquette stove was simple, making it the first practice project Xiao Ming had assigned to the craftsmen. When the five of them arrived at the engineering department, this was what they saw. Your Highness, what is this? Wang Shiji asked, puzzled. Xiao Ming smiled slightly and asked Chen Wenlong, have the coal briquette been made? Your Highness, they've been made and are currently drying outside, Chen Wenlong replied. Your Highness, what is this coal briquette? Wang Shiji asked, puzzled. Xiao Ming gave a mysterious smile and signaled Chen Wenlong with a glance. Understanding the gesture, Chen Wenlong instructed the craftsmen to bring in the coal briquettes they had made. This coal briquette, also known as honeycomb briquette, was a cylindrical shape about 10 centimeters in diameter, with holes running through it. In Xiao Ming's previous world, this type of coal stove was very popular before the 1970s and 1980s, found in almost every household. It could be used for boiling water, cooking, and heating, versatile and practical. Moreover, it was quite simple to manufacture. Faced with this never-before-seen object, Wang Shiji and the other three were equally confused, waiting for Xiao Ming's explanation. Take a closer look, everyone. This coal stove is essentially a cylinder, divided into two parts by an iron rod. The upper part is the furnace, and the lower part is the air intake. There's a vent on the outside. When it's opened wider, more air enters and the fire burns stronger. When it's narrowed, less air enters and the fire weakens. The coal ball is made by grinding and recasting coal briquettes. When combined with the stove, it produces a miraculous effect. After explaining, Xiao Ming personally took charge. He used charcoal and wheat straw to start the fire, then placed a honeycomb briquette at the bottom. He also used a clay tube as a chimney, placing it on top. Wang Shiji and the other three stood together, whispering among themselves and watching Xiao Ming's every move intently. Soon the fire grew strong, and the honeycomb briquette ignited. Xiao Ming then inserted a second coal into the stove and removed the small chimney. At this point, blue flames were burning vigorously inside the stove. Your Highness, this doesn't seem much different from a charcoal brazier, Sun Dong, who is always straightforward, said bluntly. Qin Mu's eyes shifted, and he tapped his fan against his palm, displeased with Sun Dong's comment. Brother Sun, you're mistaken. If His Highness is so invested in this, it must be something extraordinary. Brother Qin, your flattery skills are truly improving by the day, leaving us in awe. However, I think Brother Sun has a point, Wei Qing said seriously. If Sun Dong was straightforward, Wei Qing was a bit stubborn. From what Xiao Ming knew, Wei Qing had only passed the provincial examination because his father had spent a considerable amount of silver to buy his way through. As for Wei Qing himself, he preferred martial arts over scholarly pursuits. Wang Shiji pondered for a moment, then gave the other three a look of disdain. When it comes to His Highness's coal stove, none of you can match my understanding. After His Highness's explanation, this coal stove does seem very practical, much more convenient than a charcoal brazier. Brother Wang is indeed insightful, as expected of someone in the coal and iron business, Xiao Ming praised. Wang Shiji, who was always quick to seize an opportunity, puffed up with pride like a victorious rooster. Your Highness, this thing is truly impressive. Where did you learn about it? Xiao Ming replied casually, that's a long story. A few days ago, the steward of the prince's residence bought a book from a foreign merchant. I found many items in it and decided to study them closely. Here, the advantage of Xiao Ming's status as a prince became apparent. He could easily make up an excuse to explain the origin of the devices he planned to develop in the future. If he were an ordinary person, these wealthy families would likely resort to murder to uncover the truth. Wang Shiji was half convinced, but since Xiao Ming had spoken, he didn't dare to press further. After all, while they got along well with Xiao Ming, the hierarchy between them was a different matter. Your Highness, it seems fortune favors the noble. This coal stove is indeed impressive. Could Your Highness have the engineering department make one for us to try? Wang Shiji exchanged glances with Qin Mu and the others. The coal stove was novel, and they were eager to buy one to test it out. Xiao Ming had been waiting for the fish to bite. It was impossible to sell the coal stove to ordinary households at this stage, as most commoners couldn't afford coal and relied on firewood. However, wealthy households were different. The psychology of any wealthy family was the same. They loved novel things. That's not impossible, but this coal stove consumes both iron and coal. The Prince of Qi's residence has always been poor. Wang Shiji, being a shrewd man, immediately understood. Your Highness, no problem. Just tell us how much silver one coal stove costs, and we'll pay. Qin Mu and the others nodded in agreement. They wouldn't dare take advantage of Xiao Ming, as he was still a prince. How about 50 taels of silver per coal stove? Xiao Ming made an outrageous demand. Wang Shiji was shocked. The Prince of Qi was truly bold. In his opinion, while the coal stove was much more convenient than a charcoal brazier, it wasn't irreplaceable. At most, it offered some added convenience and wasn't worth that much money, 3 taels of silver at most. He said, Your Highness, 50 taels is too much. Think about it, wealthy families all have servants. Boiling water, cooking, and warming wine may be a bit troublesome, but they don't have to do it themselves. Spending 50 taels on this is no better than buying a maid. Please don't make it difficult for Mei. Qin Mu and the others nodded in agreement. Sun Dong added, but Brother Wang's comment reminded me, this coal stove could be a business opportunity. We could sell it to wealthy households that have some money but can't afford maids. Xiao Ming glanced at the 4 of them, realizing that the ancients weren't stupid. They were shrewd and calculated, and one couldn't just create something and expect to make a fortune easily. The first round of deception had failed. Xiao Ming called Chen Wenlong over to ask about the cost of the coal stove. Wang Shiji's estimate was quite accurate. The cost was around 2 taels of silver, as both coal and iron were expensive. There would be no easy money from gullible buyers, but Sun Dong's suggestion was feasible. The coal stove was made to earn silver, after all. Otherwise, how would he get the funds to build up the industrial base? He couldn't just confiscate the wealth of all the rich families in Qingzhou, could he? Brother Sun is truly wise, Xiao Ming praised. At this moment, Qin Mu had a sudden idea. Your Highness, my family is in the water transport business, and we travel all over the Great Yu Kingdom. Why not let my family handle the sales of this coal stove? Brother Qin is indeed the most suitable for this, Wei Qing said. Brother Qin's suggestion aligns perfectly with my thoughts. As you all know, the tax revenue of Qingzhou has been declining year after year. If this continues, the Prince of Qi's residence will soon be reduced to living on air. Although you all often help the residents, it's not a long-term solution, Xiao Ming sighed deeply. At this point, all 4 of them looked somewhat awkward. They were well aware of the root cause of the tax revenue problem. However, which wealthy family in the Great Yu Empire wasn't holding on to their silver tightly? Now that the Prince of Qi wanted to start his own business to supplement the residence's income, it was only natural. After all, which prince didn't have a group of merchants under him? These merchants paid silver annually in exchange for business conveniences, and some highly profitable businesses were even directly managed by the prince's trusted aides. Similarly, they also paid the Prince of Qi some silver every year, but the prince was so incompetent that he only used the money for his own pleasure. He didn't even bother with the mines and water transport businesses that other princes tightly controlled. In that case, Qin Mu is even more duty-bound. Your Highness, as long as our Qin family doesn't suffer losses, we will do our best. Qin Mu put on a righteous and solemn expression. However, in his heart, he knew that if this coal stove could be successfully sold, it might bring substantial profits to the Qin family. Seeing Qin Mu trying to monopolize the opportunity, Wang Shiji was not pleased. He said, "Brother Qin, isn't this a bit too greedy? How can your Qin family take all the opportunities for yourselves?" Then Wang Shiji turned to Xiao Ming and said, "Your Highness, my humble family also has a horse team. While Qin Mu handles the waterways, there are still some places his roots can't reach. Our Wang family can help your Highness cover those areas." "That's right, our Sun family also has a horse team," Sun Dong chimed in. Wei Qing and Qin Mu exchanged glances, their expressions slightly displeased. As the four of them argued, Xiao Ming observed them carefully, feeling secretly delighted. It was clear that Wang Shiji and Sun Dong were supporting each other, while Qin Mu and Wei Qing stood together. This showed that the four prominent families of Qingzhou were not a united front. On the surface, they appeared harmonious, but beneath the surface, they were scheming against each other. Xiao Ming wasn't afraid of them fighting, he was afraid they wouldn't fight. This way, he could profit from their conflicts. Gentlemen, stop arguing. You are all my most trusted people, and I don't want to favor anyone. Here's my idea, since all four of your families want to take on the coal stove business, why not compete fairly? I don't care how much you sell it to others for, but whoever offers the highest price to buy the coal stoves from me will get the deal." Xiao Ming's eyes gleamed as he continued, "To ensure fairness, tomorrow each of you will prepare a sealed letter with the price you're willing to pay to buy the coal stoves from me. We'll open them publicly, and the highest bidder wins." "How does that sound?" "That's a fair method." "Your Highness is wise," Wang Shiji said, bowing to Xiao Ming but shooting a challenging glance at Qin Mu. It was a clear message, who's afraid of whom. "Then let's do as your Highness suggests." Qin Mu refused to back down. Xiao Ming was inwardly delighted. Initially, he hadn't held much hope for the coal stove, but now that the four families were fighting among themselves, he could gain a bit more advantage. "Help your four families understand the convenience of the coal stove. Take this sample back and demonstrate it to your households," Xiao Ming said, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor to avoid revealing his thoughts. Wang Shiji bowed to Xiao Ming and instructed his servants to carry the stove away. The other three also bowed and left. "Your Highness, should we have the craftsmen start making the coal stoves now?" Chen Wenlong asked with a smile. He had watched the entire process. Initially, Wang Shiji and Sun Dong had dismissed the coal stove as worthless, but Qin Mu's greed had caused a rift among the four families, who usually acted in unison. Xiao Ming glanced sideways at Chen Wenlong. "What do you think? You won't have much free time from now on." "Your Highness, I'm not afraid of being busy. I'm afraid of being idle," Chen Wenlong said, seizing the opportunity to show his dedication. Xiao Ming nodded. "Once the silver comes in, we'll start working on the hydraulic lathe workshop." After dealing with the coal stove matter, Xiao Ming returned to the prince's residence under Lu Fei's protection. Meanwhile, Wang Shiji, carrying the coal stove, also returned to the Wang family. Because of this, the four families gathered again at the Wang residence. "Shiji, are you saying this thing was made by the machinery department under His Highness's orders?" Wang Chengchu asked, looking at the burning coal stove. "No doubt about it. Moreover, such a thing hasn't been seen anywhere else in the Great Yu Empire," Wang Shiji replied. "Master Wang, this coal stove burns coal. What do you think?" Qin Chuanian asked. He was Qin Mu's father. Wang Chengchu gently stroked his beard. Qin Chuanian's use of the title Master Wang pleased him. Although the title was merely an honorary one bought by wealthy merchants, it still provided some comfort in a society where merchants were looked down upon. "This coal stove is indeed quite interesting. It's very convenient for boiling water, cooking, warming wine, and heating. Moreover, the flame can be easily controlled. Most importantly, it doesn't easily go out. When the coal briquette at the bottom burns out, you just replace it with a new one. If you want, the stove can keep burning indefinitely. Master Wang makes a good point. Having something like this in the house during winter would be quite nice, said a thin, elderly man sitting beside Qin Chunyan. He was Sun Dong's father, Sun Yuanji. Since everyone agrees that the coal stove is good, let's follow His Highness's suggestion. Each of our 4 families will write a sealed letter. This way we won't have to argue over who gets to manage the coal stove business, Wei Qing's father, Wei Hong, said loudly. He and Wei Qing were quite alike, both were red-faced men. At Wei Hong's words, the courtyard fell silent. The 4 families eyed each other, each with their own thoughts. The coal stove had been burning in the Wang residence since it was brought in. Wang Chengchu had already made up his mind. In that case, I won't keep you all any longer. Tomorrow, no matter who wins the right to manage the coal stove business, I hope we can all remain on good terms. In that case, we'll take our leave. Wei Hong was the first to stand and bid farewell. Sun Yuanji and Qin Chuanian followed suit. Once everyone had left, Wang Shiji said, Father, this coal stove is indeed great, but I don't think its price will exceed 3 taels of silver. Wang Chengchu chuckled. You say 3 taels, but this time, even if it costs 5 or 10 taels, we must secure the management rights for the coal stove. Why? Wang Shiji asked, puzzled. Let me ask you, what does our Wang family sell? Wang Chengchu asked, looking at his son with a mix of exasperation and expectation. Coal, Wang Shiji suddenly realized. Father, are you saying that if the coal stove becomes widely popular, our coal business? Wang Chengchu laughed heartily. Exactly. I just counted if the coal stove burns for a day, it requires at least 6 coal briquettes. If every household in the Great Yu Empire starts using coal stoves, our Wang family could become as rich as a nation. Wang Shiji was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Father, the Prince of Qi is truly our lucky star. Wang Chengchu smiled, stroking his beard, but then his expression turned serious. Shiji, there's something you need to discuss with His Highness alone. Father, please instruct me, Wang Shiji said respectfully. He had always been somewhat afraid of his father. Whether our Wang family or another family manages the coal stove business, it doesn't affect us much. What matters most is the business. Look, the honeycomb briquettes sent by the Prince of Qi are very uniform. The size, shape, and position of the holes are all consistent, perfectly fitting the coal stove. If they're even slightly off, they won't fit. Moreover, these coal briquettes are made by crushing coal and then binding it together, making them very hard to produce. Are you saying I should try to find out from His Highness how these coal briquettes are made? No, the Prince of Qi is doing this for profit. I want you to buy the method for producing these coal briquettes. Wang Chengchu's eyes burned with ambition. Your Highness, do you think the Wang, Wei, Sun, and Qin families will buy our coal briquette stoves? In the Qi Prince's residence, in front of Xiao Ming's sleeping quarters, lay a traditional garden. Clear water, stone bridges, flower beds, and a vermilion-colored pavilion with carved railings standing by the water. At this moment, dusk was approaching, and a faint twilight enveloped the residence. In the pavilion, Xiao Ming was having his meal. Before him was a newly made gas stove. The engineering division had produced 2 units today. One had been taken by Wang Shiji, and the other had only just been completed in the evening. Chen Wenlong, not daring to delay, had brought it over immediately. Heh, Your Highness is brilliant. If they don't buy such a marvelous invention, then it only proves they lack vision, Qian Dafu chuckled cheerfully. For the past 5 years, Xiao Ming had spent most of his time eating, sleeping, and playing. This time he had finally invented something useful, which could generate some income for the residents. In Qian Dafu's view, it would be even better if the Qi Prince resumed his studies. Ziyuan, while massaging Xiao Ming's legs, stole glances at him. Before coming to Qingzhou, the Qi Prince's notorious reputation preceded him. The entire journey here, they had wept in sorrow, expecting a miserable fate. Yet, after serving him for some time in the residence, they realized that he was not as terrible as the rumors had suggested. Their initial worries gradually faded. Moreover, Qi Prince was the son of Consort Zhen, who had always been kind to them. In the past few days, Xiao Ming himself had treated them with a surprising level of friendliness, making them feel a bit closer to him. This servant thinks it would be wise for Your Highness to have them each submit their bid in sealed envelopes, Ziyuan said, with a gentle smile, dimples appearing on her cheeks. Seated on a stone stool, Xiao Ming had just finished explaining how to use the coal briquette stove. Since his daily needs were tended to by these 2 maids, they immediately understood how convenient this new stove was. "And why do you think so?" Zhao Ming asked. Ziyuan replied crisply, "If your highness asks them to state their prices openly, given their nature, they will surely conspire to lower the price together. But if they submit their bids separately, without knowing each other's offers, they will compete fiercely to secure the stove's distribution rights, allowing us to reap the benefits." "Not bad." "That is precisely my intention," Zhao Ming gave Ziyuan an approving glance. Her analysis was spot on. In essence, this method was a simplified form of modern bidding, where competitors had to offer their best prices to secure the deal. Luluo pouted enviously. "Ziyuanjai is so smart. Why didn't I think of that?" "Because you're slow," Zhao Ming teased, grabbing Luluo's small hand and rubbing it as he looked up at her mischievously. Luluo's face instantly flushed red, and she lowered her head, too embarrassed to speak. Seeing this, Ziyuan's eyes darted around playfully, and the hand she had been using to massage Zhao Ming's thigh suddenly exerted pressure. "Ouch!" Zhao Ming yelped, feeling as if a mosquito had bitten him. Ziyuan quickly stood up and said anxiously, "Forgive this servant, your highness. Did I press too hard?" The two little maids were delicate and charming. Any man would be tempted, let alone when they were under his care. Taking a small advantage here and there seemed natural. Realizing that they were in the presence of others, Zhao Ming reminded himself, this was ancient times, not the modern era where public displays of affection were acceptable. He cleared his throat. Ziyuan appeared obedient, but he could tell she had done it on purpose. The girl was clever, but he did not want her to make a habit of using her wit against him. With a wicked grin, he said, "It's quite simple to earn my forgiveness. Since the weather is getting colder, why don't you come and warm my bed tonight?" Ziyuan froze. She clearly hadn't expected Zhao Ming to make such a move. "Since you're silent, I'll take that as consent." "Ziyuan, you are the most thoughtful," Zhao Ming said, standing up with a smirk. "Dafu, I'll leave the coal briquette stove to you. With this, our limited staff will have a much easier time." "Yes, your highness," Kyan Dafu replied, though he cast a worried glance at Ziyuan. Lately, he had found it difficult to predict Zhao Ming's actions. Now this clever maid had tried to play tricks on the Chi Prince, only to end up in a predicament herself. Zhao Ming turned and walked back to his sleeping quarters. Luluo grabbed Ziyuan's hand and whispered, "Jie, what are we going to do?" "Are you really going to?" Ziyuan's face turned pale. Her usual cunning had failed her this time. Kyan Dafu sighed and then said, "Ziyuan, you are indeed clever, but sometimes cleverness backfires. Here, let me teach you a way out." Ziyuan and Luluo listened carefully. Ziyuan hesitated. "Will this really work? Do you have any other choice?" Kyan Dafu asked. Disobeying his highness would mean punishment under the household laws. Luluo squeezed Ziyuan's hand. "Jie, let's try it." Letting out a sigh, Ziyuan nodded. It seemed she had underestimated the Chi Prince. He was not someone to be easily manipulated. Back in his sleeping quarters, Zhao Ming did not go to bed immediately. By candlelight, he was sketching blueprints with a brush. Once he secured funds from the four families, his next plan was to establish a water-powered lathe workshop. This was why he had visited the Mi River, not only to observe the local conditions, but also to find a suitable location. The planned water-powered lathes could handle woodwork and basic iron fittings, but they weren't strong enough to process steel. The issue lay in the lathe tools themselves. They lacked the necessary hardness. Without high-strength alloy cutting tools, machining steel was virtually impossible. And to produce alloys, he needed trace elements such as nickel, tungsten, molybdenum, cobalt, aluminum, titanium, boron, and zirconium. These were not materials one could obtain easily. Although he had anticipated difficulties, the actual challenges still felt overwhelming. Starting from scratch was no easy feat. However, there was a way. His technological knowledge contained information on every type of mineral deposit, locations, associated minerals, color indicators, and mining techniques. He needed to find a trusted aide to train in prospecting, as these metals were critical, not only for alloy production, but also for his broader plans to establish his own mining operations. His fiefdom covered the modern Shandong region, an area rich in mineral resources, including a large gold deposit near Leizhou. If managed properly, it could provide him with significant financial support. Mining was a crucial step in his grand strategy. Everything needed to progress in tandem. As he was deep in thought, he suddenly sensed someone sneaking into his room. Turning around, he saw a dark figure slipping under his blanket. Ziyuan. Zio Ming called out. He had only been teasing her. He hadn't expected her to actually come and warm his bed. The dim candlelight flickered, illuminating a small space. Outside the sleeping quarters, the night was as dark as ink, exuding an indescribable eeriness. On such a night, it was easy to recall the frightening tales that grandmothers used to scare children. Zio Ming called out to Ziyuan twice more, but the person in the bed remained silent. This made his mind race with all sorts of thoughts. He had transmigrated into this world, where belief in ghosts and spirits was prevalent. In such an environment, reality sometimes felt more dramatic than television. Ziyuan, don't try to scare me, or else I won't be polite. Zio Ming's voice trembled slightly. He wasn't afraid of people, but tales of supernatural beings unsettled him. The suffocating silence in the room was his only response. Zio Ming started to panic. The figure under the blanket was clearly a person. If not a ghost, could it be an assassin? After all, it hadn't been long since the last assassination attempt. Even though he was born a prince in this world, deep down, he still felt lonely and afraid. Facing an unfamiliar world alone, such emotions were only natural. Dafu. In the end, he chose not to approach, prioritizing his own safety. Here. A voice responded promptly as Kayan Dafu rushed in. Your Highness, what happened? In Zio Ming's memory, the only person he truly trusted was Kayan Dafu. He pointed at his bed and ordered, Go, lift the blanket and see what's inside. Kayan Dafu looked at him strangely and said, Your Highness, of course, it's Ziyuan. Didn't you ask her to warm your bed? She knows she overstepped today and dares not disobey your command. Really? Then why won't she answer me? Zio Ming's anxiety eased slightly, but he was still annoyed at the fright he had just experienced. Kayan Dafu explained, Your Highness, Ziyuan and Luluo have always served by her ladyship's side. They've never encountered a situation like this before. It's only natural for her to be nervous on her first time. Zio Ming frowned. It seemed like no one around him could give him peace of mind. He sighed and said, Forget it. Have her leave. She's just giving me a headache. As soon as he spoke, muffled sobbing came from under the blanket. Then Ziyuan suddenly lifted the covers and crying pleaded, Your Highness, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to be clever and angered you today. But I only did it for your sake, to prevent the servants from gossiping. If Chief Attendant Pang hears of this and reports to Your Highness, then her ladyship's request for you to visit Chang'an next year might be delayed again. That's right, Your Highness, Kayan Dafu sighed. No one misses you more in Chang'an than her ladyship. Please consider her heartfelt wishes. Hearing Consort Zhen mentioned, Zio Ming suddenly felt a pang of bitterness. No matter how much of a troublemaker he had been, Consort Zhen had always doted on him. Every time he made a mistake, she would endure Prince Zio Wengshuan's scolding just to plead on his behalf. HMPH, fine. Leave me be, Zio Ming relented. I only meant to remind you, use your intelligence wisely, understand. Ziyuan bowed gracefully, tears still glistening in her eyes. Yes, Your Highness. I understand. I won't dare again. Kayan Dafu glared at her. Hurry up and leave. You've already upset His Highness enough. Ziyuan wiped her tears, bowed again, and disappeared into the night. As she left, Zio Ming turned to Kayan Dafu and said, You all conspired against me, thinking I wouldn't notice. Heh, Your Highness is indeed wise. I knew we couldn't hide it from you, Kayan Dafu chuckled. But truly, Your Highness must think of her ladyship. The Emperor's health is deteriorating. If he passes away, her ladyship will have no one to rely on in the palace. And if someone proposes the old tradition of consort burial. At this, Kayan Dafu's eyes turned red with worry. Who dares? Zio Ming roared, an uncontrollable fury erupting from within him, as if a hidden nerve had been struck. Throughout history, it was common for consorts to be buried with deceased emperors. In such times, the only protection for a concubine was the status of her son. Those without strong backing were the first to be sacrificed. Kayan Dafu continued, Your Highness, forgive this old servant for speaking bluntly. Ever since your severe illness, I've noticed a great change in you. I had once lost all hope, believing that when her ladyship passed, I would follow her. But now I believe Your Highness can turn things around. If you govern wisely and strengthen your fief, no matter who ascends the throne, they will have to consider your influence. Xiao Ming nodded, sensing the sincerity in Qian Dafu's words. He had taken over Xiao Ming's body, which meant he was Xiao Ming now. Having come to this world, he belonged to this world. Qian Dafu's words made him realize something crucial. There were people here who needed him, and people he needed as well. I understand your concerns, Xiao Ming said solemnly. During my illness, I reflected on my reckless past. I won't live as I did before. Your Highness. Qian Dafu's eyes welled with tears. Xiao Ming smiled and patted his shoulder. Qian Dafu must have felt like a barren tree that had finally bloomed after 1,000 years. But now Xiao Ming could truly be himself. After studying Qian Dafu for a moment, Xiao Ming felt something strange. He only remembered that Qian Dafu had been serving consort Zhen ever since he was born. But looking at his unwavering loyalty now, it seemed almost excessive. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Xiao Ming asked, Dafu, why are you so devoted to my mother and me? He asked this not out of sentimentality, but out of a deep-seated fear. What if one day Qian Dafu tearfully confessed, I am your real father? Qian Dafu hesitated before answering, Your Highness, years ago, my father was accused of composing a poem that allegedly criticized the emperor. He was framed and would have been executed along with our entire family, if not for her ladyship's intervention. Thanks to her, we were spared execution and only sentenced to servitude. I was sent to the palace, where I was often bullied by the younger eunuchs, until her ladyship took me under her care. Xiao Ming nearly blurted out, So you're a eunuch, but stopped himself. Now he understood. Why does every dynasty have a literary inquisition? Xiao Ming muttered. Then he said firmly, One day I will clear your family's name. Your Highness. Qian Dafu's expression was overwhelmed with emotion as he knelt down. We are master and servant, working together toward the same goal. No need for formalities, Xiao Ming said. Now rise, I have something important to entrust to you. At this moment, he fully trusted Qian Dafu. Winter had arrived and the sky darkened early. By now, it was roughly equivalent to 8 p.m. in modern times. For Xiao Ming, who had never slept before midnight in his previous life, this was prime time for leisure. However, tonight, he had kept Qian Dafu back for an important matter, mineral exploration. The development of his fief required multiple aspects to progress simultaneously: industrial foundations, agricultural foundations, mining, and chemistry. None of these could be neglected, as they were all interdependent. In particular, chemistry and industry had to advance together. If one lagged behind, certain industrial progressions would be impossible. Your Highness means for this old servant to personally search for mines? Qian Dafu asked. Xiao Ming nodded. That's right. The fief's mines are practically monopolized by the Wang family. Even the ones they are mining only produce coal and iron. I need you to locate various mineral deposits. Once discovered, the government will fund and manage the extraction, keeping the mines firmly under our control. Xiao Ming's earlier words about reform had merely been a surface-level act. Now he was taking real action. Qian Dafu bowed deeply and said, Your Highness, rest assured. This old servant will not disappoint you. Xiao Ming nodded. What I'm about to tell you tonight must be kept secret. You are not to disclose it to anyone in advance. Qian Dafu solemnly agreed. With a mere thought, Xiao Ming activated the vast technological database stored in his mind. Precise locations of mineral deposits across the region appeared before him, along with detailed methods for prospecting each type of ore. Using a brush, he began explaining while sketching maps, marking out the entire Shandong region with potential mining sites. Though the locations were only rough estimates, careful searching would yield results. Qian Dafu listened intently. As Xiao Ming spoke, it was as if clear maps were unfolding in his mind, along with vivid descriptions of each mineral's color and the geological features surrounding them. One candle burned down and another was lit. They worked through the night, stopping only when Wang Shiji from the Wang residence arrived the next morning, requesting an audience. How much do you remember? Xiao Ming asked. Qian Dafu seemed dazed, still processing all the information. Your Highness, I've never learned something so quickly before in my life. Xiao Ming nodded. Good. Then let's put this mining project into action. If you have any questions, come ask me. With that, Xiao Ming left for the front hall, where Wang Shiji was waiting. Qian Dafu scratched his head, a puzzled look on his face. Strange, how does His Highness know all this? Hey, doesn't matter. As long as our prince is making progress, that's all that counts. In the front hall, Wang Shiji sat restlessly on a redwood chair, shifting around as if suffering from hemorrhoids. His father's words from last night had opened his eyes. Here was a golden opportunity for the Wang family to make a fortune. Brother Wang, why so early? Zhao Ming yawned, feeling the effects of his sleepless night. Wang Shiji grinned cheekily. Your Highness looks exhausted. Did something pleasant keep you up last night? Hess, you already know the answer to that. Zhao Ming played along, deliberately being vague. But why have you come alone today? Wang Shiji cupped his hands. Your Highness, I came early because I have a request to make. A request? Brother Wang, no need for such formality. Just say it, Zhao Ming replied, glancing at him. Wang Shiji seemed anxious, which meant the matter was important to him. After ensuring no one else was around, Wang Shiji leaned in and said, Your Highness, my request concerns the method for producing your coal briquettes. Zhao Ming's expression turned serious. Brother Wang, don't underestimate the coal briquette stove. It may seem innovative, but the real key is the coal briquettes themselves. If you're asking for this method now, does that mean? Wang Shiji chuckled. No need to rush, Your Highness. At that moment he pulled 10 banknotes from his sleeve and handed them over. Zhao Ming feigned ignorance. Brother Wang, what is this? Yesterday, Wang Shiji had feigned disinterest in the coal stove. Now he was suddenly so eager. There could only be one explanation. His father, Wang Chengchu, had realized the true value of coal briquettes. After all, Wang Shiji was only clever enough to deceive the old Zhao Ming. Your Highness, this is payment for the coal briquette production method. My father has also agreed that aside from this sum, Your Highness will receive 40% of the future profits. Zhao Ming rubbed the banknotes between his fingers, 10 notes, each worth 500 taels, totaling 5,000 taels of silver. With 5,000 taels, he could equip 10 cavalrymen with horses and gear. It wasn't that he didn't recognize the importance of cavalry, but his fief simply couldn't afford them, not to mention the costs of retainers, maintenance, and supplies. Zhao Ming furrowed his brows. Giving in this easily? Not a chance. Business negotiations often started with a test offer. He was certain this was just the Wang family's opening bid. The real deal was yet to come. Wang Shiji watched Zhao Ming closely. Seeing his hesitation, he forced a smile and said, Ah, I nearly forgot, there's more. With that, he reached into his other sleeve and pulled out another 10 banknotes, another 5,000 taels. What a wealthy family, Zhao Ming mused. Clearly, Wang Chengchu had amassed quite a fortune over the years. To Zhao Ming, the coal briquette manufacturing process was simple. It was just a matter of using the right mold. The engineering department had already produced the necessary molds. He had merely been waiting for the Wang family to show up and hand him money. To him, the coal briquette business was just a small side project. His real focus was on industrial development. Why was he so confident the Wang family would pay rather than attempt to replicate the process themselves? Simple, if he were an ordinary commoner, the Wang family could steal the method with impunity. But he was a prince. If he decided to throw a royal tantrum over this, the Wang family would be in serious trouble. For now, neither side wanted to disrupt the balance. Since Brother Wang and your father are so generous, and for the sake of our long-standing friendship, I will sell you the coal briquette production method, Zhao Ming finally said. Many thanks, Your Highness. Wang Shiji beamed with joy. Zhao Ming smiled as well. What he had just earned was purely a technology fee, the ancient equivalent of a modern patent licensing fee. After this deal, he planned to formally incorporate technology patents into governmental policy. That way, in the future, he could simply sell patents and make a fortune while letting merchants handle the hard labor. Of course, truly lucrative businesses, those he would keep for himself. Both parties got what they wanted and continued chatting casually. Just then, a series of reports came from outside the prince's residence. It seemed the remaining 3 families had arrived. Zhao Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. More silver was on its way. Your Highness. Qin Mu was the first to enter the main hall, followed closely by Sun Dong and Wei Qing. Noticing Wang Shiji was already there, Qin Mu asked in surprise, Brother Wang, you're usually the last to arrive. What brings you here so early today? I couldn't sleep all night because of the coal stove matter. I was too anxious, so I came earlier than usual, Wang Shiji replied, avoiding eye contact, clearly guilty. Age. Chen Miu sneered. He was certain Wang Shiji was up to something. Just looking at his shifty eyes, it was obvious his early arrival had ulterior motives. Sun Dong glanced between the two and said, "Your Highness is busy with official affairs. Let's not waste time and hand over our sealed bids." Wei Qing, with his loud voice, added, "That's right. Let's each take out our sealed letters and let His Highness open them in front of us. I trust His Highness to be fair." Xiao Ming smirked inwardly. Wei Qing was buttering him up, afraid he might show favoritism. Xiao Ming said, "I still have to visit the engineering department later, so go ahead and give me your letters." Wang Shiji immediately handed over his letter, and the other three followed suit. Xiao Ming organized the sealed bids and opened them one by one. Wang Shiji's bid was 5 taels per stove. Sun Dong and Wei Qing both offered 3 taels. Qin Mu, however, had bid 6 taels. "Your Highness, what's the result?" Qin Mu asked nervously. The Qin family had made a significant offer this time. Xiao Ming spread the 4 letters out on the table. "I haven't tampered with anything. It looks like the coal stove business goes to Qin Mu." Wang Shiji's face darkened. He hadn't expected the Qin family to offer such a high price. Still, his real focus was the coal briquettes, not the stoves, so he didn't care too much. "Congratulations," Qin Mu stood up and cupped his hands toward the others, looking quite pleased with himself. Sun Dong and Wei Qing showed little reaction. They had always known they couldn't compete with the Qin and Wang families in this matter. The Wang family controlled coal. The Qin family controlled the canal trade. These were advantages neither of them had. "Since Qin Mu has won, we'll finalize the arrangements. I'll have the engineering department produce the stoves, and Brother Qin, you can pick them up daily," Xiao Ming announced. "Thank you, Your Highness," Qin Mu said joyfully. With the coal stove business settled, the 4 men left to report back to their families. Xiao Ming counted the silver notes in his hand, grinning. Technology monopolies really are the most profitable. As an engineering student, he knew all too well what technological inferiority meant. In his previous life, countries without technology had to buy it from others, at whatever price was demanded. Technology monopolies were an absolute goldmine. And now he had unlimited technological knowledge in his mind. Once he implemented it all, he could establish his own monopoly. When that day came, he could simply sit back and collect wealth. Qian Dafu's round face was nearly lost in his wide grin. Since arriving in Qingzhou, their prince's residence had never been this wealthy. "Dafu here's 1,000 taels. Prospecting for minerals is tough work. This is for your expenses," Xiao Ming said, slapping 2 banknotes into Qian Dafu's hands. Qian Dafu's smile grew even wider. "Since Your Highness earned this money, this old servant will gladly accept it." Xiao Ming shook his head helplessly. The residents had simply been too poor for too long. After pocketing the silver notes, Qian Dafu asked, "Your Highness, if I leave to search for mines, who will manage the affairs of the residents?" Xiao Ming glanced at him and said casually, "You've been protecting Ziyuan so much, don't you already have an idea?" Your Highness is indeed perceptive. "I can't hide anything from you," Qian Dafu chuckled. "Luluo and Ziyuan both served under her ladyship. They would never betray you. But Luluo is timid and won't be able to control the household servants. Ziyuan, on the other hand, is sharp and strong-willed. She'll have no trouble managing the residents." "Then let her handle it," Xiao Ming agreed. "You are my trusted aide. In the future, I'll have far more important matters for you to take care of. You can't be tied down with household chores forever." The words "trusted aide" made Qian Dafu's heart surge with emotion. With such faith from his master, he would willingly walk through fire and water. The mining expedition was urgent. After going over some details, Xiao Ming began preparing for the journey. He also assigned 10 loyal cavalrymen under Lu Fei to accompany Qian Dafu for protection. Now that he had money, Xiao Ming's first priority was building the water-powered lathe workshop. As a prince, he had absolute authority over his fief. He easily claimed a plot of land along the swiftest section of the Mi River. No one dared to object. Next, he ordered Chen Wenlong to post notices recruiting craftsmen. The planned workshop was 100 meters long and 15 meters wide, a major construction project. With winter fast approaching, he wanted the workshop operational by spring. Meanwhile, the engineering department worked overtime producing lathes, which would be moved to the new facility once it was built. Coal stove production also continued. Since they were easy to manufacture, the engineering department could produce 30 per day. The next day, the Chin family came to pick up their first batch. Although they had paid a high price, they were cautious, buying only a limited number initially to test the market. As work pressed on, the weather grew colder by the day. By the end of Xiao Ming's first month in this world, a thick snowfall from the north blanketed Qingzhou. The snow was heavy and relentless. By morning, the entire city seemed buried beneath it. "Your Highness, look at all this snow," Luluo called out cheerfully. Her cheeks were flushed red from the cold as she trudged through the snow, leaving deep footprints behind. Xiao Ming sat at the entrance of his sleeping quarters, warming his hands over a coal briquette stove. The temperature had to be at least -17 or 18 degrees Celsius. In his past life, he had been a southerner. He had never experienced such bitter cold. Right now, he just wanted to cling to the stove and never leave. Luluo and Ziyun, however, were used to the weather and played happily in the snow. "Your Highness, come join us," Ziyun called out with a grin. "You too have your fun." "I'll just watch," Xiao Ming said, amused. Watching beautiful women play in the snow was entertainment in itself. Luluo and Ziyun exchanged glances before suddenly scooping up snowballs and throwing them at him. "How dare you!" Xiao Ming feigned anger, dodging left and right as the snowballs missed their mark. The two girls giggled mischievously, but abruptly stopped when they saw someone approaching from the front hall. It was Chief Attendant Pang. Snowflakes soft as cotton continued to drift down. Pang Yukon walked through the snow-covered courtyard, his shoulders dusted with white. When he reached Xiao Ming, he bowed and said, "Your Highness." "No need for formalities. Come warm yourself by the coal briquette stove, Pang Longshi," Xiao Ming said. Pang Yukon was dressed in thin garments, his face slightly purple from the cold. Unlike in modern times, where every household had padded coats and down jackets, warm clothing was a luxury in Dayu. Pang Yukon, for one, could not afford it. Shivering from the cold, Pang Yukon replied, "Your Highness, rank must be observed." "I shall stand." Xiao Ming was already familiar with Pang Yukon's rigid nature. Over the past month, every time Xiao Ming did something unconventional, Pang Yukon would sternly reprimand him without the slightest regard for the fact that he was a prince. Curious about this, Xiao Ming had asked Ziyun and Luluo about him and finally understood. It was simple. Before being assigned to Qingzhou, Pang Yukon had been a censor in Chang'an. In other words, his official duty was to take a salary for doing nothing but scrutinizing others for mistakes. Censors were of low rank, but they had the authority to criticize anyone, from minor officials to grand ministers, even the emperor himself. This was because of an unspoken rule passed down through dynasties: censors were not to be executed. Any emperor who dared to kill a censor would be branded a tyrant. With this moral safeguard, even emperors who despised censors had to tolerate them. By sending Pang Yukon to Qingzhou, Emperor Xiao Wengxuan had killed two birds with one stone. First, he had placed someone to keep an eye on Xiao Ming and prevent him from running amok. Second, he had rid himself of a bothersome critic in Chang'an. "Pang Longshi, there's no need to be so rigid. You and I are both here in Qingzhou, and according to father's wishes, neither of us will be returning to Chang'an anytime soon. Given that, shouldn't we support each other?" Xiao Ming said, testing the waters. A flicker of emotion crossed Pang Yukon's face. Like Xiao Ming, he had family in Chang'an, yet in the past 5 years, he had only been allowed to return once. And his chances of being recalled were slim. Pang Yukon was a principled man, but he was not a fool. He understood that Xiao Wengxuan had sent him to Qingzhou out of frustration. "Your Highness is a prince, and I am Qingzhou's chief attendant. Assisting your Highness is my duty. As long as your Highness governs diligently and does not act recklessly, I will have no reason to report against you to the Emperor," Pang Yukon said firmly. Stubborn as a mule. Xiao Ming cursed inwardly. Turning Pang Yukon into a personal ally was unlikely in the short term, as the man's heart belonged to Dayu. Xiao Ming, on the other hand, was toiling for his fief. He had little attachment to the empire, and the emperor on the throne had nothing to do with him personally. "Your words are fair, Pang Longshi. I will not lament past mistakes, but seek to correct the future. If I have not strayed too far, I can still return to the right path," In the past, I was ignorant and reckless. If I have offended you, I ask for your understanding. I summoned you today, despite the snow, to discuss agricultural matters. Zhao Ming leaned back in his chair, the warmth of the stove making his voice sound lazy. Pang Yukun replied, "Since your highness issued the order to cultivate wastelands, the common people have been overjoyed. In just 1 month, the local governments have reported over 300,000 mu of newly registered farmland under the names of those who reclaimed it. 300,000 mu. Zhao Ming considered the numbers. According to Qingzhu's household registry, his fief had a population of around 1 million households. At a minimum of 3 people per household, that meant 3 million people. If each household averaged 5 people, that made it 5 million. He believed the 5 million figure to be more accurate. Given the high mortality rate of this era, most families had 3 to 4 children to ensure survival. A population of 5 million was neither small nor large for the Great Yu Empire. Due to long periods of stability, the empire's population had grown significantly, likely comparable to that of the Song dynasty. Seeing Zhao Ming's dissatisfaction with the number, Pang Yukun added, "This cannot be helped. Wealthier families own oxen, allowing them to plow more land. Poorer households lack tools, so their progress is slower." Zhao Ming nodded. "That is precisely why I called you here. I plan to establish production teams in villages across every county." Production teams. Pang Yukun's expression turned puzzled. He had never heard of such a term. Furthermore, Zhao Ming's earlier poetic phrase, "If I have not strayed too far, I can still return to the right path," had surprised him. The old Zhao Ming would never have spoken so eloquently. Zhao Ming gestured for him to come closer. "This will take some time to explain. Pang Longxi, you might as well sit and warm yourself." Just then Luluo ran in from the snowy courtyard, lifting her skirt slightly to avoid tripping. She hurried inside, grabbed a chair, and placed it beside the stove. Flashing Zhao Ming a sweet smile, she rubbed her rosy cheeks before darting off to play with Ziyun again. Pang Yukun, already numb from the cold, hesitated. But upon hearing Zhao Ming say, "This will take some time," he knew he had no choice. If he stayed standing any longer, he might actually freeze. Awkwardly, he took a seat by the coal stove. As if to cover up his discomfort, he said, "So this is the coal briquette stove your highness invented. Indeed, having one indoors during winter is excellent for warmth. I've heard that since winter began, the Qin family's coal stove business has been booming." Naturally. The stove is convenient and practical, especially in winter. It's a lifesaver, Zhao Ming said proudly. But for every coin the Qin family earns, the engineering department profits as well. Right now, the engineering division is bringing in several hundred taels of silver per day. Pang Yukun was slightly astonished. The engineering department, once a financial burden, had now become a major source of income. Even more surprising was that coal briquettes, rather than the stoves, were the real moneymaker, with Zhao Ming taking a 30% cut from the Wang family sales. "In that case, I hope your highness will use this silver wisely and refrain from indulging in frivolities." Pang Yukun's old habit of scolding royalty had kicked in again. Zhao Ming was momentarily taken aback before chuckling helplessly. This man really couldn't go 3 sentences without a reprimand. "Rest assured, Pang Longxi, I haven't wasted a single tael. In fact, I had Chen Wenlong purchase a batch of oxen from Prince Wei's fief, along with newly forged farming tools." Oh, this time Pang Yukun was genuinely surprised. Zhao Ming continued, "The production teams I mentioned earlier are directly related to these supplies. Because of wealth disparities, the amount of land each household can cultivate varies greatly. Under this new system, villagers will be grouped into production teams, each with an elected team leader. The government will provide oxen and tools, and the teams will manage their use collectively. This will greatly accelerate land reclamation and future planting efforts." Zhao Ming explained patiently, and Pang Yukun listened intently. Gradually, the concept of production teams became clearer in his mind. A completely new method of production gave him a sudden sense of clarity, as if clouds had parted to reveal the sun. In truth, the idea was simple: divide the population into small groups, provide each group with oxen and farming tools, and have them share these resources. During planting and harvesting, they would coordinate their labor, significantly increasing efficiency. Each group would have a leader responsible for overseeing the tasks and ensuring productivity. For Pang Yukon, this was an entirely foreign concept. Throughout history, governments had only concerned themselves with land distribution and taxation, never directly involving themselves in organizing production like this. Xiao Ming observed Pang Yukon's reaction with satisfaction. This was nothing more than borrowing modern agricultural practices. The Great Yu Empire still functioned under a self-sufficient small-scale peasant economy. However, even this self-sufficiency was being eroded by powerful landowning families monopolizing land, causing productivity to stagnate. Xiao Ming had no choice but to introduce production teams. His fief was too poor. Only through strong organization could it break free from its backward state. At least under current technological limitations, he believed this system would be highly effective. In times of national crisis, planned economies were the sharpest tool for rapid recovery. Letting things develop naturally would only lead to further decline. The rampant land annexation in his fief was proof of this problem. Without firm control, the common people would lose even more. Thanks to the knowledge from the technological crystal, Pang Yukon quickly gained a thorough understanding of the production team structure. Your Highness, I am enlightened. I will immediately notify the local governments to establish production teams and distribute the oxen and tools, Pang Yukon said. Wait, Xiao Ming added, for wealthier households willing to contribute their oxen and tools for public use, they should receive some form of compensation. Also, we must draft laws to regulate the care and maintenance of these resources. Pang Yukon bowed deeply again, eager to head to the governor's office. Though he had never heard of such a system before, he now understood that it could rapidly restore Qingzhu's agricultural productivity. On his way to the governor's office, Pang Yukon couldn't help but feel puzzled by the stark contrast between the current Xiao Ming and the one from before. Why has the Qi prince changed so much? Frowning in thought, he suddenly considered a possibility. Has the Qi prince been hiding his talents all along, avoiding competition with his brothers? And after the recent assassination attempt, has he realized there is no more room to hide? Glancing back at the direction of the Qi prince's residence, Pang Yukon's expression grew thoughtful. Meanwhile, in the Qi prince's residence, Xiao Ming also glanced toward the governor's office. He could tell that Pang Yukon was an ambitious man. Scholars of this era all harbored dreams of serving the nation and its people. Simply put, scholars of this time had lofty ideals. Pang Yukon was known as the most ruthless censor, likely because of his deep passion for the Great Yu Empire. That was precisely why Xiao Ming valued him. Such men were rare, they got things done. At the same time, such men were frustrating, they were inflexible and lacked social tact. But regardless, when it came to governance, Pang Yukon was an expert. He had been in Qingzhou for 5 years, and yet the people hadn't rebelled and hanged him from the city gates. That in itself was a testament to his ability. When Xiao Ming had explained the production team system, Pang Yukon's eyes had shone with excitement. Clearly, the idea had struck a chord with him. With Pang Yukon's enthusiasm, there shouldn't be much difficulty implementing the plan. Stretching lazily, Xiao Ming tightened the tiger fur cloak around himself. This was genuine fur. In Great Yu, tigers weren't a protected species, they were a menace. Your Highness, are you heading to the engineering department again? Ziyuan approached him as he stepped down the stairs. Today she wore her usual purple dress, but underneath she was bundled up in thick winter clothing. Xiao Ming had examined these winter garments before. They were padded with kapok. Some regions of Great Yu did cultivate cotton on a large scale, but warm clothing was still a luxury. Otherwise, why would ancient people say, the wealthy's tables overflow with food, while the poor freeze to death in the streets? I'm going to check on the progress of the farming tools, Xiao Ming said. Then I will send someone to prepare your horse, Ziyuan replied, immediately ordering the servants to fetch it from the stables. Xiao Ming nodded approvingly. Since Qian Dafu had left on his mining expedition, Ziyuan had been managing the residence's affairs. She had done an excellent job. Even though the assassination attempt had happened some time ago, Xiao Ming still traveled with guards whenever he left the residence. At the main gate, 2 personal guards were already waiting for him. They had been handpicked by Lu Fei, 2 brothers named Zhao Long and Zhao Hu. Their sole duty was Xiao Ming's protection. At the engineering department, Xiao Ming went straight to inspect the farming tools prepared for distribution. Silver he had earned from the coal business had been allocated in 2 ways. Part of it went into establishing the new workshop, while the rest was spent on purchasing oxen and forging farming tools. One unexpected benefit of selling the coal briquette technology to the Wang family was that the cost of iron ore and coal had significantly decreased for the engineering department. Since the expenses were deducted from his share of the profits, it saved Xiao Ming a considerable amount of money. Inside the workshop, blacksmiths were busy, some hammering metal, others refining iron ore. Great use iron-making techniques still relied on the fining process. This method involved binding raw iron to wrought iron, allowing the molten pig iron to evenly merge with the softer iron, producing steel with an intermediate carbon content. Wrought iron had a carbon content below 0.02%, while pig iron contained over 2%. By heating them together, they could create steel with a controlled carbon composition. This method was widely used in Great Yu and was considered a decent steelmaking technique. However, given the growing demand for farming tools and coal stoves, the current rate of steel production was becoming insufficient. That was why Xiao Ming had come, to improve the steelmaking process. Unfortunately, he couldn't yet replace the fining process. Crucible steel required graphite, which was currently unavailable. Bessemer converters were even further out of reach. Blast furnace iron making. When Xiao Ming suggested this method, Chen Wenlong looked utterly confused. No iron, no steel. This was the immediate problem. Xiao Ming had instructed Qian Dafu to prioritize the search for graphite, but after a month, there was still no news. For now, the only solution was to increase raw iron production. If Qian Dafu succeeded in finding graphite, the increase in iron production could then be integrated with crucible steelmaking to form a proper manufacturing chain. Chen Wenlong and the craftsmen all turned their eyes to Xiao Ming. After the briquette stove and the lathe, Xiao Ming once again introduced a shocking new technique. For the craftsmen who had spent their lives mastering their inherited skills, unaltered for generations, Xiao Ming's innovation completely upended their understanding. That's right. The crucible steel method is well established, but the steel it produces requires repeated forging to enhance its strength, which is extremely time-consuming, Xiao Ming explained. The blast furnace iron-making technique I am teaching you will involve building two interconnected furnaces. The first will produce pig iron, which will then be refined into wrought iron in the second furnace. This way, iron production can be scaled up efficiently. Chen Wenlong instructed the craftsmen to stop their work and sit down, listening intently. By now, such knowledge-sharing sessions had become routine in the engineering department, and both Chen Wenlong and the craftsmen were used to it. Xiao Ming picked up the stone pencil Chen Wenlong had prepared, a chalk-like material that left white markings, and began sketching the blast furnace structure on a black stone slate as he explained. The craftsmen listened with utmost seriousness. Every time Xiao Ming imparted new skills, they felt a sense of enlightenment, quickly grasping even the most unfamiliar techniques. Boring machines, drilling machines, milling machines, and grinding machines currently produced in the engineering department had all been built following Xiao Ming's blueprints and the craftsman's visual memory. After initial trials, these lathes were proving to be successful. For example, the drilling machine, a lathe designed for boring holes in components, had been used successfully to perforate iron sheets for gas stoves. Another example was the boring machine, which refined the holes drilled by the drilling machine. As Xiao Ming explained, these two machines together could turn a solid steel block into a hollow steel tube. Although the craftsmen didn't fully understand what Xiao Ming meant by steel tubes, they instinctively felt that it was something remarkable. An hour passed quickly, and Xiao Ming felt parched as he finished explaining blast furnace ironmaking. "Your Highness, how should we control the heat when refining coke?" A young craftsman suddenly asked. This young man was always the most focused during Xiao Ming's lectures, showing an extraordinary enthusiasm for these technical skills. However, perhaps out of deference to Xiao Ming, he had never spoken up before. This time, as Xiao Ming merely touched on the topic of coke refining, the young craftsman couldn't help but ask, "What's your name?" Xiao Ming was intrigued by this craftsman, who appeared to be around his own age. In his view, only those with a thirst for knowledge could truly be passionate about their craft. This young man clearly had a deep enthusiasm for the engineering department. Chen Wenlong, looking somewhat awkward, quickly explained, "Your Highness, this is my son, Chen Qi. He lacks proper manners. Please don't hold it against him." Then turning to his son, he scolded, "Step back. This is not your place to speak." Chen Qi frowned and protested, "Father, I just wanted to clarify the precise heat control for refining coke. If we handle it carelessly and burn it all up, wouldn't that cause huge losses for the engineering department?" Just as Chen Wenlong was about to reprimand him further, Xiao Ming suddenly intervened. He looked at Chen Qi with satisfaction and said, Chen Qi is right. Precision matters in craftsmanship. I've heard that he was also the one leading the craftsmen in building the lathes. That is true, Your Highness, Chen Wenlong admitted with a sigh. His son had never enjoyed reading, but was deeply fascinated by mechanical contraptions. Xiao Ming gestured for Chen Qi to come forward. Not bad, you have a sharp mind. Would you be interested in becoming the chief craftsman of the engineering department? Chen Qi's face lit up with excitement but hesitated, glancing at his father for approval. Before Chen Wenlong could voice concerns about his son's youth, Xiao Ming decisively said, It's settled then. Your monthly salary will be 1 tael of silver. From now on, you'll be responsible for overseeing the work I assign. Yes, Your Highness. Chen Qi responded enthusiastically. He knew that the chief craftsman position was just one step away from becoming an official in the Military Supply Bureau. His father had always disapproved of his passion for mechanics, but now, with Xiao Ming's recognition, he finally felt vindicated. However, he still hadn't received an answer to his question. He quickly asked, Your Highness, you still haven't told us the exact temperature needed for refining coke. It should be about 30% lower than the temperature for smelting iron, Xiao Ming replied. Iron smelting required around 1,400 degrees Celsius, whereas coke refinement needed approximately 1,000 degrees. Be bold in your experiments. Even if some is wasted, it's not a big deal. Understood, Your Highness. Chen Qi answered confidently. With the blast furnace iron-making process assigned, construction of the furnaces would take some time. Xiao Ming hoped that by then, Qian Dafu would bring back good news about graphite. If that happened, he could establish a complete production line, integrating blast furnace iron-making and crucible steel refining. Next, Xiao Ming inspected the lathes. These machines were equivalent to 17th-century manual lathes from his world, entirely hand-operated. Moreover, the drill bits for the lathes were crafted from steel tools forged by the craftsmen. While not sophisticated, they were sufficient for processing coarse components. Looking at the array of lathes before him, Xiao Ming felt a sense of accomplishment. With these machines, he could begin producing small mechanical parts, which could then be assembled into one of the oldest forms of machinery, a clock. In his view, in his previous world, industrialization had its roots in clockmaking. It was from this era that precision parts began to play a significant role in history. As for firearms and cannons, Xiao Ming had considered them, but he understood that they were unrealistic to manufacture within a few years. As the saying goes, a single cannon shot costs 10,000 taels of gold. His territory was impoverished, and the lengthy process of crafting a single firearm with manual lathes was an impractical burden. Before the advent of steam engines, producing firearms on a large scale was almost laughable. Therefore, Xiao Ming's current strategy was to focus everything on production. Only when his territory became prosperous and had a basic industrial foundation could he develop such technologies in tandem with economic growth. After all, in Xiao Ming's eyes, warfare was a matter of wealth and resources. Without adequate supplies, even the best weapons were useless. Prioritizing military development over economic stability was simply unrealistic. For now, his priority was building up his territory. Of course, strengthening the military was also necessary, both to defend against the nomads from the northern grasslands and to deal with banditry during the harsh winter months. Based on past experiences, winter, when food was scarce, was always the season when bandits ran rampant. By the way, the engineering department still has too few craftsmen. Now that we have enough silver, we should recruit more. Chen Qi, I'll leave this task to you. Skilled craftsmen may be hard to find, but we can bring in apprentices. The most important thing is that they, like you, must have a passion for these technologies. Before leaving, Xiao Ming instructed Chen Qi. Although Chen Wenlong was a capable military officer, his thinking was somewhat rigid, far less open-minded than the younger Chen Qi. While Chen Wenlong was competent in managing the department's daily affairs, when it came to the technology Xiao Ming was introducing, the gap between him and Chen Qi was substantial. Chen Qi nodded vigorously. Being recognized by the Prince of Qi was an immense honor for a mere craftsman with no official rank. After seeing Xiao Ming off, Chen Qi stood at the entrance of the engineering department, grinning foolishly. He turned to his father and said, "Father, our prince is actually quite reasonable." "That's no. If this were the past, you'd have gone a beating for speaking out of turn," Chen Wenlong said, kicking at Chen Qi's rear. Chen Qi dodged swiftly and laughed. Father, I'm the chief craftsman now. You can't call me a good-for-nothing anymore. Look at how much His Highness values our department. I think we have a bright future ahead. Chen Wenlong huffed, his beard bristling. Having had Chen Qi late in life, he had naturally spoiled him, allowing him to indulge in his fascination with strange contraptions. But he had never expected that his son would one day be so highly regarded. It was as if their ancestors were smiling upon them. With this, when he eventually retired from his post as military officer, Chen Qi had a real chance of succeeding him. Since His Highness values you so much, you must not disappoint him. I've observed you over the past few days. You do seem to have a talent for this. Go on, then. I'll leave the blast furnace project entirely in your hands. I will only handle procurement and finances for the office. Don't worry, father, Chen Qi said excitedly, realizing his father was giving him free rein. The snow continued to fall in Qingzhou City. The fierce wind carried it like drifting dandelion seeds, quickly covering Xiao Ming in a layer of white. Behind him, Zhao Long and Zhao Hu rode their horses closely, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. The assassination attempt last time had left a lingering sense of unease over the entire city. No one was more furious about it than Lu Fei. That an assassination could happen under his watch was a great humiliation. He had therefore ordered Zhao Long and Zhao Hu not to let any harm befall the Prince of Qi. Xiao Ming could sense their tension. This was a brutal era where laws were trampled under the boots of the strong. To live freely, one had to possess overwhelming strength. Xiao Ming was not an overly ambitious person, but he understood that only by making his domain powerful would he truly be safe. He had no desire to get entangled in the political struggles of the great Yu Empire. He simply wanted to quietly build wealth, live a peaceful life, cultivate farmland, and develop industry, turning his territory into a land of prosperity. Of course, if anyone dared to threaten this vision, he had no problem transforming from a passive sheep into a roaring lion, tearing his enemies apart. The assassination attempt might have been orchestrated by his royal siblings or other ill-intentioned forces. Yet Xiao Ming felt no anger, because anger without strength was meaningless. This was simply the price of being a prince. Rather than wasting energy on futile investigations, he preferred to focus on development. Losing composure over such provocations would only be counterproductive. Zhao Long, Zhao Hu, do you remember where my farmland is located? Life in the royal residence was dull. Lu Luo and Ziyuan spent much of their free time embroidering, and Xiao Ming didn't want to disturb them. Then he suddenly remembered he was a landlord. He owned a vast estate outside Qingzhou City. Every prince in the great Yu Empire was granted farmland, and as a feudal king, he was no exception. When he was in fiefed in Qingzhou, he had been allocated a large piece of fertile land according to the standard for vassal princes. Zhao Long, being a year older and more talkative than Zhao Hu, responded, "Your Highness, your farmland is the most fertile in Qingzhou. It lies on both sides of the Yang River to the north of the city. However, it remains entirely uncultivated, just a vast expanse of wilderness." Xiao Ming nodded. That was indeed the case. After receiving this land, he hadn't bothered with it, so it had remained untouched. "Let's go take a look," Xiao Ming said. "Your Highness, the roads are blocked by snow. It may not be safe to go outside the city now," Zhao Hu cautioned. He was a man of few words, but his remarks were always to the point. Xiao Ming, however, was too excited about the farmland to heed the warning. If he remembered correctly, the standard farmland allocation for a vassal prince in the Dayu Kingdom was 100 Qing. The measurement of Qing in mu was similar to modern standards, meaning he had about 10,000 mu of land, equivalent to an area of 5 li, about 2.5 kilometers in length and width. It was no small piece of land. In the Great Yu Empire, land was divided into imperial estates, official lands, and civilian farmlands. His estate fell under the category of imperial farmland. It was still early winter. If he could get the land cleared over the season, by spring, he could plant crops on his estate. The more he thought about it, the more eager he became. Another idea had just struck him, one that could alleviate Qingzhou's financial burdens. He turned to his guards and said, "Summon Commander Lu. Have him bring some soldiers with us. That should ensure our safety." Zhao Hu nodded. "That should be fine, though I worry about encountering bandits." You have a point. But this year I ordered tax reductions and land reclamation efforts. Hopefully that will lessen the chaos caused by bandits, Zhao Ming said, furrowing his brow slightly. Unlike modern times, in this era, turning to banditry wasn't unusual. Some people became outlaws because they couldn't afford to eat, others because they had broken the law. And of course, there were those who were simply wicked. Bandit gangs could easily take over a mountain and terrorize the region. Due to vast land areas, low population density, poor communication, and difficult terrain, government crackdowns were notoriously difficult. Even in times of peace, bandits still roamed the countryside, let alone in turbulent times like these. When they reached the northern part of the city and explained the situation, Lu Fei's first reaction was to oppose the trip. Unable to dissuade Zhao Ming, Lu Fei had no choice but to send out all the cavalry to escort him. The Mi River was to the south, and the Yang River was to the north. A group of over 30 riders traveled more than 10 li before finally reaching the Yang River, which was slightly smaller than the Mi River. "Your Highness, this is your farmland. However, since you never paid much attention to it, it has remained abandoned," Lu Fei said. Zhao Ming gazed out over the snowy expanse on both sides of the Yang River. The only movement came from the rushing waters, where snowflakes melted instantly upon contact. It seemed that he was the only one unaware of the details of his own estate. The land, Lu Fei pointed out, was indeed high-quality farmland. "What a waste," Zhao Ming murmured. Then turning to Lu Fei, he asked, "Lu Fei, do you remember the military farming system from the previous dynasty?" "I remember, Your Highness," Lu Fei said with a salute. He knew that Zhao Ming would not bring this up without reason, so he asked, "Your Highness, do you intend to reinstate the military farming system?" "Exactly." At the founding of the Great Yu Empire, the government implemented the military farming system, where soldiers doubled as farmers. But as time passed, commoners lost their land, and the system gradually became obsolete, replaced by the current mercenary system, Zhao Ming said, brushing the snow off his shoulders. "Now that the 6 prefectures are in ruins, everything should be planned with agriculture in mind. I intend to temporarily reinstate the military farming system. Soldiers will farm during the busy seasons and train during the off-seasons. This will not only ease the financial burden, but also accelerate the economic recovery of the 6 prefectures." "What do you think?" Lu Fei pondered for a moment before replying, "Your Highness, restoring the military farming system is not impossible. You are the ruler of the 6 prefectures, and your word is law for us soldiers. However, most of the current recruits are landless commoners. If we reinstate the military farming system, they still won't have land to farm." Zhao Ming had already anticipated this issue. He replied, "I've thought of that. This version of the system will be different from the past. Please enlighten me, Your Highness." Zhao Ming continued, "Those who own land can return home to farm, while landless soldiers can cultivate government-owned land. The harvest from these lands will be entirely used for military supplies." "What do you think?" Lu Fei couldn't help but laugh. So after all this, Zhao Ming's plan was to have the Qingzhou army farm his land. "Straightforward as always," he said, "HMPH, I thought Your Highness was truly concerned about the people. Turns out it's just about your own estate." Zhao Ming wasn't offended. From an outsider's perspective, it did seem like he was acting out of self-interest. He laughed heartily. "If that's how you see it, Lu Fei, you're gravely mistaken. I won't take a single grain from these lands. All the harvest will go to the state treasury. As you said, the land already belongs to me. I don't need to quibble over small gains. In my view, if the people prosper, my territory prospers. If the people are strong, my territory is strong. If you don't believe me, I can write a formal decree and hand it over to Chancellor Pang." "How about that?" Lu Fei was taken aback. The royal family and noble clans of the Great Yu Empire were all known for hoarding wealth. Yet Zhao Ming was willing to relinquish his estate's profits to the government. This was unprecedented. "Your Highness, do you truly mean this?" Lu Fei asked again. "I do." "A gentleman's word is as swift as a horse's gallop," Zhao Ming said, meeting Lu Fei's gaze head-on. He knew that dealing with this stubborn officer required directness. "My only concern is whether the soldiers will believe me. That's why I need you to oversee this." After a long pause, Lu Fei nodded and said, "I will trust Your Highness once more. If you keep your word, I will devote my life to serving you, for you are a wise and just ruler. But if you go back on your promise, I will have no choice but to take my soldiers and seek another path. I'd rather not have a gang of bandits led by you roaming my land," Xiao Ming said lightly. Lu Fei commanded great respect in the army. If he truly turned outlaw, many soldiers would follow him. In that case, leave convincing the soldiers to me, Lu Fei said firmly. The snowfall grew heavier, obscuring the road ahead. Now that Xiao Ming had confirmed the location of his estate and secured Lu Fei's support for the military farming plan, he had taken a crucial step forward. The mercenary system had made the army a major financial burden. With limited funds, he could barely sustain 5,000 troops in a territory meant to support a much larger force. The soldiers were ill-equipped and poorly supplied, little more than a band of brigands. Given these dire conditions, the only way to change things was to implement the military farming system, reducing the army's drain on the treasury. This model was essentially a form of military settlement, a system that had appeared throughout history whenever resources were scarce. On the way back, Xiao Ming continued explaining the logic behind the production-based military corps to Lu Fei. He planned to divide the army into two groups, a production corps and a construction corps. The production corps would focus on military farming and border defense. The construction corps would handle mining, road building, and dam construction. Lu Fei, being a straightforward man, only had a basic understanding of the old military farming system. But after listening to Xiao Ming's detailed explanation, he suddenly saw the bigger picture. Your Highness, I was wrong to doubt you. This is a brilliant strategy. If that's the case, we can immediately begin recruiting, expanding our forces from 5,000 to the full 50,000 soldiers our territory should support, Lu Fei said. Xiao Ming nodded. We can, but we shouldn't expand too quickly. Right now, we don't have enough food to sustain such numbers. Let's start by recruiting 5,000 more. Once the government farmlands yield their first harvest, we can expand further. I overlooked that, Lu Fei admitted, smacking his forehead. Then he grinned. But Your Highness, you promised that each soldier who completes their service will receive 10 mu of farmland, which they can pass down for generations. The recruitment office is going to be swamped with eager applicants. However, Xiao Ming laughed. This policy was both a military incentive and an economic measure, designed to encourage enlistment. Well, that's your problem now, Lu Tiger. You handle it. Lu Fei froze for a moment, then chuckled. Lu Tiger was his nickname in the army. Hearing Xiao Ming call him, that made him feel a newfound camaraderie with his lord. Over the past month, Xiao Ming had come to understand that being a vassal prince was no easy task. He had to balance rewards and punishments, manage both governance and military affairs, maintain authority, and earn his subordinates' trust. Now he could say he was truly working at full capacity. Braving the heavy snow, the group of 30 riders headed back toward Qingzhou City. Halfway there, a vague silhouette appeared in the distance, another group of riders galloping toward them. Who goes there? Halt! Lu Fei suddenly shouted. The assassination attempt last time had made him highly vigilant. The snowfall obscured their faces, making it impossible to tell if they were friend or foe. In an instant, the 30 riders surrounding Xiao Ming formed a protective ring, bows drawn, ready to shoot at a moment's notice. But the approaching riders paid no heed to Lu Fei's warning, continuing their charge. As they drew closer, Lu Fei raised his hand, preparing to give the order to fire. Just then, a voice from the approaching group cried out, "Steward Kyan, hold on." Wait, it's Kyan Dafu. Xiao Ming immediately ordered the soldiers to lower their bows. Sure enough, as the group neared, it became clear that these were Kyan Dafu and his men, who had been out searching for mineral deposits. But Kyan Dafu was slumped over his horse, an arrow lodged in his back. Lieutenant Lu. Upon seeing him, the soldiers escorting Kyan Dafu immediately dismounted and knelt on one knee, their faces filled with guilt. Your Highness, Lieutenant, we failed to protect Steward Kyan. Please punish us. What happened? Xiao Ming's anger flared. He had just survived an assassination attempt, and now Kyan Dafu was injured. The lead soldier explained, Your Highness, we've been searching for mineral deposits for the past month as per your orders and have made significant discoveries. We were on our way back to report to you when we were ambushed by mountain bandits. Although we fought our way out, Steward Kyan was hit by an arrow. Mountain bandits. Lu Fei frowned and said worriedly, Your Highness, winter is approaching. Many starving commoners turn to banditry, relying on looting to survive. If they are now bold enough to attack government officials, this year's bandit crisis is likely to be worse than ever. There was a peculiar look in Lu Fei's eyes, as if blaming Xiao Ming. The implication was clear. Though Xiao Ming hadn't made any grave mistakes in the past 5 years, he hadn't achieved much either. The chaos from the barbarian invasion 3 years ago had only worsened the poverty and disorder across the 6 prefectures. Take Steward Qian back for treatment first, Xiao Ming ordered, ignoring Lu Fei's subtle rebuke. The lead soldier responded immediately, carrying the unconscious Qian Dafu back toward Qingzhou City at full speed. Xiao Ming and his group quickly followed. Upon entering the city, Xiao Ming immediately summoned the governor's medical officer to treat Qian Dafu. The commotion in Qingzhou soon caught the attention of Pang Yuquan, who promptly arrived at Prince Qi's residence. After examining Qian Dafu, the medical officer reported, "Your Highness, the steward's internal organs were not damaged. He merely lost too much blood and fainted. Once the arrow is removed and the wound bandaged, he will recover with rest. Dr. Sun is skilled. If he says it's not serious, then there's no cause for concern," Lu Fei remarked. Xiao Ming sighed in relief. "Good. Then let's leave and let Dr. Sun tend to him." Outside the room, Lu Fei fumed. "These bandits are too bold. Once the snow stops, I will lead the army to exterminate them." "Raiding them is only a temporary fix," Pang Yuquan countered with a pointed tone. "If the people had enough food and stability, who would willingly turn to banditry?" Lu Fei frowned. "Then what does Lord Pang propose? Every year you lead military campaigns against the bandits, yet they always return. His Highness has implemented land cultivation policies and tax reductions, which have earned the people's trust, but these reforms take time to show results. Rather than outright extermination, why not offer amnesty? These are starving commoners. If we offer them food and shelter, most will abandon their criminal ways and reintegrate into society," Pang Yuquan explained. "What if they refuse?" Lu Fei questioned. "Then we must use both force and diplomacy. Those who surrender should be treated fairly, while the true criminals must be eradicated. If we can endure this winter, the bandit problem will naturally disappear once the people reap their harvests next year," Pang Yuquan replied. Xiao Ming nodded in agreement. "We will follow Lord Pang's strategy. The bandits are scattered, and heavy snowfall makes sieging them difficult. Starting today, we will distribute porridge at all city gates. However, those who ambushed Qian Dafu must not go unpunished. Otherwise, how can I face him and the soldiers?" Lu Fei bowed. "Rest assured, Your Highness. I will see these criminals brought to justice." Pang Yuquan interjected, "Your Highness, we must be cautious. Capturing the leader is key. If we go on a killing spree, who will surrender?" Though furious, Xiao Ming knew Pang Yuquan was right. "Fine. Capture the leader first." Lu Fei acknowledged the command and left to prepare the troops. Pang Yuquan then said, "Your Highness, I will make arrangements for the porridge distribution and issue notices to all prefectures. However, the governor's treasury is running low. Might Your Highness transfer funds from the engineering department to purchase grain?" Xiao Ming winced. The engineering department was currently the wealthiest department, but even its funds weren't infinite. Reluctantly, he agreed. "Fine. But will you also petition Father Emperor for additional funds to get us through this crisis?" Pang Yuquan gave him a knowing look. "Your Highness, whether His Majesty provides funds depends entirely on how much he values you." Xiao Ming's expression darkened. He had already sent a request for assistance to Xiao Wengshuan, but it had been ignored. It was clear now, his father had no intention of financially supporting him. Fine. You and Lu Fei just enjoy watching me struggle," Xiao Ming grumbled, waving Pang Yuquan away. Pang Yuquan smirked slightly and took his leave. He wasn't unwilling to help, but imperial affairs were beyond his influence. Watching him leave, Xiao Ming frowned. Misfortunes never came alone. Diverting funds from the engineering department would hinder its research and development, a consequence he desperately wanted to avoid. He had no choice but to seek aid from Xiao Wengshuan. Ordinarily, border lords received financial aid from the imperial treasury, even though Qingzhou wasn't a primary target for barbarian raids. What to do? Xiao Ming pondered. He was in dire straits. His new policies had yet to yield results, and now the bandit crisis threatened to make things worse. After much contemplation, he thought of Empress Zhao. As the crown prince's mother, she was greatly favored by Xiao Wengshuan. Her influence was a major reason why the emperor refused to depose the incompetent crown prince. More importantly, Empress Zhao was obsessed with fragrances, almost to an obsessive degree. Officials often curried favor by gifting her rare incense and perfumes. A plan formed in Xiao Ming's mind. If direct requests to Xiao Wingxuan had failed, perhaps an indirect approach through the empress would work. Modern perfume making was simple for him, and the necessary ingredients were readily available. He would brew a batch as a gift to his mother, Consort Zhen, who could then subtly persuade Empress Zhao to speak on his behalf. Even if this failed, he could still have Consort Zhen sell the perfumes in Chang'an for profit. Feeling slightly relieved, Xiao Ming made up his mind. Just then Ziyuan emerged from Qian Dafu's room. "Your Highness, Steward Qian is awake." Xiao Ming immediately entered. Inside, Dr. Sun was still bandaging Qian Dafu's wound. The steward struggled to rise upon seeing Xiao Ming. "Stay down," Xiao Ming ordered. "Your Highness, this old servant has troubled you." Qian Dafu's face was still pale. Blood loss and the cold had rendered him unconscious shortly after being struck by the arrow. Xiao Ming had instructed Ziyuan to bring a coal stove into Qian Dafu's room. The added warmth helped him regain consciousness. Dr. Sun remarked, "Fortunately, the severe cold caused Steward Qian's wound to freeze, preventing excessive blood loss. Otherwise, his life might have been in grave danger." Xiao Ming, still shaken, nodded in gratitude. "Thank you for your efforts, Dr. Sun." The physician was taken aback and quickly bowed. "Your Highness, this is merely my duty." "You are too kind." Ziyuan and Lu Luo were tending to Qian Dafu. Seeing Dr. Sun so flustered, Lu Luo covered her mouth and giggled. It seemed the physician was startled by Prince Qi's unusually polite demeanor. She and Ziyuan had also needed about a month to adjust to his changed personality. After a final check on Qian Dafu, Dr. Sun said, "Since Steward Qian is out of danger, I shall take my leave." Xiao Ming nodded, signaling Lu Luo to escort the physician to the door. The doctor hurriedly waved his hands in refusal, clearly unaccustomed to such treatment. For Xiao Ming, talent was the most valuable resource. Treating skilled individuals with respect was a simple yet crucial principle, one he could easily uphold as someone with modern sensibilities. Once Dr. Sun had left, Xiao Ming sat beside Qian Dafu's bed. "Steward Qian, you have endured much. I have already ordered that the bandits who attacked you be executed and put on display as a warning." Despite his weakness, Qian Dafu struggled to sit up, his expression urgent. "Your Highness, that must not happen. The man who attacked me was Zhang Liang." "Zhang Liang." Xiao Ming searched his memory, but only recalled a vague impression of the name. Qian Dafu elaborated, "Your Highness may not remember, but Zhang Liang once owned a shipyard. When the barbarians raided, his shipyard was burned to the ground. Several merchant vessels belonging to the Qin family were also destroyed. Zhang Liang owed the Qin family a great debt, and they hounded him mercilessly. Out of desperation, he took his clan and fled into the mountains, turning to banditry to escape his creditors." "I remember now. Qin Mu even asked me to send troops to suppress them," Xiao Ming recalled. "Your Highness, when I saw Zhang Liang, he and his men were dressed in rags. They likely attacked me out of desperation to survive the winter. The heavy snow impaired visibility. He may not have even realized I was with the government. If your Highness truly wishes to revitalize this land, Zhang Liang could be of great use." Xiao Ming was momentarily moved. His domain was impoverished, but at least he had loyal retainers like Qian Dafu. "Very well. I will instruct Lu Fei to capture him alive," Xiao Ming decided. "Your Highness is wise," Qian Dafu said with a faint smile. The movement pulled at his wound, causing him to wince. But he continued, "Your Highness, I spent over a month searching for minerals. I found a limestone deposit 30 miles north of Qingzhou City and a graphite mine 100 miles east. I also located iron, coal, and copper deposits. I have recorded their precise locations." With that, he retrieved a sheepskin map from his robes. Xiao Ming examined it closely. The map detailed the locations of various mineral deposits, marked with precise distances measured in steps. Though only 5 sites were recorded, they were more than enough to address Xiao Ming's immediate needs. "Dafu, this is a great achievement. Tell me, how shall I reward you?" Xiao Ming exclaimed, thrilled. Qian Dafu's discovery further confirmed that the geography of this world matched his knowledge from his previous life. He had read scientific theories suggesting that when history diverged, an alternate timeline could form, developing along a different trajectory. If Kayan Dafu's mineral findings aligned with his mental map, then locating the remaining resources would be straightforward. With a weak smile, Kayan Dafu said, "Your Highness need only reward the soldiers who accompanied me. And please spare Zhang Liang." Xiao Ming nodded. Seeing Kayan Dafu's exhaustion, he said, "All right. I promise you that. Now focus on your recovery." Kayan Dafu gave a slight nod before closing his eyes. Fatigue from his wounds and the long journey had taken its toll. Turning to Ziyun, Xiao Ming instructed, "Take good care of Steward Kayan. Make sure he has the best food. Also, visit the east and west markets to see if there's any meat for sale. Buy as much as you can." Ziyun's eyes flickered with a strange light, and she nodded. "Yes, Your Highness." With Zhang Liang's situation in mind, Xiao Ming needed to speak with Lu Fei. If left unchecked, the hot-headed commander might kill Zhang Liang before he could be recruited. Xiao Ming headed straight for the governor's office. Lu Luo watched him go before turning to Ziyun. "Sister, the prince treats his servants so well now. He really has changed." "Indeed." Ziyun smiled, dimples forming on her cheeks. If her ladyship knew that his highness had turned over a new leaf, she would be overjoyed. Lu Luo pouted, her eyes brimming with longing. "I wonder when we'll return to Chang'an. This place is so dull compared to the capital. I miss the lively streets and the malt candy." Ziyun pulled her into an embrace. "Her ladyship sent us here to care for his highness. We'll return when he does. If you're bored, his highness would surely be willing to entertain you." Lu Luo's cheeks flushed. "Sister, don't tease me. His highness always gets too handsy." Ziyun giggled. "Just wait until he gets married, then we'll see what you say." She suddenly lunged at Lu Luo, tickling her. "Oh, sister, stop. I'm too ticklish." Lu Luo gasped between peals of laughter. "But if his highness really does marry, I wonder how he'll treat us then." "Who knows?" Ziyun mused. "But given her ladyship's temperament, she will surely choose a kind and understanding woman." Just then a cough sounded from the bed. Ziyun and Lu Luo exchanged nervous glances before sticking out their tongues mischievously. "Let's leave. We shouldn't disturb Steward Kayan's rest," Ziyun whispered. Lu Luo nodded, taking Ziyun's hand as they quietly closed the door behind them. At governor's office, Lu Fei arrived promptly after being summoned. He and Xiao Ming were deep in discussion about capturing Zhang Liang and his men. "So it's Zhang Liang. He truly was a master shipbuilder," Lu Fei mused. "But with the mountains buried under snow, tracking him down won't be easy." Xiao Ming smirked. "I've already devised a plan. Listen carefully, all you have to do is follow my instructions." 6 miles southwest of Qingzhou City, a snow-covered mountain range stretched for hundreds of miles. Among these peaks, 2 towering summits, each standing 400 to 500 meters high, faced each other like the humps of a camel. This was the well-known Camel Mountain among the people of Qingzhou. Days of heavy snowfall had blanketed the mountains in thick layers of white, leaving no trace of greenery. In a secluded part of the mountain forest, a group of ragged individuals huddled around a campfire, seeking warmth. Their faces were gaunt, their bodies frail, clear signs of prolonged hunger and exposure. "Father, there's nothing left to eat in the mountains. If this continues, we're all going to starve," a young man, around 16 or 17, grumbled while clutching a bow and arrow. "Shut up," barked an older man seated to the east of the fire. He had a long, scruffy beard and a deep scar running across his forehead. "If you hadn't attacked those government people, would we be hiding up here, too afraid to go down the mountain?" The young man lowered his head, aggrieved. "I didn't do it on purpose. The snow was so thick, how was I supposed to know they were officials?" "You ungrateful brat." Still talking back. The older man grabbed a wooden staff and raised it, ready to strike. "I never should have let you handle a bow. I'll beat you to death today." The young man sprawled onto the ground. "Go ahead, beat me. Either way, we're all going to starve to death." Zhang Liang's grip tightened around the staff, ready to bring it down, but a few clansmen quickly intervened. One of them said, "Chief, Connor only made a mistake because he was desperate. We haven't eaten in days. We're all starving." Zhang Liang sighed deeply, lowering the staff in defeat. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't rashly led you all into banditry, we wouldn't be suffering like this. Another man chimed in, that's true. We were shipbuilders, not bandits. We don't rob commoners, and we don't dare attack the well-guarded merchant convoys of the noble families. We're the most pathetic bandits ever. We might as well leave Qingzhou and seek a new life elsewhere. Zhang Liang scowled. You think I'm a fool. It's not the Qin family I fear, it's Prince Qi. Ever since the Qin family aligned with him, they've become even more arrogant. No matter where we go, we'll still be under royal authority. That's true, but I snuck down the mountain a couple of days ago and heard something interesting, another clansman spoke up. Prince Qi has ordered porridge to be distributed at city gates and has decreed land reclamation and farming rights for the people. Even more surprising, this year, Commander Liu has not launched a winter bandit suppression campaign. Instead, he has issued a decree. Any bandit willing to surrender will be pardoned and given food. Those who refuse will be executed. Zhang Liang's face darkened as he picked up the staff again, glaring at his son. You damned brat. You attacked officials. Now how are we supposed to surrender and get food? You've doomed us all. Zhang Kun scrambled to his feet, realizing his father was truly furious this time. Before the argument could continue, a lookout came running down the mountain, panting. Chief, we've got sheep. That was their secret signal. A target for looting had appeared. Immediately, the hungry bandits grabbed whatever weapons they had, wooden clubs, sickles, and rusty blades. Zhang Kun slung his bow over his shoulder. Who are they? A grain merchant caravan. Only 4 or 5 guards with them. Father, let's do it. If we don't, we'll starve to death. Zhang Kun urged. Zhang Liang hesitated. There was no other way. All right, move out. The 30-odd bandits hurried down the mountain, heading for their usual ambush spot. The thick foliage provided ample cover, preventing their presence from being detected. As they reached their positions, they spotted the approaching caravan, 4 wagons, each manned by a driver and guarded by 4 armed escorts. On each wagon, large bamboo baskets were stacked high, just like the ones grain merchants used for transportation. Seeing the amount of food, Zhang Liang's eyes turned bloodshot. If they seized this haul, they could last for months. As the caravan rolled into their trap, he roared, "Attack!" The bandits charged out of the trees, weapons raised. Drivers and guards immediately drew their weapons, forming a defensive line around the wagons. Something felt off to Zhang Liang. The guards didn't look panicked at all. But before he could second-guess himself, bam! The lids of the bamboo baskets suddenly burst open. From inside, fully armored soldiers leaped out, weapons gleaming in the daylight. Leading them was Lu Fei, who emerged from one of the baskets with a wild grin. Bandit scum! Surrender now, or my blade will show no mercy. In an instant, the small caravan transformed into a force of 30 elite soldiers. The bandits froze in shock. They had walked right into a trap. Lu Fei laughed heartily at the stunned expressions. This brilliant plan had been devised by Prince Qi himself, and it had worked perfectly. Inwardly, Lu Fei's respect for Xiao Ming grew. He would never have thought of such an effortless way to capture these bandits. Surrounded and outnumbered, Zhang Liang collapsed to his knees before Lu Fei. General, I take full responsibility. Please spare my men. Zhang Kun's face turned red with rage. Father, don't say that. I was the one who shot the official. Lu Fei narrowed his eyes. So you're Zhang Liang. Enough talking, you're coming with us to see His Highness. Qingzhou City, Governor's Office. Lu Fei personally escorted Zhang Liang and his men back to the city. A scout was sent ahead to inform Prince Qi. This entire plan had been orchestrated by Xiao Ming. Rather than rushing to retaliate immediately after Qian Dafu was injured, he waited 3 days before setting the trap. As expected, hunger had clouded the bandits' judgment, and they fell right into his hands. At the governor's office, Xiao Ming was already waiting. Qian Dafu, though still weak, had recovered enough to walk and insisted on attending. Lu Fei saluted. Your Highness, Zhang Liang and his son Zhang Kun have been captured. Awaiting your judgment. Xiao Ming swept his gaze over the bandits. These are bandits, he thought, unimpressed. They look worse off than beggars. You are Zhang Liang. Xiao Ming's voice turned sharp. Do you realize that banditry and attacking government officials are capital offenses? Zhang Liang knelt, defeated. Your Highness, I alone am responsible. Kill me if you must, but please spare my men. You have guts, Xiao Ming remarked coldly. However, I am not one to slaughter indiscriminately. That said, while you may be spared death, you will not be spared punishment. According to the laws of Great Yu, the lightest sentence for your crimes is enslavement. Enslavement. Zhang Liang looked up at this moment, his expression one of disbelief. The crime of banditry alone was enough to warrant execution, let alone the fact that they had attacked an official convoy. He was momentarily stunned. Zhang Kun, too, wore a strange expression. At this moment, Xiao Ming glanced at Pang Yukun, who seemed somewhat satisfied, and pursed his lips. Originally, he had intended to release all of these men. But Pang Yukun had strongly opposed the idea, arguing that winning over people's hearts should not be rushed. If they were released without punishment, Zhang Liang might feel grateful to Xiao Ming, but he would also likely assume that Xiao Ming had spared him out of appreciation for his skills, which would diminish any sense of gratitude. Instead, Pang Yukun suggested demoting them to slavery and later lifting their slave status based on their contributions. This way, they would take their work in the shipyards seriously. It had to be said that people from different eras often thought differently. A savior complex could be detrimental in this era. After some reflection, Xiao Ming realized Pang Yukun had a point. At this moment, Qian Dafu slowly spoke up. Zhang Liang, don't be surprised. It was I who pleaded for your lives. Do you remember me? Zhang Liang studied him carefully and exclaimed, Steward Qian. Indeed, it's me. When I first arrived in Qingzhou, I visited your shipyard to have my damaged merchant ship repaired. The convoy you attacked at Chuo Mountain was also mine, Qian Dafu said. Zhang Liang said remorsefully, Steward Qian, I was blind. If I had recognized you, we would never have dared to do such a thing. Enough, let's not speak of this again. It was I who begged His Highness to spare your lives, seeing that you have some skill in shipbuilding. From now on, you must work hard to repay His Highness, Qian Dafu continued. Qian Dafu and Xiao Ming were playing a classic good cop, bad cop routine. Zhang Liang, feeling as though he had just escaped the gates of hell, kowtowed and said, Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Steward Qian. Rise. From today onward, you will belong to the machinery department and be registered as slaves. Commander Lu, take them away, Xiao Ming ordered. In the Great Yu Empire, slavery was still a common practice. The empire's laws explicitly stated, slaves are lowly, equivalent to livestock. This meant they were treated like animals, and the modern term lowly person originated from this concept. The servants and attendants in the Prince of Qi's residence were essentially Xiao Ming's private property. He could buy, sell, or even kill them at will, as they had no human rights. In the social hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, slaves did not have a place, as they merely existed as dependents of these four classes. In Chang'an, the capital, slaves made up as much as 20% of the population. The idle nobility relied entirely on these people for their daily needs. The sources of slaves were diverse: prisoners of war, criminals sentenced to slavery, commoners who sold themselves into slavery, and children born to slaves. These people were registered under a special slave category, and whether they could be freed depended entirely on their master's will. By registering Zhang Liang and his men as slaves, Xiao Ming held their fate in his hands, and he could dispose of them as he pleased. Lu Fei led Zhang Liang and his men to the machinery department, while Pang Yukun said, Congratulations, Your Highness, on acquiring another group of skilled craftsmen. This is all thanks to Chief Secretary Pang's advice, Xiao Ming replied, as the two exchanged mutual flattery. Pang Yukun gave a stiff smile. However, Your Highness, the funds allocated for the porridge distribution will only last for a month. I hope Your Highness can think of a solution. Many bandits have been surrendering recently, so it seems our efforts are bearing fruit. Xiao Ming felt a headache coming on. Pang Yukun bowed slightly, implying that this matter was entirely up to Xiao Ming, and then left gracefully. Qian Dafu glanced at Pang Yukun's retreating figure and said with a bitter smile, Your Highness, Chief Secretary Pang has always been like this. He means no harm. You're always the peacemaker, Xiao Ming said helplessly. Let's go to the engineering department. Whether we can secure the funds depends on what they can do. This time, Xiao Ming went to the engineering department to have Chen Qi forge a very practical item, a distiller. This device could be used both for distilling alcohol and for extracting essential oils. The principle of a distiller was quite simple. It consisted of several connected sealed containers. The first container was for distillation, the second for cooling, and the third for collection. Once the distiller was made, distilling alcohol and extracting plant essential oils would be a breeze. Most importantly, the distiller could be made from wood, ceramic, or metal. At the engineering department, Chen Wenlong was assigning menial tasks to Zhang Liang and his men. Xiao Ming called Chen Qi over. "Chen Qi, I need you to make this for me in the next couple of days," Xiao Ming said, pulling Chen Qi aside and drawing a diagram of the distiller on a blackboard. He then explained the specific construction and materials needed. After Xiao Ming's explanation, Chen Qi quickly grasped the process of making the distiller. He said, "This is simple, Your Highness. How about we make a few large ceramic jars? They're easy to shape." "Good idea. Use the hollow-core method to make the connecting tubes between the jars," Xiao Ming said. Hollow-core method involved wrapping a soft rod in clay, firing it, and then removing the rod to create the condenser tubes needed for the distiller. "Understood, Your Highness. I'll have the craftsmen start on it right away," Chen Qi said. After giving instructions for the distiller, Xiao Ming returned to the prince's residence and sent Ziyuan to purchase some rice wine and spices. Ziyuan went to the east and west markets that day, but while she was able to buy rice wine in Qingzhou, she couldn't find any spices. Xiao Ming thought for a moment and decided to summon Qin Mu. "Your Highness, spices won't be a problem," Qin Mu said, though his focus was clearly elsewhere. He asked, "I heard Your Highness has captured Zhang Liang and his son." Xiao Ming warmed his hands over the coal stove. The snow in Qingzhou had stopped a few days ago, but as it melted, the weather had grown even colder. It didn't surprise Xiao Ming that the Qin family had some history with Zhang Liang. He replied, "That's correct. Do you have any thoughts on the matter?" "Your Highness, it's not that I have any thoughts, but Zhang Liang owes our Qin family a large debt. My father's idea was to buy Zhang Liang and his son from Your Highness and have them build ships to repay the debt," Qin Mu said tentatively. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, "That won't do. I have my own plans for them, so don't entertain any ideas about this." Qin Mu, having been rebuffed, said awkwardly, "In that case, I shall take my leave." Xiao Ming glanced at Qin Mu and added a warning, "These spices are meant as a tribute to the Empress. Your Qin family must be careful. If anything goes wrong, even I won't be able to protect you." Qin Mu, who had been annoyed by Xiao Ming's refusal regarding Zhang Liang, had initially thought of buying some low-quality spices to brush the matter off perfunctorily. But Xiao Ming's words sent a chill down his spine. "Your Highness, don't worry. I wouldn't dare to pass off inferior goods. My family happens to have a batch of premium spices from the western regions, originally intended for sale in Chang'an. I'll deliver them to you tonight," Qin Mu said with a forced smile. "That would be perfect," Xiao Ming replied with a meaningful smile. That evening, Qin Mu delivered the spices to the Qi prince's residence. Such a wonderful scent. Luluo grabbed a handful of spices and held them to her nose, closing her eyes in enjoyment. Ziyuan examined the spices and said, "Your Highness, these are agarwood, balsam, dried jasmine flowers, dried tulips, and borneol. I am somewhat familiar with spices from my time in the palace, and these are indeed of the highest quality." "Good. We cannot afford any mistakes when presenting a gift to the Empress," Xiao Ming replied. Luluo asked curiously, "Your Highness, are you planning to gift these spices directly to the Empress?" "But Her Majesty already has a vast collection of spices. Even though these are fine, they may not necessarily impress her." Ziyuan shot Luluo a glance and said, "Foolish girl, didn't you notice? His Highness also bought alcohol. Clearly, he's not just giving her raw spices." Xiao Ming nodded. "Of course. In a few days, when the tools arrive, I'll personally show you what I'm making." 3 days later, Chen Qi delivered the distillation apparatus that Xiao Ming had requested, essentially 3 interconnected ceramic containers. During these 3 days, Xiao Ming had not been idle. He gathered the servants of the residence and explained the process of distilling alcohol and extracting essential oils. Once the distillation apparatus arrived, the servants promptly set it up, using a coal stove beneath it to refine alcohol and extract essential oils. This project put the entire household into a flurry of activity. While Kai and Dafu led a group to mine graphite, Luluo and Ziyuan joined in to help. Over the past few days, Luluo and Ziyuan had also received a crash course from Xiao Ming. When the alcohol and essential oils began to drip from the distillation apparatus, they carefully collected them into delicate porcelain bottles and began mixing them thoroughly. Xiao Ming had a vast knowledge of perfume making, with countless formulas in his mind. In essence, perfume consisted of essential oils, fixatives, and alcohol. The essential oils were extracted from various plants, while fixatives, such as balsam, were oil-rich substances that stabilized the scent, similar to the base ingredients in modern facial creams. Xiao Ming was well-versed in the precise ratios needed. Since this was the first batch, there was no need for experimentation, and the process went smoothly. The final step was to mix everything together. Two distillation setups operated simultaneously, one refining alcohol, the other extracting essential oils, while the rest of the household shook the bottles vigorously to blend the ingredients. Even Xiao Ming took a bottle and shook it, preferring to keep active in the freezing weather rather than standing still. "Your Highness, how long do we have to shake this?" Luluo panted, her breath forming white clouds in the cold air. Her face was flushed from exertion. Xiao Ming instructed, "Open the bottle and take a sniff. If the scent is evenly distributed, then it's ready." Luluo nodded, pulled out the stopper, and took a deep breath. She froze in surprise. "Your Highness, this smells amazing." Ziyuan also leaned in to take a whiff, her expression turning to one of astonishment. These spices were already fragrant, but this scent has a unique depth. "Your Highness, how is this meant to be used?" In Great Yu, fragrances were typically crafted into incense cakes and applied by rubbing or burning. This liquid perfume was an entirely new concept. Xiao Ming explained, "It's simple, just dab a little onto your skin." Curious, Luluo poured a small amount onto her hand and applied it to her face. Instantly, a delicate jasmine fragrance filled the air. Ziyuan, feeling envious, quickly followed suit. "Well, isn't it much better than incense cakes?" "The scent will last for a whole day," Xiao Ming said with a smile. Luluo giggled happily, sniffing herself and then Ziyuan, like an excited child. Ziyuan also smiled. This perfume, as Xiao Ming called it, was truly remarkable. Incense cakes had to be rubbed onto the skin and easily wore off, whereas this perfume was far more convenient. "Your Highness, if this perfume is gifted to the Empress, she will undoubtedly be delighted," Ziyuan remarked. Xiao Ming felt reassured. Since both Luluo and Ziyuan had spent time in the palace, their opinions carried weight. "In that case, I have nothing to worry about. We've made about 100 bottles this time. You two can each keep one." "Thank you, Your Highness." Luluo beamed and curtsied, while Ziyuan hugged her porcelain bottle as if it were a precious treasure, afraid that Xiao Ming might change his mind. Though they had used up all the essential oils, there was still a significant amount of leftover rice wine. Not wanting to waste it, and finding it too unpalatable to drink, Xiao Ming decided to refine it into a more potent liquor. "Li San." Xiao Ming wasn't familiar with all the servants yet, but he had taken note of Li San. Li San was a talkative and efficient worker, and Ziyuan had spoken well of him. Kayan Dafa was too busy, and Xiao Ming couldn't always rely on Luluo and Ziyuan, as some tasks weren't suitable for women. "Yes, Your Highness. I'm here." Li San jogged over. "What do you need?" Looking at the cheerful, clever servant, Xiao Ming said, "Prepare a few large wine jars and distill the remaining rice wine." "Understood, Your Highness." Li San immediately ordered the other servants to fetch the jars from the storage room and continued the distillation process. Unlike the earlier perfume making, where the rice wine was repeatedly distilled to obtain high-proof alcohol, this time they distilled it only once. The murky green rice wine was transformed into a clear, potent spirit. It retained the sweet aroma of rice wine, but its alcohol content had increased significantly. In the past, people boasted about drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk, but that was only because traditional rice wine had a low alcohol content. This newly distilled liquor, however, would be a different story. The entire household spent the whole day distilling rice wine and making perfume. By nightfall, all the ingredients had been used up. Li San stored the distillation apparatus away. "No one else is to see it, and you are not to reveal what it's used for," Xiao Ming instructed. He knew that proprietary technology needed to be kept secret. Li San thumped his chest confidently. "Rest assured, Your Highness. Even if they beat me to death, I won't say a word." Xiao Ming nodded approvingly. "Good, but I have another task for you. I need you to take these perfumes to the capital and deliver them to my mother, the consort." "To the capital?" "Your Highness, the journey to Chang'an is over 1,000 miles. If I go alone and run into bandits on the way," Li San hesitated, No need to worry. You'll be traveling with the Qin family's trading ships, Xiao Ming reassured him. After all, he had recently given the Qin family a hard time. It was only fair to offer them a little incentive now. The strategy of balancing sticks and carrots had to be applied wisely. 7 days after the first snowfall in Qingzhou, another heavy snow blanketed the region. However, unlike the tranquility of the first snow, the city of Qingzhou was now bustling with activity. The Qin family had purchased all the rice wine in Qingzhou and delivered it to the Qi prince's estate, causing quite a stir. Those who could no longer buy wine naturally cursed both the Qin family and the Qi prince. However, some discerning individuals sensed something unusual and stayed up all night to gather information. His Highness has ordered that no one is to be admitted and no outsiders are allowed into the estate. At the entrance of the Qi prince's estate, Wang Shiji was stopped by Ziyuan, but he refused to give up, his eyes constantly peering inside. Ziyuan, with her hands on her slender waist, looked stern and scolded, Hey, why are you still looking inside? Do you want me to have Zhao Long and Zhao Hu throw you into the snow?" Under normal circumstances, Wang Shiji would have laughed it off, apologized, and taken his time admiring Ziyuan before leaving. But today was different. The Qi prince had personally visited the Qin family, and the very next day, the Qin family bought up all the rice wine in Qingzhou. Moreover, rumors spread that the Qi prince was brewing a fine wine to be sold by the Qin family. This news unsettled the Wang family. Ever since the Qi prince arrived in Qingzhou, the Wang family had enjoyed his trust, consistently overshadowing the Qin family. But the prince's recent actions seemed unusual, as if he were now favoring the Qin family. Wang Chengchu, the head of the Wang family, sensed trouble. This was a sign that the Wang family might be falling out of favor. He stayed up all night and the next day berated Wang Shiji, blaming him for distancing himself from Xiao Ming. He ordered Wang Shiji to immediately visit the Qi prince's estate to reconnect with Xiao Ming and gather information about the fine wine. Meanwhile, Wang Chengchu went directly to the Qin family to taste the wine and see if it lived up to the rumors. "You little girl, even His Highness treats me with some respect. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me?" Wang Shiji, anxious, spoke without thinking. Ziyuan, having been raised by Consort Zhen, held deep-rooted beliefs in imperial authority. The four great families of Qingzhou might be influential locally, but outside the region, they were little more than merchants. In Chang'an, the true noble families held positions of power for generations. Ziyuan looked down on the Wang family from the bottom of her heart. Enraged by Wang Shiji's words, Ziyuan's eyebrows furrowed, and she retorted, "How dare you? Do you not realize where you are? Do you think the Qi prince's estate is a place where anyone can act recklessly? Our prince is kind, but that doesn't mean everyone here can be bullied." Wang Shiji's heart sank. He suddenly remembered that Ziyuan and Lu Luo were Consort Zhen's personal attendants, while he was merely a drinking buddy of Xiao Ming. If things escalated, he would surely be in trouble. He quickly apologized. "Please forgive my rudeness, Miss Ziyuan. I was too hasty. Could you please inform His Highness that Wang Shiji is waiting outside?" As he spoke, Wang Shiji pulled a silver ingot from his sleeve and presented it with both hands. "HMPH, at least you know your place." Ziyuan glared at Wang Shiji, took the silver, and turned to enter the estate. Wang Shiji tried to follow and peek inside, but Zhao Long and Zhao Hu immediately blocked him, glaring fiercely. He had no choice but to retreat and stand in the snow. Inside the estate, Ziyuan made her way to the side hall, where the servants lived and the distillation equipment was installed. Seeing Xiao Ming by the stove, sketching something, Ziyuan approached and said, "Your Highness, your prediction was spot on. Wang Shiji has indeed come. As you instructed, I made him wait outside. Oh, and I also earned a silver ingot." Ziyuan proudly placed the silver on the table where Xiao Ming was drawing. "Not bad. You and Lu Luo can use this silver to buy some girly things," Xiao Ming said, glancing at the ingot. It was probably around 10 taels. Wang Shiji was certainly generous. Lu Luo, who was grinding ink beside Xiao Ming, smiled until her eyes curved like crescent moons. But then she pouted, "Your Highness, this silver is useless to us. Qingzhou has nothing. If there were malt sugar, we could buy some." Li San, eager to curry favor with Ziyuan and Lu Luo, who were second only to Qian Dafu in the estate, chimed in, "Ladies, that's easy. I'll be going to Chang'an soon and can bring back whatever you need." "Yes, that's right. Give the silver to Li San and tell him what you want," Xiao Ming said, pointing at Li San. In truth, Xiao Ming knew how to make malt sugar, but he didn't have the time for it now. It wasn't economically valuable, just a treat. He decided to let Li San handle the shopping this time and make some malt sugar himself when he had the chance. He was craving it too. After all, malt sugar was one of the few snacks available in this era. Ziyuan and Luluo exchanged smiles, and Ziyuan handed the silver to Li San, saying, "Spend it wisely, or you'll regret it when you return." Li San, accustomed to Ziyuan's fiery personality, took the silver and said, "Don't worry, ladies." Ziyuan then remembered Wang Shiji waiting outside and asked Xiao Ming, "Your Highness, Wang Shiji is still outside. What should we do?" "Let him wait. I used to trust the Wang family too much, and they became arrogant, dominating the 6th prefecture. Hang Changshi has repeatedly informed me about the Wang family seizing land and oppressing people. It's time to make it clear who's in charge here," Xiao Ming said with a cold smile. "No wonder your Highness visited the Qin family personally." "It was to balance the power," Ziyuan nodded in understanding. "Exactly. Although the Qin family isn't exactly virtuous, they've always been at odds with the Wang family. If I can divide and conquer, I can use all 4 families to my advantage instead of being led by them. Only when they compete can I benefit." Xiao Ming was in a good mood and revealed his true intentions. Ziyuan looked at Xiao Ming with newfound admiration. This version of the Qi prince was something none of the other princes or princesses would have expected. After another hour of drawing, a schematic of a steel production line emerged under Xiao Ming's brush. Kai and Dafu had taken the servants from the engineering department away for some time. When they returned, this steel production line would be born. In addition to the production line, there was also a diagram of a crucible. Xiao Ming planned to take these drawings to the engineering department tomorrow and explain them further. The steel production line would then be almost complete. Although crucible steelmaking couldn't match the output of converter steelmaking, it was a significant improvement for this era. Progress had to be made step by step. One couldn't become a giant in a single leap. After finishing the drawings, Xiao Ming suddenly remembered Wang Shiji waiting outside. He immediately instructed Ziyuan to summon him. 2 hours had passed. He hoped the man hadn't frozen to death. A cold wind howled, and snowflakes danced wildly in the air, carried by the fierce gusts like flying dragons and serpents. Standing outside the gate, Wang Shiji was nearly frozen to death. Only when Ziyuan announced, "His Highness summons you inside," did Wang Shiji feel as if he had been granted amnesty. Shivering, he hugged his arms and hurried into the Qi prince's estate. Xiao Ming had already moved from the side hall to the study. The secrets of the side hall were not something Wang Shiji could be allowed to see. "Your Highness, you nearly froze me to death," Wang Shiji said with a sneeze, looking utterly aggrieved. "I don't know how I've offended you these past few days to deserve such treatment." Xiao Ming gestured to the chair opposite him, inviting Wang Shiji to sit, and said with a smile, "Brother Wang, you worry too much. I had some urgent matters to attend to earlier, which is why I kept you waiting. But on such a cold day, didn't you come by carriage? Why are you covered in snow?" "Your Highness, I was in such a hurry to see you this morning that I didn't even have time to prepare a carriage," Wang Shiji replied, moving closer to the coal stove to warm himself. Xiao Ming feigned ignorance and asked, "On such a bitterly cold day, Brother Wang must have come in such a rush for something important, right?" "Well," Wang Shiji hesitated for a moment before asking, "I heard that a few days ago, Your Highness gave the Qin family a fine wine to sell." "Is this true?" "Indeed it is. I even saved a jar of that wine for you, Brother Wang, planning to have it sent over to warm you up." "I didn't expect you to come here yourself," Xiao Ming said, knowing full well that Wang Shiji was more interested in how he had brewed the wine. But he deliberately avoided mentioning it. Wang Shiji clasped his hands and said, "Your Highness, you even remembered to send me wine. I'm truly moved. Since it's brewed by Your Highness, I must have a few cups." "That's no trouble at all. Li San, go fetch the wine," Xiao Ming called out. Li San, who was waiting outside, acknowledged the order and soon returned with a jar of drunken Kingju and 2 porcelain bowls. The art of porcelain making in the Great Yu Empire was already quite advanced, though only the nobility could afford the finer pieces. Common folk still used ordinary earthenware. The porcelain in the Qi prince's estate had been brought from Chang'an, produced in the official kilns of the Great Yu Empire. Xiao Ming had studied these pieces and found them comparable to modern porcelain in quality. That's why when choosing containers for his perfume, he had opted for porcelain bottles, elegant and practical. Drunken Kingju, what a fitting name. I wonder who came up with such a refined name, Wang Shiji said, examining the jar closely. Seeing the red label with the name Drunken Kingju, he couldn't help but lavish praise. He already knew Xiao Ming had named the wine but pretended otherwise. Li San, who was serving in the room, proudly said, "Our prince came up with the name." "So it was your highness." "Ah, your highness is truly talented." Wang Qinmu, Wei Qing, and Sun Dong once called ourselves the four talents of Kingju, but now it seems we were just boasting in front of a master. "How embarrassing," Wang Shiji said with exaggerated admiration. Xiao Ming felt a chill run down his spine. The flattery was so clumsy and tasteless. Even though the previous Xiao Ming had been uneducated, he would have known that drunken Kingju was nothing extraordinary. "Brother Wang, you flatter me too much. Come, you must be freezing. Have a drink to warm up." Li San, warm a cup of wine for Brother Wang. Li San placed a copper warmer on the stove and heated the wine for a while before pouring a cup for both Wang Shiji and Xiao Ming. In his modern life, Xiao Ming hadn't been fond of drinking, but since coming here, he had gradually come to appreciate it. Especially in the cold winter, a cup of warm wine was more effective than an air conditioner. A few cups could make him sweat. After a slight buzz, lying down in bed would make the long, boring night pass quickly. Now, with the heavy snow and fierce winds making it inconvenient to go out, a small drink was the perfect way to pass the time. "Your Highness, please." Wang Shiji raised his cup and lightly licked his lips. Xiao Ming raised his cup as well, and the two drank together. As the warm wine went down, Xiao Ming felt a fire slowly ignite within him. "Oh!" Wang Shiji let out a groan, stimulated by the strong liquor. He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and savored the taste for a moment before saying, "Your Highness, this wine is spicy yet smooth. After drinking Your Highness's wine, the rice wine I used to drink tastes like water. Truly excellent wine. But what a pity. A pity." "What do you mean, Brother Wang?" Xiao Ming gestured for Li San to refill Wang Shiji's cup. The cups in the prince's estate were wide-mouthed, narrow at the bottom, and could hold at least 2 taels of wine. Wang Shiji had just downed his cup in one go, as he was accustomed to doing. Wang Shiji, still preoccupied with his father's instructions, seized the opportunity to bring up the matter. "It's a pity that our Wang family cannot sell this wine. Brother Wang, there's a reason I gave the wine to the Qin family. While the Wang family has a horse caravan, it can't compare to water transport. Giving it to the Qin family allows me to earn more silver," Xiao Ming explained. Part of the reason he gave the wine to the Qin family was to support them, and part of it was what he had just said. In this backward era, land transport was inferior to water transport. Although water transport wasn't fast, it could carry large quantities and was relatively safe. "I see," Wang Shiji said, feeling slightly reassured. But he couldn't resist probing further. "When did Your Highness learn to brew wine? Was it also from that book?" "Let's keep that between us," Xiao Ming deflected, unwilling to elaborate. He raised his cup and said, "Come, today we drink and enjoy the snow. Let's not bother with trivial matters." Having drunk a bowl too quickly, Wang Shiji was starting to feel the effects. His head was spinning, and he thought to himself that he had asked what he needed to ask. Why not just enjoy the wine? He said, "You're right. Let's drink." With that, he downed another bowl. "Brother Wang, you have quite the capacity," Xiao Ming said, taking only small sips. He knew how potent the wine was, but Wang Shiji was clearly used to drinking this way. "Your Highness, your humble brother can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk." "This little wine is nothing," Wang Shiji boasted. Remembering that the main hall of the Chi Prince's estate had 3 floors, he suggested, "Your Highness, drinking here is rather dull. Why don't we go up to the pavilion, enjoy the snowscape of Kingju, and drink there?" "Brother Wang is absolutely right," Xiao Ming agreed. He had Li San bring the wine and the stove to the 3rd-floor pavilion of the main hall, and the two followed. In Kingju, the main hall of the Chi Prince's estate stood out like a crane among chickens, primarily because of its 3-story height. From the top, one could take in the entire city of Kingju. The two sat by the railing of the pavilion and continued drinking. Wang Shiji quickly downed 2 more cups. Your Highness, this wine is truly excellent." Come, fill it up again," Wang Shiji slurred after consuming 8 taels of wine. He was now as unsteady as a dizzy duck. Xiao Ming shook his head. Wang Shiji was still treating his wine like ordinary rice wine. He said, "Brother Wang, you're drunk. Let me have someone escort you back." Wang Shiji slapped his chest, looking offended. Your Highness, do you doubt my drinking ability? I can still drink more. If it weren't for the fear of Wang Shiji drinking himself to death in the Qi Prince's estate, Xiao Ming wouldn't have bothered. He said, then how about 2 more bowls, Brother Wang? Pour the wines. Wang Shiji stood up, swaying left and right. He flicked his sleeve and declared, Your Highness, with this fine wine in the snow, today I shall compose a poem to entertain you. Since ancient times, drinking wine and composing poetry have been the common afflictions of scholars. Wang Shiji and his companions, being mediocre scholars of the 3rd tier, naturally fell into this category. Moreover, Wang Shiji and his friends styled themselves as the 4 great talents. In the past, Wang Shiji had even wanted to include Xiao Ming in this group, elevating it to the 5 great talents, with Xiao Ming as their leader. Truly, his face was thick enough to make such a suggestion. However, the previous Xiao Ming had no interest in poetry or books, preferring instead archery and hunting. He scoffed at the idea of being labeled a talent, and thus never accepted the empty title. But since they were self-proclaimed talents, drinking wine and composing poetry were part of the routine. Even in Xiao Ming's absence, the 4 of them often engaged in poetic competitions during their family banquets, partly to show off their literary skills and partly to attract attention, much like modern young men learning the guitar to impress others during the spring season. Your Highness, I humbly offer my clumsy attempt. Today I shall compose a poem inspired by the snow. The wind god carries the snow, the cloud mother spits cold, the earth is damp with frost, and the door god gazes at the sparrow's perch, Wang Shiji recited slowly, hands clasped behind his back like a literary giant. At this moment, Lu Luo also came upstairs. The distilled liquor from the side hall had been moved to the storeroom, and the distiller had been put away. Bored, she had come upstairs to relieve Li San. Hearing Wang Shiji's doggerel, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. With door gods and earth spirits, is this a prayer for a sacrificial ceremony, young Master Wang? Wang Shiji turned and saw Lu Luo. The alcohol had gone to his head, and seeing Lu Luo as fresh and beautiful as a lotus on clear water, he was momentarily entranced, staring at her intently. Ahem. Xiao Ming coughed at just the right moment, startling Wang Shiji back to reality. He said, Miss Lu Luo, you flatter me. It's just a clumsy poem. However, in front of a beauty, any man has the desire to show off. Confident that he was far more talented than Xiao Ming, Wang Shiji couldn't resist dragging Xiao Ming down to make himself look better. He said, Your Highness, my poem has made Miss Lu Luo laugh. Why don't you compose a poem for us to admire? Xiao Ming took a small sip of wine. He knew exactly what Wang Shiji was up to. Having spent 5 or 6 years in a modern office, he was well versed in office politics. However, when it came to composing poetry, he couldn't compare to these scholars who had spent their lives studying for the Imperial exams. Things like parallelism and rhyme had long been forgotten. But standing on the shoulders of countless literary giants from the tech library, just as he had with the technologies he had imparted, why should he strain his brain to come up with a poem? That would be a waste of brain cells. Now that Wang Shiji was determined to make a fool of him, he couldn't be blamed. He thought for a moment, and a flood of ancient poems flashed through his mind. He recited, Kingju's fine wine, fragrant with tulip, served in jade bowls, glows like amber. If the host can make his guests drunk, they'll forget where their homeland lies. This poem was adapted from Li Bai's A Guest Song, but since the original poem mentioned Lanling, which would be inappropriate here, Xiao Ming shamelessly changed it to Kingju, becoming a plagiarist for a moment. After reciting the poem, Xiao Ming felt a twinge of guilt for stealing an ancient poet's work. But then he remembered he was in a completely unrelated world and let it go. However, when he looked up, he saw Wang Shiji and Lu Luo staring at him in shock, as if a polar bear had just seen a penguin. Wang Shiji swallowed hard. Despite being drunk, he could still tell the difference between his doggerel and the masterpiece Xiao Ming had just recited. After a moment of stunned silence, he exclaimed, a timeless masterpiece. Your Highness is truly a reincarnation of the literary star. I could never hope to match you. Brother Wang, you flatter me. It's just a small poem. Come, let's drink more, Xiao Ming said, pouring Wang Shiji another cup of wine. Lu Luo, having been in Chang'an, a gathering place for scholars, had heard many poems. The one Xiao Ming had just recited was undoubtedly of high quality. She said, Your Highness, you are too modest. If this poem were heard in Chang'an, even the top scholars might not be able to match it. Miss Lu Luo is right. Your Highness's poem is truly extraordinary. I believe it also reflects Your Highness's current mood. Drinking Kingju's fine wine and having lived here for 5 years, it's only natural to feel nostalgic for Chang'an, Wang Shiji said. Li Bai's poem indeed expressed the sorrow of being far from home, and Wang Shiji's interpretation was not wrong. However, Xiao Ming didn't share the sentiment in the poem. He was quite content where he was. But to keep the conversation going, he said, Brother Wang is quite right. Let's not dwell on it. Let's drink. The two of them drank merrily, and after 2 bowls, Wang Shiji finally couldn't hold his liquor anymore, collapsing onto the table, completely unconscious. Xiao Ming, having only drunk 3 bowls, was slightly tipsy. Seeing Wang Shiji out cold, he said to Lu Luo, have Li San take young Master Wang back. Lu Luo acknowledged the order and went downstairs. Shortly after, Li San came up and helped Wang Shiji downstairs. At this moment, Ziyuan came upstairs and said, Your Highness, you've had quite a bit to drink. Would you like to rest? Xiao Ming waved his hand. No need. Come, the view here is quite nice. Let's enjoy the snowy scenery of Kingju together. Lu Luo chimed in, Sister, His Highness just composed a poem on the spot. It was truly breathtaking. Don't be ridiculous. His Highness can compose poetry. Ziyuan tugged at Lu Luo's sleeve, thinking she was joking. Lu Luo pouted and recited. Kingju's fine wine, fragrant with tulip, served in jade bowls, glows like amber. If the host can make his guests drunk, they'll forget where their homeland lies. Ziyuan listened, stunned for a moment, before regaining her composure. She turned to Xiao Ming and said, Your Highness, did you really compose this? Xiao Ming blushed but had to say, Of course. Do you doubt my literary skills? Not at all. It's just that I never expected Your Highness to have such talent. When I was by Her Majesty's side, she often said Your Highness was unlearned. But now it seems that during your years in Kingju, you must have studied diligently, Ziyuan said. Then she added, However, I think this poem could be improved slightly. Oh, let's hear it, Xiao Ming said, intrigued. The line, they'll forget where their homeland lies, could be changed to, they'll forget that their homeland is elsewhere. This would enhance the poem's expression of longing for Chang'an, Ziyuan suggested thoughtfully. Xiao Ming's eyes lit up. That could work, though it might not necessarily be better than the original. As he spoke, he observed Ziyuan. Normally, given the strict hierarchy, Ziyuan wouldn't dare to casually suggest changes to Xiao Ming's poem, as it would be disrespectful. Her bringing it up now must have been deliberate. Ziyuan explained, It's not that I presume to have literary talent, but I feel Your Highness's poem is perfectly suited for drunken Kingju. If Your Highness's poem were inscribed on drunken Kingju, and word reached the Emperor, he might be moved by Your Highness's homesickness and show compassion. Perhaps the silver will come rolling in. Excellent. Xiao Ming clapped his hands and laughed. Ziyuan felt a wave of helplessness. The Prince of Qi was now obsessed with money. What she had meant was that the Emperor might be moved by familial affection to allow the prince to return for a visit. Your Highness, it seems you're quite drunk, Ziyuan said, nudging Lu Luo. Let's have His Highness rest. Lu Luo nodded and went to help Xiao Ming to his feet. Earlier, Xiao Ming hadn't felt too drunk, but the lingering effects of the alcohol had caught up with him. After talking for a while, he began to feel dizzy and had to lean on Lu Luo as they returned to his chambers. Ziyuan also went downstairs. Seeing that Lu Luo had taken Xiao Ming back, she called over the servant responsible for transporting the drunken Kingju wine and said, Don't rush to send the batch of drunken Kingju, distilled this time, and the previous batch to the Qin family. We need to inscribe His Highness's poem on the wine jars first. Yes, Miss Ziyuan, the servant replied. Ziyuan then went to prepare brushes, ink, paper, and ink stones. Coincidentally, Lu Luo returned at that moment. Ziyuan said the Qin family is leaving for Chang'an tomorrow, and His Highness is drunk. It seems we'll have to copy the poem ourselves and paste it onto the wine jars. All right, since your handwriting is so beautiful, you write, and I'll handle the pasting, Lu Luo said with a playful smile. Ziyuan shot her a look. You're always so good at slacking off. With that, she handed Lu Luo a sheet of Chengxin paper. This Chengxin paper was brought from Chang'an by Her Majesty. It's extremely precious, so be careful when cutting it. His Highness said that pairing this paper with drunken Kingju adds a certain elegance. Lu Luo carefully took the paper. Chengxin paper was the most renowned paper in the Great Yu Kingdom, known for its smooth, jade-like texture and fine, glossy surface. Scholars and artists often used it for their most prized works. With a look of concern, Lu Luo said, "His Highness is really something. How can such precious paper be pasted onto wine jars? It would be better to frame the poem written on it. And what does elegance even mean? I don't know either. It's probably just his nonsense." I tried to persuade him not to waste it, but His Highness said we'll have plenty of paper to use in the future, Ziwen said, shaking her head. True. The current His Highness certainly has a lot of ideas. The two shared a laugh, one cutting and pasting the paper while the other copied the poem. By noon, they had finished pasting the poem onto all the drunken Qingzhou jars and had Li San deliver them to the Qin family. By then, Xiao Ming had also woken up. He hadn't been too drunk, just a little tipsy, and after a short nap he had sobered up. After asking about the drunken Qingzhou and confirming that it had all been delivered to the Qin family, he felt reassured. Li San could set off for Chang'an the next day. In the afternoon, he discussed with Ziwen and Lu Luo what items Li San should purchase from Chang'an. Vegetable oil was at the top of the list. Recently, he had been eating animal fat, and sometimes, due to shortages, he had gone without. He couldn't stand it anymore. With vegetable oil, he could at least stir-fry some dishes. Next on the list were preserved meats, malt sugar, pastries, and other snacks. Unlike modern times, during winter, fresh vegetables were scarce. Radishes hadn't yet been introduced to the Great Yu Empire. Cabbage, however, was a native crop, and during the depths of winter, it could still be found for sale in Qingzhou's east and west markets. Thinking of a modern winter dish, cabbage and pork stew with glass noodles, Xiao Ming's mouth watered like the yellow river overflowing. But then he remembered that sweet potatoes, the main ingredient for glass noodles, were also an imported crop and not available in the Great Yu Empire. What a place of scarcity, Xiao Ming muttered, finally giving up on the idea of making a shopping list. There were only a handful of items he could think of anyway. However, this scarcity also presented an opportunity. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, tomatoes, chili peppers, none of these modern staples were available in the Great Yu Empire. If he could introduce and cultivate these crops in his fiefdom. With the high yields of potatoes and sweet potatoes, would he still need to worry about his people going hungry? At this thought, Xiao Ming remembered Zhang Liang. He had kept him around precisely for shipbuilding, and not just any ships, but large ones. The Great Yu Empire was like a frog trapped in a well, complacent and ignorant of the outside world. If Western history hadn't been disrupted, this would have been the glorious age of exploration. The nation he had once loved had lost out during the era of maritime dominance, and he couldn't let that happen again. Of course, he understood that the upper echelons of the Great Yu Empire, lost in their dream of being the Celestial Empire, would never agree with him. But he didn't need their approval. With his own fiefdom, he could be the pioneer, using his own resources. Leaving Ziwen and Lu Luo to excitedly continue discussing the shopping list, Xiao Ming went alone to the third floor of the main hall. From there, he could see all of Qingzhou City. Taking out a fresh sheet of paper, he began to sketch the most famous ocean-going ship of the age of exploration, the galleon. This three-masted ship had a lifespan of nearly a century, undergoing numerous modifications until it was eventually replaced by ironclads. The Black Pearl from Pirates of the Caribbean was modeled after a galleon. Of course, Xiao Ming was also familiar with the structures of treasure ships and Fuchuan ships. However, compared to galleons, treasure ships were too large and not suitable for later modifications into warships. The galleon, which had dominated the seas for centuries, had a long, narrow hull, low freeboard, and square sails, giving it superior seaworthiness among sailing ships of its time. Most importantly, it was well suited for naval warfare. Galleons with cannons mounted on both sides became the prototype for later ships of the line. The design Xiao Ming was sketching wasn't the original galleon, but a later, optimized version with improved seaworthiness, faster construction, and more efficient use of materials. He also left space for gunports on both sides of the ship, allowing for future modifications into a warship. However, his current goal in building a galleon wasn't for naval warfare, but for potatoes. Compared to an assembly line for steel production, the structure of a galleon was far more complex. After an afternoon of work, Xiao Ming had only completed about 1/20th of the design. Since he had slept in the morning, he wasn't tired at night. Seizing the opportunity, he worked through the night, and by early the next morning, he had completed another portion. At that moment, Li San came to pay his respects and discuss the trip to Chang'an. On this trip to Chang'an, you must be cautious and avoid causing any trouble. Do you understand? Xiao Ming sternly reminded him. Li San's mission was to secure the silver, and Xiao Ming didn't want any mishaps. Yes, Your Highness, Li San said, startled and quickly nodded. Taking Li San with him, Xiao Ming made a special trip to the dock. This matter was of great importance to him. Your Highness, I'll accompany Li San to Chang'an this time. You can rest assured, Qin Mu said, standing on the merchant ship. Xiao Ming nodded. Qin Chunian was a bit of a sly old fox, but with Qin Mu going along, he felt slightly more at ease. Then I'll leave this matter in your hands, brother Qin. Qin Mu nodded, ordered the boatman to set sail, and clasped his hands in farewell to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming returned the gesture, watching as the gray merchant ship slowly departed. Time flies when one is idle. Since Li San left for Chang'an, half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 weeks, the snow in Qingzhou had been intermittent, and the accumulated snow in the city was deep enough to reach a person's knees. When the sun came out and melted the snow, the roads became extremely muddy. As a result, the people of Qingzhou were even less inclined to venture outside. Xiao Ming shared the same sentiment as the townsfolk. Apart from occasionally visiting the engineering department to oversee progress, he spent most of his time in the prince's residence drawing. Today, he had finally completed the structural diagrams, overall renderings, and detailed node drawings for the galleon. Thankfully, I have some artistic skills, Xiao Ming said smugly. In his modern life, his only hobby had been drawing comics, so he had some experience with illustration. Although he was using a brush, his drawings were quite impressive, with clear lines that rivaled computer-generated designs. Your Highness, what has you so happy? Lu Luo asked as she brought in his breakfast. Since winter had arrived, the food had become even more monotonous. Breakfast consisted of 2 flatbreads and a bowl of dough drop soup. However, this was also the season for hunting, so there was some venison and wild fowl available in the market. Now that the Prince of Qi's residence had some silver, they could occasionally enjoy meat dishes. I've finally finished drawing the ship, Xiao Ming said happily, taking the flatbread and letting his fingers brush against Lu Luo's hand. Lu Luo shot him a reproachful look, but was already accustomed to Xiao Ming's playful nature. Looking at the dozen or so drawings on the desk, Lu Luo stuck out her tongue. Your Highness is truly amazing. If it were me, I wouldn't know how many years it would take to draw so many. Xiao Ming was in high spirits. With the drawings complete, it was time to get Zhang Liang started on the project. He believed that in terms of shipbuilding technology, the Great Yu Empire wasn't lagging behind at this stage. What was lacking was innovative thinking and advanced techniques. It's not that hard. If you're free at night, come here and I'll teach you. I guarantee you'll improve quickly, Xiao Ming said between bites of his flatbread. Lu Luo blushed. Your Highness is just trying to tease me again. I won't fall for it. With that, she pouted and left Xiao Ming's chambers. Xiao Ming chuckled mischievously as he watched Lu Luo leave. After quickly finishing his breakfast, he took the drawings and headed to the engineering department. In the depths of winter, there wasn't much else to do, so he spent his time shuttling between the engineering department and the prince's residence. Moreover, he wanted to take advantage of the agricultural off-season to establish some simple workshops, which would be ready for use by spring. Your Highness, Chen Qi greeted Xiao Ming with a bow. Unlike other places, the engineering department was bustling with activity. Craftsmen and servants were hard at work, and in the backyard, 2 blast furnaces over 3 meters tall had been erected. On either side of the furnaces were earthen steps for loading materials, and at the base, each furnace was connected to a large bellows for air supply. In front of the furnaces were piles of black, unremarkable objects, not coal, but coke that Xiao Ming had instructed Chen Qi to produce. How's the iron smelting experiment going? Xiao Ming asked. Mature techniques Xiao Ming had taught Chen Qi had saved him a lot of trial and error, but the process still required hands-on experimentation. Your Highness, the initial attempts at producing coke weren't successful. The iron produced had too many impurities. Later, we adjusted the temperature and sealed the carbon more tightly, which finally yielded qualified coke. We also had to adjust the airflow and coke quantity multiple times during smelting to produce qualified wrought iron that met the necessary standards for forging, Chen Qi explained. Since Xiao Ming had instructed him to use blast furnaces for iron smelting, Chen Qi had thrown himself into the task. Now he had finally succeeded in producing wrought iron. Xiao Ming nodded. Good. Once the crucibles are ready, this wrought iron can be refined into qualified steel, and the strength of our machine tools and cutting tools will also improve. We're just waiting for Steward Kyan to return. It's been over 20 days since he left. Why hasn't he come back yet? Chen Qi couldn't help but feel anxious. Zhao Ming frowned. He was also worried. With the roads blocked by snow and bandits on the loose, he hoped nothing had gone wrong. Glancing at the wrought iron ingots, Zhao Ming said, "Don't worry. There's plenty of work to do at the engineering department. You can focus on other tasks for now. By the way, how have Zhang Liang and the others been performing recently?" Chen Qi seemed to have forgotten about Zhang Liang and his men. Only when Zhao Ming brought them up did he say, "Your Highness, they've been doing manual labor and have been quite diligent." "Why do you ask?" Zhao Ming held up the drawings. "For this, the engineering department will likely need to produce some parts for it. Your Highness, may I take a look?" Chen Qi immediately became eager. Knowing Chen Qi's nature, Zhao Ming didn't tease him and handed over the drawings. "Is this a ship?" Chen Qi glanced at the drawings and exclaimed, "But I've never seen a ship like this before. This type of ship is originally called a galleon. After some modifications by me, I now call it the Kingzhu ship," Zhao Ming explained. Chen Qi flipped through the drawings and then handed them back, scratching his head. "Your Highness, I'm afraid I can't help with shipbuilding. I've never studied it before." "I'm not asking you to build the ship, just to help produce some parts," Zhao Ming said with a laugh. Chen Qi breathed a sigh of relief and then remembered, "That's why Your Highness is looking for Zhang Liang. His family used to run a shipyard, didn't they? I'll go fetch him right away." A short while later, Chen Qi brought Zhang Liang over. Zhang Liang bowed and said, "This old servant greets Your Highness." "At ease," Zhao Ming said, helping Zhang Liang up. "I called you here because I have a task for you. It's a waste to have your family doing manual labor. Here, take a look at this and tell me if you can build it." Zhang Liang was stunned. He took the drawings from Zhao Ming and after a quick glance, froze in place. After a long moment, he frantically flipped through each page. By the end, his hands were trembling uncontrollably. "Your Highness, where did you get these drawings?" "I've never heard of such a ship, but based on my experience, this vessel is perfectly suited for sea voyages," Zhang Liang said. Zhao Ming nodded. This single comment showed that Zhang Liang still had some expertise, as he could recognize the technical sophistication of the design. "Don't ask about that. I just want to know if you're willing to build this ship for me." "Willing," Zhang Liang replied without hesitation. "It's better than spending my days surrounded by ore and coal slag." "Good. In that case, I'll restore your shipyard. However, from now on, it will be state-owned and have no connection to you." "Are you willing?" Zhang Liang sighed. "This old servant is a criminal and a slave. I only wish to make use of my lifelong knowledge." "Very well. In a few days, you and your family can return to the shipyard." "I'll handle the matter with the Qin family," Zhao Ming said. Zhang Liang's former shipyard had been seized by the Qin family, and Zhao Ming would need to reclaim it. With this matter settled and no other urgent tasks at the machinery department, Zhao Ming returned to the prince's residence. At the same time, the Qin family's merchant ship slowly docked at the port of Chang'an, the capital of the Great Yu Empire. Li San disembarked and stared in awe at the majestic and imposing city of Chang'an in the distance. "Tian, sorry for just getting back to translating this novel. I was busy for the past 4 days, catching up on my thesis deadline. Li San, are you coming into the city with me, or are you going to pay your respects to Consort Zhen first?" Qin Mu asked, his eyes still heavy with sleep. The long journey had been monotonous, and he had spent most of his days dozing. Li San replied, "Before I left, His Highness mentioned that he had sent a letter to her ladyship. Someone will be waiting for me at the dock, so I won't trouble you, Master Qin." Qin Mu chuckled, "That's fine. You're unfamiliar with Chang'an, so having someone to meet you will save you from getting lost. If you were to go missing, I wouldn't know how His Highness would reprimand me." Li San smiled in agreement. After spending 15 days together on the ship, Qin Mu had been quite courteous to him. Li San knew this courtesy was directed more at Prince Qi and Consort Zhen than at him personally. According to Qin Mu, the Qin family had shops in Chang'an as well. Though Kingzhu was thousands of miles away, Prince Qi couldn't oversee everything, so sometimes the Qin family had to invoke Consort Zhen's name for protection. As they were talking, a young maid in a pink palace dress approached them and asked, "Is this the merchant ship from the Qin family of Kingzhou?" "Yes, it is," Qin Mu replied respectfully. The maid's attire clearly indicated she was from the palace, so he didn't dare be careless. The maid glanced at Qin Mu and then at Li San, who was dressed as a servant. After consort Zhen received Prince Qi's letter, she had instructed the maid to wait at the dock every day. When she saw a ship bearing the Qin family's flag docking, she immediately came over to inquire. "Are you Li San?" the maid asked, now certain it was the Qin family's ship. Li San bowed and said, "Yes, that's me." "Ah, wonderful. I've been waiting here for 3 days. I'm Liu Lei, a maid serving consort Zhen. Her ladyship sent me to wait for you here. Now that you've arrived, follow me into the palace," the maid said, visibly relieved. Li San nodded, his face reddening as he avoided looking directly at Liu Lei. Both Ziyuan and Luluo were considered top beauties in Kingzhou, but Liu Lei was equally stunning. Li San couldn't help but think to himself, no wonder His Highness was willing to risk his life to return to Chang'an. It seems all the beauties of the world are gathered in the resplendent, bright palace. "Then I'll trouble you to lead the way, sister," Li San said politely. "But His Highness has asked me to bring quite a few things." "That's simple. I've brought people to help you load them onto the carriage," Liu Li said with a light laugh, leading Li San toward Chang'an. "You look a few years older than me, yet you call me sister. Sister, you serve her ladyship and are far more noble than a lowly servant like me. It's only right to call you sister," Li San flattered. Liu Li had a peach blossom face, and her smile was as radiant as a blooming flower. She said, "His Highness mentioned in his letter that you have a silver tongue, and it seems he wasn't wrong. But in the palace, you'll need to be more restrained. Be careful with your words, or you might lose your tongue." "Oh." Li San shuddered in fear. The bright palace was the emperor's residence, and even the thought of it made Li San nervous. Liu Li's warning only heightened his anxiety, making him feel like he might lose control of his bladder. Seeing Li San's reaction, Liu Li couldn't help but smile mischievously. "But don't worry too much. Just follow me, don't speak out of turn, and don't look around carelessly." Li San quickly said, "Sister, for His Highness's sake, please look out for me." Mentioning Prince Qi, Liu Li frowned slightly. Truth be told, she wasn't particularly fond of that troublemaker either. At the edge of the dock, a carriage was waiting. Without answering Li San's plea, Liu Li simply said, "Get in." Once inside the carriage, Liu Li began asking about Ziyuan and Luluo. Learning that they were doing well in Prince Qi's estate seemed to lift her spirits, and she started telling Li San about Chang'an. The carriage left the dock and after about half an hour, reached the city gate. The guards at Zhengde Gate checked Li San's servant registration before allowing them to enter Chang'an. Sitting inside the carriage, Li San couldn't resist pulling back the curtain to peek outside at the bustling sounds of the city. "There are so many people in Chang'an," Li San remarked, looking out at the throngs of people crowding the wide avenue leading from Zhengde Gate. It was even busier than the busiest market days in Kingzhou. Liu Li said this isn't even the busiest time. By noon, the streets will be so packed that carriages won't be able to move. Li San was awestruck. He continued to look out and saw that, aside from their carriage, the 50-meter-wide stone-paved avenue was filled with luxurious carriages adorned with gold and jade. Inside the carriages were officials in purple, red, and green robes, wealthy merchants in fine silks, and occasionally, behind beaded curtains, the strikingly beautiful faces of noblewomen. Glancing down at his own coarse blue clothing, Li San suddenly felt a pang of inferiority. Even the common folk in Chang'an dressed better than he did. "No wonder His Highness says Chang'an is the most prosperous place in the world," Li San sighed. "Of course," Liu Li said. "But why didn't His Highness prepare you with more presentable clothing for this trip?" This she had easily recognized Li San earlier because of his shabby attire. Li San scratched his ear. "His Highness said I had to dress like this. Otherwise, how could I cry poor?" "Cry poor?" Liu Lei looked puzzled. "It means being so poor that you cry," Li San explained. "Is that a Kingzhou saying?" "How amusing," Liu Li laughed, her beauty making Li San blush again. He was about the same age as Prince Qi, and at that age, thoughts of romance were never far away. As they chatted, the carriage traveled for another hour before reaching the gates of the bright palace. Here, everyone from high-ranking officials to commoners had to proceed on foot. After getting out of the carriage, Li San gazed in awe at the magnificent, golden-roofed palaces within the bright palace complex. Liu Li explained that Chang'an stretched 60 li from north to south, with 360 residential wards, 3 times the size of Qingzhou. This gave a sense of the city's wealth and prosperity, and the splendid bright palace was the crowning jewel of Chang'an. Entering through a side gate, Liu Li led Li San into the palace. The main gate leads to the Wuji Hall, where the emperor and his ministers discuss state affairs. "We can't go there," Liu Li explained as they walked. "This side path will take us directly to the inner palace." Once inside the palace, Li San grew visibly more nervous. The passing maids and eunuchs kept glancing at him, making him increasingly anxious. He could only nod repeatedly. They were now walking through a narrow alley between 2 high walls. At the end of the alley was an arched gate, beyond which lay a red-painted wooden corridor. On either side of the corridor were large lotus ponds. At this time of year, the lotus flowers had withered, but many carp swam lazily in the water. Li San didn't have time to admire the scenery. After passing through the 100-meter-long corridor, they turned onto another long hallway that curved westward. He looked up and saw that the hallway twisted and turned, with various palaces lining its path. Above the palaces were golden plaques, but Li San couldn't read the characters inscribed on them. As they went deeper, the number of maids bustling along the corridor increased. Some carried delicate pastries, while others held incense burners or hot water. Up ahead are the living quarters of the consorts. "Don't look around carelessly," Liu Li instructed. Li San nodded again. The corridor suddenly opened up into a large garden. On one side was the lotus pond they had seen earlier, with a stone bridge arching gracefully over the water like a crescent moon. On the other side of the bridge were numerous pavilions and courtyards, each marked by an arched gate. This was the area Liu Li had mentioned, the residences of the Imperial consorts. Crossing the stone bridge, Liu Li stopped in front of a courtyard with a plaque that read Bishui Pavilion. She said, "This is Consort Zhen's residence. Follow me inside." "Your ladyship, I have brought Li San," Liu Li announced, leaving Li San to wait outside Bishui Pavilion as she entered the main hall to report. Inside the hall, behind a screen painted with delicate ink landscapes, a noblewoman dressed in luxurious violet robes reclined on a couch, reading a Buddhist scripture. Upon hearing Liu Li's words, she sat up and said, "Bring him in. Ming'er has been quite mysterious in his letter. I'm curious to see what this perfume he mentioned is." With that, Consort Zhen rose and, assisted by 2 maids, made her way to the main hall, where she took a seat on a redwood chair. At this moment, Liu Li called for Li San to enter. "Your humble servant from the Qi Prince's estate pays his respects to Consort Zhen," Li San said, bowing deeply without daring to look up. Seeing Li San dressed in coarse, tattered clothing, Consort Zhen frowned slightly. "Since you are Ming'er's man, there's no need to be so formal. Ming'er mentioned something about perfume in his letter. Is it true?" Li San finally dared to look up and saw a woman of extraordinary grace seated before him. She had phoenix eyes, willow leaf eyebrows, a face as fair as powdered jade, and lips as red as cinnabar. Though not a beauty capable of toppling kingdoms, she was undoubtedly stunning. It was said that Consort Zhen, originally named Yun Zinner, hailed from Suzhou in the Great Yu Empire. Her father, Yun Sheng, had been a 7th-rank magistrate in Taiping County, Suzhou. 20 years ago, when the Empress Dowager was selecting concubines for Emperor Wangxuan, all officials with daughters were required to present them as candidates. Yun Zinner had been chosen during this selection and quickly won the emperor's favor. Within a decade, she had risen to the rank of Consort Zhen. However, in the ever-shifting world of the imperial harem, where new faces constantly replaced the old, Consort Zhen's influence had waned over time. Snapping out of his thoughts, Li San replied, "Your ladyship, I have been sent by His Highness to deliver both the perfume and the drunken Qingzhou wine." "Where are the items?" Consort Zhen asked. Liu Li answered, "Your ladyship, His Highness has sent quite a lot this time. I had a few eunuchs bring them over. They should be here soon." As she spoke, a melodious laugh echoed from outside, and a concubine dressed in red robes entered, followed by several eunuchs carrying the perfume and wine sent by Prince Qi. "Sister, Prince Qi is truly filial. He sent so many things so early in the morning," the red-robed concubine said with a smile, seating herself casually in a chair on the side without any formality. Consort Zhen chuckled lightly. This was Consort De, the mother of the 4th prince, who often visited her. She said, "It must be that little eunuch Zio Gizi running his mouth again. He never learns." "Indeed. Next time I'll give him a few slaps myself before you even have to," Consort De said with a smile, knowing full well that Consort Jen was annoyed by her prying. Given her status, Zio Gizzy wouldn't dare refuse her questions. Consort Jen smiled. I appreciate your kindness, sister. Since you're already here, why not join me in seeing what Minger has sent? Life in the palace can be dull, and it's always nice to have something new to look at. Consort De, who had been curious from the start, was now even more intrigued. However, she still politely said, Sister, if it's inconvenient, I can leave. In his letter, Prince Chi had made it clear that he wanted the concubines to know about the perfume. Therefore, Consort Jen wasn't upset with Consort De's presence. In fact, Consort De was known for her gossipy nature, and her involvement could help spread the word. Sister, you're being too polite. It's no trouble at all. Liu Li opened the boxes, Consort Jen instructed. Liu Li acknowledged the order, but before she could act, Li San eagerly stepped forward to open the wooden crates, saying softly to Liu Li, these crates have nails. Let me handle it so you don't get hurt. Liu Li smiled and nodded. 4 crates were opened, 3 containing small porcelain bottles of perfume and 1 filled with wine. Li San took out one of the small porcelain bottles and handed it to Liu Li, saying, this is the perfume personally crafted by His Highness. Liu Li took the bottle and presented it to Consort Jen. Having read Prince Chi's letter, Consort Jen had some idea of what the perfume was. She removed the wooden stopper from the bottle and, using a feather provided by Liu Li, dabbed a bit of the perfume on herself. Sister, what is this? It smells so delightful, Consort De asked, having watched Consort Jen's actions closely. As soon as the perfume was applied, a captivating fragrance filled the room. The scent was refreshing and pleasant, unlike the mixed aromas of traditional incense. Consort Jen, who had initially been skeptical about Prince Chi's gift, was now pleasantly surprised. She explained to Consort De, Sister, this is called perfume. It's a special fragrance Minger learned to make in Kingju. It's said to be much more practical than incense. Perfume. I've never heard of such a thing. May I try it? Consort De asked. Concubines, like all women, were always at the forefront of fashion. In modern terms, they were the trendsetters of their time. Moreover, in their constant competition for the emperor's favor, concubines were always on the lookout for something new and exciting. Consort De, being well-versed in such matters, immediately recognized the potential of this novel item. Taking the perfume, Consort De followed Consort Jen's example and dabbed some on herself. Instantly, she was enveloped in a delightful fragrance. Oh, sister, this is truly wonderful. It smells amazing, and it's so easy to use, Consort De exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. She glanced at the 3 crates of perfume, and her eyes sparkled with interest. Prince Chi has sent quite a lot. You're so fortunate, sister. Consort Jen, understanding the underlying meaning of Consort De's words, said, these perfumes were sent by Minger as gifts for all the sisters in the palace. If you like them, please take a few bottles for yourself. Consort De was overjoyed. You're always so kind to me, sister. With that, she eagerly moved to select a few bottles. At this moment, Li San spoke up. Your ladyship, before I left, His Highness instructed me to mention that he forgot to include this in his letter. The 3 crates contain perfumes with different scents, tulip, jasmine, and agarwood. The intensity of the fragrances also varies, so each lady may choose according to her preference. Oh, Consort De was even more delighted. Quick, bring the other 2 scents here. Li San bowed and retrieved the other 2 perfumes, presenting them to Consort Jen. After smelling the different scents, Consort Jen and Consort De exchanged smiles. Consort Jen said, the jasmine is light and elegant, perfect for me. The tulip is warm and intense, more suited to you, sister. You're absolutely right, sister. I never expected Prince Chi to have such talent. This perfume is simply divine. I'm already in love with it, Consort De said, holding the bottle of tulip perfume with glee. In that case, this bottle is yours, Consort Jen said. Consort De glanced at the crates, each containing at least 30 bottles. She smiled ingratiatingly and said, Sister, when did you become so stingy? This bottle is so small. Why not give me a couple more? As she spoke, she tugged at Consort Jen's sleeve, pleading. Consort Jen laughed. All right, since you insist, take 2 more bottles. Consort De, fearing Consort Jen might change her mind, happily took the extra bottles and thanked her profusely before leaving. Once Consort De was out of earshot, Liu Li snorted softly. Your ladyship, why did you give her 2 bottles? Consort Du is always taking advantage of your kindness. Consort Zhen shot Liu Li a warning look. You can say such things in front of me, but never outside. Be careful or you'll regret it. Your ladyship, Sister Liu Lei, is just concerned about His Highness's perfume. After all, it was made by His Highness himself using the finest ingredients, Li San said cautiously. Mentioning Prince Qi, Consort Zhen couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. It's rare for him to put in so much effort. But I have my reasons. If we were to send the perfume to the Empress too eagerly, it would seem too deliberate and might backfire. Consort De loves to show off. Once she starts flaunting the perfume, the Empress and the other concubines will come asking. We can bring it up then. Your ladyship is truly wise, Li San said, bowing his head. Consort Zhen then turned her attention to the wine jars, noticing that they were wrapped in fine paper with calligraphy on them. Bring one of the wine jars here, she instructed. Liu Li stepped forward, picked up a jar and said, Your ladyship, there's a poem written on it. Consort Zhen read the poem aloud softly. Qingzhu's fine wine, fragrant as tulips, poured into jade bowls, glowing like amber. If the host can make his guests drunk, they'll forget whether this land is home or a distant place. She nodded slightly. A fine poem. I never expected such literary talent from the barren lands of Qingzhou. Li San barely suppressed a smile and said respectfully, Your ladyship, actually, this poem was written by His Highness. Composed by Minger. Consort Zhen chuckled softly upon hearing this. How much literary talent does Prince Qi truly possess? This poem was likely written by someone else, wasn't it? Li San protested, Your ladyship, this time you are truly mistaken. This poem was recited by His Highness himself, and Luluo personally heard it. Is that so? Consort Zhen remained skeptical, sighing deeply. Whether it's true or not, the poem is filled with longing for home. It seems Minger misses Chang'an dearly. As she spoke, Consort Zhen suddenly covered her face and began to weep softly. Liu Li glared at Li San. Her ladyship has been unwell these past few days, and now you've made her cry. You deserve a beating. Li San shrank back, remembering what Prince Qi had told him before he left. He said, Your ladyship, there's no need to grieve. His Highness said that he is quite content in Qingzhou. Being far from Chang'an spares him the daily scheming and intrigue. However, Qingzhou is too impoverished. He wishes to revitalize his fief, but lacks the funds to do so. Consort Zhen, who had been grieving over her beloved son, now remembered the main purpose of Li San's visit. She sighed, if only he had realized this earlier. When he was in Chang'an, he never bothered to curry favor with the emperor. Now he's scrambling for solutions. Well, I suppose this perfume is different from the usual incense. The empress might like it. When the time is right, I'll whisper a few words in her ear, and perhaps the emperor will remember his paternal affection. Your ladyship is wise. His Highness said he deeply regrets his past actions. That's why he specially prepared this drunken Qingzhou wine, hoping you could present it to the emperor, Li San relayed Prince Qi's instructions. I understand. Liu Lei, find an inn in Chang'an for Li San to stay for a few days. Once this matter is resolved, he can return, Consort Zhen instructed. Liu Li acknowledged the order and led Li San out of the palace to an inn, instructing him not to wander off. Li San, mindful of Prince Qi's repeated warnings, obediently settled into the inn and waited. Meanwhile, in the palace, Consort Zhen seemed to have set aside the matters of the perfume and wine, spending her days reading in her chambers. One morning, as Consort Zhen was going about her usual routine, a lively commotion erupted outside Bishui Pavilion. Among the chatter, Consort De's voice could be heard. Liu Li hurried into the chamber and said, Your ladyship, your foresight is remarkable. Consort De flaunted the perfume in front of the emperor, and it said that the emperor was so taken with the scent that he spent 2 nights in her chambers. The news has spread like wildfire among the concubines, and even the empress can no longer sit still. She's on her way here with the other concubines. Consort Zhen, dressed in a grand green embroidered palace gown, smiled. Yes, I expected this to reach the empress's ears by now. Let's go. This morning will be busy. She stepped out of her chamber just as a woman in a phoenix yellow palace robe, surrounded by attendants, entered Bishui Pavilion. With a square face, star-like eyes, and sharp eyebrows, she exuded an air of authority. This was Empress Zhao Xiao, the reigning empress of the great Yu Empire. Greetings to Her Majesty the Empress, Consort Zhen said, hurrying forward to pay her respects. Empress Zhao smiled and gently stopped Consort Zhen from bowing. No need for formalities, sister. Today, I've brought the other sisters with me. I hope we're not intruding. Your Majesty, you speak too kindly. I'm delighted to have you all here. Please come in, Consort Zhen said, ushering Empress Zhao into the main hall. Empress Zhao took the seat of honor, while the other concubines seated themselves below. Consort Shu, mother of the second prince, and Consort Li, mother of the third prince, were all present. Sister Zhen, if it weren't for Consort De, I wouldn't have known that Prince Qi sent you something called perfume. I heard it's quite extraordinary, so I thought I'd come and see for myself, Empress Zhao said with a smile. The other concubines also looked on with curiosity. The news of Consort De's newfound favor with the emperor had spread like wildfire, and they were all eager to learn more. Consort De's smile was strained. She had only enjoyed the emperor's favor for 2 days before others began vying for his attention. She had even punished the eunuch who had leaked the news. Seeing that the time was right, Consort Zhen no longer held back. Your Majesty, it's true. This perfume was crafted by Prince Qi. He intended it as a gift for you, but I was hesitant to present it immediately, fearing it might be another of his whims. I wanted to test it for a few days first. Now that your Majesty is here, I won't keep it hidden any longer. With that, she instructed Liu Lei to bring out the remaining perfume. 3 wooden crates were placed on the floor, and Empress Zhao's eyes lit up with anticipation. She had always been fond of fragrances, especially rare and exotic ones. Liu Li, Consort Zhen called, and Liu Li promptly opened the 3 perfume bottles, filling the room with their enchanting scents. Empress Zhao had first sought out Consort De after hearing about the perfume, but Consort De had claimed to have used up her supply. Now experiencing the fragrance firsthand, Empress Zhao knew immediately that this perfume was far superior to any incense she had encountered. Seeing Empress Zhao's delight, Consort Zhen said, Your Majesty, these are just 3 of the available scents. Prince Qi mentioned that if you have a preferred fragrance, he can specially craft a perfume for you. Empress Zhao sampled each of the 3 scents and found herself enchanted by all of them. The idea of having a custom fragrance made her even more excited. Prince Qi is truly thoughtful. Curious about how to use the perfume, Empress Zhao asked, How does one apply it? Consort Zhen stepped forward, took a feather, dipped it into the perfume, and lightly flicked it, causing the fragrance to mist over Empress Zhao. This is how it's used. It's very simple, and the scent lasts all day. If it fades, you can simply reapply. How convenient, Empress Zhao said, inhaling the delightful aroma lingering on her robes. The other concubines murmured among themselves, Your Majesty, the scent is truly captivating. I can smell it even from here. No wonder the emperor followed Consort De around for 2 days. Consort De forced a smile. I merely borrowed it from Sister Zhen to try. I didn't expect the emperor to take notice. The other concubines exchanged knowing glances, suppressing their laughter. As the saying goes, fragrance reveals a woman's essence, which is why the concubines were so fond of various scents. The unique allure of the perfume had won Empress Zhao's heart. She said, Sister, is Prince Qi truly offering this perfume to me? Your Majesty, of course. Prince Qi said that if you like it, he will gladly create more fragrances for you, Consort Zhen replied. Empress Zhao, born into the prestigious Zhao clan, renowned as the foremost scholarly family in the Great Yu Empire, was well versed in literature and poetry. Her astuteness had maintained peace in the harem for years. Though Prince Qi was far away in Qingzhou, his gift of perfume clearly had an ulterior motive. However, the perfume had struck a chord with Empress Zhao, appealing to her deepest desires. Prince Qi is truly filial to your Majesty and Consort Zhen. As for us, we can only watch enviously as such exquisite perfume remains out of our reach. As Consort Zhen and Empress Zhao conversed, the other concubines grew increasingly eager to get their hands on the perfume. Seeing that they might miss out, Consort Shu spoke up. Though her words praised Prince Qi's filial piety, the underlying jealousy was unmistakable. Empress Zhao smiled gently. Her ability to maintain harmony in the harem stemmed from her consideration of all the concubines' feelings. She said, Consort Shu, you are mistaken. As Consort Zhen mentioned, this perfume was sent by Prince Qi for me, but that doesn't mean the rest of you are excluded. There's so much perfume here, I certainly can't use it all by myself. Your Majesty is right. Sisters, Prince Qi sent so much perfume precisely for all of us. However, if I were to distribute it, I might not be fair to everyone. That's why I entrusted it all to Her Majesty, Consort Zhen added with a smile. The other concubines' faces lit up with joy. Consort Li remarked, Prince Qi has become quite thoughtful. Empress Zhao and Consort Zhen exchanged a glance. Among the concubines, the two had a good relationship, as both were diplomatic and kind-hearted, unwilling to offend anyone. Consort Zhen, in particular, had no powerful family backing, yet she had managed to navigate the harem safely through her intelligence and amiable nature. Seeing the other concubine's eagerness, Empress Zhao said, in that case, let's not just sit here. Come, everyone, take a look and choose a bottle you like. Only the higher-ranking concubines had dared to come to Consort Zhen's chambers. Those of lower status wouldn't have presumed to intrude. With Empress Zhao's permission, the concubines could no longer contain themselves. They rushed forward, almost scrambling to claim their bottles. Soon, only 6 bottles remained in the crate, 2 of each scent, reserved for Empress Zhao. The concubines knew better than to be too greedy. As the room filled with the concubines trying out the perfume, Empress Zhao gestured for Consort Zhen to join her for a private conversation. Consort Zhen understood and led Empress Zhao to a secluded corner of the main hall. Empress Zhao then said, this perfume is so unique, it must be quite expensive. Prince Qi's fief is impoverished. Producing so much perfume must have cost him a fortune. Consort Zhen sighed, her expression troubled. To be honest, Prince Qi sent the perfume to the palace to curry favor with your majesty. I have no reason to hide this. Your majesty surely remembers the incident 3 years ago when Prince Qi fled back to Chang'an. He did commit a grave mistake, but his fief is so poor that he lacks the funds to maintain his army. With only 3,000 poorly equipped soldiers, how can he possibly defend against barbarian invasions? Moreover, according to Li San, Qingzhou has been buried under heavy snow for half a month. Many desperate citizens have turned to banditry. Although Prince Qi has been distributing porridge in 6 cities, the treasury is running dry. She paused before continuing, so he sent the perfume for 2 reasons. First, he hopes your majesty can put in a good word for him with the emperor and secure some funds to help him through this crisis. Second, he's left with no choice. If his majesty still refuses, he'll have no option but to sell the perfume to raise money. Empress Zhao sighed. I had no idea Prince Qi's situation was so dire. Even now, the emperor becomes furious whenever Prince Qi's unauthorized return to Chang'an is mentioned. Given his current efforts, I'll see what I can do. Consort Zhen bowed deeply. Thank you, your majesty. No need for thanks. Let me gauge the emperor's mood first, Empress Zhao said. Then with a spark of interest, she added, you mentioned Prince Qi can create custom fragrances for me. Consort Zhen was momentarily surprised, but quickly smiled. Yes, your majesty. In his letter, Prince Qi assured that he could craft any fragrance you desire. Empress Zhao nodded thoughtfully. These 3 scents are lovely, but now that all the concubines are using them, they've become rather commonplace. Consort Zhen, ever perceptive, immediately understood Empress Zhao's implication. As the empress, she couldn't possibly use the same perfume as the other concubines. She wanted a unique fragrance, one that would set her apart. Your majesty, that won't be a problem. Simply let Prince Qi know your preferred scent, and he will create a perfume exclusively for you. No other concubine will have it, Consort Zhen said with a smile. Empress Zhao nodded in satisfaction. It was always easier to converse with someone as astute as Consort Zhen, unlike Consort De, who often feigned ignorance. Then I'll trouble Prince Qi with this request. Tonight I'll speak to the emperor about his situation, Empress Zhao said. Consort Zhen remembered the drunken Qingzhou wine and added, by the way, Prince Qi also sent some fine wine. Your majesty might consider sharing a drink with the emperor tonight. Prince Qi claims the emperor won't want to leave after tasting it. Really? Empress Zhao's eyes sparkled with interest. Like all the concubines, she longed for the emperor to spend more time in her chambers. Consort Zhen nodded. I can assure you, your majesty. I've tasted it myself, and it's truly exceptional. In that case, I'll take it back and let the emperor judge for himself. Having obtained what she desired, Empress Zhao returned to her seat, exchanged a few words with the other concubines, and then departed. Once Empress Zhao left, the other concubines also made their excuses to leave, only to return shortly afterward, sneaking back one by one. What Empress Zhao had realized, they had too. Each wanted a unique fragrance, and Consort Zhen agreed to their requests. However, unlike Empress Zhao, she made it clear that creating custom perfumes would be costly, and they would need to provide the funds. These concubines hailed from the most powerful and wealthy families in the empire. With their monthly allowances and family wealth, money was no object. The entire day was spent finalizing the perfume arrangements in the harem. That evening, Consort Zhen stayed in her chambers, awaiting news from Empress Zhao. Meanwhile, in Fengeming Palace, Empress Zhao was sharing a drink with Emperor Xiao Wengxuan. It was customary for the emperor to visit the empress once a month before moving on to other concubines. But tonight, he was captivated by a jar of fine wine. This wine was sent by Prince Qi. Emperor Xiao Wengxuan asked, surprised. Empress Zhao placed a piece of lamb in the emperor's bowl and said, "Yes, but Prince Qi was afraid of angering your majesty, so he sent it to me first." Emperor Xiao Wengxuan's expression darkened. King Zhu is so impoverished that they barely have enough grain to eat, yet he has surplus to brew wine. I was too lenient with him 3 years ago. Empress Zhao spoke softly, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. No matter his faults, Prince Qi is still your son and a prince of the great Yu Empire." Cough, cough. I have no son who is so unruly, lacks ambition, and abandons his fief to flee. Xiao Wengxuan slammed his jade cup on the table and coughed heavily. "Your Majesty, please take care of your health," Empress Zhao said with concern, patting Xiao Wengxuan's back. At over 50 years old, Xiao Wengxuan's health was deteriorating day by day. Despite the imperial physicians prescribing countless remedies, his condition showed no improvement. This decline in health had led to growing ambitions among the princes in Chang'an, each harboring their own schemes. Empress Zhao's willingness to help Consort Zhen wasn't solely due to the perfume. As the empress, she was far from shallow. Her true intention was to secure an additional ally for the crown prince, who was gradually losing ground in the struggle for the throne. Among the 9 princes of the great Yu Empire, the 3rd and 5th princes, born of the same mother, naturally supported each other. The 2nd, 6th, and 9th princes had formed their own faction. The 4th prince, a highly intelligent man, was currently close to the 8th prince and was also trying to win over the 7th prince, Xiao Ming. However, due to Xiao Ming's remote fief, the 4th prince maintained a distant relationship with him. Empress Zhao saw this as an opportunity to secure an external ally for the crown prince. She knew that the support of the Zhao family alone wouldn't be enough to ensure the crown prince's ascension to the throne. When Xiao Wengxuan had ascended the throne, he had not only been the crown prince, but had also gained the support of most of the feudal lords. Even so, some princes had rebelled. Upon ascending the throne, Xiao Wengxuan had personally led his army to quell the rebellion, defeating the strongest of the feudal lords, the Prince of Ming, after 5 years of war. This experience had made Xiao Wengxuan deeply suspicious of his brothers, leading to the unjust case of Prince Ning. However, no one dared to mention this case in his presence. "None of the princes give me peace of mind. Sooner or later, they'll be the death of me. How can I take care of my health? Take the crown prince, for example. He's over 30, yet he spends his days indulging in pleasure, showing no sign of a future ruler. This morning, I asked him what should be done if the people have no food. Do you know what he said? 'Your Majesty, though Ye may lack talent, he is kind-hearted,'" Empress Zhao defended her son. To her, no other prince could compare to him. Kind-hearted. Indeed he is. He said that if the people have no food, they can eat lamb and beef instead. What nonsense! How can I entrust the empire to such an incompetent crown prince? Every day, ministers petition me to depose him and appoint a new heir. Xiao Wengxuan fumed. Empress Zhao's face turned pale. She said sternly, "Your Majesty, the crown prince is the eldest son. Even if he is incompetent, he cannot be deposed so easily. If the crown prince is deposed, the princes will vie for the throne, leading to fratricide. Each prince is backed by powerful families. If this escalates, it could lead to widespread conflict." Xiao Wengxuan sighed deeply. "That's precisely why I haven't deposed him. Moreover, I've received a secret report from Pang Yukun. Not long ago, Prince Qi was assassinated." "Assassinated?" Empress Zhao exclaimed. "Why didn't Consort Zhen mention a word of this to me?" "Prince Qi probably didn't tell Consort Zhen. At least he's considerate enough to spare her feelings," Xiao Wengxuan said. Though Pang Yukun's report was brief, it pointed directly to the 3rd and 5th princes. Empress Zhao's eyes narrowed. This was an opportunity she could exploit. She said, "Your Majesty, the crown prince hasn't even been deposed, yet the other princes are already turning on each other. If the crown prince is deposed, the consequences would be unimaginable." Having experienced fratricide on his path to the throne, Xiao Wengshuan dreaded the thought of his sons repeating his history. He said, "Don't worry. I won't depose the crown prince. However, he is isolated among the princes. If he wants to secure his position, he needs support. Your Majesty, isn't Prince Qi the perfect candidate? Among the princes, he is the only one who hasn't openly supported anyone. Moreover, Prince Qi and Consort Zhen have no powerful families backing them, posing little threat to the crown prince. I've been considering this as well." In his letter, Pang Yukon mentioned that Prince Qi has changed significantly and seems to be genuinely governing his fief. "Pang Yukon wouldn't lie to me. If this is true, we could use Prince Qi to counterbalance the other princes," Xiao Wengshuan said. Empress Zhao was pleased. Xiao Wengshuan's thoughts aligned with hers. Since the crown prince was incapable of winning over the other princes, she had to step in. "In that case, Your Majesty, why not allocate funds to Prince Qi, just as you have with the other feudal lords?" Before coming here, Xiao Wengshuan had been hesitant. If Xiao Ming was incompetent, any funds allocated to him would be squandered. Being naturally suspicious, he hadn't fully trusted Pang Yukon's report. However, after his trusted envoy returned from Qingzhou with confirmation of Pang Yukon's claims, Xiao Wengshuan began to reconsider. Still, he hadn't considered supporting Xiao Ming, as the more powerful princes were already causing him enough headaches. Empress Zhao's reminder made him realize the need for balance. With the princes' rivalries already taking shape, he had to maintain equilibrium among them. The crown prince was the weakest, and though he wasn't sure if Xiao Ming had truly reformed, he had to try. He said, "I know Prince Qi's nature well. He might just be putting on a show. I'll allocate a portion of funds to him for now. If he uses the money wisely, I'll seriously consider supporting him. If he remains as he was, don't expect him to be of any help to the crown prince. He'll be beyond saving." "Understood, Your Majesty," Empress Zhao said, relieved. For the crown prince's sake, she would have to help Xiao Ming. Xiao Wengshuan sighed and drained his cup. Suddenly he smiled. "I must admit, the wine Prince Qi sent is quite to my liking. Let's hope he doesn't disappoint me." "If Your Majesty is pleased, Prince Qi will surely be overjoyed," Empress Zhao said, refilling Xiao Wengshuan's cup. Thanks to the fine wine, Xiao Wengshuan spent the night in Fengeming Palace. Next day, Empress Zhao personally visited Bishui Pavilion to inform Consort Zhen that the emperor had agreed to allocate funds to Prince Qi. However, she didn't reveal her deeper motives to Consort Zhen. She trusted that Consort Zhen, being astute, would understand why she was so eager to help Xiao Ming. With the influence of the perfume and wine spreading in the palace, and Xiao Wengshuan agreeing to allocate funds, both of Xiao Ming's goals had been achieved. Upon receiving the good news, Li San purchased some items, reunited with Qin Mu, and eagerly set off back to Qingzhou. The winter snow had been falling intermittently for 20 days. It wasn't until this morning that a crystal-like blue finally peeked through the gray clouds. Golden sunlight broke free from the clouds, casting a dazzling golden hue over the white snow. "Your Highness, it's been over 20 days since Li San left. Do you think the perfume and drunken Qingzhou have impressed the Empress and the Emperor?" Luluo stretched out her small hands, warming them over the coal stove, while supervising the servants distilling rice wine in the courtyard. "Counting the days, he should be back soon," Xiao Ming said, wrapped in a thick felt blanket. As winter deepened, the cold northern weather became increasingly unbearable. Especially when sitting still, the cold felt like invisible hands creeping all over his body. "HMPH, I hope he didn't forget the things we asked him to buy," Luluo muttered, still thinking about her malt sugar. Xiao Ming tapped Luluo's head. "You always thinking about food." Luluo giggled, her eyes narrowing into crescents, as she seemed to drool in anticipation of Li San's return. Xiao Ming tightened the felt blanket around him and looked in the direction of Chang'an, the political and economic center of the Great Yu Empire. Even a fool could guess that few people living in Chang'an were kind-hearted. He just hoped Li San would bring good news and avoid causing too much trouble. Although there was no news from Li San, word from Qin Mu came quickly. Drunken Qingzhou had become a sensation in Chang'an. Scholars, merchants, and nobles alike were clamoring to buy it after tasting it. The price of drunken Qingzhou had quickly surpassed that of daughter red, which sold for 20 taels of silver and had doubled to 40 taels per jar. Even so, drunken Qingzhu was in short supply, as Xiao Ming had only distilled 100 jars. Unable to wait, Qin Mu sent a fast horse, and the news reached Qingzhu in just 5 days. Upon hearing this, Qin Chunyan personally visited Xiao Ming, requesting an increase in the supply of drunken Qingzhu and promising to raise the cost price to 30 taels per jar. The 10-tael profit per jar made Qin Chunyan, the old fox, deeply appreciate the benefits of cooperating with Xiao Ming. As a gesture of goodwill, he also handed over the Zhang family's shipyard to Xiao Ming, a clear exchange of interests. With the fiefdom in dire need of development, Xiao Ming was most in need of silver. He naturally wouldn't refuse such an offer. He immediately had Chen Qi produce 9 more distillers and converted a side hall of the prince's residence into a small factory. The production of drunken Qingzhu increased from 10 jars a day to 100. At this scale, Xiao Ming dared not expand further. Due to his need for green ant wine, large quantities of grain were being purchased for brewing, causing the price of staple foods to rise significantly. If production were to increase further, the lives of the common people would become even harder. This winter was already difficult for the people. As their feudal lord and the parent of the 6 prefectures, Xiao Ming had to consider their well-being. Therefore, he planned to establish an official brewery, but instead of purchasing grain from his fiefdom, he would buy it from regions with surplus grain. Once the people of his fiefdom had enough grain, he would then purchase locally to stimulate economic development. By the way, Your Highness, this morning when Sister Ziyun went to Heizhou, she mentioned that our residence is short on manpower. She asked me to tell you if we should buy some slaves, Lu Luo suddenly said, remembering something. Ziyun had been sent by Xiao Ming to the fiefdom of Prince Wei to purchase plow oxen. Compared to the 5 million households in the fiefdom, the shortage of plow oxen was too great. With only 3 months until spring, if the farming tools weren't ready, it would definitely affect the next year's harvest. Prince Wei, the old fox, seemed to have figured out Xiao Ming's shortage and raised the price of plow oxen by 3 taels. Now a plow ox cost 20 taels of silver, which was a headache for Xiao Ming. He had considered buying oxen from other places, but the distance was too great and the transportation risks made it unfeasible. Buy, Xiao Ming said decisively. During Li San's absence, Xiao Ming had been thinking about development issues. In this technologically backward era, people were a production resource. In past wars with the barbarians, the goal of many battles was to capture slaves. Because these slaves could be converted into labor, greatly boosting production. Xiao Ming now faced the same problem, a lack of funds and a shortage of labor. With the fiefdom's limited resources, the 4 to 5 million people could only be used to restore agricultural production, while workshops required a large number of workers. In the early stages of industrialization in the modern West, a significant portion of wealth accumulation came from the black slave trade. Rough estimates suggest that around 20 million black slaves were traded during that period. This was also one of the reasons for the rapid rise of the capitalist world. Xiao Ming knew he wasn't yet capable of participating in the black slave trade, as he didn't even have a decent ship. At the same time, he had no such thing as savior complex. Living in this era, one had to act in accordance with the laws of the times. Therefore, he didn't oppose the slave trade. For him, it was even a necessary condition for the revival of his fiefdom. If Your Highness wants to buy slaves, Sister Ziyun said there's a slave trader in Qingzhou City. He has a slave market in the East Market, Lu Luo added. Xiao Ming's spirits lifted. If Ziyun hadn't brought this up, the slave issue might have been delayed. He said Ziyun is always so thoughtful. Have Zhao Long and Zhao Hu go to the East Market and bring that slave trader here. Now Xiao Ming was gradually adapting to his role and fully aware of his supreme authority in the fiefdom. To accelerate development, he had to flexibly use his feudal privileges. Lu Luo acknowledged the order and went to find Zhao Long and Zhao Hu. Half an hour later, a shifty-eyed man was brought to the Prince of Qi's residence. This humble commoner Liang Dahai greets His Highness the Prince of Qi. Liang Dahai bowed deeply, not daring to breathe too loudly. When Zhao Long and Zhao Hu appeared, he was terrified, thinking the authorities had come to arrest him. After all, no one in the slave trade was clean. At ease. Are you Liang Dahai? Xiao Ming sat upright in the main hall, the red flames of the stove illuminating half of his face. Yes, I am, Liang Dahai replied cautiously, glancing at Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming spoke solemnly, I called you here for one reason, your business. Liang Dahai's face turned pale, and he immediately knelt on the ground. Your Highness, the slaves I sell are either voluntary or purchased from elsewhere. Each one has a deed of sale. None were abducted. Your Highness didn't accuse you of human trafficking. Why are you so eager to clear your name? That must mean you're guilty, Lu Luo, who was serving by Xiao Ming's side, suddenly interjected. Xiao Ming glanced at the girl. It was rare for her to use her brain like this. Perhaps she had experienced something similar in her childhood, given that she was now a servant herself. HMPH, you can't even fool one of my maids, yet you dare to deceive me. What punishment do you deserve? Xiao Ming slammed the table in anger. Liang Dahai was so frightened that he prostrated himself on the ground, kowtowing like a pestle. Your Highness, spare me. Your Highness, spare me. This lowly one deserves death. I did indeed buy a slave of unclear origin yesterday, but I swear I didn't abduct any commoners. In the Great Yu Empire, while the slave trade was legal, commoners, referred to as good people, were protected by law. Anyone caught abducting and selling commoners would be executed immediately. This was an ironclad rule. Xiao Ming had only intended to scare Liang Dahai, but he hadn't expected to stumble upon the truth. He said in that case, release that person immediately. Yes, Your Highness. This lowly one will go release them right away, Liang Dahai said, scrambling to his feet to flee. Wait, Xiao Ming called out to stop him. His goal wasn't to investigate a case. He said, I'll keep this matter on record. You can go release the person later. Today, I called you here for another matter. Liang Dahai was still terrified, staring blankly at Xiao Ming, waiting for him to continue. Xiao Ming said, I called you here to discuss a business partnership. I want to collaborate with you on the slave trade. What? Liang Dahai couldn't believe his ears. You heard me right. I called you here to discuss this matter. If you do well, you might even be granted a title in the future, Xiao Ming said. After the initial shock, Liang Dahai was overjoyed. In the Great Yu Empire, merchants were at the bottom of the social hierarchy, and slave traders were the lowest among merchants, often looked down upon. Now not only was the Prince of Qi offering to collaborate with him, but he was also promising a future title. Liang Dahai felt like he was dreaming. Your Highness, are you serious? Liang Dahai asked again. I didn't call you here for small talk, Xiao Ming said. This matter is simple. It stays between you and me. I will support you behind the scenes and provide you with silver. In return, you will supply me with slaves. Liang Dahai nodded. Your Highness, that's simple. As long as Your Highness needs them, I can provide slaves. I don't just want ordinary slaves. I'll pay more for craftsmen, carpenters, blacksmiths, and the like, Xiao Ming said. Such people are often from low-status households, and many are slaves. It shouldn't be difficult, Liang Dahai analyzed. Good. Since you're well-versed in the slave trade, you must have many ways to acquire slaves. But in our partnership, you must never violate the law against abducting commoners. If you do, I won't hesitate to draw my sword. Starting today, I will fully support you. You must do everything in your power to bring slaves to Qingzhou from everywhere, Xiao Ming said. Liang Dahai asked, Your Highness, what about Kunlun slaves? Xiao Ming's expression shifted slightly. The Kunlun slaves Liang Dahai referred to were the dark-skinned, short-statured natives of Southeast Asia. However, in recent years, some African slaves had also appeared in Chang'an, mostly brought through the western regions. These slaves were highly sought after by the nobility in Chang'an, seen as a symbol of status. Now that Liang Dahai had brought up Kunlun slaves, it seemed he had already tapped into the overseas slave trade. Of course, as long as you can get your hands on them, Xiao Ming said. Liang Dahai replied, Your Highness, this lowly one understands. After discussing the specifics with Liang Dahai for a while, Xiao Ming purchased 20 slaves from him to serve as servants in the prince's residence. These were high-quality slaves, averaging 10 taels of silver each, half the price of a plow ox. After Liang Dahai left, Lu Luo seemed downcast, as if the dirty dealings between Xiao Ming and the slave trader had stirred up painful memories. Lu Luo was never one to hide her feelings. Xiao Ming said, Do you think it's beneath me to associate with a slave trader? That it lacks virtue. Your servant, Lu Luo wanted to deny it, but a surge of emotion seemed ready to burst forth. Xiao Ming laughed and said, I know what you're thinking. Although the slave trade is legal in the Great U Empire, it's still not honorable. But have you considered that my fiefdom has only 1 million households? With such a small population, how many years would it take to revive the fiefdom? But Luluo suddenly didn't know what to say. Moreover, if I don't buy these slaves, they'll fall into someone else's hands. How can you be sure they won't have an easier life under me, or even gain their freedom? Xiao Ming continued. What I need is labor, not their status as slaves. Luluo clenched the hem of her clothes and nodded lightly. Your servant was wrong. I thought your highness wanted to profit from the slave trade. Mentioning silver made Xiao Ming's head ache. He had thought that 4,000 or 5,000 taels of silver a day was a lot, but between buying plow oxen, slaves, materials, and building workshops, the funds were stretched thin. I set my heart on the moon, but the moon shines on the gutter, Xiao Ming sighed bitterly, seemingly saddened by Luluo's misunderstanding. Luluo anxiously said, Your Highness, it was my mistake. Enough, I forgive you, Xiao Ming said, taking Luluo's small hand and earnestly rubbing it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Look at how cold your hands are. Come, let me warm them for you. Luluo's face turned bright red. Just then a plump figure appeared at the entrance of the main hall. Xiao Ming was startled and quickly withdrew his hand. Your Highness. Kayan Dafu coughed twice. Besides the graphite, we've also brought back some limestone as you requested. Would you like to take a look? Not long after Li San left for Chang'an, Kayan Dafu had returned with the graphite. The first batch of crucibles had already been put to use in the machinery department. A small-scale steel production line had been established. With steel production increasing, the machinery department's need for steel to produce lathes was largely met. Currently, the department had produced 2 sets of lathes. These lathes were to be installed in the hydraulic lathe workshop under construction. However, a new problem had arisen. To operate these lathes, Xiao Ming needed to train a group of skilled lathe operators. But the machinery department was already short on craftsmen and couldn't spare any more hands. This was why Xiao Ming had turned to the slave trade. To monopolize the technology, it was essential to train a group of highly skilled slaves. Of course, let's go. Prepare the horses, Xiao Ming called out loudly, snapping out of his thoughts. The graphite mine had been found, and the limestone mine had also been located. Although the mines hadn't been fully established yet, and systematic production was still a ways off, it was possible to extract some materials in advance. However, even extracting a small portion required significant resources. The laborers needed for mining and transportation had to be paid in silver. This was why Xiao Ming was so eager to collaborate with Liang Dahai. Only with a large number of slaves could the mines and workshops have enough manpower. Then he could select some strong young slaves to train in various technologies, gradually building Qingzhu's industrial foundation. With 1 master and 1 servant, the 2 left the Prince of Qi's residence and headed to the machinery department. Nowadays, aside from overseeing the implementation of various policies at the governor's office, Xiao Ming spent most of his time at the machinery department. At the machinery department, Chen Qi was fine-tuning the production line for crucible steelmaking. While the technology was in place, deviations often occurred during actual production. During this period, Xiao Ming had focused on training Chen Qi, who had received the most knowledge from the tech crystal. Other craftsmen were only taught specific steps of the process, rather than the entire workflow. Xiao Ming did this to prevent the leakage of technology. Having 10 people each master 1 part of a process was much safer than having all 10 master the entire process. Moreover, the machinery department had implemented strict confidentiality measures. If 1 person leaked information, everyone on that production line would be punished. In the Great Yu Empire, craftsmen were considered low status and were strictly monitored by the government to prevent them from privately manufacturing weapons. Their household registrations were categorized separately as craftsman registrations, making it easy to control their movements in and out of Qingzhou. Your Highness, these are the limestone rocks, Chen Qi said, pointing to a pile of grayish-white stones in the backyard of the machinery department. In modern times, limestone was not only essential for cement production, but also a necessary flux in blast furnace ironmaking. Limestone effectively removed sulfur and silicon impurities, improving the quality of the iron and preventing the resulting steel from becoming brittle. Xiao Ming walked over to inspect the limestone. The pile stood about 2 meters high, and the stones were of good quality and size. The 2 blast furnaces were operating simultaneously, with 4 workers taking turns operating the bellows to supply air to the furnaces. Craftsmen were pouring iron ore, coke, and limestone chunks into the furnaces. Red molten iron flowed from one furnace to another, and finally, the wrought iron flowed into crucibles set on 1-meter-high stands. When one crucible was full, it was replaced by another. While this process was still light years away from modern efficiency, it was a significant improvement over the previous pouring steel method and could be considered mass production. The high-quality steel was then taken by different craftsmen to create farming tools, machine parts, coal stoves, and various other items. Chen Qi was currently instructing workers to collect the slag, as Xiao Ming had taught him. Seeing Xiao Ming observing the steelmaking process, Chen Qi wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Your Highness, you told me to collect the slag after adding limestone. We've gathered quite a bit, but what exactly is it used for?" "This slag is a valuable material. It can be used to produce something very powerful," Xiao Ming said with a smile. This was knowledge Xiao Ming hadn't yet shared with Chen Qi. Curious, Chen Qi asked, "Your Highness, since the slag is already here, why not tell me? Otherwise, I might not be able to sleep tonight." Xiao Ming chuckled. Actually, besides being used in ironmaking, limestone can also be calcined into a material called cement. Since the slag contains a lot of cement components, it can also be used to produce cement. I had you collect it to avoid waste. Otherwise, it would be a shame to discard it. Cement. Chen Qi and Qian Dafu exchanged glances. By now, they were used to the strange terms that came out of Xiao Ming's mouth. They had no idea where the prince had learned such peculiar knowledge. Xiao Ming stood with the two of them, and the knowledge from the tech crystal flowed into their minds. After a brief explanation, they understood what cement was and its uses. "Your Highness, if cement is used to build city walls and pave roads, wouldn't they become impervious to weapons?" Chen Qi exclaimed in amazement. "No, cement is just the foundation. Structures made of concrete are truly impervious to weapons," Xiao Ming said, then went on to explain the concept of concrete to Chen Qi. Chen Qi was now beyond words to describe his astonishment. He said, "Your Highness, if all the city walls of the Great Yu Empire were built with concrete, the barbarians would have no choice but to retreat." Xiao Ming laughed. "You're getting ahead of yourself. Although concrete and cement are amazing, given our current production speed, we'll be lucky to meet our own needs." After a moment of excitement, Chen Qi suddenly felt deflated. He said, "Your Highness, you've taught me so much, but look at the machinery department. We don't have enough craftsmen. We're already overwhelmed with the current workload. Producing cement will be impossible without more hands." Recently, the machinery department had recruited more craftsmen, bringing the total to 50, but it was still insufficient. Xiao Ming sighed helplessly. "I'll think of a solution. Let's take it step by step. We'll produce as much as we can." Chen Qi nodded reluctantly. Xiao Ming had come this time to check on the application of limestone and graphite in ironmaking, and to familiarize Chen Qi with cement for future production. As the saying goes, to get rich, build roads first. Smooth transportation could greatly boost production. Given that people in this era lived clustered around cities, building roads wouldn't require the extensive efforts of modern times, spanning hundreds of miles. Crucible ironmaking was now well established, and with the graphite and limestone mines under his control, Xiao Ming essentially monopolized the technology of crucible steelmaking. However, the lack of labor remained a significant. Currently, the machinery department was still operating on a small scale. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming knew he had to increase his investment in Liangdahai. Every year, many commoners were captured by the barbarians and traded as goods. Numerous smugglers operated between the Great Yu Empire and the barbarians, engaging in the slave trade. For slaves, Xiao Ming naturally preferred people from the Great Yu Empire. As for foreign slaves, they were mostly suited for manual labor, given the language barrier. After spending some time at the machinery department and guiding the craftsmen on the finer points of steelmaking, Xiao Ming and Qian Dafu headed back. On the way, a man on horseback suddenly emerged from an alley and blocked their path. It was Wang Shiji. "Your Highness." Upon seeing Xiao Ming, Wang Shiji immediately cupped his hands in greeting, a fawning smile on his face. Xiao Ming feigned surprise and said, "Isn't this Brother Wang? What brings you here? What a coincidence." Wang Shiji thought to himself, "I've been freezing out here in the snow for half the day just to wait for you." But instead he said, "Your Highness, this only proves that we are fated to meet." I've heard that you've been keeping to yourself lately, declining visitors, and immersing yourself in scholarly pursuits. I never expected that just by strolling around today, I'd happen to run into your highness. In truth, Xiao Ming had been avoiding the Wang family, deliberately playing hard to get. For the past few days, Qingzhou had been blanketed in heavy snow, and the bitter cold gave him the perfect excuse to refuse all visitors. Wang Shiji had come looking for him several times, only to be turned away each time. Especially now, with the Qin family growing rich from drunken Qingzhou wine, Wang Shiji could no longer sit still. He had been coming by every few days, and today, upon hearing of Xiao Ming's whereabouts, he must have rushed over to wait for him. "Oh, that is true," Xiao Ming responded casually. "I was indeed engrossed in researching something new recently, and I must have inadvertently neglected Brother Wang." "Something new?" Wang Shiji perked up like a cat catching the scent of fish. "Might I ask what ingenious invention your highness has come up with this time?" To Wang Shiji, the current Prince of Qi was no longer the useless fool of the past, but someone with vast knowledge and a mind full of peculiar ideas. This transformation baffled them, but since he was still the same prince in name, they could only accept that he had somehow acquired special skills. Now that Xiao Ming had secluded himself for intense study once again, this further confirmed their assumptions. "This invention is quite extraordinary," Xiao Ming said mysteriously. "I must say I was very pleased with how the Qin family handled drunken Qingzhou this time." Wang Shiji was itching with impatience. Not only him but his father, Wang Chengchu, was also as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Last time, Qinla had gotten him drunk with just a few bowls of wine, allowing Xiao Ming to dismiss their accusations of favoritism toward the Qin family. When Wang Chengchu sobered up and tried to seek out Xiao Ming, the prince had already shut his doors to visitors. Now everyone in Qingzhou's aristocracy knew that the Qin family had struck it rich. A single jar of drunken Qingzhou could fetch 10 taels of silver, meaning 100 jars could easily bring in 1,000 taels. It was rumored that Xiao Ming had even increased production, so now the Qin family was effortlessly raking in tens of thousands of taels every month. In comparison, although coal stoves and briquettes were selling well in Chang'an, their profits couldn't compare to drunken Qingzhou. "Your Highness, you must not continue favoring the Qin family like this," Wang Shiji pleaded urgently. "Qin Chunian harbors wolfish ambitions. You may not be aware, but before your Highness even established the Salt Transport Commission, the Qin family was already secretly sun-drying salt in Dengzhou and engaging in illegal salt trading." His tone was desperate. If Xiao Ming continued to support the Qin family, within 2 years, they would surpass the Wang family and become the largest clan in Qingzhou. At this, Qian Dafu glanced at Xiao Ming, his expression solemn. The Great Yu Empire had extremely strict laws against the illegal salt trade. Even if Xiao Ming had not yet set up the Salt Transport Commission, ordinary merchants were still absolutely forbidden from selling illicit salt. Otherwise, it would be a crime punishable by execution and property confiscation. Although this was Xiao Ming's fief, if such a matter reached Chang'an, even if he wished to protect the Qin family, Xiao Wengshuan and the imperial court officials would pressure him into enforcing the law. Clearly, Wang Shiji was using this to try and bring down the Qin family. Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Ming asked coldly, "Do you have any proof?" "This foolish younger brother does not, but there are indeed witnesses who saw Qin Mu transporting salt in Dengzhou," Wang Shiji affirmed. Xiao Ming nodded indifferently. "Very well. I am aware of this matter. I will have it investigated. However, this is a serious allegation. I cannot rely on your claims alone. You may leave now. I will handle this appropriately." Seeing Xiao Ming's darkened expression, Wang Shiji was secretly pleased. He did not need to destroy the Qin family in one stroke. If he could just make Xiao Ming lose trust in them, it would be enough. After Wang Shiji left, Qian Dafu chuckled and said, "Your Highness, the Wang father and son are quite scheming. They are clearly trying to sow discord between you and the Qin family. However, this could be to your advantage." Xiao Ming suddenly laughed. "I do love to see dogs biting each other. If Wang Shiji wants to use me, I can use this matter to divide Qingzhou's noble families completely, split them into 2 factions, one led by the Wang family and the other by the Qin family. That way I can play both sides against each other. Your Highness is wise. The way of a ruler is nothing more than the word control. Once you grasp its essence, you can solidify your power," Qian Dafu commented. Despite his past as a merchant, he was not without intelligence. "Precisely. It seems I should have a chat with Qin Chunyan, Xiao Ming said, smiling slyly like an old fox. That afternoon, in the main hall of the Prince of Qi's residence. Your Highness, this is slander. Utter slander. Qin Chunyan knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. In the Great Yu Empire, commoners were not required to kneel before the emperor unless they had committed a grave offense or wished to express deep gratitude. The fact that Qin Chunyan was kneeling now showed how terrified he was at being accused of illegal salt trading. Rise. I haven't said that I'm convicting you, Xiao Ming said. Qin Chunyan was so frightened because illegal salt trading was a capital offense. If Xiao Ming truly wanted to confiscate his family's property and execute them, he would have no way to resist. Doing so would be tantamount to rebellion. Your Highness, Wang Shiji is falsely accusing me. He is the true villain here. Ever since Your Highness implemented the land cultivation decree, the Wang family has not only refused to cooperate, but has also been hoarding plow oxen, raising their prices to exploit the commoners. They even hid their oxen from Your Highness, forcing you to buy from Prince Wei instead. Please, Your Highness, investigate this. Qin Chunyan spat with hatred, clearly seething at the Wang family. Xiao Ming mused internally. These noble families truly are all the same, saying one thing while doing another. If the Qin family hadn't made a fortune, and if the Wang family weren't jealous, they would still be pretending to get along. Now that he had torn apart their fragile peace, they would fight to the bitter end, perfect for his plans. Is this true? Xiao Ming demanded sternly. While the illegal salt trade accusation was about past events, the issue of hoarding plow oxen had occurred after he enacted the land cultivation decree. Though the oxen belonged to the Wang family, exploiting the crisis for profit left Xiao Ming deeply displeased. It is absolutely true. If Your Highness does not believe me, you may conduct a covert investigation of the Wang family's estates in various prefectures. Qin Chunyan insisted. Just then Qian Dafu arrived at the hall's entrance and announced, Your Highness, Wang Chengchu requests an audience. That old fox, Qin Chunyan growled. He plotted against me first, and now that Your Highness has summoned me, he must know his scheme has been exposed. Xiao Ming was secretly delighted. Having the two face each other directly was exactly what he wanted. Feigning anger, he said, since that's the case, you will confront each other right here. Before long, Wang Chengchu entered the hall. Upon seeing each other, both men bristled with hostility. Stepping forward, Wang Chengchu and Qin Chunyan knelt side by side, both exclaiming, Your Highness, I am guilty. Qin Chunyan and Xiao Ming were both taken aback. They had expected Wang Chengchu's first words to be a defense of himself, yet he had unexpectedly confessed right away. Xiao Ming looked at Wang Chengchu with interest and chuckled. Master Wang, I haven't even questioned you yet. Why are you already admitting guilt? Your Highness, some days ago, I inspected my estates in the various prefectures and discovered that my nephew, Wang Chuan, had been hoarding plow oxen and selling them at exorbitant prices to the common folk. I have always been devoted to assisting Your Highness since the implementation of the land cultivation decree, but alas, I have failed in my judgment of people and allowed such a grave mistake to occur. I implore Your Highness to punish me. Wang Chengchu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead while kowtowing. Qin Chunyan sneered, Master Wang, you're truly calculating. In such a short time, you've already found yourself a scapegoat. You've never liked Wang Chuan, and now you've killed two birds with one stone, clearing yourself of guilt while eliminating Wang Chuan. What do you mean by that, Master Qin? The Wang and Qin families have always coexisted peacefully. Why must you be so venomous and seek to destroy my Wang family? Wang Chengchu growled. It was true that Wang Shiji had mentioned the illegal salt trade in front of Xiao Ming under Wang Chengchu's instructions. In the past, Xiao Ming had always favored the Wang family, allowing them to navigate Qingzhou effortlessly. There were even times when Wang Chengchu had treated Xiao Ming with condescension. Back then, Xiao Ming had indeed been an incompetent fool, living lavishly off the Wang family's silver. But times had changed. After his severe illness, he had undergone a drastic transformation overnight. Not only was he now a shrewd ruler, but he also keenly adopted the strategies of Pang Yukun. Wang Chengchu was no fool. He knew Pang Yukun was no ordinary man, and it was likely that many of Xiao Ming's actions were influenced by him. Now the Qin family was growing wealthy under Xiao Ming's patronage. If this continued, in just a few years, they would surpass the Wang family. At that point, the Qin family would wield power just as the Wang family once had, using Xiao Ming's influence to suppress them. This was something Wang Chengchu could never allow. That was why he devised this ruthless plan to drive a wedge between the Qin family and Xiao Ming. Hello. Master Wang, you're truly shameless, like a turtle without teeth. Who was the one who slandered my Qin family before His Highness, falsely accusing us of trading illegal salt? Qin Chunian's beard trembled with anger. Had Xiao Ming not been present, the two men would likely have come to blows. Whether or not the Qin family traded illegal salt, you know better than I do, Wang Chengchu scoffed before turning to Xiao Ming with a bow. Your Highness, please investigate thoroughly. Xiao Ming's gaze flickered between the two. Both the Wang and Qin families held significant influence across the 6 prefectures. Many local officials were either related to or closely tied to them. Their vast estates housed not only private soldiers and retainers, but also countless tenant farmers and servants. If he were to take sides and wipe out one family entirely, the other might act out of desperation, which would be disastrous. Right now, his domain was still in the early stages of recovery. Stability was what he needed most. If these disputes dragged on for years, it would only hinder his progress. Instead of taking a definitive stance, why not strike both sides and extract benefits from them? He could continue to manipulate their rivalry, ensuring they remained at odds while he reaped the rewards. Once he had built his new army and fully consolidated control over the 6 prefectures, these aristocratic families would no longer be a threat. By then, he could deal with them however he pleased. Having made up his mind, Xiao Ming said, "Enough. There's no need to argue further. You may both leave." Since the issue of the plow oxen stems from Master Wang's nephew, it remains an internal family matter. How you handle it is up to you. However, regarding the oxen, Wang Chengchu's heart lifted. Xiao Ming was letting the matter go. He quickly responded, "Your Highness, I will ensure that the surplus plow oxen in my estates are sent to the local prefectures for allocation. Your Highness need only provide a small rental fee each year." Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction. At least Wang Chengchu knew how to be flexible. This arrangement would significantly ease the shortage of plow oxen in the collective farms. He then turned to Qin Chuanian. "As for Master Qin, I will personally investigate the matter of illegal salt trading. Until a verdict is reached, there must be no further spreading of accusations." Qin Chunian's heart clenched. Xiao Ming's words implied that the matter was far from settled. "Thank you, Your Highness." Both men rose, throwing each other a hateful glare before turning to leave. Once they were gone, Kayan Dafu chuckled. "Your Highness, your tactics are becoming more refined. You just granted the Qin family a boon, only to immediately tighten the leash. And by not punishing Wang Chengchu, he's been forced to surrender his oxen. As for the illegal salt matter, Your Highness now has a blade hanging over the Qin family's neck." "Exactly," Xiao Ming laughed. "Qin Chunian surely understands this too. In the future, he will be even more obedient than the Wang family." Meanwhile, outside the Wang estate, "Wang Chengchu, you're ruthless. Just you wait." Qin Chunian spat. The Qin family had clearly suffered a loss. Illegal salt trading was an offense that could be as minor or as severe as Xiao Ming decided. Wang Chengchu smirked. "Ruthless. You're no better, Master Qin." With that, the two men stormed off in opposite directions. Back at the Qin estate, Qin Chunian remained uneasy. After careful consideration, he realized Xiao Ming had let the Wang family off lightly due to the oxen issue. With this in mind, he immediately paid a visit to the Wei family. Ever since his daughter had married Wei Qing, their two families had formed an alliance, growing increasingly close. At the Wei estate, Qin Chunian recounted the entire incident. "You're suggesting that we donate all our surplus oxen?" Wei Hong's face twitched in reluctance. "This is a long-term strategy," Qin Chunian explained. "A single plow ox is worth no more than 10 taels of silver. But now, a single jar of drunken Qingzhou wine earns us more than that. With production expanding, our annual profits will reach tens of thousands of taels. We must weigh the costs and benefits." Wei Hong grumbled sourly. "No matter how much you earn, it's still your money, Master Qin. All I can do is envy you." Qin Chunian chuckled. "Come now, let's not be petty. Your family is the largest grain merchant in the 6 prefectures, with the most farmland and oxen. Giving up 1,000 oxen is hardly an issue. If need be, I'll compensate you in silver." Wei Hong sighed. Since you put it that way, I have no choice but to help. Though reluctant, he knew that with Qin Chunian offering compensation, he wouldn't be losing much. He then added, however, Master Qin, you must put in a good word for me with His Highness. Qin Chunian hesitated for a moment before laughing. He patted Wei Hong's hand. Rest assured, I will make sure His Highness hears of your generosity. If we can win his favor, both our families will prosper. Times have changed. Wang Chengchu once seemed like an ally, but now his true ambitions are clear. Our families are still relatively new among the aristocracy. We must rely on His Highness to withstand the Wang and Sun families. Wei Hong nodded. You're right, Master Qin. Qingzhou City, Wang residence. Wang Chengchu and Sun Yuanji sat facing each other in the main hall, with Wang Shiji seated below them. Ever since Wang Chengchu's visit to the Prince of Qi's residence, Sun Yuanji had been waiting at the Wang estate for news. Now that Wang Chengchu had returned and briefly recounted what had transpired, he slowly said, Brother Wang, that was truly a close call. His Highness did not punish the Wang family, which shows that he still values your family. HMPH, of course. Over the past 5 years, my Wang family has spent so much silver on him. The Prince of Qi will still remember old ties. However, I can no longer read him. This time we were merely lucky, Wang Chengchu said with lingering fear. You're right. His Highness now bears the demeanor of a virtuous prince, and he seems quite close to Administrator Pang. No one understands why, Sun Yuanji said, equally puzzled like many others. Wang Chengchu furrowed his brows. Such a drastic change in the Prince of Qi must be related to the recent assassination attempt. He must have realized the dangers of the imperial succession struggle and is now trying to build up his power to protect himself. Brother Wang makes a good point. Back then, the Prince of Wei in the south was just as foolish as the Prince of Qi. But after experiencing the brutal reality of the succession struggle, he turned over a new leaf. Now his fief is one of the most prosperous, Sun Yuanji noted. Exactly. So the Prince of Qi is likely following the same path, Wang Chengchu frowned. But this means we can no longer manipulate him, as we once did. Instead, we'll have to tread carefully around him. There's no other choice. Right now, the Qin and Wei families are eyeing us like starving dogs over a bone. They are our true rivals, Sun Yuanji remarked. Wang Chengchu nodded and sighed. So be it. The situation has changed, and we must adapt. Qin Chunian will surely try to win His Highness's favor to counteract the illegal salt allegations. We can't let them outshine us. I propose that our families each donate 500 plow oxen. What do you think? 500 oxen is acceptable, as long as it helps suppress the Qin and Wei families, Sun Yuanji agreed. Father, isn't that a bit too little? Wang Shiji interjected. From what I gathered, His Highness seems to have a new business venture in mind, something quite profitable. However, he was vague about whether he would give it to the Qin family. Wang Chengchu, having been preoccupied with explaining away the plow oxen issue, had overlooked this. He quickly asked, Are you certain His Highness said this? Absolutely. His Highness mentioned that this new thing is as profitable as drunken Qingzhou, Wang Shiji affirmed. Sun Yuanji's eyes flickered with calculation. Right now, the obvious benefits were being split between the Wang and Qin families. While his Sun family was allied with the Wangs through marriage, he naturally wanted more advantages for himself. Brother Wang, in that case, we must seize this opportunity. I'm willing to donate 1,000 plow oxen on my own, but if we gain His Highness's favor, you mustn't forget about the Sun family, Sun Yuanji proposed. Of course, Wang Chengchu replied happily. Since most of the Wang family's remaining oxen had already been allocated to the government, they had little left. If the Sun family contributed extra, it would be a great help. With their plan settled, they sent Wang Shiji to deliver the message to the Prince of Qi's residence. At the Prince of Qi's residence, Wang Shiji arrived just in time to see Qin Chunian leaving. He frowned slightly, but proceeded inside after being granted an audience. In the main hall, Xiao Ming was holding a piece of paper, grinning widely. Curious, Wang Shiji asked, Your Highness, what brings you such joy? Xiao Ming waved the paper in front of him. The Qin and Wei families, in support of my land cultivation decree, have each donated 500 plow oxen. They are truly loyal subjects. Wang Shiji sneered, Your Highness, that's nothing. I have come for the same purpose. Not only has our Wang family contributed its remaining oxen to the government, but along with the Sun family, we are donating an additional 1,500 plow oxen directly to your highness. Xiao Ming feigned surprise. Brother Wang, are you serious? Your highness, how could I dare deceive you? Here is the contract, Wang Shiji said, handing over a silk document detailing the donation. Master Wang and Master Sun are truly generous. I would be remiss if I did not value such loyalty, Xiao Ming exclaimed in delight. This time his joy was genuine. 500 plow oxen could support 25,000 households, significantly advancing his agricultural production plans. With a total population of over 1 million households across the 6 prefectures, combined with the oxen bought from Ziyuan and those rented by wealthy families, his collective farming system was becoming a reality. Feeling pleased, Wang Shiji carefully broached his main topic. Your Highness, earlier today, you mentioned a new product. May I ask what it is? Xiao Ming in high spirits replied, this item is called soap, similar to Yizai traditional animal fat soap. Do you understand? Yizai. I do know of it. I was fortunate enough to use it for a while, Wang Shiji recalled. Xiao Ming nodded. In the Great Yu Empire, some had already discovered how to make Yizai using pig pancreas and wood ash. However, the process was complicated, and only imperial concubines and nobles could afford it. Furthermore, traditional Yizai was crude, dark, and unappealing due to the use of raw pig fat and ash. The reason Xiao Ming now intended to produce soap was that he had recently found limestone. With limestone, he could produce alkali, which was essential for mass soap production. At the same time, this was also the beginning of his chemical industry. Steel alone could transform an era, but without chemistry, progress would eventually stagnate. Future advancements in alloys, steel refining, and even shipbuilding would all require a strong chemical foundation. Through soap production, he planned to cultivate a team of chemistry experts and ensure balanced technological growth. This soap is far superior to Yizai, and once it reaches Chang'an, nobles will undoubtedly rush to buy it, Xiao Ming explained. Wang Shiji's heart pounded with excitement. Soap production had always been an exclusive secret. Many merchants had dreamed of entering the business, but they simply did not know how to manufacture it. Your Highness, this time, you must not favor the Qin family again. Look, we donated 500 more oxen than them. This proves our sincerity, Wang Shiji urged. Xiao Ming nodded. Rest assured, I know what to do. The soap business will go to your Wang family. However, on one condition, you must supply me with oil. Oil? What kind of oil? Wang Shiji was momentarily confused. In the Great Yu Empire, while people knew of Yizai, they didn't realize that animal fats and vegetable oils could be used to make soap. They believed only pig pancreas could be used, severely limiting soap production. Of course, the other key ingredient was alkali. While Xiao Ming couldn't yet extract alkali through electrolysis of saltwater, he knew how to make it using traditional methods. This was why he had been so intent on finding limestone, because both limestone and wood ash could be used to produce alkali. Any kind of edible oil will do. That was the last thing Xiao Ming said to Wang Shiji before sending him off. Right now, he had no intention of wasting too much time on the 4 major families. The only reason he was sharing profits with them was to maintain the illusion that they were still allies. In reality, Xiao Ming could not tolerate the existence of powerful aristocratic clans within his fiefdom. Such factions posed a severe threat to his rule. The Great Yu Empire was already suffering under the unchecked power of noble families. He would not repeat that mistake. After seeing Wang Shiji off, Xiao Ming ordered Qian Dafu to summon Peng Yukun. With the expansion of industrial technology, more and more products would soon be produced by Machinery Department and the Prince's Mansion. Both drunken Kingzhu wine and perfume were produced exclusively within the Prince's Mansion, with only trusted household guards involved in their manufacturing, strictly for security reasons. Xiao Ming was well aware that others would not sit idly by. Spies were surely lurking, eager to steal the secrets of his factories and workshops. Thus, he was now formally establishing the Patent Bureau. From now on, all technological innovations from Machinery Department would be registered under the Patent Bureau, with Chen Wenlong personally overseeing it. Any individual, merchant, or official caught stealing patents would be severely punished, and in extreme cases, executed. Furthermore, anyone wishing to use a registered patent would have to pay a licensing fee. For now, Xiao Ming had no intention of selling patents, but the legal framework had to be established early. Additionally, he and Peng Yukun agreed to allow commoners to apply for patents on their own inventions, encouraging civilian innovation. Alongside the Patent Bureau, Zhao Ming also established the Department of Minerals, a prelude to the construction of state-run mines. Controlling mineral resources meant controlling industrial power. Han Yukon had no objections to Zhao Ming's ever-expanding policies. As long as the Prince of Qi was actively working to govern properly, he saw no reason to challenge him. The burden of execution fell upon him anyway. With the snow now melted, Qingzhou was once again bustling with life. While Wang Shiji was busy purchasing edible oil, Zhao Ming organized his household guards to start producing lye. The method of boiling limestone and wood ash together was primitive, but for now, it was the most effective way available. Days passed in busy preparation. Then one day, an unexpected visitor arrived at the prince's mansion, sending the entire household into an uproar. "What? Your Highness, Li San has returned." Zhao Ming, who had been engrossed in experimenting with soap production, was suddenly pulled from his thoughts by Lu Luo's excited voice. Laughing, Zhao Ming put down his brush and said, "I figured he should be back around this time." Just then Li San appeared, carrying a bundle on his back. Upon seeing Zhao Ming, he bowed and said, "Your Highness, this lowly servant has returned." "No need for formalities," Zhao Ming said, smiling broadly. He was eager to hear the details of Li San's trip to Chang'an. "Tell me, how did things go?" Li San handed the bundle to Lu Luo and reported, "Concubine Zhen sent me with a message, saying that Her Majesty the Empress was very fond of your Highness's perfume. The palace concubines love it as well. As for drunken Qingzhou, the emperor himself got drunk on it while drinking with the empress. He was so pleased that he wouldn't put his cup down. He even praised your Highness for brewing excellent wine." Lu Luo's face lit up with excitement. "I knew the noble ladies would love it." Zhao Ming nodded. He had expected such a reaction. These luxury goods were so novel that it would have been strange if the imperial court hadn't taken notice. However, he raised an eyebrow. "Is that all?" Li San smirked knowingly. His Majesty was so delighted that during a court session, he personally instructed Deputy Minister of Revenue Qi Zhang to allocate 200,000 taels of silver to your Highness. He also said that if your Highness continues to govern diligently, the court will gradually release the full 1 million taels allocated for your Highness's fief. Zhao Ming was speechless. What a cheapskate. This 1 million taels was an inheritance fund that the imperial court traditionally granted to every royal prince upon taking control of a fief, essentially startup capital for a prince's domain. It was no different from a wealthy merchant funding his heir's first business venture. Despite a century of war in the north, the southern regions of the Great Yu Empire remained prosperous, with booming trade and industry. The empire's tax revenue was so high that it rivaled the peak of the Song Dynasty, in Zhao Ming's view. The imperial court was undoubtedly wealthy. Yet Emperor Zhao Wangxuan was stingy, even with his own sons. Zhao Ming couldn't help looking down on him for it. Just then Qian Dafu arrived, having been drawn by the commotion. Hearing the news, he laughed. "Your Highness, 200,000 taels is still quite a sum. At least it can help ease urgent expenses. Why not allocate it to the Department of Minerals? Building mines requires silver." Zhao Ming massaged his temples. "You haven't even officially taken office yet, and you're already asking for money." Then he sighed, "Fine. You can have half 100,000 taels." "Thank you, Your Highness." Qian Dafu grinned. Though 100,000 taels was a drop in the bucket, it was still better than nothing. With the Department of Minerals now in operation, his responsibilities were immense, not just overseeing coal, iron, limestone, and graphite mines, but also the other mines Zhao Ming had designated. Even with 100,000 taels, it would likely vanish like water into sand. Just then Li San added, "Your Highness, aside from the imperial grant, concubine Zhen has personally sent 200,000 taels in banknotes for your Highness." Zhao Ming was stunned. Where did Mother get so much silver? Li San grinned. "It's all thanks to your Highness's perfume." The palace concubines placed advance orders, paying deposits in gold and silver. Everything is detailed in this letter. Handing over a letter, Zhao Ming opened it and quickly frowned. The money was indeed from perfume sales. However, that was not the main issue. The letter mentioned both Empress Zhao and the Crown Prince. If it were just the Empress, it wouldn't be concerning, but mentioning the Crown Prince made things complicated. While concubine Zhen only made brief remarks, Xiao Ming understood the implication. Empress Zhao was trying to pull him into the crown prince's faction. That would make him an enemy of all the other princes who wanted to overthrow the crown prince. Qian Dafu noticed Xiao Ming's change in expression. "Your Highness, what's wrong? This is troublesome." Xiao Ming sighed. "After I was framed by the fourth prince and nearly assassinated, Empress Zhao now sees me as a potential ally for the crown prince. This means I've just offended every single prince who wants to remove the crown prince." Qian Dafu scanned the letter and nodded grimly. "Indeed. Letter states that Empress Zhao and the crown prince sympathize with your highness's struggles in Qingzhou and will add another 100,000 taels to the imperial grant. That alone makes their intentions obvious." After a moment of thought, Xiao Ming shrugged lazily. "Well, since the money is already here, we might as well accept it. Right now, developing our fiefdom is what matters most. If I can maneuver between all the princes, that would be ideal." The day after Li San returned, the imperial grant arrived in Qingzhou. With the court silver and the palace concubines, down payments, Xiao Ming now had a total of 500,000 taels of silver at his disposal. In Qingzhou, this was an enormous sum, but for Xiao Ming's development plans, it was a mere drop in the ocean. Moreover, 200,000 taels were deposits for perfume orders from the concubines, which meant a large portion had to be spent on purchasing raw materials for production, effectively reducing the available funds. Xiao Ming had no intention of selling perfume to anyone else. While he was willing to share certain businesses to divide and control Qingzhou's aristocrats, some industries needed to remain under his direct control to maximize profits. Especially in the prosperous South, where commerce thrived, trade was the fastest way to generate wealth. Given his technological advantage, he had been planning for a long time to establish his own merchant guild. The real reason he had tasked Zhang Liang with building ships was trade. History had proven time and again that commerce was the key to national prosperity. "Captain of the Fearless Cavalry, Li Kaiyuan, greets your highness." In the main hall of the prince's mansion, Li Kaiyuan stood below, bowing deeply to Xiao Ming. Now that he had funds in hand, Xiao Ming's desire to establish his merchant guild had grown even stronger. However, he had struggled to decide who should run it until now. The officials he trusted, like Qian Dafu and Chen Wenlong's family, were either his personal confidants or had no local connections, making them ideal for preventing aristocratic influence. Li Kaiyuan had already been investigated by Qian Dafu. He had no powerful background and was not deeply connected to the Qingzhou elite. His extroverted personality and clever, adaptable nature made him far more suited to business than the military. "Rise," Xiao Ming said. "I have an important mission for you." Li Kaiyuan smiled. "Your Highness, please command me. I will serve to the death." Xiao Ming knew his personality well and ignored the flattery. "I am establishing a merchant guild, and I want you to be its leader." Li Kaiyuan's face went pale in an instant. "Your Highness, I have already reflected on my failures with the barbarians." Xiao Ming waved him off. "This is not a punishment. I did not blame you for what happened. You will retain your military position, but you will also be responsible for the merchant guild. If I recall correctly, your father, Li Shengji, was a merchant in Qingzhou, wasn't he?" Li Kaiyuan grimaced. In the Great Yu Empire, although commerce had gained some respect over the past century, merchants were still looked down upon due to the traditional agrarian focus. He had only become an officer because his father had paid a fortune to purchase his military rank from Xiao Ming. This was why Lu Fei had always despised him. Now Xiao Ming was asking him to become a merchant instead of a military officer. It was humiliating. However, since his military rank would remain, he felt a bit relieved. "Your Highness is correct," Li Kaiyuan admitted. "Before my father passed, he traded textiles across various prefectures." Seeing his reluctance, Xiao Ming said, "I know you're not thrilled about this, but understand, this merchant guild is an official enterprise. Though it deals in commerce, it belongs to the government, and you will still be a government official. If you insist on staying in the military, I can find someone else. However, I must warn you, Lu Fei recently reported that due to the harsh winter, many livestock in the northern grasslands have died. It's highly likely that the barbarians will raid the south this winter." "Your Highness, I accept." Li Kaiyuan shuddered. He was the only son in his family. Given the choice between being looked down on as a merchant or dying in battle against the barbarians, he would rather choose the former. Xiao Ming smirked and patted his shoulder. Now you're thinking wisely. The key to success is using people in the right roles, and you are not suited for the military. Come, let's discuss how we'll establish the Merchant Guild. Li Kaiyuan sighed in defeat and moved closer to listen. The Merchant Guild would officially operate under the Prince of Qi's name, ensuring safe passage across the empire and protection from corrupt local officials. The guild's name was Wantong Merchant Guild. Xiao Ming allocated 50,000 taels of silver to purchase 5 small trading ships for maritime trade and 10 caravan teams for overland trade. At the moment, this was a small-scale operation, but every great endeavor starts somewhere. Beyond logistics, Xiao Ming introduced modern business concepts to Li Kaiyuan, leveraging his technological knowledge crystal to help him quickly absorb and understand these advanced strategies. Since Li Kaiyuan's family had been merchants, he had some background in business. These teachings were like lifting a fog, bringing clarity and ambition. The first product you will handle is perfume, Xiao Ming instructed. You will ship it south by water routes, sell it directly to major prefectures. Still shaken by his newfound knowledge, Li Kaiyuan couldn't help but feel excited. Your Highness, I have trusted friends in the military. May I bring them along? Fine. Take whoever you want except Lu Fei, Xiao Ming joked. Li Kaiyuan nodded, saluted, and left to begin organizing the Merchant Guild. As soon as Li Kaiyuan left, Liang Dahai entered the hall, led by Qian Dafu. Xiao Ming immediately asked, Liang Dahai, how goes the purchase of slaves? Your Highness, it was a difficult process, but I gathered every contact I could. This time I have 950 slaves for your Highness. Once the road's clear, I plan to travel north and buy more. Although 950 slaves was still far too few, it was a start. Ultimately, shipbuilding and overseas trade would be the key to scaling up labor acquisition. Well done. Continue buying slaves, you will be well rewarded. Xiao Ming glanced at Qian Dafu, signaling him. Qian Dafu stepped forward and handed Liang Dahai 20,000 taels in silver notes. Your Highness, this is quite generous, Liang Dahai said, thrilled. He had never conducted such a large and easy transaction before. Consider it an advance payment for the next batch of slaves, Xiao Ming replied. Where are the current slaves? They're at the northern dock of Qingzhou City, Liang Dahai answered happily. Xiao Ming turned to Qian Dafu. Take Lu Fei with you. Move the slaves to the eastern military camp for now. I will inspect them personally tomorrow. Qian Dafu nodded and led Liang Dahai away. Now that he had ample funds, Xiao Ming was determined to accelerate development. The warning he had given Li Kaiyuan about the barbarian threat wasn't just a scare tactic. In reality, Qingzhou's outskirts were already seeing large numbers of barbarian scouts. Qingzhou Eastern Military Camp. This was the barracks where the Qingzhou army was stationed. Compared to its peak strength of 3,000 soldiers, the camp now housed only a little over 300 troops. Many barracks in the camp had been left vacant. In the past, these rooms were covered in cobwebs and thick with dust. But now they had been cleaned out and recruitment notices had been posted. Lately, a steady stream of people had been coming to enlist. In just half a month, new recruits would begin training. This round of recruitment would fill the camp's barracks to capacity, restoring the Qingzhou army to its former glory. Veteran soldiers were especially excited, as if they had returned to the days before the barbarian invasion. The increase in troop numbers also meant greater chances for promotion. However, before the new recruits even arrived, a group of raggedly dressed individuals had already moved into the camp. After inquiring, the soldiers learned that these were slaves purchased by Prince Qi from various regions. In the past, the veteran soldiers had no favorable opinion of Prince Qi. But over the past 2 months, rumors of his transformation had spread throughout the city, gradually changing their perception of him. Your Highness, these slaves can't stay in the camp indefinitely. New recruits will be arriving soon, and I have no space to spare, complained Lu Fei as soon as Xiao Ming arrived at the Qingzhou camp the next day. I never intended for them to stay here permanently. I'll have them moved out before the recruits arrive, Xiao Ming replied, tucking his hands into his sleeves. Although the snow had stopped, the weather had only gotten colder. Despite the golden sunlight, Xiao Ming still shivered from the chill. If that's the case, then I suppose it's fine, Lu Fei sighed in relief before asking, but Your Highness, why did you buy so many slaves? Surely the royal mansion doesn't need that many servants. Xiao Ming furrowed his brows and didn't answer the question. Instead, he asked, "Do you think the barbarians will attack Kangju this winter?" "I can't say for sure," Lu Fei replied gravely. 3 years ago, Kangju was ravaged by an invasion. Over 100,000 able-bodied men were taken away, and we still haven't recovered. Logically, the barbarians should realize there's nothing left to plunder here. But merchants from the grasslands report that a severe winter has killed off many of their cattle and sheep. The Huyanchuo tribe, which lives north of Kangju, has suffered particularly heavy losses. I fear they might become desperate. Xiao Ming nodded. If I remember correctly, the Huyanchuo tribe can muster an army of at least 30,000, right? That's correct. Barbarians train their entire population as warriors. Every man, aside from the elderly, women, and children, can fight. This time they're desperate because their livestock have frozen to death and they won't have enough to eat next year. That means they'll raid to stockpile food. If that's the case, could we do business with them instead? Kangju cannot afford another invasion. If they attack Kangju with 30,000 men, even if we win, it would be a costly victory, something I want to avoid, Xiao Ming mused. Lu Fei was straightforward, but not without intelligence. New recruits were untrained, bandits were still causing trouble in the 6 prefectures, and engaging in a full-scale war with the barbarians would be disastrous. Merchants in Kangju usually buy livestock and furs from the barbarians in exchange for coal and iron ore. But this year, with so many cattle and sheep frozen to death, that trade is impossible. After all, who would buy dead livestock? Lu Fei shook his head, thinking the plan was unfeasible. Is that so? Xiao Ming lowered his head in thought. He had accumulated a good amount of soda ash for making soap, but the price of oil remained high, a problem that had been troubling the Wang family. Now that the barbarians had lost a large number of cattle and sheep, wasn't this the perfect opportunity to purchase animal fat? And since Lu Fei mentioned the coal and iron trade, the Wang family would have to be involved. The Great Yu Empire officially prohibited selling coal and iron ore to the barbarians, but smugglers were always around. Xiao Ming naturally harbored no goodwill toward the barbarians. The growing might of the Grassland Empire was a significant threat to both himself and the Great Yu Empire. But for now, he was powerless to change that. They simply could not win a war at this time. For the sake of stability and development, Xiao Ming had to swallow his pride and find another solution. This crisis could likely be resolved through the Wang family, as they had long-standing business dealings with the barbarians and private connections. With his plan set, Xiao Ming chose not to discuss it with Lu Fei. The enmity between the barbarians and the Great Yu Empire was centuries old, and this kind of trade was anything but honorable. His main reason for coming to the camp today was the matter of the slaves. 950 of them, neither too many nor too few, but to Xiao Ming they were crucial. They would be the workforce needed to establish several workshops. The space in the machinery department was limited. It was already becoming too cramped for the growing number of artisans and equipment. Xiao Ming had long planned to build an industrial complex resembling a modern factory district. He had already chosen the location, downstream of the Chu River, south of the city. These slaves would be responsible for constructing the workshop buildings and would later be assigned to work in them. For security reasons, Xiao Ming would enclose the workshop district within high walls, with the Kangju army stationed there to ensure its safety. By now, Lu Fei had gathered all the slaves. Xiao Ming swept his gaze over them. They stood scattered, dressed in rags, their hands and feet shackled, shivering in the cold wind. Just as Lang Dahai had said, most of these slaves were young men and women, prime laborers by slave standards. After verifying their quality, Xiao Ming turned to Chen Wenlong and instructed, "These slaves are now under your management. I've already given you the design for the brick kilns. With over 900 workers, you should have more than enough manpower. This winter, the machinery department will be overseen by Chen Qi. Your task is to use these slaves to produce red bricks and cement and to build the factory district. By spring, the machinery department's equipment will be relocated there." "Understood." "Yes, Your Highness," Chen Wenlong responded. Xiao Ming nodded, then ordered Lu Fei to assist Chen Wenlong in escorting the slaves downstream to the Chu River, where the kilns were also located. For this new workshop district, Xiao Ming decided not to use traditional mud walls and wooden structures, but to construct it with modern red bricks. Brickmaking was not an advanced craft. Xiao Ming gave Chen Wenlong a brief lesson on kiln operations, which were similar to pottery making. He didn't need these bricks to match modern standards, only to be strong enough for the buildings. The second key material was cement. Chen Qi was already well versed in its production. These tasks were labor-intensive but simple, and the slaves were more than sufficient for the job. Zhao Ming did not bother speaking to the slaves about grand ideals like freedom, democracy, or human rights. In this era, such concepts were as meaningless as empty words. These slaves had already accepted their fate and status. Instead of preaching ideals, it was better to improve their living conditions, boost their morale, and gradually make them feel a sense of belonging. The workshop area officially began construction during the cold winter, and Zhao Ming suddenly found himself responsible for feeding over 900 additional mouths. With new recruits also joining the military camp, the number of people to feed quickly rose to around 3,000. The continuous drain on silver reserves made Zhao Ming feel immense pressure. Moreover, aside from commerce, he had no other means to quickly amass wealth. Therefore, whether it was setting up his own trading company or leveraging the Wang and Qin families to make money, time was of the essence. After arranging matters related to the slaves, Zhao Ming went to the Wang family to discuss trade with the barbarians. "Your Highness, our Wang family dare not bear such a grave accusation." Before Zhao Ming could finish speaking, Wang Chengchu fell to his knees with a thud. Wang Shiji too broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as if struck by a chill. They had received news that both the emperor and the empress had sent silver to Zhao Ming. Rumors from Chang'an also suggested that the emperor and the crown prince's faction seemed to be leaning towards supporting Zhao Ming. A neglected prince and a supported prince were two entirely different matters. In the past, they might have dared to take advantage of Zhao Ming's ignorance. But now, with the forces backing Zhao Ming, they had to carefully weigh the pros and cons. If Zhao Ming accused the Wang family of colluding with foreign enemies, the entire family could face execution. Even if the Wang family was powerful and unafraid of Zhao Ming, and even if the Qingzhou army was insignificant, the emperor and the crown prince could still mobilize their forces. In that case, the Wang family's destruction would only be a matter of time. Zhao Ming felt somewhat helpless. This was the first time he had seen fear in Wang Chengchu's eyes. It seemed that the silver sent by Emperor Zhao Wengxuan and the empress had arrived just in time, allowing him to borrow their authority. He said, "Master Wang, Brother Wang, please rise. I am not here to accuse you of any crime. As you are well aware, this year, many of the Hainshu tribe's livestock froze to death on the grasslands. Recently, barbarian scouts have been frequently spying on the defenses outside Kangzhou. I'm sure you understand their intentions." Wang Chengchu wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. "Your Highness, I have indeed heard about this. Many livestock have frozen to death. Barbarians rely on milk, beef, and mutton for their daily sustenance. With the livestock dead and no offspring, they will have no animals to herd come spring. By then, the barbarians will face starvation." Commander Lu said the same thing. Therefore, the simplest way to solve this problem and prevent the barbarians from besieging Kangzhou is, Zhao Ming trailed off. "Your Highness, please continue," Wang Chengchu urged. Zhao Ming didn't directly state his plan, as he didn't want to bear the blame for it either. Instead, he hinted at a solution, preparing to nudge Wang Chengchu into taking the initiative. He said, "With the livestock dead, merchants naturally won't want them. However, the fat from these animals can be used to make soap. If Master Wang were to exchange grain for this fat, how would the barbarians react? The barbarians only care about the meat. The fat is worthless to them. If this cheap fat is brought back, it can be used to produce large quantities of soap. What do you think, Master Wang?" Wang Shiji and Wang Chengchu exchanged glances, their expressions strange. "Very well, I've said my piece. I still hope Kangzhou remains safe," Zhao Ming said before leaving the Wang residence. Wang Shiji quickly stood up to see Zhao Ming out. Shortly after, he returned and said to Wang Chengchu, "Father, His Highness is right. If we exchange grain for fat now, it would be an incredibly profitable venture. Moreover, His Highness seems to be encouraging us to do so." Wang Chengchu, still kneeling on the ground, slowly rose and sat down in a chair. This Prince of Qi is truly unpredictable. He doesn't want to bear the accusation of colluding with foreign enemies, yet he wants to resolve the crisis in Kangzhou. But our Wang family can't take this risk either. "Then what should we do?" Wang Shiji asked. Wang Chengchu chuckled. "There's still a way. We don't need to do this ourselves. Just spread the word among the merchants in Kangzhou that our Wang family is purchasing fat. Then let the method of exchanging grain with the hyanchuo for fat circulate. With that, we won't lack for people willing to take the risk. At most, we'll spend a bit more silver, but it's better than bearing the accusation. I don't want to end up like the Qin family, with a handle held over us by the Prince of Qi. Wang Shiji gave a thumbs up. Father, you're truly brilliant. What? 7 days later, the Wang family delivered the first batch of animal fat to Qingzhou, completing the final ingredient needed for soap production. Although various sources indicated that the Wang family hadn't taken the bait, the large quantity of fat excited Xiao Ming. For this purpose, he had the machinery department forge 5 massive iron cauldrons and chose the workshop area as the site for soap production. From now on, this would be the location for soap manufacturing. Your Highness, this smells so oily. How is this soap supposed to be used? Luluo, who had insisted on coming to witness the soap-making process, asked. Since the concept of soap was introduced, news of it had gradually spread throughout the prince's residence and Qingzhou City. Unsurprisingly, women were the most interested in this new bathing product. In front of Xiao Ming were 5 large stoves, burning coal, with 2-meter-wide iron cauldrons on top. The animal fat inside was steaming. Since it was winter, the fat hadn't spoiled or gone rancid. The first step was to render the fat from the lard and grease, as the barbarians wouldn't have refined the oil for him. Once the fat was rendered, the meat scraps and skins were skimmed off. They had now reached this stage. Don't worry, the essential oils I asked you to prepare weren't for nothing, Xiao Ming said with a grin. Luluo was momentarily stunned before she understood, blushing as she said, I thought your Highness was using them to make perfume. This time, Xiao Ming didn't avoid Wang Shiji and even had him personally oversee the process. Seeing Xiao Ming and Luluo flirt, Wang Shiji couldn't help but feel envious. Your Highness, you're truly fortunate. Luluo's face turned bright red, while Xiao Ming shot Wang Shiji a glare. The young man couldn't go 3 sentences without bringing up such topics. Xiao Ming said, I brought you here to supervise the use of the animal fat. I run my business fairly and won't take advantage of your Wang family. Since the Wang family provided the fat, it was only appropriate to involve them. However, Xiao Ming wasn't worried about the soap-making technology being stolen, as the key ingredient was the alkali. This time, Xiao Ming brought the alkali directly, and Wang Shiji had no idea what it was for. The unrefined fat was a transparent orange-yellow color, similar to modern soybean oil. Once the first batch of pure fat was ready, Xiao Ming had the alkali poured in. A chemical reaction immediately occurred in the cauldron, and soon the fat thickened, resembling tofu pudding. He then had the essential oils stirred in. When the soap mixture in the cauldron reached the right consistency, 10 strong slaves lifted the cauldron and poured the mixture into prepared square molds. Once cooled, the soap mixture solidified into large, milky white blocks that looked clean and emitted a faint fragrance. Slaves responsible for cutting used long knives to slice the soap into standard small squares along marked lines. Your Highness, is this soap? Wang Shiji's eyes lit up as he reached out to take one of the soap bars. He had seen Yizai traditional soap, but those were dark and dull, completely unlike this clean, beautiful, and aesthetically pleasing soap. Wait, don't touch it yet, Xiao Ming reminded him. The soap hasn't fully solidified, it still needs a day or 2. This time, Xiao Ming had used a soap-making method similar to traditional handmade soap rather than full-scale industrial production. Industrial soap making required the use of salt precipitation to speed up the solidification process, but that method required precise control of salt content. Instead of dealing with that, it was simpler to let the soap cool naturally for 2 days. Besides, the Wang family still needed time to prepare their merchant caravans and ships, so the delay wouldn't be an issue. At that moment, Luluo also had a fascinated expression, holding her hands over her heart, her eyes sparkling like stars. After instructing Chen Longwen to watch over the soap, Xiao Ming returned 2 days later to retrieve a portion of it. This batch was meant for Chang'an. Since this was a brand new product, he naturally had to send some to Consort Zhen. At the same time, the Imperial concubines could help spread word of it. He knew very well that in this era, fashion trends among the common people were often set by the Imperial concubines. Your Highness, how much do you plan to sell this soap for? 2 days later, Wang Shiji arrived at Prince Qi's residence to discuss the pricing. Now that the soap was ready, it was time to set a price. Traditional Yizai was so expensive that only the nobility and wealthy elites could afford it, and this soap was naturally targeted at the same clientele. What do you think, Brother Wang? Xiao Ming wasn't foolish. Whoever spoke first in a negotiation usually lost. Wang Shiji pondered for a moment. In Chang'an, Yizai is used exclusively by the imperial consorts and is considered a tribute item, with almost no sales among the common folk. To better estimate the price, I had someone investigate. The imperial palace purchases Yizai at 25 taels per piece. But our soap is far superior, larger in size, and lasts an entire month. Given that, I believe 50 taels per bar is not unreasonable. In modern terms, 50 taels for a bar of soap would be an astronomical price. But times were different, and the value of goods couldn't be compared directly. In Great U, this soap was equivalent to a luxury brand like Chanel, or even more exclusive. Given its elite target market, the price wasn't actually excessive. After all, he was selling to the wealthiest and most powerful people in Great U. Brother Wangs, you make a fair point. In that case, I'll offer a discount. How about 5 taels off per bar? Zhao Ming suggested. 3 taels. Wang Shiji looked pained. Your Highness, for Qin's drunken Qingzhou wine, you gave a discount of 10 taels. But does Qin's drunken Qingzhou ship 1,500 jars per batch? Zhao Ming countered. This time he had produced 1,500 bars of soap in a single batch. Offering a discount greater than 3 taels would be foolish. Wang Shiji had no retort. Drunken Qingzhou only produced a few hundred jars per batch, and due to grain shortages, Zhao Ming strictly controlled its output. Unlike soap, which could be produced in unlimited quantities. Even with a 3-tael margin, the Wang family would still make enormous profits through volume sales. Both Wang Chengqiu and Wang Shiji were well aware of this. Very well, I will discuss this with my father and report back to your Highness. Wang Shiji wasn't ready to commit without consulting his family. After sending Wang Shiji off, Zhao Ming summoned Li Kaiyuan. We cannot let the Wang and Qin families monopolize the business. Over time, corruption and shady dealings are bound to arise. This time, I will allocate 50% of both drunken Qingzhou and the soap to our own merchants. Take these goods south and sell them. Your Highness, why not take full control of the business? That way all the profits will belong to us, Li Kaiyuan asked. Ever since becoming the head of the commercial division, he had quickly adopted a merchant's mindset. Zhao Ming replied, the 4 great clans of Qingzhou still hold significant power. Whether it's enforcing policies or implementing the Tunshan Decree, military farming system, we need their cooperation. If they decide to obstruct us, it will make territorial development incredibly difficult. By sharing some of the profits, they will be more inclined to work in my favor. Li Kaiyuan nodded. Understood. I will prepare the merchant ships for the southern trade. Zhao Ming nodded in approval and watched as Li Kaiyuan left. His goal in establishing the commercial division was to regain control over trade while preventing the Wang and Qin families from price manipulation. Although he controlled the pricing of drunken Qingzhou and soap, there was no guarantee that the Wang and Qin families wouldn't secretly inflate prices for maximum profit. By involving his own merchants, he ensured that both families would restrain themselves. Not long after Wang Shiji left, he returned with an answer. Just as Zhao Ming expected, the Wang family agreed. Only a fool would refuse such a lucrative business opportunity, especially since their profits would rival those of Qin Chunyan's ventures. First drunken Qingzhou, then perfume, now soap, Zhao Ming was determined to focus on these 3 products, particularly soap, which would be mass-produced for maximum profit. Thus, he planned to dedicate the winter season to expanding the workshop district, establishing dedicated factories for brewing wine, making soap, producing perfume, refining steel, and constructing water-powered lathes. In the future, this area would become the heart of Qingzhou's industrial development. At the same time, Li Kaiyuan's merchant caravans, along with the Wang and Qin family trade routes, spread across the empire. These products were carried to distant regions, bringing back vast amounts of silver. So, in Zhao Ming's first winter in Qingzhou, a small butterfly flapped its wings, starting a ripple effect that would transform the entire Great Yu Empire. Chang'an, the Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, did you use the soap last night? Ah, you wouldn't believe it. It felt incredible while bathing. It's like all my past baths were wasted, one of the concubines exclaimed. Exactly. My skin feels so much smoother and even smells wonderful. And most importantly, it removes oil. My skin gets greasy so easily, but this soap takes care of it perfectly. Compared to this, Yizai is utterly shameful. I told my maid to throw it away. I'll never use it again, another concubine chimed in. Empress Zhao watched the concubines chatter excitedly about the soap, smiling. This soap had just arrived from Qingzhou, sent by Prince Qi. After their previous experience with his perfume, the concubines had eagerly snatched up the soap, and now, just a day later, they were gathered to discuss it. At this moment, Consort de remarked, "I heard that some merchants in Chang'an have started selling soap too. But honestly, how could commoners outside the palace appreciate its true value?" Exactly. Sister Zhen said that our palace soap is exclusively provided by Prince Qi. The ingredients are of the highest quality, far superior to anything outside the palace, another concubine boasted. Consort Zhen exchanged a glance with Empress Zhao, who immediately understood her intent. The soap sold outside is also from Prince Qi, Empress Zhao said. Since Prince Qi is so loyal, we should do our part to support him. Her Majesty is right. I'll summon my sister and tell her that all the Imperial consorts are using this soap. Consort Zhen smiled approvingly. Xiao Ming had bribed the right people this time. Gaining the favor of these concubines meant that he now had powerful voices advocating for him in the imperial court. Wang Shiji had been in Chang'an for 7 or 8 days, bringing soap with him. Initially, this novel product did not attract much attention from the noble ladies. However, today, everything changed. Overnight, a long line had formed outside the Wang family's shop in Chang'an. The people waiting at the entrance were housekeepers, maids, and attendants from various prestigious households, all with one purpose: purchasing soap. At the same time, word spread throughout Chang'an that the imperial concubines in the palace were all using soap. This revelation caused a stir among the noble ladies who seldom left their residences. Anything used by the empress herself became a must-have, driving them out in droves to buy soap. After the first batch of soap was brought home and used, demand skyrocketed the next day. Even wealthy young men had joined the frenzy. "Oh, isn't this Brother Lei? Brother Zhao. It's been a long time. You're here for Brother Lei, you too. Ah, since we are all like-minded, there's no need to be coy. My sister bought a bar of soap yesterday, and after trying it, she was completely enthralled. She spent an entire night just staring at it. Out of curiosity, I borrowed it this morning to try for myself, and I was amazed. Today, I'm here to buy some as a gift for Miss Liu from Yanzhai Pavilion." "Brother Lei, you borrowed it?" Zhao Gongzi asked in surprise. "I haven't even tried it yet, what a shame." "Ahem, as scholars, let's not use the word borrow." "I merely took it," Li Gongzi corrected indignantly. Just then the shop's doors swung open. With lightning speed, Li Gongzi grabbed Zhao Gongzi and dashed inside. Standing at the entrance, Wang Shiji was dumbfounded. He had not expected soap to become this wildly popular, nor had he anticipated that aside from noble ladies, courtesans from brothels would also become a major customer base. Meanwhile in the south, Li Kaiyuan was reaping substantial profits. While most of Great Yu's aristocracy resided in Chang'an, the wealthiest merchants were concentrated in the south, particularly in Jinling. In fact, Jinling's prosperity had long rivaled that of Chang'an. Since drunken Qingzhou and perfume had already gained widespread popularity, these two products were selling exceptionally well in Jinling. Moreover, neither the Wang family nor the Qin family had access to perfume, only Li Kaiyuan's merchants carried it. Soap didn't take long to gain traction either. Once news spread that the imperial concubines were using it, the entire stock sold out within days. Now discussions about these 3 miraculous products were happening everywhere in Jinling. Even while dining at an inn, Li Kaiyuan couldn't avoid overhearing excited conversations. At a nearby table, a young noble stood up, holding a bottle of perfume. He strutted around the room, proudly displaying it. "Do you know what this is?" he asked. The other young men at the table, unfamiliar with Jinling's latest trends, shook their heads. The noble smirked. He removed the stopper, waved the bottle in the air, and let the scent waft around the room. "Oh, that smells amazing," everyone gasped. "Exactly. This is called perfume. Do you know about Miss Shuang from Wanhua Pavilion?" "You mean the stunning beauty, but also the one plagued by body odor." "That's the one. Because of her condition, she lost the title of Flower Queen at Wanhua Pavilion year after year. But ever since she started using this perfume, her odor disappeared completely. Now countless rich young men are vying for her attention. Is it really that effective? Can it mask any bad smell?" "I don't believe it." "Absolutely. Then let me try," another noble eagerly said. The proud perfume owner handed it over. The other young man dabbed some on himself and declared, "I also have body odor. For the sake of my brothers, I shall test it." Back in Kingju, the situation at Prince Chi's residence was unprecedented. Unlike previous years, when the estate was quiet and unvisited, it was now bustling with endless traffic. The entrance was so crowded that it was nearly impossible to get through. In just 2 months, soap, perfume, and drunken Kingju had gained immense fame across both the northern and southern regions. Merchants, sensing an enormous business opportunity, swarmed Kingju like cats drawn to the scent of fish. Naturally, their first order of business was to seek an audience with Xiao Ming. These days, Ziyuan's hands were sore from receiving endless gifts, and Xiao Ming spent each morning meeting with eager merchants. Yet, despite days of discussions, the merchants remained relentless, refusing to leave until they secured a deal. Unsurprisingly, the Wang and Qin families were growing increasingly anxious. So many competitors had suddenly arrived to challenge their monopoly. In response, they tried to ingratiate themselves with Xiao Ming through discounts and favors, while also using more underhanded methods, intimidation, threats, and even covert attacks on rival merchants. But these efforts had little effect. The lure of profit was simply too strong. Merchants kept coming, fully embodying the saying, "A man will risk his life for wealth, just as a bird will for food." "Your Highness, the estate's storerooms are overflowing with gifts." The entire residence was caught between joy and exhaustion. The servants indulged in delicacies and treats from all corners of Great Yu while working tirelessly to accommodate the endless stream of merchants. Xiao Ming chuckled. "If there's no more space, clear out some other rooms." Luluo, her cheeks stuffed with malt candy, nodded vigorously. These days, she no longer had to worry about getting her favorite sweets. Nearly every visiting merchant brought pastries and confections as tribute. "Delicious. Delicious," she mumbled through her full mouth. "This is the royal estate of Prince Chi. Such disorder is unseemly." Pang Yukon sighed, shaking his head. Xiao Ming had called him in to help deal with the merchants, but upon seeing the chaotic state of the residence, Pang Yukon couldn't resist launching into a lecture. Luluo shrank back, grabbed onto Ziyuan's sleeve and ran away, fearing Pang Yukon would scold her. Xiao Ming reassured him, "Lord Pang, the household is merely in high spirits. There's no need to be so strict." Pang Yukon remained stern. "Your Highness, forgive my bluntness, but after accepting so many gifts, what do you plan to do? If you agree to their requests, not only will the Wang and Qin families suffer losses, but even your own commercial ventures will take a hit." "You worry too much, Lord Pang. We must think long-term." Pang Yukon, a scholar raised on Confucian teachings, had always looked down on merchants. To him, they contributed nothing to production and merely profited from transactions, no different from parasites. Over the past few days, Xiao Ming had engaged in several heated debates with him, using his vast knowledge of economics and industry to gradually convince him that merchants could be beneficial. Xiao Ming had a clear plan. At first glance, monopolizing all three industries, soap, liquor, and perfume, seemed like the best way to maximize profits. However, this was a short-sighted approach. The combined strength of the Wang, Qin, and Xiao businesses was limited. They could never distribute soap nationwide in a short time. This would restrict sales to a few regions, capping profits. Instead, Xiao Ming decided to open up soap-making technology to outside merchants, allowing them to set up workshops in Kingju. This would significantly boost production capacity. By doing so, he could allocate his own resources to higher-value industries rather than low-tier products like liquor and perfume. After all, his ambitions extended far beyond mere wealth. He aimed to dominate the world. However, the technology would only be partially open. The alkali-making process would remain exclusive to him. He would supply alkali, while merchants would only handle soap production. Workshops could only be established in Kingju and other territories under his control. These measures ensured that Xiao Ming would profit more from selling alkali than from making soap himself. Meanwhile, the concentration of merchants in Kingju would further accelerate its economic boom. As for the Wang and Qin families' concerns, once he explained the win-win nature of his plan, they would understand soon enough. The influx of merchants made Kingju more bustling than ever before. The streets and alleys were filled with traders who had traveled from afar. After waiting in Kingju for 3 days, the merchants were greeted with an announcement that sent them into a frenzy. A proclamation was posted throughout the city. All merchants in Kingju may obtain the method for producing soap from the patent office. Further details can be discussed at the patent office. As soon as the news spread, the merchants immediately inquired about the patent office, what it was, where it was located, and then rushed toward the building, which was situated across from the governor's office. While most merchants were ecstatic, some were deeply unsettled. As Xiao Ming had expected, the Wang family was the first to seek him out after the proclamation was issued. Your family can also establish workshops to produce soap, Xiao Ming said, instantly rendering Wang Shiji speechless. That way you can manufacture as much soap as you want. Wang Shiji pondered for a long moment before speaking. But Your Highness, with such a massive increase in soap production and merchants selling it everywhere, how will prices be controlled? And what about competition between merchants? I have already thought this through, Xiao Ming replied with a calm smile. Wang Shiji had pointed out a fundamental problem of this era, merchant infighting. Many of the merchants who had arrived in Qingzhou were powerful figures, some backed by regional lords or high-ranking officials. Now that they all had access to soap, they would undoubtedly try to monopolize the business within their own territories, barring outside merchants from entering. This kind of regional protectionism was not unique to this time period. Even in modern times, local businesses often suppressed competition from outsiders. May Your Highness enlighten me? Wang Shiji asked. Merchants were greedy by nature, and the Wang family was no exception. They understood that opening up soap production would benefit them, but they were reluctant to give up their control over direct sales. A trade guild, Xiao Ming said simply. The competition among merchants would inevitably lead to chaos, making a regulating body essential. Xiao Ming's real goal, however, was to use this guild to transform Qingzhou into great used commercial hub. Wang Shiji didn't fully understand what a trade guild was, so Xiao Ming took on the role of a teacher once again. The guild would regulate product pricing, divide trade territories, and most importantly, extract profits from the merchants. Of course, some aspects of his plan were better left unsaid. What Xiao Ming could tell Wang Shiji was that the guild would assign the Wang family an exclusive sales region, but they would have to pay a fee for it. After sending Wang Shiji away, Xiao Ming began preparations for establishing the guild. All merchants involved in soap production would be required to join. Without guild membership, the patent office would not provide them with the necessary technology. At the patent office, visiting merchants were introduced to the concept of the guild. Brother Chen, this Prince Chi is quite something. First, he surprises us with a patent office, and now he's forming a trade guild, one merchant remarked, holding a set of technical documents from the patent office. A rotund merchant beside him chuckled and said, Indeed, we mustn't underestimate him. But no matter what, we have a personal letter from Prince Wei to Prince Qi. Surely he will give us some special consideration. After all, they are neighbors. That's true. Steward Kayan mentioned that Prince Qi will summon all merchants tomorrow to discuss the guild. We'll just wait and see how things unfold. However, I hear that merchants under the command of Prince Yan of the Kui family, Prince Chu of the Li family, and Prince Liang of the Zheng family have all come as well. The competition will be fierce. Exactly. And it's not just the regional lords. Several imperial princes have sent their merchants too, he said, glancing at the courtyard of the patent office. Groups of merchants, clad in silk robes and adorned with gold, stood in small clusters, each one a wealthy magnate. Next day, as promised, Xiao Ming convened nearly 1,000 merchants at the governor's office in Qingzhou. With the immense profits at stake, no one dared to miss the meeting. Seated at the head of the hall, Xiao Ming surveyed the crowd with a smile. Many of these merchants had brought letters personally written by high-ranking nobles, regional lords, ministers, and even a few imperial princes and princesses, hoping to secure favors. Xiao Ming wasn't surprised. However, he knew that these letters were meaningless. Given his past reputation for arrogance and defiance, those who sent them likely understood that as well. They merely wanted to show their subordinates that they had tried. The merchants seated below wore a mix of expressions, some smug, some anxious, and some whispering among themselves. Despite their wealth, they were still mere merchants, and dared not show disrespect to Xiao Ming. I'm sure you all know why I've gathered you here today, Xiao Ming began. It's to discuss the establishment of a trade guild. May Your Highness enlighten us, the merchants responded in unison. Xiao Ming continued, you have all come to Qingzhou for one reason, soap, drunken Qingzhou, and perfume. The purpose of this guild is to ensure that all members have fair access to these products. At these words, the hall erupted with murmurs of excitement and unease. One merchant quickly asked, "Your Highness, are you saying that not only soap production but also drunken kingju and perfume will be made available for merchants to produce?" "No," Xiao Ming replied. "The production of perfume and drunken kingju will remain restricted, but those who join the guild will gain exclusive sales rights." "That's still great news." "Excellent. Well worth the trip." The merchants cheered. Xiao Ming continued, "The guild will function as follows. All members will have access to the products Kingju offers, but in return there will be regulations." Using the knowledge stored in his technological archive, Xiao Ming had already drafted a set of guild rules. One of the key regulations was that sales territories would be fairly auctioned within the guild. Additionally, all product prices would be standardized by the guild, and a special arbitration office would be established to prevent malicious competition among merchants. As these concepts were relayed, the merchants were astounded. These revolutionary ideas completely reshaped their understanding of commerce. For them, it was like a revelation, an entirely new business structure, unlike anything they had seen before. Xiao Ming then unveiled a large map of Great Yu. "This is the map of Great Yu," he explained. "Each county and prefecture is marked. The sales rights for each region will be auctioned, with each prefecture serving as a trade zone." His tone grew firm. "Now you have a choice. Join the guild and secure enormous profits, or leave Kingju. The decision is yours. I will not force anyone." A heavy silence fell over the hall. The merchants exchanged glances, weighing their options carefully. For them, this was not an easy decision. "Brother Han, what do you think of this trade guild?" After Xiao Ming's summons, the merchants of Kingju gathered in groups at the Waijia restaurant. The waiters were so busy they barely had time to catch their breath. Business had boomed thanks to the influx of merchants. "All I can say is that Prince Qi is a master strategist. With this move, even though he remains in Kingju, he has effectively put merchants across the entire empire under his control. Any merchant who joins the guild must follow his lead." A merchant surnamed Han sighed. "I was thinking the same. But the problem is, Prince Qi holds the keys to fine wine, perfume, and soap. If we don't join, we get nothing. Yet if we do join, we'll be at his mercy, forced to pay a hefty sum just to sell products in lands that should belong to Prince Yan. Why not pressure him by having Prince Yan issue a ban on these goods?" "That won't work." Han shook his head. "Prince Qi wouldn't care if Prince Yan banned sales in his territory. Other merchants would just smuggle the goods in anyway, and Prince Qi wouldn't lose much. But you and I, we'd be the ones losing out on a fortune. So we have no choice but to join the guild." "Exactly. It's a brilliant move on Prince Qi's part. We have no alternatives." As the two of them debated, similar discussions took place at other tables. In the end, all the merchants came to the same realization: they had no leverage over Prince Qi. Thus, when the auction began the next day, the same merchants who had gathered at the governor's office returned once more. They scoured the map of Great Yu, searching for their hometowns. Though they felt reluctant, they knew they had to buy the rights to sell in their home regions. And if they didn't bid high enough, they'd be stuck producing soap instead. Just as he had the day before, Xiao Ming arrived at the governor's office, accompanied by Pang Yukun, Li Kaiyuan, and Kayan Dafu. If today's event succeeded, the Qi royal estate would rake in an enormous sum of silver. "Your Highness, this map of Great Yu is quite remarkable," Pang Yukun remarked, admiring the massive map hanging on the wall. The map was highly detailed, clearly outlining the empire's boundaries, provinces, mountains, and rivers, something Pang Yukun had never seen before. "Just a little something I put together," Xiao Ming replied with a grin. Today would be a turning point for Kingzhou. If he could gather enough silver, he would have the resources to implement his plans in the spring. After all, there was so much to do. As they spoke, a wealthy merchant suddenly called out from below. "Your Highness, I want to purchase all the counties within Prince Wei's territory. Will 300,000 taels of silver suffice?" Li Kaiyuan chuckled. Everyone knows that Prince Wei's lands are among the richest in the empire. Jinling in particular is a hub for merchants, scholars, and courtesans alike. 16 counties in total. Don't you think 300,000 taels is a bit low? The crowd erupted in whispers. "Isn't that Ding Wangqun from Jinling?" "Yes, it's him. They say his family's wealth is worth at least 10 million taels of silver. He alone contributes 1 million taels to Prince Wei every year. I heard his dining bowls are made of gold." Xiao Ming nearly choked when he heard this. A personal fortune of 10 million taels. Meanwhile, he had been ecstatic over mere tens of thousands of taels. How embarrassing. Peng Yukun, seeing Xiao Ming's shock, remarked coolly, "Your Highness, why are you so surprised? Every feudal lord's territory has a few immensely wealthy merchants. Ding Wangqun is nothing special. The richest family in the empire is the Cao family from Jiangnan. They say their wealth rivals that of the entire kingdom, amounting to over 10 million taels of silver." 10 million taels. Xiao Ming's jaw dropped. That was 100 million in modern terms. The Cao family was essentially the Great Yu Empire's version of the legendary Ming Dynasty merchant Shen Wanson. Shen Wanson had been so rich that when Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang built Nanjing city walls, Shen had offered to fund the entire project. Even today, the bricks on Nanjing's walls still bear his mark, each one stamped with the character Wan. Pang Yukun smirked. But in the end, they are nothing more than fish on the chopping block. If Prince Wei ever needs money, he could simply kill Ding Wangqun and seize his wealth. A cold shiver ran down Xiao Ming's spine. This empire was truly one where officials ruled over wealth. To men like Peng Yukun, merchants were merely pigs raised for slaughter, the fatter the better. "Well said, Lord Peng," Xiao Ming replied, though he resisted the urge to argue. This was no time for a debate, he had a show to watch. Another merchant sneered. "Brother Ding, since when did you become so stingy? The counties under Prince Wei are worth at least 1,000,000 taels. If you're not interested, how about letting me take them instead?" The speaker was a man named Han Kang, a leading merchant under Prince Yan. He turned to Xiao Ming. "Your Highness, I offer 1,000,000 taels of silver for Prince Wei's territory." Ding Wangqun's expression soured. He knew 300,000 was too low, but 1,000,000 was far too high. Prince Wei and Prince Yan's lands were both in the wealthy Jiangnan region and had long-standing rivalries. Han Kang, a merchant just as wealthy as Ding, was clearly trying to provoke him. Now that they were bound by guild regulations, whoever bought the rights would have exclusive control. If Han Kang won the bid, Ding would lose face in front of Prince Wei. Gritting his teeth, Ding Wangqun countered, "I'll pay 1.3 million taels." A hush fell over the crowd. No one else dared to raise the bid further. After all, at such a price, it would take years to recover the cost. Han Kang smirked, knowing he had accomplished his goal. Xiao Ming, watching from his seat, merely smiled. These merchants came from all over Empire, representing various factions and power struggles. But in the end, when the snipe and clam fight, the fisherman profits. With Ding Wangqun setting the precedent, the territories under Prince Yan, Prince Zhao, and other feudal lords were swiftly monopolized by their respective local magnates. The fiercest bidding war, however, took place over the imperial territories, especially Chang'an, where 10 merchants had formed a joint venture to secure the rights. This was essentially a modern-day corporate partnership. The Wang and Qin families were both involved, proving that when it came to excluding outside competition, they were perfectly aligned. By the end of the day, the entirety of Great Yu had been divided up among the guild's merchants. And Xiao Ming. With zero upfront investment, he had just made 7 million taels of silver. Aside from the two largest transactions, both over 1,000,000 taels, the other territories fetched far lower sums. Some regions, being less wealthy, saw little competition, and a few were outright ignored. Yet Xiao Ming's business model was not uncommon in modern times. He had essentially appointed local agents, while positioning himself as the master distributor. Now that the regional sales rights were secured, the next step was for the merchants to purchase land in Qingzhou and build factories. The true growth of Qingzhou's wealth was only just beginning. After the auction for the agency rights of various prefectures and counties concluded, the merchants dispersed. At this moment, Peng Yukun stood before Xiao Ming, a rare smile on his face, and said, "Congratulations, Your Highness. This time, Your Highness has collected 7 million taels of silver. Truly a cause for celebration." Qian Dafu and Li Kaiyuan also wore expressions of wild joy. When had Qingzhou ever seen so much silver? Qian Dafu said, "Your Highness, with this sum of silver, our mines, workshops, and estates can all start operating simultaneously." Exactly, and the shipyard too. Zhang Liang is in desperate need of silver to build ships. The merchant fleet urgently needs large vessels, Li Kaiyuan added. From struggling to scrape together a few thousand taels of silver to suddenly having 7 million taels in hand, Xiao Ming felt like a nouveau rich. However, recalling that even a single merchant under Prince Wei was wealthier than him, he quickly deflated. If a mere merchant was this wealthy, one could only imagine the prosperity of Prince Wei's fiefdom. He said, "The road ahead is long and arduous, but I will strive tirelessly. This is just the beginning. As long as we work together, I believe our fiefdom will not lose to Prince Wei's." Pang Yukon gave Xiao Ming a surprised look. Xiao Ming's previous poem, a guest song, had already left Pang Yukon in awe. Now Xiao Ming's casual remark, "The road ahead is long and arduous, but I will strive tirelessly," carried a unique charm. Pang Yukon's perception of the Prince of Qi shifted slightly. To him, Xiao Ming could now be considered a scholar, a kindred spirit, which naturally increased his sense of camaraderie. However, camaraderie aside, business had to be taken care of. Pang Yukon said, "Your Highness, spring is just a month away. The production teams are still short on plow oxen and farming tools, and the Qingzhou treasury is running out of silver. Your Highness, my mines are in the same situation. 100,000 taels for purchasing slaves and building the mining area will soon be insufficient," Qian Dafu sighed. Chen Wenlong and Li Kaiyuan simultaneously clasped their hands. Xiao Ming raised his hand to stop them. "No need, I understand. No wonder you're all grinning from ear to ear. You've got your eyes on my silver." The four of them laughed. Pang Yukon said, "Your Highness, without silver, nothing can be accomplished. Now that Your Highness has demonstrated great talent and earned a substantial amount of silver, we naturally admire you. However, for the sake of long-term planning, this silver should be used for the fiefdom." Xiao Ming smiled wryly. It seemed the silver wouldn't even have time to warm his hands before it was gone. He said, "Fine, fine. Tell me how much each of you needs." The four of them were delighted. After some discussion and calculations, Pang Yukon took 1 million taels to replenish the Qingzhou treasury, Qian Dafu took 1.5 million taels to develop the mines, and the machinery department took 2 million taels for the construction of the workshop district and production procurement. The remaining 2.5 million taels, plus the 1 million taels sent by Xiao Wengxuan, totaled 3 million taels. With a flourish of his brush, Xiao Ming allocated 2 million taels to the shipyard. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to build an army, but 100 years to build a navy. Xiao Ming didn't hesitate to spend money on maritime transport. The Great Yu Empire was just one market, and the Great Yu Empire itself was only a small part of the world. The real market was overseas, and only by dominating the overseas market could one control wealth. After the division of spoils, the four of them returned to their respective tasks. With silver in hand, they were no longer hesitant and prepared to forge ahead boldly. For Xiao Ming, he wasn't heartbroken over the silver. From a modern economic perspective, spending large sums of silver in his fiefdom could stimulate economic growth, boosting domestic demand. The benefits would ultimately fall on the common people. Pocketing the remaining silver notes, Xiao Ming happily headed back to the prince's residence. This auction had finally given him some financial breathing room. Now should he consider improving his personal life? Perhaps visiting a brothel and chatting with a courtesan for some entertainment. As he fantasized about whether the courtesans of the Great Yu Empire were as beautiful as movie stars, a sudden clatter of hooves interrupted his thoughts. Xiao Ming turned around to see Lu Fei riding toward him at full speed. His heart tightened. In such a situation, Xiao Ming couldn't help but worry. Although Lu Fei was now one of his close ministers, aside from Qian Dafu, Xiao Ming couldn't fully trust anyone else. After all, to him, these people were outsiders, and trust would take time to build. As Lu Fei charged toward him, Xiao Ming couldn't help but feel nervous. The shadow of the assassin still lingered in his mind. "Your Highness." Lu Fei reined in his horse, just in front of Xiao Ming. Dismounting, Lu Fei looked aggrieved. "On my way here, I heard from Chief Secretary Pang that Your Highness has earned a substantial amount of silver, a staggering 7 million taels. The governor's office, the machinery department, and the shipyard have all received large sums. Why did Your Highness forget about the Qingzhou army? Are we not your own flesh and blood?" Xiao Ming now wanted to slap Pang Yukon. No wonder Pang Yukon had left with that enigmatic smile. He had been setting Xiao Ming up, ensuring not a single tael of silver would be left for himself. With a heavy heart, Xiao Ming pulled out the remaining silver notes from his pocket and handed them to Lu Fei. "Who said that?" "I was just planning to personally deliver this to you, Commander Lu. Here's the remaining 1 million taels. It's all yours. The Qingzhou army has always been my top priority." Lu Fei was overjoyed. Since he had joined the Qingzhou army, they had never been truly wealthy. He grinned foolishly. "Thank you, Your Highness." Zhao Ming waved his hand, and Lu Fei mounted his horse, happily riding off. Decades of hard work, gone in an instant, Zhao Ming muttered dejectedly as he returned to the prince's residence. In the residence, Ziyuan was directing the servants to tidy up the empty rooms and store the gifts sent by the merchants. Seeing this, his mood improved. For the past 2 months, he had been living frugally. Now at least he could improve his diet, as he saw plenty of cooking oil, beef, venison, and other delicacies among the gifts. There were also luxury items like ginseng, snow lotus, fine silks, writing materials, jade, porcelain, and gold and silverware. Seeing Zhao Ming return, Lu Luo happily approached. "Your Highness, the gifts you received this time are truly abundant. They'll keep our residence well supplied for a while." Indeed, and some merchants even hid silver within their gifts, Ziyuan said gracefully as she walked over, handing Zhao Ming a stack of silver notes. Zhao Ming took them and looked. They totaled 200,000 taels, each note stamped with the character cow, just like the others. "He Pang Yukun, man proposes but heaven disposes. Keep this silver safe and make sure Chief Secretary Pang doesn't find out," Zhao Ming reminded. Ziyuan understood and chuckled softly. "Your Highness's silver must have all been taken by Chief Secretary Pang, right?" Zhao Ming nodded. In truth, he understood Pang Yukun's intentions. Pang Yukun wanted Zhao Ming to spend the silver on proper causes, so he didn't blame him. However, stashing away some private funds wasn't against the rules, and improving his quality of life was necessary. With the return of merchants from Qingzhou, the news of Prince Qi establishing the trade guild and auctioning off the rights to sell soap, perfume, and drunken Qingzhou across Dayu quickly spread throughout the empire. As the political heart of Dayu, Chang'an's nobles were always particularly sensitive to such matters. Outside Chang'an, the second Prince Zhao Ju rode through the forest alongside the sixth Prince Zhao Mu, both dressed in military attire. Behind them trailed several hundred guards, servants, and hunting dogs scouring the woods for prey. Zhao Ju, gripping his bow, scanned the forest as his brother smirked. "Second brother, I never realized our seventh brother had such cunning in him." Zhao Ju sneered. "Cunning? It's nothing but petty tricks. Spending his days mingling with lowly merchants, he's still a base-born wretch." Zhao Mu laughed along. "Indeed. Even if he clings to consort Zhen, what can the daughter of a mere 7th-rank county magistrate do? He thinks flattering the crown prince will make him a phoenix. How laughable." Zhao Ju's cold smile grew wider. "A phoenix? Ha, the empress is grasping at straws. Why else would she seek help from a distant prince, offering only 100,000 taels of silver? That's no more than a beggar's handout. A beggar's handout for a beggar prince." The two brothers burst into laughter. Suddenly, a young deer darted from the trees, cornered by hunting dogs. Zhao Ju swiftly nocked an arrow. "Sixth brother, shall we hunt this deer together?" Zhao Mu's eyes flashed with understanding. The phrase, hunting the deer, was often used to symbolize competing for the throne. He grinned and spurred his horse forward. "When you ascend the throne, second brother, we can toss that wretched seventh brother into the hunting grounds. Now that would be sport." Indeed, along with the crown prince. With a cold gleam in his eyes, Zhao Ju loosed his arrow. The arrow struck the deer's throat, sending it collapsing into a pool of blood. Across the city, the third Prince Zhao Zhen sat in his study, reading a secret letter from Qingzhou. Beside him stood Li Zhang, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, who glanced over the message. "Your Highness, fourth Prince's scheming has backfired. He tried to frame you, but ended up losing Prince Qi's trust instead." Zhao Zhen smirked. "He thought he could force Prince Qi to join him against me, but it seems our seventh brother would rather stay out of the succession struggle, just like Prince Wei did back then." Li Zhang frowned. Strange, the old Prince Qi would have rushed to report the assassination attempt to the emperor. But this time he remained silent. Now he's fraternizing with merchants instead. Perhaps the little beggar is smarter than we thought. Zhao Zhen's smile deepened. Li Zhang bowed slightly. "If your Highness believes he's useful, why not send him a letter clarifying the matter? It might prevent any lingering resentment." Zhao Zhen's eyes narrowed. "Not yet. Let's observe him a little longer. If the time is right, he might be a valuable pawn. Besides," he chuckled softly, His territory is too far away. Distant water can't quench immediate thirst. In another grand residence across the city, the fourth Prince Zhao Sa discussed affairs with his advisors, all powerful members of the Zheng family, one of Dayu's four great clans. Unlike the other princes, Zhao Sa understood that the struggle for the throne wasn't just between brothers, it was a battle between the empire's aristocratic factions. The crown prince had the Zhao family, the Zhao Zhen had the Li family, and Zhao Sa represented the Zheng family. An elderly official with graying hair, Zheng Hongwen, spoke gravely. I warned you against reckless moves, Your Highness. Now Prince Qi has distanced himself from us and grown closer to the crown prince. Zhao Sa slammed his fist onto the table, shredding the letter from Qingzhu. Doesn't matter whose side he chooses, he's just a minor figure. As long as the third prince doesn't gain from it, I couldn't care less. Zheng Hongwen narrowed his eyes. I disagree, Your Highness. Since the assassination attempt, Prince Qi has completely changed, strengthening his lands and creating new inventions. He may become a valuable ally. Zhao Sa sneered. Ally? By the time he's useful, father will already be dead. Zheng Hongwen fell silent. While political undercurrents swirled in Chang'an, Zhao Ming remained oblivious. He focused entirely on building Qingzhu's industrial and agricultural foundations, unaware that his soap, perfume, and wine had triggered a chain reaction among the empire's most powerful figures. For Zhao Ming, Chang'an was nothing more than a distant city, a place that took half a month to reach by carriage. After distributing the silver from the auction, he personally oversaw the shipyards, workshops, and mines scattered across Qingzhou. Hang Yukun used the funds to pay off overdue wages and began collaborating with Zhao Ming to construct water wheels in various counties. Hang Yukun frowned as he examined a new blueprint Zhao Ming had drawn. Your Highness, this water wheel doesn't have any treading boards for people to step on. How is it powered? Traditional water wheels in Dayu relied on human labor, much like a giant hamster wheel. Zhao Ming grinned. This is a Niu Li Fan Qi, a water wheel powered by oxen. Pang Yukun's eyes widened. I've never heard of such a device. Where did Your Highness learn this? Because I'm smarter than you. Pang Yukun's face darkened. Paper theories. If Your Highness is so confident, have the craftsman build one for me to see. Zhao Ming chuckled. Give me 5 days. Unlike traditional water wheels, the new Li Fan Qi used a gear-driven mechanism. It consisted of a horizontal wooden gear wheel connected to a vertical axle. An ox would pull the axle, turning the horizontal gear. The horizontal gear then engaged a vertical gear wheel, which drove a bucket conveyor belt. Water would be continuously lifted and transported into irrigation channels. This design significantly reduced labor costs and increased efficiency, a revolutionary step forward in Qingzhu's agricultural technology. Day by day, Zhao Ming quietly laid the foundations of an industrial revolution. While the nobles in Chang'an schemed for the throne, the small butterfly in Qingzhou continued flapping its wings, sending ripples across the entire empire. It would not be long before these ripples became a tidal wave, reshaping the power dynamics of the entire Great Yu Empire. Even if the princes in Chang'an dismissed him as a beggar, they had no idea they were underestimating the man who would one day control the empire's wealth, technology, and future. The wheels of history were already turning, powered by soap, steel, and the silent ambition of a modern soul hidden within a forgotten prince. Tian Dayu equals Great Yu. 5 days later, a finely crafted ox-powered chain water wheel was completed by the machinery department. Pang Yukun stared in shock at the water wheel that Zhao Ming had described. At this moment, the water wheel, driven by 3 differently sized gears and pulled by an ox, continuously transported water from the Zhaoqing River onto the shore. Moreover, since the contraption was powered by 2 oxen, the tracks Zhao Ming mentioned were quite wide, and the water troughs on the tracks were deep. Each lift could bring up a large volume of river water, several times more efficient than any water wheel Pang Yukun had ever seen. Pang Yukun was born into a scholarly family. His ancestors served as minor officials in the county, far from the ranks of aristocratic clans. From a young age, he diligently studied the classics, following his family's ancestral teachings, to assist a wise ruler and bring stability to the nation as his lifelong duty. However, after serving for 10 years as a censor in Chang'an, that hope gradually turned into disappointment. The current officialdom of the Great Yu Empire was controlled by noble clans. Officials without powerful backers had no chance of rising unless they attached themselves to influential families. Even those with talent for governing were often relegated to insignificant posts. Although successive emperors had upheld the tradition of not executing censors, the position's influence had waned significantly. Over 10 years, Pang Yukon had painstakingly reported hundreds of corrupt practices, only to be blocked by court officials or simply ignored by Xiao Wengxuan. The collusion among court factions and the weakening of imperial authority made him realize that the great Yu Empire was rapidly decaying under the parasitic grip of the noble clans. To maintain a fragile peace, the court advocated for appeasement policies as northern barbarians grew increasingly aggressive, paying higher annual tributes in exchange for temporary stability. Yet even so, the barbarians, though refraining from large-scale invasions, still conducted regular raids along the borders. All these factors, combined with the intensifying struggle between the imperial princes, painted a grim picture in Pang Yukon's mind. He foresaw the great Yu Empire splintering into chaos, much like the fallen Dai Empire, with fires of war engulfing the land. By then, the rising barbarian tribes would likely march south, crushing the Han people's millennia-old legacy under iron hooves and flames. 5 years ago, risking his life, Pang Yukon had passionately denounced the court's complacency in hopes of awakening the drunken ruler and his ministers, only to receive a transfer order, assigning him to follow Prince Qi to his fief. 5 years in Qingzhou had numbed his heart. He resigned himself to serving a dissolute prince, waiting for the day he could retire to the countryside. But now the long-extinguished flame of hope in his heart flickered faintly. Even if Deu cannot be saved, perhaps this corner of Qingzhou can be. Pang Yukon gazed at Xiao Ming. Over the past 2 months, the prince's transformation had not escaped his notice. If this change was real, Prince Qi might truly become a wise ruler. The thought made Pang Yukon nod slightly, a rare smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Chief Historian Pang, do you believe me now? Xiao Ming turned his head, noticing Pang Yukon grinning at him, like an old glass bead merchant eyeing a prized gemstone. A chill crept down Xiao Ming's spine. Pang Yukon snapped out of his thoughts and chuckled. Your Highness is indeed talented. I concede. If this ox-powered water wheel is promoted across the fief, it will greatly benefit agricultural recovery. To see the novel contraption, Ziyuan and Luluo had also tagged along. The two girls watched with fascination. Luluo whispered to Ziyuan, Sister, Chief Historian Pang seems to smile much more often now. Ziyuan's eyes flicked around, then she smiled. That's a good thing. Better than his usual grim face. Haven't you noticed? He's much more lenient toward His Highness lately, and fully devoted to assisting him with the fief's affairs. It does seem that way. Luluo tilted her head, not entirely understanding Pang Yukon's change. But her childlike curiosity soon won out, and she dragged Ziyuan along to examine the water wheel. After regaining his composure, Pang Yukon listened as Xiao Ming said, Next, the machinery department will focus on mass-producing these ox-powered water wheels, aiming to supply every county. But the limited number of craftsmen is a major issue. Xiao Ming's words addressed a very real problem. He possessed many technologies, but starting from scratch meant countless limitations, most critically, the lack of skilled craftsmen. Without automated machinery, the only way to scale up production was with manpower. And skilled labor was his scarcest resource. Your Highness, Pang Yukon spoke up, I have a suggestion. You rely too heavily on the craftsmen in your own workshops. But don't forget the common people of the fief. Why not delegate water wheel construction to each county, even down to production teams? Within days, these water wheels could be everywhere. Xiao Ming's eyes lit up. He had been making a crucial mistake, trying to do everything himself while overlooking the labor force of the common people. As the highest authority in the fief, he could organize the population for infrastructure projects. Though he had established production teams, he'd forgotten one key incentive, work points. However, his version of the work point system differed from the modern collectivist model. Here, every peasant still had their own fields under a cooperative structure. The work points he proposed would be rewards for extra labor. These points would be recorded by the production teams and exchanged at the year's end for grain, cloth, and other goods. Discussing this idea with Pang Yukon, Xiao Ming saw its greater potential. To appease the people, he had already exempted them from 3 years of tax. But outside of the busy farming seasons, most peasants were idle. The work point system would offer them a chance to earn extra income, mobilizing the entire population at minimal cost. Participation in infrastructure projects would earn work points, effectively transforming the fief's labor force into a cheap yet motivated workforce. Pang Yukon nodded repeatedly. Forced labor bred resentment, but this work point system would undoubtedly win popular support. If your highness implements this system, the people will surely be deeply grateful, Pang Yukon remarked. I can only hope so. Xiao Ming knew that to secure his position, he had to win the people's hearts. Only by uniting them could he firmly hold his fief. As for the silver to pay for work points, Xiao Ming never intended to squeeze the people. From the moment he founded the Merchants Guild, he had set a course of commerce and industry to enrich the state. The common people only needed to focus on farming and assisting with infrastructure, while, of course, loyally supporting him. After finalizing the plan to delegate water wheel production, with craftsmen dispatched to each county to train others, the matter was settled. However, Xiao Ming never missed an opportunity to monopolize technology for profit. He had deliberately designed the ox-powered water wheel with added complexity. Every water wheel required a critical component, metal rolling bearings, a part only his machinery department could produce. Rolling bearings are typically used in rotating components, significantly reducing friction during motion. By applying rolling bearings to the ox-powered water wheel, the oxen's workload was drastically reduced. What previously required 4 oxen to operate could now be powered by just 2. In his previous life, the invention of rolling bearings could be traced back to the 17th century. The most crucial component of the bearing was the steel ball, while the outer casing was relatively simple to produce. Even so, Xiao Ming couldn't produce high-precision bearings with his current technological capabilities. His method of making steel balls was the most rudimentary, free-fall molding. This method involved letting molten steel droplets fall freely from a height. As they descended, surface tension would naturally shape the droplets into spheres, similar to how water forms droplets in midair. Below, a cooling water basin quickly solidified the spheres into steel balls. However, the resulting steel balls varied in size and had uneven surfaces. The next step was grinding the balls on lathes to make them as uniform as possible. By incorporating these bearings into the ox-powered water wheel, Xiao Ming deliberately created an irreplaceable key component, making the device nearly impossible to replicate without the bearing. He had already set his sights on selling these water wheels to mine owners. In this era, flooding in mines was one of the biggest headaches for miners. The ox-powered water wheel not only irrigated farmland, but could also be used to pump water out of mines. With Pang Yukon issuing orders for each county to send skilled craftsmen to Qingzhou for training, news of the water wheel began to spread. The ever-astute merchants naturally took notice. Thanks to Xiao Ming's recent stream of innovations, merchants across Great Yu Empire were closely monitoring Qingzhou, eager to seize opportunities before others. Xiao Ming didn't bother hiding the invention. He instructed the machinery department to install water wheels on his farmland for public demonstrations. Your Highness, this water wheel is incredible. What it pumps in one day is more than what the old wheels did in 10 days. The first to hear the news were the local aristocratic clans of Qingzhou. Wang Shiji and his entourage found the demonstration site within a day. Wang Shiji, ever cunning, brought along a servant, but Xiao Ming instantly recognized the man as one of the Wang family's top carpenters. His rough hands and the amazement in his eyes gave him away. You're wrong, at least 12 days. Xiao Ming replied confidently. Though still relying on oxen, the water wheel's efficiency was nearly equivalent to a small modern electric water pump. With oxen working in shifts, the daily irrigation capacity was astounding. By now, Qin Mu had returned from Chang'an, along with Wei Qing and Sun Dong. The self-proclaimed 4 talents of Qingzhou were finally gathered. With the recent influx of out-of-town merchants, the 4 men were now clinging to Xiao Ming like shadows, hoping to latch onto any profitable venture. 12 days. Qin Mu exclaimed, studying the water wheel's design and committing it to memory. Wei Qing and Sun Dong did the same. After the recent auction, Xiao Ming had squeezed plenty of silver out of their pockets. Now they were desperate to copy the design and save costs. Xiao Ming chuckled to himself but didn't expose them. He couldn't stop others from reverse engineering the water wheel, but without the rolling bearings, any imitation would be far inferior. With the patent bureau in place, he could prevent unauthorized replication within his fief, but he had no power over the rest of the Great Yu Empire. After lingering for a while, the 4 men eventually left. Your Highness, they're clearly trying to steal your design. Luluo pouted with disdain. Xiao Ming smiled faintly. Let them steal. Whether they can actually replicate it, that's another matter. Turning toward the Xiaoqing River fields, Xiao Ming's gaze swept over the busy farmland. Lu Fei had recently completed the winter conscription, enlisting 5,000 new soldiers, 3,000 stationed in Qingzhou, while the rest were distributed across the other counties. With 1 million taels of silver in hand, Lu Fei's ambitions had grown. They planned to recruit another 5,000 troops in spring, bringing the total military force to 13,000 men. However, Xiao Ming instructed Lu Fei to prioritize coastal fishermen's sons for the new recruits. Building a navy was no overnight task. Even basic navigation skills were a problem in this era, where sailors rarely ventured beyond sight of the coast. By selecting young men familiar with the sea, Xiao Ming aimed to nurture the first generation of true seafarers. His plans were unfolding step by step. On his farmland, the new soldiers plowed fields alongside hundreds of oxen, sweat soaking their uniforms. In other undeveloped areas of Qingzhou, Lu Fei led troops to clear land for agriculture. To accelerate the process, Xiao Ming equipped the military construction corps with the best tools, including the ox-powered water wheels, which had been delivered immediately. He was betting everything on the coming year's harvest. Luluo followed Xiao Ming's gaze and giggled. Your Highness, I've never seen soldiers farming before. Xiao Ming flicked her forehead lightly. Stick with me, you'll see plenty of things for the first time. By the time they returned to Qingzhou City, the roadside snow was still melting. Winter's chill lingered, but spring was not far off, a season of hope. Just like his fief, a place full of hope. In only 2 or 3 months, Xiao Ming had introduced several innovations unknown to the great Yu Empire. These products were rapidly expanding his influence and filling his coffers. Yet the future was uncertain, and he dared not relax. In the royal family, standing still meant falling into the abyss. As they entered the bustling Qingzhou city, merchants from across the empire crowded the streets. Xiao Ming's smile widened. At least he had taken the first step. Next, he needed to attract even more merchants, to buy land, build workshops, and turn Qingzhou into an industrial powerhouse. The fragrant soap, perfume, and liquor were merely low-end products in his eyes. The ox-powered water wheel had a hint of technological content, but the true treasures in his mind were still waiting to be turned into reality. However, one glaring issue had surfaced. His fief lacked skilled craftsmen. Hang Yukun's idea of sending craftsmen from various counties for training was a good start, but far from enough. It was time to establish his own technical reserve. And the best candidates were slaves. They were the easiest to control, and with proper training, they could become the foundation of Qingzhou's industrial revolution. As spring approached, Xiao Ming's vision for Qingzhou began to take shape. Military expansion, infrastructure projects, technology monopolies, merchant influx, and now technical education. Every step was paving the way for his industrial empire. In this world, knowledge was the greatest weapon. While others obsessed over wealth and power, Xiao Ming quietly laid down his technological traps, turning Qingzhou into a ticking time bomb that would one day reshape the entire great Yu Empire. Your Highness, this time I've brought you 3,000 slaves, he. Before Xiao Ming had even gone to seek out Liang Dahai to ask if he had any new slaves, the man had already taken the initiative to find him. Only a few days had passed since the ox-powered water wheel was completed, yet Liang Dahai had already returned from the grasslands, eager to report his haul. 3,000. How could there be so many this time? Chenla's voice carried disbelief. Liang Dahai chuckled smugly. Your Highness, we must thank the heavens for their gift. This year's harsh snowstorm killed off many of the barbarians' cattle and sheep. Even with trade routes open to Dayu, the tribes couldn't afford to keep so many slaves. Rather than letting them starve, they preferred to sell them to me in exchange for food. He paused, then added with a hint of pride, I traveled through several tribes to gather these 3,000 slaves. Those barbarians were quite cunning, though they sold them at high prices. But knowing your Highness urgently needed slaves, I bought them all. Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction. This time, Liang Dahai had done well. At this point, Xiao Ming no longer concerned himself with the fact that the barbarians were Dayu's long-standing enemies. The development of his fief came first, everything else was secondary. Over the years, the barbarians frequently raided the borders, abducting countless Dayu citizens. Many captives died during the journey to the grasslands, while those who survived lived as slaves in unbearable misery. Less than 1 in 10 ever returned alive. Rumors often spoke of the barbarians treating Dayu captives like prey, releasing them into the wild only to hunt them down for sport, a game to pass the time. You've done well. A higher price doesn't matter. These people are Dayu citizens. That they were captured is already a humiliation for Dayu. No matter how they are brought back, through silver or through force, it is always a good deed. Name your price. I'll take them all. Liang Dahai's eyes flickered with surprise. He had heard rumors of Xiao Ming's recent wealth. The merchant guild, the auctions, and the influx of foreign merchants were all proof. But knowing the prince had money was one thing, actually getting a share of it was another. Hesitating for a moment, Liang Dahai bowed deeply and said, "Your Highness, being allowed to do business under your name is already a great honor, but I have one small request. Would your Highness permit me to join the Qingzhou Merchant Guild?" Xiao Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. The Qingzhou Merchant Guild had become a legend among traders. Through word of mouth, its reputation had spread like wildfire, with merchants whispering promises as if they were slogans from a pyramid scheme. Join the Qingzhou Merchant Guild, and you'll make a fortune. I would have spoken to you about this had you not been away, Xiao Ming said casually. Since you're already working with me on the slave trade, you're naturally one of my people. Joining the Merchant Guild is a given. His voice lowered slightly. However, I've also established my own trading company. If you're willing, you can report to Li Kaiyuan. From now on, you'll be one of my men. And if your contributions are sufficient, he paused, eyes narrowing, I might grant you an official position in the future. Liang Dahai's entire body trembled. The four words official position rang in his ears like heavenly music. In Dayu, as in most dynasties, society was rigidly stratified. Commoners had little hope of rising in status. Even those who passed the Imperial examinations had to face the Kenhei interview, a brutal screening process where officials evaluated not only a candidate's knowledge, but also their family background, appearance, and reputation. Those without powerful backers were quietly eliminated. Only the top 3 scorers bypassed this process and gained entry into the Imperial court. For a merchant like Liang Dahai to become an official was nothing short of a phoenix rising from the ashes. Your Highness's great kindness, Liang Dahai will never forget. Overcome with emotion, Liang Dahai fell to his knees with a loud thud. Xiao Ming watched him quietly. In his mind, an official position was nothing more than a carrot on a stick, something to dangle in front of those who could be useful. But in this era, such a promise was more precious than gold. Don't celebrate too early, Xiao Ming warned. What I give, I can just as easily take away. Everything will depend on your own merit. Liang Dahai bowed low. I understand. If your Highness ever needs me, I will walk through fire and water without hesitation. Xiao Ming smirked faintly. We'll see about that. After dismissing Liang Dahai, Xiao Ming made his way to the workshop district, where the new slaves were being housed. With the influx of laborers, Chen Wenlong had built a slave housing compound within the workshop zone. Tall walls surrounded the area, both to prevent escapes and to keep outsiders from prying. When Xiao Ming arrived, he found the slaves huddled together, far different from the previous batch. The new arrivals were little more than walking corpses. Years of torment had drained every shred of life from their eyes. Only the young and strong still carried a flicker of light. Xiao Ming ordered the guards to separate the elderly and children, leaving behind those between 13 and 30 years old, the age group most capable of learning. Out of 3,000, only 300 fit the criteria. The rest had either died or been killed by the barbarians long ago. With these 300, Xiao Ming would lay the foundation for his industrial empire. The next morning, he stood before them by the Xiaoqing River. His voice was calm, neither harsh nor overly kind. You were once Dayu citizens. The barbarians stole you from your homes, but now I have bought your freedom. A ripple of shock passed through the crowd. None of them expected to hear these words. I will not force you to stay. Those who wish to leave may go. The slaves looked at one another uncertainly, but no one moved. But if you choose to stay, you will not be slaves. I will teach you skills. Those who work hard will earn food, clothing, silver, and one day freedom. The faint flicker of hope in their eyes burned brighter. I will not give you chains, Xiao Ming's voice echoed across the riverbank. I will give you a future. Not a single person left. From that day on, they were no longer slaves. They were the first apprentices of Qingzhou's industrial revolution. The gears of history had begun to turn. In the coming years, these forgotten men would become craftsmen, engineers, and foremen, the backbone of Xiao Ming's factories. While others scrambled for power, Xiao Ming quietly laid the foundation of a new era. One day, these 300 men would build machines that would shake the entire Great Yu Empire. One day, their hands would forge the weapons that would break the shackles of the noble clans. One day, they would look back on this moment and realize that hope had been reborn by the banks of the Xiaoqing River. "What is your name?" 300 young and strong slaves stood facing him. At this moment, Xiao Ming asked a somewhat thin and frail-looking boy standing in the middle. Though the boy was Lang, he was the most spirited among them. He was about 1.7 meters tall, with large eyes that kept darting around, taking in his surroundings. He looked very clever. "Reporting to my master, my name is Lu Tong," the boy replied. At this, Zhao Long barked, "The person before you is the 7th Prince of the Great Yu Empire, His Highness the Prince of Qi. You should address him as Your Highness." The term master was how slaves addressed the barbarians on the grasslands. To Zhao Long, this was a sign of disrespect towards Xiao Ming. Lu Tong's face showed surprise. Having been bought from the grasslands, they had traveled by sea directly to this place and had no idea where they were. Now he exclaimed with joy, "Your Highness, this lowly slave is from Kangzhou. 3 years ago, when the barbarians breached Kangzhou City, I was captured by them." At the same time, most of the slaves began to stir. They spoke up one after another, "Is this Kangzhou? We've returned. We're finally home. This is wonderful." Zhao Long's face turned red. The fall of Kangzhou City was a humiliation that the soldiers of Kangzhou could never forget. To think that these slaves before him were actually the people of the fiefdom who had been captured by the barbarians 3 years ago filled him with shame. Xiao Ming also felt a flush of embarrassment. Although this was the fault of his predecessor, he now had to bear the responsibility. Thinking quickly, he said, "After enduring countless hardships, I have finally brought my people back." Zhao Long and Zhao Hu removed their shackles at once. Lu Tong's eyes reddened, and tears streamed down his face. He fell to his knees, pressing his face to the ground and clutching a handful of yellow soil. He wailed, "Father, mother, I've returned. I've finally returned." The other slaves also began to weep. The sight of returning home was already enough to stir emotions, let alone after 3 years of enslavement and suffering. Chen Wenlong, who was usually silent and never disobeyed Xiao Ming's orders, also spoke with a look of shame. "Your Highness, these are all people of Kangzhou. I beg your Highness to restore their household registrations and free them from their status as slaves." "Of course," Xiao Ming said to Lu Tong. "Rise. Since you are people of Kangzhou and were once free, from this day forward, I restore your freedom. I will provide you with silver and household registrations. You may each return to your hometowns." After he finished speaking, none of the slaves moved. They looked at each other, their faces filled with confusion. Lu Tong stood up and said, "Your Highness, my parents were killed by barbarian soldiers while helping me escape the grasslands. Now I have no home to return to. Most of them are like me. When the barbarians raided Kangzhou, they slaughtered countless people. Few of us can find all our family members." Xiao Ming fell silent for a long moment. A poor and weak nation only brings suffering to its people. Countless examples in history had proven this. Thinking of this, he bowed and said, "Although the fall of Kangzhou 3 years ago was due to the defending general abandoning the city, I also bear an inescapable responsibility. Here I offer my apologies to all of you." "Your Highness," this, Lu Tong and the others were stunned and quickly knelt down. "How can we lowly slaves accept such a gesture from your Highness?" Zhao Long and Zhao Hu exchanged a glance, a strange look flashing in their eyes as they watched Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming helped Lu Tong up and said, "The barbarians are strong and well-equipped, while Kangzhou is poor and weak. The fall of Kangzhou was the fault of the defending general, but the root cause is that our soldiers are not strong enough, and our horses are not sturdy enough. I have not forgotten the shame of 3 years ago. Now I am working tirelessly to revitalize the fiefdom and ensure the safety of the people in the future. At this moment, I am in need of capable individuals. Since you have nowhere to go, would you be willing to follow me and work toward a greater cause?" Lu Tong and the others, having no place to go and filled with the fervor of youth, were stirred by Xiao Ming's impassioned words. Lu Tong said, "If your Highness does not reject me, I am willing to serve you faithfully." Xiao Ming looked at the others. Some, like Lu Tong, were filled with enthusiasm, while others seemed hesitant and worried. He realized that not everyone was like Lu Tong, who had lost both parents and had no one to rely on. He said those who wish to stay with Lu Tong are welcome. If anyone wishes to return home, I will not force them to stay and will provide silver for their journey. Thank you, Your Highness, several voices rang out. Xiao Ming then said to Chen Wenlong, go and ask the other slaves. If they are people of Qingzhou, restore their freedom. Provide them with travel expenses if needed. If they wish to stay and work in the workshops, pay them as craftsmen. Yes, Chen Wenlong nodded and headed into the workshop. At the same time, those who wanted to return home followed Chen Wenlong. Out of the 300 people, about a third left, leaving around 200 behind. They all looked at Xiao Ming, waiting for his orders. Now that they had no home to return to, and Xiao Ming, a prince, was willing to take them in, this was an incredible stroke of luck. It was far better than suffering on the grasslands, where they could be killed at any moment. Looking at the remaining 200 people, Xiao Ming said, since you have chosen to stay, from now on, you are my people. I selected you to teach you some special skills. Starting today, you will return to Qingzhou with me and live in the courtyard next to the Prince of Qi's residence. From tomorrow, I will begin instructing you in these skills. Yes, Your Highness, Lu Tong and the others bowed and replied. Xiao Ming nodded and had Zhao Long and Zhao Hu take them back. He wasn't worried about whether they would be willing to become craftsmen. Compared to their status as slaves, this was already a significant improvement. Moreover, as the status of craftsmen in Qingzhou rose in the future, he believed these young men would come to take pride in their new roles. To cultivate a group of skilled technicians, Xiao Ming had invested heavily. He had specifically purchased the neighboring courtyard for secrecy and safety. Once connected, this courtyard and the prince's residence would be linked by a small alley, separated only by a gate. After Zhao Long and Zhao, who escorted Lu Tong and the others to the courtyard, they immediately went to the military headquarters. Soon, 20 fully armed elite guards were added to the prince's residence. Although these 200 people were arranged by Xiao Ming, Zhao Long and Zhao, who increased security for his safety. If these 200 were to rebel, it would pose a significant threat to the prince's residence. This was just a precaution. Xiao Ming did not object to this. He didn't believe that a few words from him would be enough to completely subdue these young men. Their true character would have to be observed over time. After all, in his position, he couldn't afford to be too trusting. If they proved to be loyal and hardworking, that would be ideal. But if they were to betray him or harm the interests of Qingzhou, he would not hesitate to act. As a member of the royal family, he always remembered that he could not afford to be overly merciful. For such mercy would not only endanger himself, but also the millions of people in his fiefdom. After settling the 200 or so individuals, Xiao Ming had Chen Wenlong register Lu Tong and the others the next day, officially enrolling them into the equipment department. Out of the 231 strong and young individuals who stayed, most were between the ages of 13 and 20. The older ones, likely having families, had chosen to leave. Does anyone here know how to read? Xiao Ming asked, wanting to assess their literacy levels. The room fell silent. Xiao Ming immediately understood none of the 200 or so individuals were literate. This was expected, as this was an era with an extremely low literacy rate. This also meant that training these individuals would be a long process. Teaching them overly complex techniques now would be futile, as they wouldn't be able to comprehend them. Although the technology crystal could transmit knowledge, presenting technical steps in their minds through images and other forms, the application of this knowledge required real-world practice. For example, blast furnace iron smelting and coke production were skills that Chen Qi had mastered only after many failures. Xiao Ming had only provided the technical knowledge, and it was through practice that Chen Qi truly understood and mastered the techniques. However, there was one comforting aspect of the technology crystal. It allowed the recipients to easily remember the knowledge Xiao Ming imparted. While it didn't grant photographic memory, it enabled them to retain about 80% of the information after a single session, greatly enhancing the efficiency of teaching. Since that's the case, the first thing I'll teach you is how to read, Xiao Ming declared. These individuals would become the core technical backbone of Qingzhou in the future, and illiteracy was not an option. However, Xiao Ming didn't plan to teach them traditional characters. Instead, he would teach them simplified characters. From now on, all technical documents in Qingzhou would use simplified characters. This was also to maintain the confidentiality of the technology and materials. Of course, even with simplified characters, people from the Great Yu Empire would still recognize some of them, but as long as 50% remained unintelligible, it would suffice. To speed up Lu Tong and the others' learning, Xiao Ming adopted modern pinyin teaching methods, starting with the most basic characters. In the morning, he taught them the entire pinyin system and checked their progress. The results were satisfying. They had memorized more than half of the phonetic alphabet. In the afternoon, Xiao Ming shifted to teaching them mathematics, starting with Arabic numerals and simple addition and subtraction within 10. Overall, the pace of his teaching was much faster than that of a typical elementary school curriculum. This was partly because they were older and more disciplined than children, and partly because they were highly motivated to learn. In this era, being able to read was considered a prestigious skill, and people naturally yearned for what they lacked. At least for today, Lu Tong and the others were fully focused during the lessons. In the evening, Chen Wenlong brought a plaque inscribed with the words Bowen Academy. This was the official designation for the courtyard, which would now serve as Qingzhu's educational base. Lu Tong reviewed the lessons with them tonight. For now, you won't be assigned any other tasks. Your food, clothing, and daily needs will be taken care of by servants. Lu Tong, the most active among the youths, quickly ran over to help hang the plaque when Chen Wenlong arrived. Your Highness, how can we be worthy of such preferential treatment? How can we ever repay your great kindness? Lu Tong was still unaccustomed to the drastic change from being a slave, ordered around by others, to becoming a scholar who could read and write. Xiao Ming smiled. This is only temporary. Once you've mastered real skills, you'll need to serve me. That will be your way of repaying me. For now, simply learning what I teach you is repayment enough. Yes, Your Highness, Lu Tong replied. Given that the 200 or so individuals were all youths, Xiao Ming was concerned that Lu Tong might not be able to manage his peers. He addressed the group. From today onward, this place will be known as Bowen Academy. More people will come here to study in the future. I hope you cherish this opportunity. If anyone among you shows no desire to improve, I will have no choice but to give them some silver and let them fend for themselves. Don't blame me for being harsh. The reason I selected you is to revitalize your homeland, and there's no room for error. From now on, I appoint Lu Tong as your head student. All of you must obey his commands. The youths bowed and replied in unison, Yes, Your Highness. Xiao Ming nodded. In the Great Yu Empire, the term head student referred to someone responsible for ensuring that students adhered to the academy's rules and assisted the instructors in educating the students. Now that he had established an academy, it was important to formalize the structure and assign the necessary roles. After giving Lu Tong a few more instructions, Xiao Ming and Chen Wenlong left the academy. The guards at the entrance closed the gates behind them. Xiao Ming had decreed that the students would be allowed to leave the academy for 1 day every 7 days. The rest of the time, they were to remain within the academy to study. Your Highness, may I also have my son attend this academy and receive your teachings? Chen Wenlong suddenly asked as they entered the prince's residence through a side alley. Xiao Ming chuckled. Why the sudden request, Commander Chen? Your Highness, my son is of mediocre talent, with only a bit of cleverness. If he continues to idle away his days, he will never amount to much in the future, Chen Wenlong replied. A parent's love for their child is always forward-thinking. Though you are strict with Chen Qi, it is out of deep concern for his future. Rest assured, Commander Chen, there will be a place for Chen Qi in Bowen Academy, Xiao Ming said. Chen Wenlong's face lit up with joy. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. Xiao Ming waved his hand. You are all my trusted ministers. This is only natural. Chen Wenlong's body trembled slightly. Being called a trusted minister deeply moved him. After expressing his gratitude, Chen Wenlong left to share the news with Chen Qi. Lujuo, who had been following Xiao Ming all day, finally couldn't hold back her curiosity. Your Highness, what you taught today was all so strange. Why have I never heard of such things before? Both Lujuo and Ziwen were literate, so they naturally noticed that what Xiao Ming had taught Lu Tong and the others were not standard characters, but rather something they found peculiar. This is my secret. Don't speak of it to others, Xiao Ming said with a smile. Lujuo nodded, not daring to ask further. By now, dinner was ready in the prince's residence. Unlike the meager meals of 2 months ago, the food was now more abundant, with not only pastries but also stir-fried dishes. This was partly because the prince's treasury now had silver, and partly because merchants had flocked to Qingzhou, bringing a variety of goods. A few days ago, Xiao Ming had the machinery department specially craft an iron wok for the residents, along with a coal stove. With these cooking tools, the kitchen was now well equipped. "Your Highness, here is the braised chicken you requested," the cook said as he placed the iron wok on the table. The aroma of the dish filled the air, making Xiao Ming's mouth water. Gulp! Another sound echoed as Luluo, who was serving Xiao Ming his meal, couldn't help but drool. This girl had always been a foodie, and the irresistible aroma of the braised chicken was too much for her to resist. Even in the palace, she had never tasted such a novel dish. Braised chicken was not a dish found in the Great Yu Empire. In fact, stir-frying had only recently become popular in the empire, so the variety of dishes was still limited. At the very least, his cook had never prepared this dish before. It was only after Xiao Ming personally instructed him that the cook managed to learn how to make it. Moreover, the ingredients for braised chicken were readily available here. Green onions, ginger, and garlic were all common in the Great Yu Empire, and soy sauce and vinegar were also not in short supply. The only regret was the absence of chili peppers, but the use of Chinese prickly ash as a substitute for spiciness made up for it to a large extent. Eating braised chicken around a warm iron pot during the cold winter was undoubtedly a rare pleasure. Xiao Ming picked up a piece of flatbread soaked in the sauce, noticing the longing looks in everyone's eyes. "Your Highness, Ding Wangquan is here to see you." Just as Xiao Ming was about to taste the flatbread, Ziyuan walked in. As she spoke, she sniffed the air, her eyes immediately drawn to the braised chicken in front of Xiao Ming. Ding Wangquan. Xiao Ming remembered this man vividly. The first transaction in the Merchant Guild had been conducted through him. Moreover, he was the wealthiest man in Jinling City. While Xiao Ming wasn't particularly interested in Ding Wangquan himself, he was always intrigued by the richest individuals. Seeing that Xiao Ming was in the middle of his meal, Ziyuan said, "Your Highness, should I send him away?" "After all, let him in. Also prepare an extra set of utensils," Xiao Ming said. Ziyuan acknowledged the order and instructed a servant to fetch the utensils while she went to bring Ding Wangquan in. Xiao Ming was dining in the outer room of his private quarters. Soon he saw Ziyuan leading Ding Wangquan across the stone bridge to where he was seated. "Ding Wangquan pays his respects to your Highness." Ding Wangquan bowed. "At ease. Have you eaten yet, Master Ding?" Xiao Ming stirred the braised chicken, picking up a piece of meat and taking a bite. The flavor was exquisite. Free-range chicken, which fed on insects, had a naturally delicious taste, far superior to the flavorless factory-farmed chickens of the modern era. The meat was tender yet firm, bursting with flavor. Ding Wangquan glanced curiously at the iron pot in front of Xiao Ming, thinking to himself how peculiar it was for the Prince of Qi to eat directly from a pot. However, he maintained his composure and replied respectfully, "Your Highness, I have not yet eaten. I am returning to Jinling City soon, but after seeing your Highness's ox-powered water wheel, I was so impressed by its ingenuity that I decided to pay my respects before leaving." "Oh, since you haven't eaten, why not join me for dinner?" Xiao Ming offered with a smile. Ding Wangquan declined, "I am but a lowly merchant. How could I dare to share a table with your Highness?" Xiao Ming had tried this before. Even Pang Yukun, his trusted advisor, had refused to sit at the same table with him. So he no longer insisted. In that case, Luluo, serve Master Ding some food. Luluo acknowledged the order and scooped some chicken and a few pieces of flatbread onto a plate, handing it to Ding Wangquan. "Master Ding, please." Being served food by the prince was an honor, and Ding Wangquan dared not refuse. He bowed and said, "Thank you for your generosity, your Highness." With that, he began to eat. However, after the first bite, his earlier skepticism vanished. The highlight of the braised chicken was the flatbread stuck to the sides of the iron pot. Soaked in the chicken broth, the flatbread was soft and flavorful. Despite having tasted many delicacies, Ding Wangquan was thoroughly impressed. From then on, he ate without hesitation. "How is it? My braised chicken isn't bad, is it?" Xiao Ming asked with a smile. Ding Wangquan laughed heartily. "Having traveled across the Great Yu Empire, I have never tasted anything so delicious. This has truly been an eye-opening experience." Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that good food transcended time. If you like it, Master Ding, you're welcome to visit Kingzhu often. I can have my cook prepare it for you. Ding Wangqun was momentarily stunned. Having amassed great wealth, he was no fool. Zhao Ming was clearly trying to win him over. He replied, Your Highness is too kind. However, after this trip to Kingzhu, I must return to report to the Prince of Wei. Zhao Ming raised an eyebrow. Ding Wangqun was subtly reminding him that he was aligned with the Prince of Wei. In that case, please convey my regards to Uncle Wei when you return. Yes, Your Highness, Ding Wangqun replied, though he seemed to hesitate. Zhao Ming noticed and said, If you have something to say, Master Ding, speak freely. Ding Wangqun said, I came here to ask if Your Highness would be willing to sell the iron ring on the ox-powered water wheel. Do you not need the rest of it? Have you already figured it out? Yes, I know, not exactly, Ding Wangqun instinctively replied, but immediately realized he had fallen into Zhao Ming's trap. He quickly denied it, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Having joined the Merchant Guild, he was well aware of the Patent Office's functions, one of which was to prohibit the unauthorized replication of registered patents. The ox-powered water wheel had already been registered, and the Patent Office had posted notices everywhere. However, like many other merchants, Ding Wangqun believed that the Patent Office, being a strange institution, could only enforce its rules within the Prince of Qi's fiefdom and had no jurisdiction outside it. Thus, many merchants had brought craftsmen to secretly sketch the ox-powered water wheel and replicate it back home. However, while the craftsmen were confident they could build the water wheel, they were completely baffled by the strange iron ring. Zhao Ming inwardly sneered. When Ding Wangqun mentioned the water wheel, he immediately understood. This iron ring is called a rolling bearing. I can sell it to you, provided the price is right. Ding Wangqun breathed a sigh of relief. The wealthy families of the Great Yu Empire valued land above all else. With vast estates under their names, they were naturally very interested in irrigation tools like the water wheel. How much does the rolling bearing cost? 300 taels of silver each, Zhao Ming said, naming an exorbitant price. The entire water wheel cost only 300 taels, and he was now selling the bearing for the same amount. This, Ding Wangqun hesitated. He knew that the Prince of Qi was aware they only needed the rolling bearing and would have to build the rest themselves, hence the inflated price. Zhao Ming continued eating. He needed merchants to revitalize his fiefdom, but he also understood their profit-driven nature. Thus, he chose to be lenient when necessary and strict when required. After some internal struggle, Ding Wangqun decided to proceed. His vast estates required more manpower to cultivate additional land, and the ox-powered water wheel would free up labor for this purpose. Moreover, he owned over a dozen mines that also needed such water wheels for water extraction. He said, Your Highness, I will need 500 for now. Very well. I'll make a note of it. Tomorrow I'll have the machinery department start forging them for you, Zhao Ming said. While the rolling bearings wouldn't bring in huge profits individually, the sheer volume of sales would make the venture lucrative. Additionally, the bearings had a limited lifespan and would need to be replaced when they wore out, ensuring a steady stream of business. After seeing Ding Wangqun off, Zhao Ming finished his meal. He had only eaten half of the braised chicken. He turned to Ziyuan and said, Stop drooling. Ziyuan, share the rest of the braised chicken with everyone. Thank you, Your Highness, the servants said, their mouths watering once again. The delicious braised chicken from the previous night had satisfied everyone in the prince's residence. When Zhao Ming allowed the servants to eat his leftovers, it wasn't out of disrespect. In this era, resources were scarce, and eating leftovers was a common practice. Even he occasionally ate leftovers, and since the braised chicken was served in a large iron pot, it wasn't much different from sharing a meal at the same table. Moreover, braised chicken was a unique delicacy in the Great Yu Empire. Thinking of the countless gourmet dishes stored in the technology library, Zhao Ming felt a sense of pride. There was still a long way to go, and he had plenty of time to introduce more exquisite dishes. However, now was not the time to indulge in luxury. The most important task was still making money. After Ding Wangqun, over the next few days, more people came to the prince's residence to visit Zhao Ming, all inquiring about the ox-powered water wheel. Zhao Ming handled them all by quoting a price of 300 taels of silver. Some wealthy merchants, unbothered by the cost, readily agreed to purchase the bearings. Others hesitated, and some outright gave up, choosing to stick with their old water wheels. During this time, Wang Shiji and others had been studying the ox-powered water wheel, but in the end, they also brought silver to purchase the bearings. By this point, Xiao Ming had a good understanding of the current technological level of the Great Yu Empire. It seemed they were unable to replicate his rolling bearings. Your Highness, over the past few days, we've received orders for about 5,000 sets of rolling bearings. The machinery department simply can't handle such a large volume. I suggest building another hydraulic lathe workshop, but if we do that, we won't have enough craftsmen to spare. After Chen Wenlong returned, Chen Qi began attending classes at Bowen Academy regularly. That day, just after Xiao Ming finished his lecture, Chen Qi approached him with this suggestion. Xiao Ming frowned. Machinery department was already handling a lot of tasks, producing coal stoves, providing parts for Zhangliang's shipyard to build galleons, manufacturing steel and coke, and producing water wheel components. With the sudden influx of bearing orders, it was no wonder Chen Qi was feeling overwhelmed. Over the past few days, while teaching, Xiao Ming had also been pondering this issue. He realized that low-end technologies shouldn't consume too many resources. For example, producing coal stoves, while profitable, wasn't highly lucrative and still required a significant number of craftsmen, which wasn't cost-effective. Moreover, it interfered with the layout of the industrial foundation. The current focus should be on steel production. In modern times, a nation's strength was often measured by its steel output. Now he had to make some tough decisions. How many craftsmen are currently working on coal stove production? Xiao Ming asked. We need to produce at least 300 coal stoves a day, and about 50 craftsmen are dedicated to this task, Chen Qi replied. Xiao Ming nodded. From now on, reassign all 50 craftsmen to producing hydraulic lathes, milling machines, drilling machines, and other machine tools. Also, out of the 2,000 newly purchased slaves, half should be assigned to steel production. Commandant Liu, now that he has silver to spare, has been boasting about buying a new set of armor from me. I've promised to produce a brand new set for him, and in a couple of days, I'll personally teach the craftsmen how to make it. New armor. Chen Qi's interest was piqued. Your Highness, I know how to make scale armor. It's not scale armor. You'll see when the time comes, Xiao Ming said with a smile. Chen Qi scratched his head, clearly eager to learn more. Lu Tong, standing nearby, looked on with envy. Chen Qi was about the same age as him, but he was already capable of handling major responsibilities on his own. Noticing Lu Tong's expression, Xiao Ming said, "Don't worry. I'll have tasks for you too. Consider it practical training." Really, Your Highness? Lu Tong immediately perked up. He knew that only by proving himself useful to the Prince of Qi, like Chen Qi, could he earn a place of importance. Xiao Ming nodded. His approach to training Chen Qi and Lu Tong was different. Chen Qi's focus was on mechanics and physics, while Lu Tong's was on chemistry. Over the past few days, Xiao Ming had been teaching the youths how to read and write. Now it was time to introduce them to chemistry. This way, chemistry and physics could progress simultaneously. After all, rare metals and alloys required chemical methods for extraction and synthesis, and future advancements in gunpowder would also rely on a solid foundation in chemistry. For Xiao Ming, the most critical area was materials science. Only with high-quality materials could high-quality products be produced. From now on, these 200 individuals would be responsible for research in chemistry and materials. Of course, tomorrow I'll teach you how to produce alkali. This will be your first project, Xiao Ming said. Lu Tong nodded, though he was still confused, as he didn't yet understand what alkali was. With the machinery department relieved of some of its burdens, Chen Qi was naturally thrilled. He said, "Your Highness, I'll go back and make the arrangements. But what about the Wang family?" "I'll handle the Wang family," Xiao Ming replied. He planned to sell the coal stove production technology to them. Since he had already given them the coal briquette technology, adding the coal stove wouldn't be a problem. After the day's lessons, Xiao Ming checked on Lu Tong and the others' progress. They had already mastered over 300 common characters. Xiao Ming was pleased with their progress. His basic requirement was for them to become literate and learn basic chemical symbols. After that, he would take them to the workshop area to start building the chemical industry. The workshop area was now divided into two parts. One half belonged to Chen Qi, and the other was reserved for Lu Tong. In the evening, Xiao Ming summoned Wang Shiji to discuss the coal stove matter. Wang family was more than happy to take over the production of coal stoves, especially since Xiao Ming's asking price was only 50,000 taels of silver. This way, they would effectively control the entire coal stove industry chain within the 6 prefectures. Your Highness, there's one more thing I need to report. Recently, our merchants in Kangzhou have noticed that some out-of-town merchants are smuggling horses. These horses only pass through Your Highness's fiefdom briefly before heading to the Prince of Wei's territory, Wang Shiji said. Smuggling horses. Xiao Ming frowned. He looked at Wang Shiji. Since when has the Wang family been concerned about such matters? Wang Shiji replied, Your Highness, the merchants flooding into Kingzhou are a mixed bunch, and not all of them have good intentions. I'm only looking out for Your Highness's interests by keeping an eye on these merchants. Xiao Ming had long anticipated that local powerful families would resent outside merchants. Wang Shiji's words sounded noble, but they also revealed the mindset of the local families in Kingzhou. How are they smuggling the horses? Why hasn't anyone in Kangzhou reported this to me? Xiao Ming's voice carried a hint of anger. Your Highness, you'll have to ask Chai Lingwu of Kangzhou about that, Wang Shiji said solemnly. Xiao Ming frowned. He had initially thought this was just ordinary horse smuggling, but Wang Shiji's direct accusation of Chai Lingwu raised red flags. Chai Lingwu was the son-in-law of the Qin family, having married into their household. However, what truly concerned Xiao Ming wasn't the rivalry between the Wang and Qin families, but the fact that the Prince of Wei was smuggling horses. Had Chai Lingwu been bribed by the Prince of Wei? If so, this man was a ticking time bomb and needed to be replaced immediately. This wasn't Xiao Ming overthinking things. The position of Kangzhou's governor was crucial, and the struggle for the throne within the Great Yu Empire was intensifying. In his judgment, if the crown prince were to be deposed, it would inevitably lead to chaos. When that time came, anyone could become his enemy. Therefore, the fact that the Prince of Wei was smuggling horses through Kangzhou merchants wasn't the main issue. The Great Yu Empire lacked horses, and many nobles secretly purchased horses from the grasslands. The Prince of Wei wasn't unique in this regard. Xiao Ming himself also wanted to smuggle horses from the grasslands to bolster his cavalry. The real problem was that Chai Lingwu had bypassed him and secretly colluded with the Prince of Wei. This was the true issue at hand. It had to be said that Wang Chengchu had struck a nerve this time. No feudal lord could tolerate a traitor in their midst. Your Highness. Seeing Xiao Ming lost in thought, Wang Shiji reminded him again. Xiao Ming snapped out of his reverie. Thank you for the reminder, Shiji. I had no idea that such a treacherous individual was lurking in such an important place like Kangzhou. I will handle this matter and ensure the Wang family is duly rewarded. Your Highness is too kind. As subjects of your fiefdom, it is our duty to share your concerns, Wang Shiji said with a smile, feeling extremely pleased with himself. Now he wanted to see how the Qin family would respond. To squeeze out outside merchants, the Wang, Sun, Wei, and Qin families had jointly purchased the operating rights for soap, perfume, and drunken Kingzhou in Chang'an. Of course, their success in securing these rights was largely due to other merchants giving face to Xiao Ming. However, even though the 4 families were collaborating in business, their internal conflicts remained unresolved. Li Kaiyuan had told him that the 4 families often quarreled over the distribution of goods. After seeing Wang Shiji off, Xiao Ming summoned Pang Yukun to the prince's residence and informed him of the situation. Pang Yukun pondered for a moment and said, Your Highness, this is an opportunity to remove the local powerful families from their positions in the government. Pang Yukun, you and I think alike. But if we remove Chai Lingwu, who can take over as the governor of Kangzhou? Xiao Ming asked. If Your Highness trusts me, I can recommend a few individuals. They are all from humble backgrounds and have earned their qualifications, but due to the corruption in the officialdom, alas. Xiao Ming understood Pang Yukun's meaning. These individuals had passed the Imperial examinations, but had not been appointed to any official positions due to the dark nature of the bureaucracy. Compared to the 4 families, Xiao Ming trusted Pang Yukun more. Even if these recommended individuals formed factions with Pang Yukun in the future, it would still be a matter of officialdom. However, the 4 families had members occupying key military and administrative positions across the 6 prefectures, which was what truly worried Xiao Ming. This was also why he had been so tolerant of the 4 families. If he were to recklessly purge the 4 families' influence from the government, they would inevitably retaliate, plunging the fiefdom into chaos. Now that the Wang and Qin families were at odds, he could use this opportunity to remove these key officials. At the same time, he could exacerbate the conflict between the two families. Pang Yukun, feel free to recommend them. I am in desperate need of talented individuals who can offer me sound advice. I have endured for 5 years, all for the sake of eliminating the 4 scourges of this fiefdom, Xiao Ming said through gritted teeth. Pang Yukun nodded. In that case, I will send them a letter and have them come to Qingzhou. Good. Let's set aside the matter of Chai Lingwu for now. Once they arrive, I will order Lu Fei to arrest Chai Lingwu, Xiao Ming said. Commander Lu Fei. Pang Yukun was somewhat surprised. 3 years ago, Kangzhou fell because the defending general abandoned the city. Now with the horse smuggling in Kangzhou, neither Chai Lingwu nor Yuan Tao, the military commander of Kangzhou, have reported anything. Your Highness means that the two of them are colluding. Pang Yukun's expression changed. Exactly, Xiao Ming said. This was a barbaric era and also a very lawless one. He couldn't afford to be careless. If Chai Lingwu and Yuan Tao learned that he intended to execute them, they might resort to desperate measures, such as rebelling or even colluding with the barbarians to invade. If that happened, he would be finished. Pang Yukun thought for a moment and understood. He said, Your Highness's foresight is truly admirable. Xiao Ming chuckled. Pang Yukun, you're actually praising me now. Not at all. It's said that a scholar can be judged anew after 3 days. That applies to Your Highness. I take my leave now, Pang Yukun said with a bitter smile. By now, dusk had enveloped the prince's residence, and the servants were lighting the red lanterns one by one. In the past, when the prince's residence was short on funds, Xiao Ming had avoided wasting resources, leaving the residence in darkness. Now he had Ziyun purchase lanterns, each fitted with candles, and placed them along the paths of the residence, hanging them on bamboo poles. This finally gave the prince's residence a more dignified atmosphere. It also gave him a sense of security. After all, he was afraid of the dark, and this setup also improved safety. If any assassins tried to enter, the guards would spot them immediately. Returning to his chambers, Luluo had already prepared hot water for him. After bathing, he went to rest. The chill of winter was gone, and the air carried a hint of spring warmth. Winter was giving way to spring, and the farming season was approaching. Xiao Ming was afraid of the dark and the cold. Thinking of the coming spring, he felt a sense of anticipation. When the time came, he could go out to enjoy the spring scenery, go fishing, and savor the beauty of nature. With these thoughts drifting through his mind, he spent the night half dreaming. The next day, he taught a morning class at the academy, briefly introducing the periodic table of elements. In the afternoon, he went to the machinery department. Your Highness, what kind of armor are we making? Chen Qi asked eagerly as soon as Xiao Ming arrived. He hadn't slept well the previous night. Plate armor, Xiao Ming said. Plate armor, which was quickly rendered obsolete by the advent of firearms, didn't have a long history. However, its combination of protection and mobility was exceptional, especially against soldiers armed with swords. Soldier clad in plate armor was a nightmare for such opponents, as the armor provided nearly complete protection against slashing attacks. Xiao Ming wasn't planning to use this armor to defend against firearms, as armor was unnecessary in the age of gunpowder. Instead, he intended to use plate armor to counter the armies of the Great Yu Empire and the Barbarian cavalry. The superior protection of plate armor would effectively block swords and arrows. Plate armor. Chen Qi looked puzzled. But before that, we need one more thing, a hydraulic forging press, Xiao Ming said. This was the real reason he had chosen plate armor. Scale armor and lamellar armor were too labor-intensive to produce. Equipping his entire army with such armor would take an eternity. However, with the hydraulic forging press, he could mass-produce plate armor and equip his army on a large scale. After all, steel was his advantage. Hydraulic forging press, water-powered forging hammer. Chen Qi exclaimed in delight. These were terms he had never heard before. But he was already accustomed to Xiao Ming continuously creating these miraculous machines in the mechanical department. For him, it was a source of satisfaction. Xiao Ming nodded, found a chair to sit on, and offered Chen Qi a seat as well. He then began to explain the knowledge of plate armor and water-powered forging hammers to Chen Qi. Plate armor, which was phased out by firearms in the 16th century, has always been a subject of controversy in history. The debate over the strongest armor has never ceased. However, Xiao Ming believed that war only eliminates outdated armor. During the long medieval period in the West, after countless wars, Western knights ultimately chose plate armor. This could only mean that the cost-effectiveness of plate armor far surpassed that of other types of armor. Moreover, after the medieval period, the advent of hydraulic forging press made the mass production of plate armor possible. The concept of forging has existed since the emergence of steel. The saying "100 temperings make fine steel" refers to the process of forging. The more times steel is forged, the better its quality becomes. Hence, terms like "100-tempered steel" emerged, all of which require forging. Simply put, it involves repeatedly hammering iron to improve its quality. However, this manual hammering method made the production of armor and weapons very slow. Thus, the West first introduced hydraulic forging press, which some scholars believe marked the beginning of Western military technology, surpassing that of the East. Now Xiao Ming was preparing to replicate the hydraulic forging press. Before the advent of steam engines, he had to utilize water power to lay the foundation for industrial development. He needed hydraulic forging press to produce metal materials of sufficient strength and to increase the production of machinery like lathes. Currently, Xiao Ming only possessed a limited variety of lathes, which was far from his expectations. In summary, he needed water power to stockpile the materials and high-strength tools required for manufacturing steam engines. As Xiao Ming explained, Chen Qi grew increasingly excited. The slow forging work of craftsmen had long been unable to cope with the growing orders for steel. Now the machinery designed by Xiao Ming completely solved his problem. Your Highness, if the hydraulic forging press is successfully produced, it could increase forging efficiency by at least 30 times, Chen Qi said excitedly. No, 40 times, Xiao Ming corrected. He had consulted data and found that hydraulic forging press directly increased blacksmith's efficiency by 40 times. Such a hammer could complete hundreds of strikes per minute. However, the only drawback of hydraulic forging press was the instability of the power source, as water flow is not constant. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for his current needs. After a detailed explanation, Chen Qi had mostly memorized the manufacturing method of the hydraulic forging press. In fact, the power mechanisms of water-powered machinery were generally similar, much like the ox-powered water wheel. As long as there was rotation, power could be generated. Gears, bearings, and other components were largely the same, differing only in the working parts. Thus, for Chen Qi, who had successfully manufactured the ox-powered water wheel, this was not a difficult task. Moreover, after observing for some time, Xiao Ming concluded that ancient people were not stupid. Their intelligence was on par with modern humans. The only shortcoming was their lack of education and knowledge. In areas they were familiar with, such as poetry, calligraphy, painting, and even strategy, they were no less capable than modern people. As the saying goes, a little hint is all it takes. The ancient people just needed someone to give them that hint, and Xiao Ming was playing that role. Recognizing the importance of the hydraulic forging press, Chen Qi focused on its production. Thanks to the convenience of lathe processing, the manufacturing of hydraulic forging press proceeded smoothly. However, even so, the first hydraulic forging press would take a month to assemble due to its complex structure. Xiao Ming had great confidence in Chen Qi's abilities and entrusted the task entirely to him. Whenever Chen Qi encountered difficulties, he would come to the academy to ask Xiao Ming, and they would discuss the issues together. During this period, Xiao Ming continued to teach at the academy as usual. However, he had Lu Tong and others begin their first chemical production task, extracting alkali from plant ash. This task was originally handled by the royal resident servants and the machinery department, but Xiao Ming had now completely separated it to refine the industrial system. Moreover, during this time, soap production workshops had sprung up like mushrooms in Qingzhou, leading to a sharp increase in the demand for alkali. This was why Xiao Ming decided to produce alkali separately. Otherwise, he would be constantly bothered by merchants coming to buy alkali. Thank you, Your Highness. Another batch of alkali was transported out of the palace, and the merchants purchasing it were all smiles, though they also felt a pang of pain. The reason was that alkali was simply too expensive. In the cost of producing soap, alkali accounted for more than half. After selling the soap, they could only earn about 1 or 2 taels of silver. Sigh, if only we could learn how to produce alkali, wouldn't we make a fortune? As they walked away, one merchant said to another, Learn. How? I heard that alkali is no longer produced in the workshop area. It's only produced in the courtyard next to the palace, and that place is not accessible to just anyone. That's true. But I heard that there are 200 students living there, and they go out once a week. If we could bribe one of them, maybe. Don't even think about it. Every time they go out, they are accompanied by guards. It's impossible for outsiders to get close. Sai the merchant sighed deeply. At this moment, Pang Yukon passed by the two merchants. Hearing their conversation, he couldn't help but sneer, thinking to himself, these merchants are indeed driven by profit and will stop at nothing. Upon entering the palace, he met with Xiao Ming and first repeated the merchant's conversation to him. I am well aware of these merchants' tricks. Besides this method, they also deliberately sell slaves to Liang Dahai, hoping to infiltrate the workshop district with these slaves. HMPH, they underestimate me. I'll let them in, but never let them out. Pang Yukon said, I brought this up not to discuss the craftsmanship, but because Qingzhou is becoming increasingly chaotic. Your Highness should establish your own secret guards. Xiao Ming's expression turned serious. He said, it's not that I don't want to, but I lack suitable candidates. The secret guards Pang Yukon referred to were similar to the Ming Dynasty's Imperial guards, essentially a modern intelligence system. Without such a system, Xiao Ming would be blind to the happenings in the Great Yu Kingdom, knowing nothing. For instance, in the recent case of horse smuggling, revealed by the Wang family, Xiao Ming had been completely unaware beforehand. Pang Yukon brought this up precisely because he was stimulated by this incident. Your Highness, I came here today because I think there's someone who might interest you, Pang Yukon said with a smile. Xiao Ming recalled that Pang Yukon had been tasked with finding talents for him. He asked, does Pang Chief Secretary have a suitable candidate in mind? Who is it? Your Highness, the person I've found is on his way, but he's actually a local. His name is Wang Xuan, Pang Yukon said. Wang Xuan. Why does that name sound familiar? Xiao Ming asked, puzzled. Your Highness, do you remember when Qin Chunian accused Wang Chengchu? At that time there was a scapegoat, Pang Yukon reminded him. Xiao Ming recalled. Back then Wang Chengchu had pinned all the blame on a man named Wang Xuan, clearly using him as a fall guy. Wang Chengchu had even said that the Wang family would handle the matter themselves. Ah yes, I remember now. That's the same Wang Xuan. After Wang Chengchu returned, he punished Wang Xuan under family law for the crime of hiding plowing oxen. Wang Xuan was given 100 heavy lashes until he passed out. Then Wang Chengchu ordered his servants to tie stones to Wang Xuan's hands and feet and throw him into the Chu River. However, Wang Xuan was lucky. The servants were lazy and didn't tie the stones tightly. When he hit the water, he woke up, broke free from the stones, and floated downstream. I happened to be inspecting farming matters by the river that day and fished him out. At the time, he was barely alive. Xiao Ming was skeptical. Wang Chengchu is indeed ruthless, but what does Wang Xuan have to do with the secret guards? Your Highness, since ancient times, people who have been pushed to the brink are the best candidates for secret guards, Pang Yukon explained slowly. Xiao Ming pondered this. Pang Yukon's words made sense. Wang Xuan had already died once and must harbor deep hatred for the Wang family. And since the Wang family was a target Xiao Ming planned to dismantle eventually, this could work in his favor. If he gave Wang Xuan a chance to live, Wang Xuan would surely be grateful and would likely go to great lengths to help Xiao Ming take down the Wang family. Xiao Ming smiled. Pang Yukon, your foresight is truly impressive. I am humbled. The two were used to exchanging compliments, and Pang Yukon simply chuckled. He said, it seems your Highness has figured it out. But how can Wang Xuan serve by your Highness's side without being recognized by the Wang family? That is indeed a problem, but it's not insurmountable. I'll have the machinery department craft a special mask for him. What do you think? Xiao Ming suggested. Good idea. Wang Xuan as a secret guard should live behind a mask. I'll speak with Wang Xuan again. If his resolve is firm, I'll bring him to meet you tomorrow, Pang Yukon said. Xiao Ming nodded. He had been so busy building the industrial foundation that he had neglected the essential matters of a feudal lord's survival. The military was one priority. He was about to equip his army with plate armor, but that would take time. The second priority was the secret guards, or the intelligence system. In any era, being uninformed was extremely dangerous. For example, Xiao Ming had no idea what his neighbor, the Prince of Wei, was up to, while the Prince of Wei likely knew everything about Xiao Ming's activities. This was a pitiful situation. After finalizing the plan to establish the secret guards, Pang Yukun returned to his residence. His home was a traditional courtyard house, just a street away from the Prince of Qi's residence. When he arrived, his wife Madame Sun was playing with their 5-year-old daughter. Madame Sun was an ordinary-looking woman. Seeing Pang Yukun return, she said, "Husband, dinner is ready. We can eat now." Pang Yukun played with his daughter for a while and then said, "Call Wang Xuan over." Madame Sun nodded. Wang Xuan had been staying with them for over a month, and his health had mostly recovered. She went to the side room and called for him. A pale young man in scholar's attire, with a black mole between his eyebrows, emerged. "Cough, cough, Minister Pang," Wang Xuan said weakly, still recovering. Pang Yukun helped Wang Xuan into the main hall, and the two sat down at the dining table. Madame Sun took their daughter to play elsewhere. In the Great Yu Empire, men and women did not dine together, so Madame Sun would eat after the men had finished. "Wang Xuan, I've spoken to His Highness about your situation. If you want to live, your only path now is to serve His Highness. Wang Chengchu has eyes and ears everywhere in Qingzhou. If you leave, you won't make it out of the city alive," Pang Yukun said. Wang Chengchu had 2 brothers, and Wang Xuan was the illegitimate third son of Wang Qingheng, Wang Chengchu's second brother. Wang Xuan's mother was a mere servant in the Wang household, and Wang Xuan was the result of Wang Qingheng's drunken indiscretion. In the Great Yu Empire, from the royal family down to commoners, a child's status depended on their mother's standing. Since Wang Xuan's mother was a lowly servant, he had never been treated well in the Wang family. He had been bullied by the Wang family's legitimate children since childhood and had now become a scapegoat. "Minister Pang, you saved my life. I'm nothing but a worthless wretch now, and I care about nothing except seeing Wang Chengchu brought to justice," Wang Xuan said with hatred. Pang Yukun nodded inwardly. "In that case, I will introduce you to His Highness tomorrow. From now on, Wang Xuan is dead. You will be His Highness's shadow." "I will follow your orders, Minister Pang," Wang Xuan said with determination. He hated Wang Chengchu and the Wang family. His mother had been driven out of the Wang household the day after he was born, accused of seducing Wang Qingheng, and sold to slave traders. To this day, he didn't even know what his mother looked like. For 19 years, he had lived in the Wang household, treated worse than a servant. "Good, that puts my mind at ease," Pang Yukun said with relief. The horse smuggling case had revealed more than just Chai Lingwu's corruption. Pang Yukun had uncovered something even more significant. The Prince of Wei, known for his timidity, had smuggled 3,000 high-quality warhorses from the grasslands over the past 5 years. This could only mean one thing: the struggle for the throne in the Great Yu Empire was no longer just a conflict among the princes. It now involved the 6 non-royal princes. When the 6 non-royal princes had helped Emperor Xiao Yuanji establish the Great Yu Empire, they had been promised a share of the kingdom. Over the past century, their territories had become like independent states within the empire. However, as the imperial family's territories were increasingly encroached upon by northern barbarians, the emperor's authority had waned, and the 6 princes had grown increasingly disdainful of the royal family. The deep camaraderie between Emperor Xiao Yuanji and the 6 princes had faded with the passing of that generation. The current generation of princes had little affection for the royal family. If the struggle for the throne went wrong, the consequences would be severe. The Prince of Wei, though timid, was highly intelligent. He was likely preparing for the worst, though it was unclear whether this was his own initiative or the result of someone else's influence. This was why Pang Yukun had urged Xiao Ming to establish a secret guard system and gather intelligence on the empire's internal affairs. Otherwise, Xiao Ming might find himself caught off guard. However, Pang Yukun believed that as long as Emperor Xiao Wengxuan remained alive, the princes wouldn't dare act too recklessly. After all, Emperor Xiao Wengxuan was a ruler who had emerged from bloodshed and chaos, and the princes were still under his control. A cold iron mask was slowly fitted onto Wang Xuan's face, and Pang Yukun smiled. The next day, Xiao Ming met the Wang Xuan that Pang Yukun had spoken of, a pale, even malnourished young man. Could someone like this really handle the dark and dangerous work of a secret guard? The heart is what matters most. That was Pang Yukun's explanation to Xiao Ming. Seeing the determination in Wang Xuan's eyes, Zhao Ming chose to believe in him. After all, he currently had no better candidates, and Wang Xuan, alone and desperate, seemed like a suitable choice. Do you know the skills required for a secret guard? Zhao Ming asked. Wang Xuan shook his head but replied, if I don't succeed, I'd rather die. Zhao Ming nodded slowly. This was a man consumed by hatred, with enough drive to carry out this task. He said, from now on, you will live behind this iron mask. Starting today, you are my left guard. I will also introduce you to a colleague. As soon as he finished speaking, Li San stepped out from behind a screen in the main hall. Zhao Ming continued, this is Li San, one of my men. The matter of the secret guards is of great importance, and I cannot place my full trust in you alone, as it concerns my life and safety. Therefore, the secret guards will be divided into left and right guards. You are the left guard, and Li San is the right guard. You will compete with each other. Whoever proves superior will become the chief when the two guards are merged in the future. Wang Xuan glanced at Li San. His expression was unreadable behind the iron mask, but he said coldly, Your Highness, the position of chief will undoubtedly be mine. Li San smirked. Last night, when Zhao Ming had approached him about the secret guards, he had been shocked. But realizing that he could go from being a mere servant in the prince's residence to becoming one of Zhao Ming's secret guards overnight, the shrewd Li San knew exactly how to choose. Anyone can talk big. I Li San am no pushover, Li San said. Hang Yukun, observing this, understood Zhao Ming's intentions. The secret guards were a matter of life and death for Zhao Ming, so he naturally couldn't entrust them entirely to Wang Xuan, whom Pang Yukun had recommended. Li San was a counterbalance to Wang Xuan. However, Pang Yukun wasn't angry. Instead, he felt reassured. This showed that Zhao Ming had developed the qualities of a feudal lord, caution and prudence. To Zhao Ming, Wang Xuan gave off an air of someone who would stop at nothing. Such a person could be terrifyingly effective in carrying out tasks. However, when it came to establishing the secret guards, both Wang Xuan and Li San were starting from zero in terms of knowledge. They would need to be trained. After delivering Wang Xuan, Pang Yukun returned to the military headquarters to attend to his administrative duties. Zhao Ming temporarily placed Wang Xuan in Bowen Academy. Over the next period, both Wang Xuan and Li San would undergo comprehensive training in espionage. While Zhao Ming was methodically building his fiefdom, the influence of his innovations was spreading throughout the Great Yu Empire, carried by merchants. New products, in particular, quickly reached the prosperous regions of the empire. Chang'an. With the mass production of soap in Qingzhou, a steady stream of soap flooded into Chang'an, becoming a daily necessity that the wealthy and powerful eagerly purchased. Now, not only were the imperial concubines using it, but even commoners considered owning a bar of soap a mark of prestige. The introduction of perfume to Chang'an's east and west markets after the soap caused an even greater sensation. Zhao Ming's decision to produce perfume first wasn't without basis. Historical records showed that, when perfume first appeared in Chang'an during the Tang Dynasty, it had caused a sensation among women. This precedent convinced him that perfume would have a market in the Great Yu Empire, and reality proved him right. At a poetry gathering in Chang'an, a young lady from a prominent family flaunted her strong perfume scent as she walked through the crowd. The overpowering fragrance made the other young ladies cover their noses in envy. Perfume was in such high demand that this young lady's extravagance was the subject of much admiration. At the same gathering, behind a screen, several scholars gathered around a particularly fragrant scholar. Brother Wang, you smell as sweet as a flower. We're all envious, one scholar said. But isn't perfume for women? Brother Wang rolled his eyes. What do you know? This is the latest men's cologne from the Prince of Qi's residence. It's said that women can't resist getting close to you when they smell it. Really? The other scholars grew even more envious. Brother Wang smugly continued, this cologne was just released a couple of days ago. I bought it as soon as it hit the East Market. On my way here, countless young ladies turned their heads to look at me. This poetry gathering is said to have many noble ladies attending. You know what that means? One scholar immediately said, Brother Wang, I must excuse myself. I need to use the restroom. Me too. In a flash, only Brother Wang remained. But soon the other scholars returned, each smelling even more fragrant than the last. At the Wang family's shop in the East Market, Qin Mu was apologizing profusely as he escorted out the son of an official. The men's perfume had sold out. He couldn't help but admire Xiao Ming. Before leaving for Chang'an, he had visited the Prince of Qi's residence to pay his respects, as was customary. Wang Shiji also made it a point to visit Xiao Ming before traveling to Chang'an, asking if there was anything Xiao Ming needed so he could purchase it in the capital. Before Qin Mu left, Xiao Ming had shared this idea with him and even made a bet. In truth, there was no such thing as men's perfume. Xiao Ming had simply created a justification for men to use perfume. Sure enough, once the idea spread, many young noblemen rushed to buy the perfume. However, Qin Mu wasn't happy about it. He had lost the bet, and losing meant another 10,000 taels of silver gone. In his eyes, the Prince of Qi was becoming increasingly greedy, finding every possible way to squeeze money out of them. Of course, these new products had earned them a considerable profit, but compared to the silver the Prince of Qi was making, it was nothing. During this visit, Xiao Ming had not only shared this idea, but also asked Qin Mu to deliver some items to the palace. Qin Mu figured they should have arrived by now. As he expected, the Imperial concubines were currently vying for their share of the unique perfumes. Surprisingly, Emperor Xiao Wengshuan had also come to the rear palace. "Your Majesty, this is the perfume specially made for you by Ming'er." Said to refresh the mind and relieve fatigue, Empress Zhao said as she handed a bottle of perfume to Emperor Xiao Wengshuan. When this batch of perfumes arrived, Empress Zhao was surprised to find that there was a special perfume for the emperor. After reading the accompanying letter, she understood and immediately sent a palace maid to inform the emperor. To her surprise, Emperor Xiao Wengshuan showed interest in the perfume and came to see it. "Your Majesty, besides the perfume, there's also this special soap." According to Ming'er's letter, both the soap and perfume contain medicinal ingredients that are good for the body, Consort Zhen added, presenting a bar of soap. Although Ming'er is known for his lack of discipline, the things he's come up with this time are quite interesting. "Nowadays, I use soap every day to bathe, and it leaves me feeling refreshed," Xiao Wengshuan said. Now, if he didn't use soap, he felt uncomfortable, as if he hadn't washed properly. "Your Majesty, indeed. We now use soap every day to wash our hands and bathe, and with the perfume, we feel so much more comfortable," one of the concubines chimed in. Xiao Wengshuan chuckled and gently stroked the concubine's cheek. "My dear consort, your skin feels so much smoother today." "Aha! Your Majesty," the concubine seized the opportunity to act coy. Empress Zhao's face flushed slightly. Xiao Wengshuan had always been fond of women, but lately, he had become even more unrestrained. He didn't hold back even in front of so many concubines. However, she didn't dare to say anything. These days, it was rare to see Xiao Wengshuan in such a good mood. Holding the perfume in his left hand and the soap in his right, Xiao Wengshuan thought to himself that these two items would certainly enhance his intimate moments with his concubines. Feeling pleased, he said, "The Prince of Qi has finally done something to make me happy. I think I'll have the remaining 800,000 taels of silver sent to him soon. Your servant thanks your Majesty on behalf of the Prince of Qi." Consort Zhen was overjoyed. Xiao Wengshuan looked at Consort Zhen and nodded with satisfaction. "I've heard that the mung bean cakes here at Consort Zhen's palace are quite delicious. I'd like to try them and see what they taste like." The other concubines couldn't help but feel envious. Xiao Wengshuan's words implied that he would be staying the night at Consort Zhen's palace. Empress Zhao's expression shifted. She wasn't sure whether to feel happy or not. In the past, Xiao Wengshuan had doted on Consort Zhen above all others. However, after Xiao Ming repeatedly caused trouble in Chang'an, Xiao Wengshuan had grown distant from Consort Zhen out of frustration with Xiao Ming. Now, whether intentionally or not, the Prince of Qi seemed to have genuinely pleased Xiao Wengshuan. She was happy because the Prince of Qi was regaining favor. If he could support the Crown Prince, that would be good. On the other hand, as a woman, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. The concubines tactfully excused themselves, each leaving behind a stack of silver notes. Xiao Wengshuan remarked, "This Prince of Qi has even brought his business into the palace." Consort Zhen explained, "Your Majesty, the Prince of Qi had no choice. Now that he has turned over a new leaf and is diligently managing his fiefdom, he lacks both funds and talent. He had to resort to such measures." Xiao Wengshuan frowned. Nowadays, the Crown Prince, the Second Prince, the Third Prince, and the Fourth Prince are locked in a life-and-death struggle in Chang'an, undermining each other in court. It truly infuriates me. None of these unfilial sons can comfort me like the Prince of Qi. Oh. Consort Zhen said, Your Majesty, the princes are just brothers squabbling. It's normal for them to argue. Your Majesty must take care of your health. Xiao Wengshuan sighed. It's only here with you that I feel at ease. Unlike Consort De, every time I visit her, she either asks for official positions or pleads for the fourth prince. You, on the other hand, didn't say a word when I sent the Prince of Qi to Qingzhou. Your Majesty is busy with state affairs day and night. How could I dare to speak out of turn? Your Majesty must have had your reasons for granting Qingzhou to the Prince of Qi, Consort Zhen replied. Xiao Wengshuan nodded slightly. Although Consort Zhen wasn't from a noble family, she was well-educated and deeply understood his heart. He said, The Prince of Qi may be a scoundrel and lack discipline, but he is still my son, a member of the royal family. I sent him to Qingzhou because he had no means to protect himself in the struggle for the throne. With the Prince of Wei nearby to look after him, he can live out his life as a prince. Xiao Wengshuan furrowed his brow and continued, but now the Prince of Qi seems to be making progress. This pleases me. If he can manage his fiefdom well, he can help hold back the Barbarians' southern advance and serve as a royal prince that the non-royal princes will fear. Emperor Gyazu once said that it's better to have many royal princes, even if they cause chaos, because the empire will still belong to the Xiao family. If the non-royal princes gain the upper hand, that would be a disgrace to the Xiao family. Emperor Gyazu was indeed wise and mighty. It's precisely because of this that the non-royal princes and the royal princes are wary of each other, Consort Zhen said. Exactly. That's why I've turned a blind eye to the Prince of Wei smuggling horses and have secretly supported him, Xiao Wengshuan said. However, if the Prince of Qi can maintain his progress, I will also support him. But it depends on his performance. After all, the entire court is watching. It's clear which princes have achievements and which do not. If he can make contributions, I will have a legitimate reason to reward him. Consort Zhen smiled, feeling reassured. Her greatest worry had been the strained relationship between Xiao Ming and Xiao Wengshuan. Now it seemed that Xiao Ming had acknowledged his mistakes and was reforming, while Xiao Wengshuan still remembered their past affection. She said, Your Majesty, Ming'er has recently accomplished something noteworthy. Oh. Xiao Wengshuan picked up a mung bean cake brought by a palace maid and asked, Tell me about it. Consort Zhen smiled and brought over a blueprint. Your Majesty, this was sent along with the perfume and soap by the Prince of Qi. Xiao Wengshuan unfolded the blueprint. It depicted an ox turning a wooden rod, with the words ox-powered water wheel written beside it. Your Majesty, in his letter, the Prince of Qi said that this ox-powered water wheel can draw water more than 10 times faster than the water wheels currently used in the Great Yu Empire. If it is implemented across the empire, it will greatly boost agricultural productivity, Consort Zhen explained. Is that so? Xiao Wengshuan said. Your Majesty, the Prince of Qi said that the water wheel will be delivered soon. Once it arrives, Your Majesty will see for yourself, Consort Zhen said. Xiao Wengshuan nodded. Interesting. I'd like to see what else the Prince of Qi has come up with. 3 days later, a ship from the Qin family arrived in Chang'an, carrying the components of the ox-powered water wheel, along with craftsmen to assemble it. The components only needed to be put together in Chang'an to form a complete water wheel. When Xiao Wengshuan learned of this, he took his court officials to the Imperial estate outside Chang'an, where the ox-powered water wheel had been delivered. After witnessing the water wheel's ability to draw water, the officials were utterly amazed. Your Majesty, this ox-powered water wheel is truly a marvel of engineering. I wonder which craftsman came up with it, Minister of Works Zheng Hongwen praised. The other ministers also smiled approvingly. The third prince quickly said, Father, if this ox-powered water wheel is promoted across the Great Yu Empire, it will greatly benefit agriculture. Standing beside the third prince was a man in his 30s, dressed in a yellow brocade robe. He had intended to speak, but was a step too slow. This was the crown prince, Xiao Shen. The fourth prince sneered at the crown prince and said, Father, the craftsman who invented this should be heavily rewarded. Xiao Wengshuan laughed heartily. This was not invented by some craftsman, but by your seventh brother, the Prince of Qi. The expressions of the third and fourth princes immediately stiffened. The crown prince said, Father, in that case, the Prince of Qi should be richly rewarded. Xiao Wengshuan nodded. The ox-powered water wheel had seemed impressive on paper, but seeing it in person, he could truly appreciate its ingenuity. Kengzhou. A gentle spring rain marked the end of the long, harsh winter. Spring had arrived once again, and the February breeze felt like a pair of scissors, cutting through the remnants of the cold. The arrival of spring was good news for Xiao Ming, but it wasn't the only good news. The praise for the ox-bowered water wheel from the entire court had also reached Kingzhou, carried by the spring breeze. Following this, 800,000 taels of silver arrived in Kingzhou. However, this was just the appetizer. Along with it came a massive order from the Imperial court. Your Highness, this plan is truly brilliant. Now that the ox-bowered water wheel has gained the Emperor's approval, it is required to be used in all imperial estates and government-owned fields across the Great Yu Empire. Even the feudal lords have been stirred and have sent officials to place orders. Currently, the orders for the water wheel's rollers have reached 30,000 sets, amounting to 9 million taels of silver. After deducting costs, we stand to make a profit of 6 million taels. Li Kaiyuan was ecstatic. Kingzhou Trading Company was now the sole official trading company in Kingzhou, responsible for distributing all goods produced in the industrial district to every corner of the empire. At the same time, the Kingzhou Trading Company also handled external communications, such as securing orders. This time, in addition to the orders from Chang'an, there were also numerous orders from various feudal lords. However, fulfilling these orders would take time. The silver wouldn't flow into Xiao Ming's hands immediately. Ah, cursed productivity, Xiao Ming sighed bitterly. If not for the limitations of productivity, he could have earned even more silver. Still, he was satisfied with the current situation. Perfumed soap and drunken Kingzhou were highly popular across the Great Yu Empire, bringing in a steady stream of silver. Just from these three products alone, the prince's residence was now earning 3 million taels of silver each month. However, while this amount seemed substantial, when spread across the various construction projects in Kingzhou, Xiao Ming was left with little surplus each month. The only consolation was that the silver spent was finally showing some results. Dafu had successfully established limestone, coal, iron, and graphite mines. Each mine employed 1,000 slave laborers, essentially meeting the production needs of the industrial district. The transportation of these minerals had also forced Dafu to form a transportation team. This team used horse-drawn flatbed carts, with 300 carts in total, effectively solving the transportation issues within the territory. As for the Salt Transport Bureau that Xiao Ming had initially proposed, it was officially established under Pang Yukun's urging. Taking advantage of Kingzhou's coastal location, the bureau had set up numerous salt fields in the Dengzhou area. Now the fiefdom no longer needed to purchase salt from outside to meet its needs. The most significant progress, of course, was in the machinery department. While Chang'an was marveling at the ox-bowered water wheel, the machinery department had birthed another groundbreaking invention, one that would revolutionize the long-stagnant forging industry. After a month of Chinese letter, repeated deliberation between Chen Qi and Xiao Ming, and with the help of precision parts produced by the lathes, the hydraulic forging press was finally completed. To this end, Xiao Ming decisively reorganized the machinery department, establishing the first specialized steel workshop in the industrial district. The craftsmen in this workshop would focus solely on steel production and forging. Various water-powered lathes and manual lathes were grouped into the lathe workshop, while other workshops were established for cement, bricks, alcohol, and perfume. All workshops were placed under the unified management of the machinery department. After muttering to himself, Xiao Ming felt a slight sense of satisfaction when he thought about his achievements over the past 4 or 5 months. Seeing Li Kaiyuan grinning from ear to ear, he said, "Don't celebrate too soon. These orders are just trial purchases. Your tasks ahead are still heavy." Over the past month, while assisting Chen Qi in producing the hydraulic forging press, Xiao Ming had also been busy with Bowen Academy. He had called all his key personnel to the academy for training. For Li Kaiyuan, he taught modern business knowledge. "Your Highness, don't worry. To take, one must first give. Tomorrow, I will visit the fiefdoms of the various feudal lords to persuade them to encourage their local wealthy families to purchase the ox-bowered water wheel," Li Kaiyuan said. Xiao Ming nodded. This was a business tactic he had taught Li Kaiyuan, public relations. "Remember, a truly excellent merchant can sell a comb to a monk," Xiao Ming said. "Product sales depend on promotion," Li Kaiyuan replied smoothly. Xiao Ming nodded. Li Kaiyuan had quickly grasped the basics of business knowledge, but there was still much Xiao Ming hadn't taught him, things that weren't immediately necessary. When the time came, it would be Xiao Ming's turn to shear the wool from everyone. For Xiao Ming, human history was not only a history of war, but also a history of economics. War was fought for economic gain, and economics was pursued to fund war. Understanding this is good. Spending silver doesn't matter. Your task now is promotion. Promote until noble ladies feel ashamed to go out without using soap or perfume. Promote until the elite feel embarrassed to serve any wine other than drunken Qingzhu, Xiao Ming said emphatically. If the merchants of the Great Yu Empire thought he only had products to offer, they were sorely mistaken. His plans were just beginning, and his methods of amassing wealth were only starting to unfold. While sending Li Kaiyuan to promote Qingzhu's goods across the empire, Xiao Ming also allocated 1,000,000 taels of silver for public relations. These funds were, of course, meant to grease the palms of local officials. After all, the Great Yu Empire was still an official-centric society. By winning over the officials, his goods could flow unimpeded, and the officials would assist in promoting them. After discussing some details with Li Kaiyuan, the latter left with great enthusiasm. Xiao Ming sat at the desk in the main hall and began drafting a series of business strategies. According to his plan, once soap became ubiquitous among the elite and known throughout the empire, it would be time to categorize perfume, soap, and drunken Qingzhu into different grades. At that point, slightly lower quality soap would enter the lives of commoners. Since this was business, every consumer class had to be considered. Xiao Ming's principle was always to take things to the extreme. After finalizing the sales strategy for Qingzhu's products, Xiao Ming left the main hall and looked out at the bright sunlight. Bathed in the golden light, Xiao Ming seemed to be enveloped in a faint, radiant glow. The planting season was approaching. Agriculture was the foundation of the fiefdom, as the amount of grain produced would determine how many people he could support and how large an army he could raise. As he pondered this, Pang Yukun approached with a young scholar. This was the candidate Pang Yukun had recommended for the position of Kangzhu's governor. Once this person was in place, Xiao Ming could finally deal with the current governor, Chai Lingwu. Your humble servant, Chang Yuchun, pays his respects to your highness. The young scholar bowed deeply. At ease, Xiao Ming said, gesturing for him to rise. Pang Yukun then said, Your Highness, regardless of who bribed Chai Lingwu, the evidence of his involvement in smuggling warhorses is irrefutable. According to the law, he should be executed. Xiao Ming's gaze grew distant. It was time to gradually take control of his fiefdom. Kangzhou, the ravages of the barbarian invasion 3 years ago, had left this city scarred and struggling to recover. The once thriving Kangzhou now had a population of only 30,000. The city was a shadow of its former self, with a dwindling population and abandoned industries. However, since the government issued the farmland reclamation order during the winter, some residents had gradually returned to cultivate the land. Despite the sparse population, the city was bustling with merchants. Some carried official permits, but many more were smugglers without proper documentation. The Great Yu Empire had always strictly controlled trade with the barbarians. However, under pressure from the barbarians, the empire had no choice but to open its borders to trade. Yet certain types of trade were strictly prohibited. The first was coal and iron, and the second was horses. Generally, any trade involving war materials was banned unless accompanied by official documentation. When the Wang family had previously discussed trade with the barbarians with Xiao Ming, they had been terrified because they were secretly involved in the coal and iron trade. Unlike usual, at noon that day, a group of heavily armed cavalry entered Kangzhou. The sight of their armor nearly frightened the city's residents to death. The cavalry wore barbarian-style armor, and their horses were as robust as those of the barbarians. At first glance, it seemed as if barbarian cavalry had entered the city. It wasn't until they saw the Qingzhou military flag that the residents felt somewhat reassured. Acting on Xiao Ming's orders, Lu Fei had led the elite cavalry of Qingzhou, traveling day and night to reach Kangzhou in just 2 days and 1 night. His mission was to arrest Kangzhou's governor, Chai Lingwu, and Kangzhou's military commander, Wei Tong, and bring them to Qingzhou. If they resisted, they were to be executed on the spot. Upon entering Kangzhou, Lu Fei and his 30 cavalrymen headed straight for the Kangzhou government office. Chai Lingwu and Wei Tong, one was the son-in-law of the Qin family, and the other was a member of the Wei family. In Lu Fei's eyes, neither of them was any good, and the 4 great families deserved to be torn to pieces. 3 years ago, when the barbarians invaded, their iron hooves trampled the lands of the 6 prefectures, and the people wailed in agony under their oppression. Meanwhile, the local powerful families hid in their fortified manors, gathering their private armies for self-defense and refusing to come out. At that time, there were only about 2,000 barbarian cavalry in the 6 prefectures, while the private armies of the 4 families numbered nearly 10,000. Yet these families were unwilling to risk their forces in battle. It wasn't until Lu Fei led 3,000 soldiers in a bloody battle in Kangzhou and defeated the barbarian vanguard that the private armies of the 4 families finally arrived. Chai Lingwu and Wei Tong, seeing the barbarians retreat, joined in the pursuit of the remaining barbarian cavalry. Afterward, they claimed credit for the victory, and the Qin family sought rewards from the Prince of Qi, who had just returned to Qingzhou from Chang'an, still shaken from his expulsion. Seeing Kangzhou recaptured, the Prince of Qi, overjoyed and without investigating further, appointed Chai Lingwu as the governor of Kangzhou and Wei Tong as the military commander. For 3 years, the two had controlled Kangzhou, one in charge of administration and the other of military affairs. At the time, Lu Fei could understand the Prince of Qi's feelings. The limited forces of the fiefdom had suffered heavy losses in the battle against the barbarians, and they had no choice but to rely on the private armies of the local powerful families. This was why, apart from Kingzhou, the other 5 prefectures were controlled by the 4 families. I never thought you'd have a day like this. Lu Fei thought with great satisfaction as he galloped through the city. For 3 years he had been seething with anger, but dared not speak out. How could the blood of thousands of soldiers be exchanged for Kangzhou only to hand it over to such cowards? Now, with Xiao Ming's order, these 2 scoundrels were finally going to be executed. When they reached the Kangzhou government office, Lu Fei dismounted and entered, his voice booming like thunder. "Governor Chai, where are you? The prince has issued an order. Come and receive it." The office was nearly empty, with only a few clerks present. One of them timidly replied, "Commander Lu, Governor Chai is not here." "Not here? Then where is he?" Lu Fei's eyes widened in anger. "Speak quickly. If you delay my mission, I'll skin you alive." The clerk was terrified. He had seen Lu Fei during his previous visit to Kangzhou a few days ago, and Lu Fei's fearsome reputation from 3 years ago was well known to him. Frightened, he stammered, "The governor and the commander have gone to the Bicheng Garden in the city." "Humph, those 2 scoundrels." Lu Fei stormed out of the office, mounted his horse, and shouted, "Follow me. Surround the Bicheng Garden." "Yes, sir." The 30 cavalrymen roared in unison, their hooves thundering as they rode off. The clerk finally caught his breath. Seeing Lu Fei's demeanor, he realized something serious was happening. He hurried out of the office and headed for the military headquarters. Meanwhile, at the Bicheng Garden, Chai Lingwu and Wei Tong were drinking and toasting, each with a beautiful woman in their arms. Across from them sat a richly dressed merchant. "Governor Chai, Commander Wei, thank you for your help in smoothly transporting 1,000 warhorses out of the city. This is a small gift from the Prince of Wei. Please accept it." The merchant raised his cup in thanks. Chai Lingwu opened the wooden box the merchant had pushed toward him. Inside was a layer of gold ingots. Wei Tong glanced at it, exchanged a look with Chai Lingwu, and both nodded slightly. Since the two had taken control of Kangzhou, every merchant involved in border trade or smuggling had to pay them tribute to pass through without trouble. In just 3 years, the two had amassed hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. As the 3 raised their cups, a commotion erupted outside. The sound of shouting and horses neighing filled the air, followed by the screams of women from the first floor of the Bicheng Garden. Before they could react, the door to their room was kicked open. Lu Fei strode in, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "Commander Lu." Chai Lingwu and Wei Tong were both startled. Regaining their composure, Wei Tong said displeased, "Commander Lu, what are you doing here? What is the meaning of this?" Chai Lingwu also looked disdainful. The two, stationed far away in Kangzhou, were unaware of the changes in Kingzhou. Relying on their status as members of powerful local families, they looked down on Lu Fei, a mere brute. Lu Fei took in the scene, a table laden with delicacies and beautiful women in their arms. He was already angry at Wei Tong for his half-hearted efforts in building the military farms and delaying the land reclamation. Thinking of his soldiers toiling in the fields, surviving on thin porridge, his anger flared. But then he suddenly smiled and said, my apologies. A few days ago, I received an order from the Prince of Qi to come to Kangzhou. Learning that the 2 of you were here, I came to deliver the order." Wei Tong, seeing Lu Fei's apologetic demeanor, felt smug. No matter how formidable Lu Fei was in the military, his humble origins meant he still had to defer to them. He said indifferently, "What instructions does His Highness have?" "Instructions? Not at all. His Highness, recognizing your 3 years of service in guarding Kangju, has sent me to reward you. Let me rate it to you." Lu Fei continued to smile. Chai Lingwu and Wei Tong exchanged glances and smiled. The merchant sitting across from them couldn't help but sneer. These two had been embezzling in Kangju, colluding with the Prince of Wei internally and the barbarians externally. Yet the Prince of Qi was now rewarding them. How absurd. Truly the most useless of the princes. Lu Fei began reading. Governor Chai Lingwu and Commander Wei Tong of Kangju, hear the order. Chai Lingwu and Wei Tong stood up and bowed. Your servants are here. Chai Lingwu and Wei Tong, as governor and commander of Kangju, have neglected their duties to defend the border. Instead, they have secretly colluded with merchants to smuggle warhorses, embezzling funds, and undermining the prince's military farm decree. At this point, Chai Lingwu and Wei Tong turned pale with shock. Wei Tong immediately reached for the hilt of his sword, but the soldiers behind Lu Fei quickly stepped forward and pinned the two to the ground. From this day forward, you are relieved of your positions as governor and commander. You are to be taken to the Kingzhou prison. Any resistance will be met with immediate execution. Lu Fei, you're lying. I don't believe this is the prince's order. I demand to see the prince. Chai Lingwu roared. Wei Tong threatened, Lu Fei, half of Kangzhu's garrison is made up of my Qin family's private army. If you dare harm a single hair on my head, you'll never leave Kangzhou alive. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of horses neighing and soldiers clamoring erupted from downstairs. Ha ha ha, my men are here. Lu Fei, let's see what you can do to me now, huh? Lu Fei remained silent, his right hand suddenly drawing his sword. A flash of silver light followed, and two heads rolled to the feet of the merchant. Oh, murder! The two courtesans screamed in terror and fled the room. The merchant turned pale and began vomiting uncontrollably. Lu Fei then shouted, Chai Lingwu and Wei Tong led a mutiny and have been executed by me. Downstairs, the Kingzhou cavalry was surrounded by about 100 men. The two sides were pushing and shoving, on the verge of a full-blown fight. Suddenly, two black objects rolled to their feet. When they looked closely, they realized they were the heads of Chai Lingwu and Wei Tong. They were horrified. Then Lu Fei, covered in blood, walked out like a god of death. The two traitors have been executed. Drop your weapons and I will spare your lives. Otherwise, you will be treated as rebels. Seeing their commanders dead and knowing Lu Fei's formidable reputation in the military, the soldiers dropped their weapons one by one. With a cold snort, Lu Fei ordered his men to wrap the heads and set off with his 30 cavalrymen, racing back to Kingzhou overnight. To ensure a swift capture of Chai Lingwu, each cavalryman had been provided with 4 horses. By noon the next day, he arrived at the Prince of Qi's residence with the heads of Chai Lingwu and Wei Tong. Killed? Xiao Ming asked, seeing the blood-soaked cloth. Lu Fei nodded and recounted the events. At the same time, Pang Yukun arrived at the residence with Chang Yuchun. Chang Yuchun said, Your Highness, those two deserve to die. Having only arrived 3 days ago, Xiao Ming didn't know much about Chang Yuchun. He asked why did they deserve to die. Setting aside their involvement in smuggling warhorses, the fact that they mixed the private armies of powerful families into the Kangzhou garrison alone is enough to warrant their execution. If this continued, would Kangzhou still be Your Highness's Kangzhou? If the barbarians attacked again, wouldn't these two abandon the city and flee? Your Highness must not forget that the previous garrison commander also came from a local powerful family, Chang Yuchun explained. Xiao Ming nodded. But killing them so abruptly will surely provoke discontent. The Qin family is still influential. If they secretly oppose me, it's no laughing matter. Your Highness, since you dared to move against these two, you must have been fully prepared. The principle of watching tigers fight from a safe distance is something Your Highness surely understands better than I, Chang Yuchun said. Well said, Xiao Ming replied. Chang Yuchun had already discerned that Xiao Ming was exploiting the conflicts among the powerful families. He said Kangzhou is a crucial border town and must not be neglected. Once the cases against Chai Lingwu and Wei Tong are settled, you can take up your post in Kangzhou. Thank you, Your Highness, Chang Yuchun said. He was a man of merit but had no connections. After waiting for 3 years without an official position, he had been inspired by Pang Yukun's integrity and, upon receiving his letter, decided to move his entire family to Qingzhou. Pang Yukun then said, "Your Highness, with Chai Lingwu and Wei Tong dead, the Wang family will surely recommend their own people. I hope Your Highness will not be swayed by their influence." Xiao Ming's face darkened. Pang Yukun still didn't fully trust his judgment. He said, "My decision is final. I will not appoint anyone else." Pang Yukun nodded and left with Chang Yuchun. In the main hall, Lu Fei remained. Xiao Ming looked at him, speechless. This fierce general was indeed too fierce, killing the two without hesitation. I wanted to interrogate them, but now they're dead and there's no evidence," Xiao Ming said angrily. Lu Fei chuckled. "Your Highness, that's not necessarily true. I also captured a merchant who was colluding with them. He's in the Qingzhou prison. If Your Highness is concerned, I can help with the interrogation. At least you're not completely reckless. By the way, with Wei Tong dead, the position of Qingzhou's military commander is vacant. Select capable individuals from the Qingzhou army to fill the post. We cannot afford to lose control again," Xiao Ming said. Not only Qingzhou, but Xiao Ming was also deeply concerned about the other prefectures. Most of their officials were from the four great families. By exploiting the conflict between the Wang and Qin families, he planned to thoroughly cleanse Qingzhou. As for the other prefectures, he would use this conflict as a catalyst. As Chang Yuchun had pointed out, Xiao Ming intended to watch the tigers fight and reap the benefits. After instructing Lu Fei to send capable individuals to Qingzhou, Xiao Ming also ordered him to organize the newly recruited soldiers into a new army, directly under his command, with no interference from the other prefectures' military headquarters. This way, he could use the new army to check the forces of the other prefectures. However, with Qingzhou and Kangzhou under control, the other prefectures wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. His only concern was the Qin family's backlash. Chai Lingwu and Wei Tong were core members of the Qin family. After Lu Fei left, as Pang Yukun had predicted, the Wang family sent someone to recommend their own candidates for the positions of Kangzhou's governor and military commander. Kangzhou was a lucrative prize, and everyone knew it. With the Qin family suffering heavy losses, the Wang family naturally wanted to secure a more advantageous position. However, they no longer had anything to offer that could sway Xiao Ming. He was no longer the prince who could be bribed with a mere 10,000 taels of silver. The Wang family's envoy left empty-handed. Shortly after, Li San entered. "How is it? Any movement from the Qin family?" Xiao Ming asked. Li San and Wang Xuan now served as his left and right secret guards. Xiao Ming had tasked them with setting up a network in Qingzhou, starting with gathering information from the streets and alleys. Secondly, he had slaves assume various ordinary roles in the city to act as his eyes and ears. However, infiltrating the four great families directly was still difficult, and they likely couldn't achieve it yet. Your subordinate has been keeping a close watch on the Qin family. Recently, many branches from various prefectures have been visiting, seemingly discussing something significant, Li San reported. "Good, keep watching. If an opportunity arises, try to plant a spy within the Qin family," Xiao Ming said. Li San acknowledged the order and left. As he exited, Wang Xuan, who had been waiting outside, entered, his iron mask giving Li San a cold glance. Shivering slightly, Li San smirked. Wang Xuan was a man of few words, and Li San found it hard to get along with him. "Your Highness, Wang Chengchu is currently pleased, though he is somewhat annoyed that you rejected his recommended candidates. He has been complaining in his residence, but there's no other movement for now," Wang Xuan said in his naturally hoarse voice, speaking slowly and deliberately. "They're celebrating too early. You said that Wangan, the governor of Dengzhou, murdered 72 members of the Fang family and seized their land. Is this true?" Xiao Ming asked. As a former member of the Wang family, Wang Xuan was well aware of their underhanded dealings. With the Qin family suffering a loss, they would be eager to retaliate against the Wang family. Having lost a governor and a military commander, the Qin family would want the Wang family to suffer equivalent losses. Xiao Ming was now gathering evidence for the Qin family, secretly eroding the power of both families. By the time they realized what was happening, he would already have control over the armies and government offices of the 6 prefectures. Even if they tried to resist, they would be like the Monkey King in the Buddha's palm, unable to escape his grasp. Pass this information to the Qin family secretly. Remember, make sure they don't suspect that someone deliberately leaked it, Xiao Ming said. Wang Xuan remained calm as usual. Your Highness, when this incident happened, I was sent to Dengzhou to collect debts. I attended Wang Gen's banquet, where he got drunk and revealed the matter, including where the 72 bodies were buried. This time I need to dig up the remains and stir up public opinion in Dengzhou. The Qin family will naturally send someone to investigate, and I will quietly leave evidence behind. Xiao Ming nodded. Wang Xuan was indeed diligent. Those who had endured hardship had a different kind of spirit. Very good. You're most familiar with the Wang family. I hope you can quickly arrange for spies to infiltrate them, Xiao Ming said, reminding Wang Xuan just as he had reminded Li San. Your Highness, I have already planted a spy in the Wang family, Wang Xuan replied, still calm. Xiao Ming was surprised. Impressive. It's been less than a month, and you've already accomplished this. You're much faster than Li San. Wang Xuan explained, Your Highness, I merely took advantage of an opportunity. There's a servant in the Wang family named Wang Cheng. While I was in the Wang family, I caught him having an affair with one of Wang Chengchu's concubines. This time, I simply used that to my advantage. Oh, Xiao Ming drew out the word. Wang Chengchu, that old man, had at least 20 or 30 concubines in his household. It was impossible for him to satisfy all of them, so it was normal for a few to seek pleasure elsewhere. With a spy now in the Wang family, Xiao Ming was overjoyed. His greatest concern at the moment was the local powerful families. If he couldn't keep tabs on what they were doing or what they were thinking, it would be impossible for him to rest easy. Although he had given these families considerable benefits, these were only meant to temporarily deceive them. He had to have a backup plan. If they realized that this was merely a delaying tactic and that his true goal was to eliminate them, his fiefdom would likely face a baptism of fire and blood. However, Xiao Ming did not want such an outcome, as it would severely hinder the development of his fiefdom. He only hoped to use a slow, gradual approach, allowing the local powerful families to quietly fade into history. The Qin family. At this moment, Qin Chunian was furious. Chai Lingwu was the son-in-law of his second daughter, and Wei Tong was the husband of his youngest daughter and the third son of Wei Hong. Overnight, Chai Lingwu and Wei Tong had been killed, leaving his two daughters widowed. In a fit of rage, Wei Hong had come to him, demanding that they gather their private armies to kill Lu Fei and avenge his son. But after calming down, Qin Chunian realized that the real culprit behind this was not the Prince of Qi. Brother Qin, why are you still hesitating? Lu Fei has gone too far. Although the Prince of Qi wanted to punish my Wei Tong, he didn't order his immediate execution. I've long been dissatisfied with Lu Fei. All we need to do is go see His Highness and demand that Lu Fei pay with his life. Wei Hong said, furious. Qin Chunian was EQUALLY Chinese letter, gnashing his teeth in anger, but he said, Lu Fei is certainly at fault, but the Wang family is the real instigator. They are the ones who caused the deaths of Wei Tong and Chai Lingwu. Lu Fei has always been reckless, and with the Qin family's private army arriving at the time, it's no surprise that he carried out His Highness's order to execute them on the spot. Even if we go to His Highness, he will protect Lu Fei. Moreover, if His Highness investigates the Qin family's placement of private soldiers in the Kangzhou garrison, both our families will suffer. Wang Chengchu, you're too ruthless. Wei Hong slammed the table, spilling tea everywhere. Are we just going to swallow this injustice? Of course not. Lu Fei may have done the killing, but the Wang family is the root cause. They've caused us heavy losses, and we must repay them in kind, Qin Chunian said. Wei Hong, in his impulsive anger, had directed his resentment towards Xiao Ming. But upon reflection, he began to understand. Ah, Brother Qin, you're right. What I fear most now is that the Wang family will join forces with His Highness to attack us. If that happens, we'll be doomed. You finally understand. Right now, His Highness has both silver and a new army, and he has regained the Emperor's trust. The Prince of Wei in the south will have to show some respect to the Emperor by looking after the Prince of Qi. The Prince of Qi is no longer the same as before. This matter is ultimately a capital offense, and in His Highness's eyes, it cannot be tolerated. If we go and make a scene now, how will His Highness view our families? As rebels. Hearing this, Wei Hong broke out in a cold sweat, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. I was too rash. But Wei Tong was my son. I can't just let this go. Revenge is a dish best served cold. The Wang family is targeting us like this because they want to compete for profits in the merchant guild. Right now, the most important thing is silver. With silver, we can buy more land and strengthen our private armies. So our target now is the Wang family, not the Prince of Qi, Qin Chunian said. Not only should we not pressure His Highness to kill Lu Fei over this, but we should also go and apologize. Wei Hong nodded. Fine, I'll go with you to the Prince of Qi's residence. With that, the two set off for the Prince of Qi's residence. Meanwhile, Li San, who had been keeping an eye on the Qin family, quickly relayed this news to Xiao Ming. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming, who had been worried about a backlash from the Qin family, felt a weight lift off his chest. He wasn't afraid of the scheming Qin Chuanyan, but he was wary of the impulsive Wei Hong. Impulsive people only saw the surface and would inevitably cause a scene over this matter, while Qin Chuanyan, being more calculating, could see the deeper implications. This way, Xiao Ming could redirect the conflict toward the Wang family, letting the two families tear each other apart instead of putting pressure on him. Although he had recruited new soldiers, these soldiers were busy with both farming and training. The most critical issue was that they lacked weapons and equipment. If it came to a fight, they would be nothing more than cannon fodder. A direct confrontation would result in heavy losses on both sides. However, once the plate armor and other equipment were ready, and the soldiers had a few more months of training, he would no longer fear the private armies of the local powerful families. Qin Chuanyan and Wei Hong soon arrived at the Prince of Qi's residence. Qin Chuanyan naturally expressed remorse, condemning Cai Lingwu and Wei Tong while distancing the Qin and Wei families from their actions, claiming it was their own doing. Please rise. Since this matter has nothing to do with the Qin and Wei families, let bygones be bygones. I will not pursue this further. I hope your families will remain law-abiding, Xiao Ming said, his final words carrying a warning. Qin Chuanyan and Wei Hong replied in unison, "We will heed your highness's teachings." You may leave, Xiao Ming said, relieved. The first step had been successfully completed. Now it was time for Wang Xuan to take action. The two acknowledged his words and left the Prince of Qi's residence together. Watching their retreating figures, Xiao Ming frowned. The Qin family's placement of private soldiers in the Kangzhou garrison made him uneasy. He couldn't shake the feeling that this matter was far more complex than just the actions of Cai Lingwu and Wei Tong. Thinking this, he had Ziyuan prepare a horse. A hydraulic forging press had just been completed, and the craftsmen were still getting used to this new machinery. He needed to personally oversee the steel workshop to ensure that plate armor production could soon be streamlined. Both commerce and military affairs needed to be handled with equal importance and strength. North of Kangzhou City. Upon arriving at the steel workshop, Xiao Ming gathered the craftsmen to teach them the effective use of the hydraulic forging press. The steel workshop was entirely constructed from blue bricks. On one hand, this structure effectively prevented fires, and on the other, it was sturdy enough. These blue bricks came from the brick kiln in the industrial district. Initially, Xiao Ming had aimed for red bricks, but he gradually realized that using red bricks in this era was somewhat wasteful, as blue bricks were sufficient. This also helped reduce costs. The material used for constructing various workshops was, of course, cement. Since the limestone quarry provided an ample supply of limestone, Xiao Ming began producing cement for the construction of the industrial district. Moreover, within the industrial district, several main roads were paved with cement, making the area clean and facilitating transportation. The emergence of these two building materials had long caught the attention of Kangzhou's merchants. However, Xiao Ming had no intention of making these technologies publicly available. He believed that blue bricks were relatively easy to replicate. Merchants could likely figure out how to produce them just by seeing them, as the pottery and porcelain industries in the Great Yu Empire were quite advanced, making it impossible to keep such knowledge hidden. Cement, however, was different. First, there was the need for limestone, and second, the specific firing process. Without either of these, cement could not be produced. Although merchants discussed these materials, they showed little interest. In their eyes, these materials held little value compared to products like perfume and soap, which could bring them tangible profits. The concept of real estate development was non-existent here. The assembly line means that each person is responsible for producing only their assigned component. These components are then assembled at the end. Therefore, each production team will have access to the hydraulic forging press, Zhao Ming explained to the craftsmen in the steel workshop. Traditionally, craftsmen were responsible for crafting an entire set of armor themselves. However, this method would be phased out in favor of industrialized production. Chen Qi and Chen Wenlong nodded in understanding. They had never considered such a production method before, but as soon as Zhao Ming proposed it, they immediately recognized its advantages. By having each group of craftsmen focus on their specific component, they could quickly become proficient in their tasks. Through repetition, their speed and efficiency would greatly improve. After explaining the concept of the assembly line in the workshop, Zhao Ming called Chen Qi over and said, "You're familiar with the craftsmen. Now that the forging press is ready, organize the craftsmen into groups today." Chen Qi didn't understand what had spurred Zhao Ming's sudden enthusiasm. After neglecting the workshop for some time, Zhao Ming now seemed reinvigorated, personally overseeing every detail. However, upon reflection, Chen Qi realized that he himself knew very little. He often admired the Prince of Qi, as it seemed like Zhao Ming had an endless stream of ideas. With Zhao Ming supervising on-site, Chen Qi didn't dare to be careless. He divided the craftsmen in the steel workshop into 10 groups based on their expertise, with each group responsible for a specific part of the production process. Most of the craftsmen in the steel workshop were slaves, and each group was led by a skilled craftsman. Skilled workers were now a problem for Zhao Ming, as this wasn't something that could be solved simply by imparting knowledge. Although the machinery department had been training these craftsmen, most were still at the apprentice level. Troublesome. Where can we find more skilled craftsmen? Zhao Ming muttered to himself. Chen Wenlong then said, "Your Highness, the fastest way to acquire craftsmen is through war. In the past, the barbarians plundered countless skilled craftsmen from our great Yu. Now, not only do their armor and weapons rival ours, but they've even started using fire tubes in sieges. The barbarians learn quickly. Fire tubes have only been around in the Great Yu for a few decades, yet the barbarians have already adopted them," Zhao Ming said with concern. In this era, which corresponded to the 17th century, the Great Yu's firearms were still in their infancy. The fire tubes were the most primitive, firing stone projectiles, with a range of only about 100 meters. Even so, these fire tubes had a significant psychological impact during sieges. Chen Wenlong also frowned. Northern barbarians are growing stronger by the day, and their national power is gradually matching that of the Great Yu. Even Goryeo, which once submitted to the Great Yu, now pays tribute to the barbarians. Goryeo, Zhao Ming sneered. This stick country had always been opportunistic. Even in modern times, they couldn't change their nature. Zhao Ming recalled that according to the Great Yu's historical records, when the empire was first established, Goryeo had sent envoys to offer congratulations. Now they had switched allegiances. Leaving Goryeo aside, let's talk about Japan. When the Great Yu was strong, Japan paid tribute to us every year, exchanging trivial gifts for vast amounts of gold and silver. But now, seeing the Great Yu repeatedly humiliated by the barbarians, Japan not only disregards our past relations, but also shows disrespect, frequently raiding our coastal areas. In every era, there are patriots who lament the fate of their nation. Although Chen Wenlong was a man of few words, he was deeply concerned about his country. Having witnessed the suffering of the Great Yu's people at the hands of foreign invaders, he felt indignant. Yet the Great Yu remained intoxicated in the dream of being the celestial empire, while the prosperity of the South lured officials into a life of luxury, making them oblivious to the looming crises. Memories flooded Zhao Ming's mind. In his recollection, his knowledge of Goryeo and Japan was limited, but he was certain that these two nations had also undergone changes due to the butterfly effect of history. Historically, Goryeo should have already been called Joseon by this time, as the name was bestowed by Zhu Yuanzhang upon the Joseon dynasty, which overthrew the Goryeo dynasty with Ming's support. However, in this world, without the Yuan dynasty or Zhu Yuanzhang, the Goryeo dynasty, supported by the barbarians, had persisted to this day, retaining its original name. As for Japan's invasion of Goryeo, that had indeed occurred. The Great Yu's history seemed to have had little impact on Japan, an isolated island nation. The era of Toyotomi Hideyoshi still saw expansionist policies. However, this time, Japan was defeated by the barbarians, which only deepened their disdain for the Great Yu. Now, Japan was in the Tokugawa shogunate era. Historically, barbarians feared strength rather than respected virtue. This was why Japanese pirates and ronin, seeing the Great Yu's wealth and military weakness, frequently raided its coasts. Minister Chen, there's no need to sigh. Empty talk is no substitute for action. Self-pity won't change the current situation. When my army is strong and well-equipped, why should I fear the barbarians and savages? Zhao Ming said, Your Highness is right. If I were like that, I'd be no different from those scholars who only talk about saving the nation, Chen Wenlong replied. Zhao Ming nodded. This was precisely his point. Truth lies within the range of cannons, that was his philosophy. The assembly line production in the steel workshop was officially implemented, and naturally, the production models of other workshops also needed to change. To this end, Zhao Ming specifically wrote a production organization plan. The knowledge in his mind could not only be transmitted, but also presented on paper. This way, others could learn through written materials, rather than relying solely on his personal instruction. During this period, Zhao Ming had written several technical books using the vast knowledge from the technology library, combined with his own understanding. These books were strictly safeguarded for reference and study. In addition to the steel workshop, Zhao Ming also visited other workshops to correct mistakes in the production process. This industrial district was Zhao Ming's pilot project. If the industrial district model proved successful, it would be expanded further. After all, despite all his efforts, he only had a handful of workshops, which were far from sufficient to fully tap into the consumption potential of the Great Yu Empire. Therefore, Zhao Ming's next plan was to expand and replicate more steel workshops, more wineries, and so on, until the market was saturated. However, expansion required silver and an adequate labor force, which was why Zhao Ming and Chen Wenlong lamented the shortage of skilled craftsmen. Chen Wenlong's remark that war was the fastest way to acquire craftsmen was something Zhao Ming understood well. However, given his current capabilities, launching a war would be akin to an old lady eating arsenic, suicidal. Nevertheless, this reminded Zhao Ming that he might not need to personally engage in war, but could instead buy what he needed. At present, the barbarians were the ones reaping the most benefits from war. Whether through plundering the Great Yu, oppressing Goryeo, or fighting the Ottoman Empire in Central Asia, the barbarians captured a large number of slaves every year. In Zhao Ming's view, the barbarians' war tactics were highly sophisticated. After analyzing several of their war campaigns, he noticed that the barbarians often resorted to massacres during sieges, a form of war intimidation similar to the tactics used by the Mongols in contemporary history. After conquering a tribe or nation, the barbarians would organize slave armies, modern-day puppet forces, using them to wear down the enemy's strength before striking the final blow themselves. So far, the barbarians had destroyed 15 tribes and nations across the grasslands and the western regions, until they encountered their formidable foe, the Ottoman Empire. Because the historical divergence in this timeline occurred after the Han Dynasty, Europe was not spared from the devastation caused by the westward migration of the Xiongnu. During the Liang Dynasty, which preceded the Dai Dynasty, a rising nomadic tribe from the grasslands migrated westward after their wars with the Liang Dynasty. Persian merchants from the west described the terrifying second invasion of Central Asia and Europe by nomadic tribes. From Zhao Ming's perspective, this invasion occurred 50 years earlier than the Mongol invasion of Europe in contemporary history. It was precisely because of the butterfly effect caused by the Liang Dynasty's nomadic tribe, replacing the Mongols, that Zhao Ming worried Europe's historical trajectory might not change significantly. However, this was merely his speculation. The emergence of the Ottoman Empire was already enough to indicate certain trends. As for the current barbarians, Zhao Ming believed they were essentially the Jurchen tribe. Wars between the Liang dynasty and the nomadic tribes of the grasslands had caused the original rulers of the grasslands to migrate westward, allowing this tribe to seize control of the northern grasslands. Now, with their semi-agricultural, semi-nomadic lifestyle, this tribe had truly grown powerful. Troubled times indeed, Zhao Ming murmured. Although the barbarians' development trajectory had changed, their inherent nature as invaders remained the same. Perhaps he was facing an enemy even more ruthless and powerful than the Ming dynasty of contemporary history. This was why he had no interest in playing the game of imperial power struggles with his brothers. Instead, he focused on building up his strength to prepare for the coming storm. After leaving the industrial district, Zhao Ming did not return to the prince's residence, but went to the Zhaoqing River, where his farmland was located. At this moment, Lu Fei was rolling up his sleeves and working alongside the soldiers to reclaim wasteland, showing no signs of tension after killing 2 scions of powerful families. Ah, this single-minded fool, Zhao Ming sighed. If Lu Fei had acted like this under another prince, his head would have been chopped off countless times by now. Let's go take a look, Xiao Ming said to Zhao Long and Zhao Hu. Spring was approaching, and the land would soon be ready for planting. Xiao Ming was considering what crops to grow. Grain was, of course, the priority, but crops like cotton could also be planted. In early spring, people like snakes seemed to awaken from hibernation. Throughout the winter, Xiao Ming had no desire to go anywhere. The roads were blocked by snow, and the cold was bone-chilling. Now he could finally gallop on horseback, letting the cold wind whip against his face. By the Zioking River, remnants of snow could still be seen along the banks, but the ice on the river had melted. Occasionally, a few wild ducks could be seen swimming in the water. Before him were 3,000 new soldiers and hundreds of oxen working in the fields. The smell of freshly turned soil carried the scent of nature. The vast expanse of reclaimed farmland was a testament to the efforts of the construction corps. "Your Highness," Lu Fei called out as he saw Xiao Ming approaching. Barefoot, he ran from the muddy field to the ridge. "What do you think, Your Highness?" "Not bad, right? Quite impressive. Has all of my farmland been reclaimed?" "Not yet, but we're close. We'll finish before the spring planting," Lu Fei assured. Xiao Ming patted Lu Fei on the shoulder. Seeing a soldier nearby driving an ox to plow the field, he suddenly felt inspired and said, "Let me give it a try." The soldier was startled and stood frozen, unsure of what to do, looking to Lu Fei for guidance. Lu Fei was equally stunned. "Your Highness wants to drive an ox. This is the work of country folk. Your Highness is the Prince of Qi. This is beneath your status." Xiao Ming didn't care about status. Besides, what leader in modern times didn't engage in a bit of showmanship? Although he wasn't putting on a show, he was genuinely curious. This was also an opportunity to bond with the soldiers. Perhaps future history books would even record this as a tale of him sharing hardships with his soldiers. Therefore, in Xiao Ming's view, such activities should be participated in more often. There were also opportunities to build his image within the army. "It's fine," Xiao Ming said as he took the rope from the soldier and skillfully began driving the ox. In his previous life, Xiao Ming had been a child from the southern mountains, where he had often worked with water buffalo. Handling the rope felt familiar, and he quickly got the hang of driving the ox. Lu Fei and the soldiers were even more astonished, their jaws dropping as the Prince of Qi once again reshaped their perception of him. Lu Fei then shouted to the soldiers working in the fields, "Everyone, put in more effort. His Highness the Prince of Qi has personally come to the fields to work with us. We must finish reclaiming this land before the spring planting." The soldiers farther away didn't know what was happening, but the news quickly spread. They began whispering among themselves, but soon they seemed to find renewed energy, working with even greater vigor. Xiao Ming's once distant and unapproachable image became much more relatable in their eye. Outside the bamboo, a few peach blossoms bloom. The river warms and ducks are the first to know. Reeds sprout short amidst the lush grass, just as the pufferfish begin to rise. This poem, written by Sushi of the Song Dynasty, perfectly captured the scene before Xiao Ming, evoking a deep sense of resonance. After leading the ox for about an acre's distance, Xiao Ming returned the ox to the soldier. By then he was drenched in sweat. Primitive agriculture without modern machinery made both spring plowing and autumn harvesting exhausting tasks. Lu Fei walked over, laughing heartily. "Your Highness, I thought you were only skilled in archery and horsemanship. I didn't expect you to be so adept at farm work too." Xiao Ming almost blurted out, "I used to do this often as a child," but caught himself and instead said, "What's so difficult about it? I just learned from the soldiers." Recalling his childhood in his previous life, Xiao Ming felt a pang of sadness. He had never known who his parents were and had grown up with the elderly woman who raised him. Sadly, she passed away a year after he started working. It was perhaps because of this that he had little attachment to his past life and quickly adapted to this new world. "Even so, Your Highness is probably the first prince in the Great Yu Empire to know how to plow a field," Lu Fei chuckled, then changed the subject. "Your Highness, the construction corps is doing well with farming during the agricultural season, but we also need to train during the off-season. What about the armor for the Qingzhou army?" Lu Fei had been hesitant to bring this up earlier, but now he finally did. Xiao Ming replied, "I'll keep my promise. By the end of next month, the first batch of plate armor, crossbows, and mado, a type of long saber, will arrive at the Qingzhou camp." "Mado? Crossbows? Why not bows?" Lu Fei was puzzled. Xiao Ming had promised to equip the Qingzhou army, but the specifics were still unclear to him. It's getting late today. Tomorrow I'll take you to see what a motto is, Xiao Ming said. Lu Fei's face lit up with excitement. Thank you, Your Highness. The Qingzhou army had been impoverished for so long that the mere mention of weapons and equipment made them as excited as wolves spotting prey. After washing the mud off his legs in the Xiaoqing River, Xiao Ming prepared to leave. As he stood up, he caught sight of a large shadow darting through the water. Upon closer inspection, it was a massive carp. Following the carp was a large school of fish. The unpolluted natural environment allowed the fish population to thrive, evoking in Xiao Ming a sense of idyllic tranquility, like the old man in a straw hat fishing alone on a boat. Though he had been busy lately, Xiao Ming realized that some leisure was necessary. He wondered if he should ask Chen Qi to make him a fishing hook. As he walked back to the prince's residence, Xiao Ming pondered the importance of agriculture and animal husbandry. While farming was crucial, animal husbandry was an equally vital part of agriculture that had long been neglected. Some argued that the Song dynasty's lack of warhorses was due to the loss of horse breeding lands, but the chaotic horse administration of the Song dynasty was also to blame. From the recent incident of purchasing oxen, Xiao Ming also recognized the importance of animal husbandry. Therefore, after farming, his next task for the production teams in each prefecture would be animal husbandry: cattle, sheep, mules, horses, chickens, fish, and pigs. None could be neglected. Upon returning to the prince's residence, Xiao Ming had a simple meal and was about to draft a policy on animal husbandry when Ziyuan approached him. Your Highness, while you were away this afternoon, someone from the Prince of Wei arrived at the residence. They asked me to inform you that the Prince of Wei will arrive in Qingzhou in 5 days to pay you a visit. The Prince of Wei is coming to visit me. Xiao Ming felt as if he had just heard the biggest joke of his life. This Uncle Wei had never provided him with any substantial help since his arrival. Even 3 years ago, he had acted just like the local powerful families, gathering troops to defend his own borders without sending a single soldier to Xiao Ming's fiefdom. Moreover, during the oxen purchase incident, he had played Xiao Ming for a fool, driving up the price and causing him to lose over 100,000 taels of silver. Now he was actually coming to visit. After some thought, Xiao Ming realized that the Prince of Wei's visit was likely not as simple as it seemed. The merchant Lu Fei had captured in Kangzhou was still in the Qingzhou prison. The fact that the Prince of Wei was arriving so quickly suggested that the merchant had a lot of valuable information. It was necessary to interrogate him. Putting down his brush, Xiao Ming immediately sent someone to fetch Lu Fei. They would interrogate the merchant, Zhou Ziyu, that very night. Qingzhou prison. Located on a street adjacent to the Qingzhou Army Barracks, the Qingzhou prison was under the jurisdiction of the Qingzhou Government Office. Usually, criminals caught by the city's constables were held here. Because it was next to the Qingzhou Army's garrison, few ever dared to plot jailbreaks. That was why Lu Fei had dared to imprison the merchant here. Your Highness, this is the merchant. Dim lantern light flickered in the damp corridor, filling the air with the stench of rot, spoiled food, and human waste. Zhou Ziyu was locked in the innermost cell. Unlike the other prisoners' despondent looks, he appeared quite at ease, almost as if he could leave whenever he pleased. Zhou Ziyu, you're certainly enjoying yourself. Hearing Lu Fei's shout, Zhou Ziyu slowly rose from his reclining position, walked to the cell door, and glanced at both Lu Fei and Xiao Ming. He cupped his hands in mock deference. You must be Prince Qi. This humble merchant, Zhou Ziyu, pays respects to your highness. Xiao Ming studied him with interest. How did you know I was Prince Qi? In Qingzhou City, there's only one person that Captain Lu would follow so obediently, none other than Prince Qi. Xiao Ming's lips curled. You have sharp eyes. Since you're such a clever man, I'll get straight to the point. Are you smuggling warhorses under Prince Wei's orders? What exactly is Prince Wei's intention behind this operation? Zhou Ziyu burst into laughter. Your Highness, do you really think I'd risk offending Prince Wei to tell you anything? And you're not afraid of offending me. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, Your Highness, but do you truly believe in His Majesty's heart you're more important than Prince Wei? If the Emperor had to choose between you and Prince Wei, who do you think he'd let live, the prince with wealth and soldiers, or the prince with a worthless fiefdom? The hidden scorn in Zhou Ziyu's eyes was unmistakable. His arrogance enraged Lu Fei, who lashed out with his whip, striking Zhou Ziyu across the face. Blood trickled down his cheek. You dog! How dare you speak to His Highness like that? Even if your Prince Wei had 3 heads and 6 arms, I'd still cut him down. Lu Fei raised his whip for another strike, but Xiao Ming stopped him. Zhou Ziyu's words were harsh, but not without truth. Xiao Wengshuan, the emperor, always prioritized profit. If Xiao Ming ever became a liability, his father wouldn't hesitate to abandon him. By mentioning the emperor, Zhou Ziyu had already exposed the deeper scheme behind this smuggling ring. So this horse smuggling operation is secretly authorized by my father, isn't it? Your Highness is a wise man. Zhou Ziyu glared at Lu Fei with resentment. Xiao Ming nodded and said to Lu Fei, "Let's go. There's no need to continue this trial." Zhou Ziyu sneered at Xiao Ming, "Farewell, Your Highness." Then he turned to Lu Fei and said, "Captain Lu, the mountains and rivers remain unchanged. We will meet again someday." "Perhaps you won't have that chance." Xiao Ming suddenly turned to Lu Fei and declared, "The criminal Zhou Ziyu is guilty of smuggling warhorses and colluding with barbarians. His crimes are heinous and unforgivable. He is sentenced to immediate execution." "Prince Qi, how dare you?" Zhou Ziyu panicked. Xiao Ming slowly turned around. "Do you think I am more important to Prince Wei, or are you?" The cell door was opened by Lu Fei, and Zhou Ziyu's eyes filled with terror. He had assumed that Prince Qi would not dare to offend Prince Wei, which is why he had been so confident. After all, Prince Wei's fief was only 300 miles away from Qingzhou. If Prince Wei were to become enraged and send troops, Prince Qi would surely suffer. Skirmishes between the borders of feudal lords' territories were not uncommon. But he never expected that Xiao Ming would act so unpredictably. No matter what he thought now, it was too late. A flash of the blade, and the last thing he saw was the ground rolling away. Lu Fei sheathed his sword and clasped his hands. "Thank you, Your Highness." "No need. You are my subordinate. If I allow others to humiliate you in front of me, where would my dignity be?" However, my father is becoming more and more confused. Everyone knows that Prince Wei is the wealthiest in the land. Now, with the emperor allowing him to recruit soldiers and buy horses, if he remains loyal, all is well. But if he becomes a wolf, I will be the one to suffer. Your Highness speaks wisely, but perhaps the emperor is using Prince Wei to keep the other feudal lords in check, Lu Fei said. Mentioning this made Xiao Ming even more furious. In Xiao Wengshuan's eyes, it seemed that as long as someone from the Xiao family was on the throne, it didn't matter who it was, as long as it wasn't a king of a different surname. "Forget it. I don't expect much support from my father." In his eyes, it would take me over 20 years to surpass Prince Wei, Xiao Ming said as he walked out of the prison. Lu Fei followed and asked, "But now that Zhou Ziyu has been killed, how will Your Highness explain this to Prince Wei?" The disdain in Zhou Ziyu's eyes had touched a nerve in Xiao Ming. Since arriving here, he, the Prince of Qi, had never been respected by the nobles of the great Yu Empire. He couldn't control how others viewed him, but he refused to bow to Prince Wei as Zhou Ziyu had expected. That's why he had killed Zhou Ziyu. He wanted Prince Wei to understand that he was not a lump of clay to be molded as he pleased. "Explain." "I have nothing to explain. I merely executed a smuggler who was trafficking warhorses in Kangzhou," Xiao Ming said. Lu Fei understood that Xiao Ming was planning to play dumb. Before they could walk far, the prison warden ran up to Xiao Ming and said, "Your Highness, we found this in Zhou Ziyu's undergarments." "Undergarments?" Xiao Ming frowned. Undergarments were equivalent to modern-day underwear. It was disgusting that Zhou Ziyu had hidden a letter there. Disgusted, he tore open the envelope and read it. After a quick glance, his expression changed. "What is it, Your Highness?" Lu Fei asked. Xiao Ming handed him the letter. After reading it, Lu Fei's face also turned pale. 5 days later, a massive fleet docked at the Chu River port. The warships were connected by chains, their banners fluttering endlessly. The word Wei was prominently displayed on the flags. As the fleet stopped, 5,000 soldiers in shining scale armor disembarked, escorting a luxurious purple and gold-edged sedan chair toward Qingzhou City. Inside the sedan chair lay the obese and bulky Prince Wei, dressed in a green brocade robe. As the third brother of Emperor Xiao Wengshuan of the Great Yu Empire, he had sided with Xiao Wengshuan during the struggle for the throne. As a reward, after ascending the throne, Xiao Wengshuan had generously compensated him. In just 20 years, Prince Wei's fief had become one of the wealthiest in the Great Yu Empire. Lying in the sedan chair, Prince Wei gazed at Qingzhou City through the curtain's gap. The purpose of his visit was naturally to address the matter of his merchant, Zhou Ziyu. Since Emperor Xiao Wengshuan had tacitly approved his smuggling of warhorses, Zhou Ziyu had been in charge of the operation. In his secret discussions with Xiao Wengshuan, this matter had been strictly confidential to avoid alerting the other feudal lords. But he never expected that Zhou Ziyu would be captured by his nephew, Xiao Ming, at this time. Originally, he didn't need to come to Qingzhou in person. A letter would have sufficed. However, Zhou Ziyu had been carrying an important letter. If Xiao Ming had seen it, there would be real trouble. Thinking of this, he lost all interest in the scenery and became deeply worried. By order of Prince Qi, only Prince Wei and his personal guards are allowed to enter the city. All others are forbidden. At the city gate, the Qingzhou guards were on high alert. Facing Prince Wei and his 5,000 soldiers, they remained stern. On the city wall, Lu Fei's sharp eyes were fixed on the fierce generals beside the sedan chair. "How dare you? This is Prince Wei's carriage. Who dares to stop us?" From Prince Wei's entourage, a burly general with a red cape and dual hammers rode forward. Lu Fei shouted, "By Prince Qi's military order, who dares to disobey?" The general was furious and was about to charge toward the gate when Prince Wei's voice came from the sedan chair. "Cao Yu, do not be rude. When visiting another feudal lord's territory, it is customary not to bring troops into the city. Bring 4 personal guards and follow me into the city." "Yes." Cao Yu glared at Lu Fei on the city wall, selected 4 guards, and followed the sedan chair into Qingzhou City. Once inside the city, Cao Yu said to Prince Wei, "Your Highness, Prince Qi is truly disrespectful. Not only are you his elder, but even as a guest, he should have come out to greet you." Prince Wei smiled bitterly. It seemed that Xiao Ming had seen the secret letter, which was why he was giving him this cold reception. Xiao Ming now held leverage over him. Arriving at the Prince Qi's residence, Prince Wei, assisted by maids, stepped out of the sedan chair and walked heavily toward the mansion. There he saw Xiao Ming and the old steward of the Prince Qi's residence, Qian Dafu, standing at the entrance. "Uncles, you've come a long way. My apologies for not greeting you sooner," Xiao Ming said with a smile as he stepped forward. Prince Wei had brought 5,000 soldiers with him, clearly intending to show off his strength. If Xiao Ming had rushed to the city gate to welcome him, it would have been too humiliating. How would the people of his fief view him? He didn't want to tarnish the glorious image he had built. Moreover, now that he had leverage over Prince Wei, he was confident that Prince Wei would not make a fuss over such trivial matters. "Ha ha ha, my dear nephew, it's been 5 years. You've grown even more handsome and impressive." Prince Wei stepped out of the sedan chair and gave Xiao Ming a hug, vigorously patting his back with his right hand. "Cough, cough." Xiao Ming nearly coughed up blood from the force of Prince Wei's pats. The sheer weight and momentum of this 300-pound man were no joke. He quickly escaped Prince Wei's embrace and smiled. "Uncle, you've certainly grown even more robust over the past 5 years. The capital of Jinling is filled with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. I don't have many hobbies, but eating is one of them. If you ever visit Jinling, nephew, I'm sure you wouldn't be able to resist either," Prince Wei said, patting Xiao Ming's shoulder. The two appeared cordial as they walked toward the main hall. Outside, Prince Wei ordered his personal guards to stay behind, entering the hall alone with Xiao Ming. Once inside, Prince Wei's expression immediately darkened. As they sat down, the atmosphere grew tense, filled with an unspoken tension. "Nephew Zhou Ziyu was my man. The smuggling of warhorses was done under the Emperor's tacit approval. You should release him now." The pleasantries outside were merely for show. When it came to matters of interest, exchanges were often direct. Prince Wei had no emotional attachment to Xiao Ming and got straight to the point. "What? Uncle, why didn't you say so earlier?" "Zhou Ziyu has already been executed," Xiao Ming feigned surprise. "Executed?" Prince Wei's bulky body nearly leapt from his chair. But then he paused, his eyes narrowing as he slowly sat back down. "Well, what's done is done. After all, ignorance is no crime. But tell me, nephew, did you find a letter on Zhou Ziyu's person?" Xiao Ming knew the real issue had finally come to light. He replied casually, Yes, there was a secret letter." Prince Wei hesitated for a moment before continuing. "So, nephew, you've read the contents of the letter?" Indeed, Xiao Ming suddenly stood up and began pacing the room, a sly smile on his face. Uncle, what are you prepared to offer in exchange for this letter? The contents of the letter were extremely sensitive for Prince Wei, involving matters that could not see the light of day. This was precisely why he had come in person, accompanied by 5,000 soldiers, a clear attempt to intimidate Xiao Ming. Although Xiao Ming was displeased, he understood that if he were to expose this matter, Prince Wei would be furious, potentially leading to a border conflict that would benefit no one. Moreover, the contents of the letter did not concern the safety of the Great Yu Empire, but rather involved Prince Wei and Prince Yan. An exchange. Prince Wei's expression relaxed slightly. Nephew, you are indeed clever. This matter is merely a private dispute between me and Prince Yan. Besides, as members of the royal family, we should be working together. While that may be true, Uncle, it's not right for you to bribe the Huyan Chu tribe to ambush Prince Yan's merchant caravans in the grasslands. Those caravans carried documents bearing the Emperor's seal. And when did you become so friendly with the Huyan Chu tribe? 3 years ago, barbarian cavalry ravaged my fief, but didn't venture south at all. If this were thoroughly investigated, it would surely give the court officials plenty to write about. Prince Wei's expression changed dramatically. Xiao Ming's smug grin made him seethe with anger. He hadn't expected Xiao Ming to be so astute, immediately identifying the true crux of the matter, the relationship with the Huyan Chu tribe. To purchase horses from the grasslands, Prince Wei had naturally established connections with the Huyan Chu tribe, which involved significant bribes. Over time, due to the vast amounts of gold and silver he had provided, the Huyan Chu tribe had grown close to him. In the letter, he even referred to the tribe's chieftain as a brother, a level of familiarity that far exceeded the boundaries set by Emperor Xiao Wengxuan. If this were brought to the attention of the court, officials aligned with Prince Yan would undoubtedly launch fierce attacks against him, and Emperor Xiao Wengxuan would be furious, likely punishing him severely. Although Prince Wei was confident in the wealth and military strength of his fief, and even unafraid of the Emperor's 500,000 Imperial guards, the Great Yu Empire was in decline, and Emperor Xiao Wengxuan still held significant authority. If the entire empire turned against him, he wouldn't be so confident. Nephew, let's discuss what you want in exchange. How much silver do you need? How many beauties? Prince Wei wiped the sweat from his forehead. Seeing this, Xiao Ming knew he had struck a nerve. He had indeed grasped Prince Wei's weakness. I'm not interested in silver or beauties. I want 100,000 slaves and 2 million bushels of grain. 100,000 slaves. Prince Wei was taken aback. In his memory, Xiao Ming had only ever been interested in silver and beautiful women. This request surprised him. But after a moment's thought, he understood Xiao Ming's reasoning. With Xiao Ming's trade in soap, perfume, and other novelties, what he needed most was labor. With slaves, Xiao Ming could build more workshops, earn more silver, and with silver, beautiful women would naturally follow. So, Uncle, what do you say? I have no interest in the conflict between you and Prince Yan. Your close ties with the Huyan Chu tribe are merely a matter of familiarity. But these are enough for someone to accuse you of colluding with the enemy in court. And the events of 3 years ago are more than enough to fuel speculation. 100,000 slaves might seem like a lot, but Xiao Ming believed it was a manageable demand for Prince Wei. Given the wealth of Prince Wei's fief, wealthy households often kept private slaves. Moreover, Prince Wei's relationship with the Huyan Chu tribe meant he could easily purchase large numbers of slaves from them. 100,000 was not an unreasonable number. Is that all? Prince Wei asked hesitantly. That's all, Xiao Ming replied with a smile. He had kept the demand at a level that was both achievable and unlikely to provoke Prince Wei into a rage. Well, this trip wasn't in vain. In the future, nephew, if you have any requests, feel free to ask me. After all, we are neighbors. Prince Wei laughed heartily and extended his hand to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming then produced the secret letter, but suddenly tore it in half. Uncle, it's not that I don't trust you, but the current situation leaves me no choice. The first half of the letter concerns Prince Yan, while the second half involves the barbarians. We'll each keep half. Once the 100,000 slaves arrive, I'll return the second half to you. Prince Wei's expression darkened. Nephew, don't push me too far. This shows you don't trust me. 3 years ago, I trusted you, Uncle. Prince Wei's face flushed with embarrassment. 3 years ago, he had promised Xiao Ming military support, but had delayed sending troops, merely observing from the border. HMPH, Xiao Ming, what do you mean by this? What if I refuse? Prince Wei, ever the shrewd man, suddenly threatened, attempting to intimidate Xiao Ming. My Qingzhou army may be weak, but we are ready to fight. How things will end, however, will depend on your capabilities, uncle. After all, my fief is poor. It's already a mess, so what's a little more chaos? Xiao Ming's tone was firm. Prince Wei's bulging stomach heaved rapidly for a moment before he finally slumped back into his seat. You're ruthless. Your Highness, by offending Prince Wei this time, aren't you afraid that he will raise an army and attack you if chaos breaks out in the future? At the southern gate of Qingzhou, a group of officials watched as Prince Wei's sedan chair disappeared into the distance. It was then that Qian Dafu posed the question. Good question. If I don't offend Prince Wei now, does that mean he won't attack me in the future? The world says Prince Wei is as timid as a mouse, but from this incident, it's clear that my uncle is not only bold but also extremely shrewd. I'm afraid many have been deceived by him, including my father, Xiao Ming replied. Your Highness, are you suggesting that Prince Wei has been secretly amassing power, waiting for the right moment? Qian Dafu asked. I'm afraid that's exactly the case. Over the years, Prince Wei has purchased far more warhorses than my father allowed him. He has also secretly ambushed merchant caravans from other feudal lords buying horses in the grasslands. His ambitions are not small. Moreover, his close ties with the Huyan Chu tribe are not just about buying horses. I feared, Xiao Ming frowned. Fear what? This is just speculation, but never mind. We'll take things one step at a time. The most important thing now is to focus on our own fief. The 4 great families must be neutered, Xiao Ming said resolutely. Now he needed to fully control the military and political affairs of his fief and use slaves to accumulate enough capital for war. This was precisely why he had demanded 100,000 slaves from Prince Wei. These slaves were meant to provide manual labor. While 100,000 might not seem like a lot, their combined labor could rival thousands of hydraulic hammers. In an era where machinery was far from widespread, these slaves were crucial for his industrial development. As for why he didn't demand 300,000, 500,000, or even 1,000,000 slaves, the answer was simple. He could demand them, but he couldn't afford to feed them. Even so, he had also demanded 2 million bushels of grain, enough to feed the 100,000 slaves for half a year. As for why he didn't impeach Prince Wei, the reason was simple. A cornered Prince Wei would vent his anger on Xiao Ming first. Moreover, even if Prince Wei were punished and imprisoned, Xiao Ming wouldn't gain any advantage from Wei's territory. Instead, it would only benefit his brothers. Rather than that, it was better to secure some pure profit. At the Chu River dock, Prince Wei boarded his ship surrounded by his personal guards. He glanced back at Qingzhou City and sneered, Xiao Ming, what I can give you, I can also take back. Just wait. I'll make you repay me tenfold. At that moment, a young man in white robes approached Prince Wei and respectfully greeted him, Uncle. Seeing the young man, the ferocity on Prince Wei's face dissipated, replaced by a look of doting affection. Your health is weak. Why have you come out? You should be resting. The young man smiled casually and said, Uncle, if I don't come out for a walk, I'll grow moldy. Since we're in Qingzhou, I thought I'd take a look around the city. You went into Qingzhou City? Prince Wei asked in surprise. The young man nodded. I also went to the industrial district outside the city, but the security there was tight, and outsiders couldn't enter easily. Cao Yu, who was standing nearby, said, Your Highness, that's no problem. With 5,000 armored soldiers, we can easily sweep through Qingzhou City. I'll lead the men and clear the way for you. General Cao, don't be reckless, the young man said sternly. Prince Qi may be weak, but he is still a prince. Even when beating a dog, one must consider its master, let alone a prince. Hearing this, Prince Wei looked at the young man with sorrow. You are in my eyes, Xiao Wengshuan has never been the true emperor of the great Yu Empire, and those princes are not the true princes. The throne rightfully belonged to your father, and you are the true prince of the great Yu Empire. Uncle, the victors write history. This is the nature of the struggle for power. The true enemy of the great Yu Empire is the barbarians. They are the most formidable enemy the Han people have faced in thousands of years. If my father were still alive, he wouldn't want to see brothers killing each other, the young man in white advised. Your thinking is still too naive. From my interactions with the Huyan Chu tribe, it's clear that the barbarians have become a dynasty no weaker than the great Yu Empire. But look at our empire now, feudal lords fighting among themselves, a scattered mess, with powerful families controlling the court and local clans dominating the countryside. If the great Yu Empire cannot unite, how can we resist the barbarian cavalry? Prince Wei declared. After a pause, he continued, I've thought it over, and the only way to destroy these powerful families is not through politics but through war, a complete purge. The young man in white remained silent for a long time before finally sighing. Uncle, your words are exactly the same as my father's. But let's keep this between us. If others hear it, they will turn against us. My father's fate is a cautionary tale. Prince Wei gazed at the flowing river, his eyes distant, lost in thought. As if to lighten the mood, the young man in white suddenly smiled and said, Uncle, this Prince Qi is quite interesting. I saw many intriguing things in Qingzhou City, merchant guilds, a patent office, and armies working the fields. This Prince Qi is truly unusual. Unusual indeed. He just extorted 100,000 slaves and 2 million bushels of grain from me. Although my fief is wealthy, these are not insignificant amounts, Prince Wei said. The young man's interest grew. I didn't expect Uncle to suffer a loss at his hands. But with this exchange, we don't have to worry about the secret letter being exposed. After all, once the transaction is complete, he becomes an accomplice. Exactly. That's why I agreed. I even tried to intimidate him, but the boy has changed. He actually said that even though the Qingzhou army is weak, they are ready to fight. Haha, he's got spirit. I'm starting to like this kid, Prince Wei laughed heartily. The young man in white smiled. This Prince Qi seems different from the other princes. Perhaps he can bring us something unexpected. Prince Wei's laughter gradually faded, and his expression turned cold. But no matter what, he is still an obstacle in our path. For now, he is useful to us, but if the day comes when we must face him on the battlefield, we cannot show mercy. The young man in white nodded. He looked toward Qingzhou City as the massive fleet began to move. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that this Prince Qi would become a formidable adversary in the future. On the shore, a cavalryman galloped south, carrying Prince Wei's order to gather slaves. 100,000 slaves from various cities in Wei's fief began to converge on Jinling, boarding ships in batches and heading toward Qingzhou. 10 days after Prince Wei's departure, the first batch of slaves and grain arrived in Qingzhou, 10,000 people and 500,000 bushels of grain. As he watched the massive warships from Prince Wei's fief, Xiao Ming couldn't help but marvel. Prince Wei's naval forces were truly impressive. It has long been said that Wei's territory is prosperous, but now it seems we have severely underestimated Prince Wei. Hang Yukun stood beside Xiao Ming, his eyes reflecting the shadows of the sailing warships, a faint trace of worry in his expression. Not just Prince Wei. None of the other feudal lords are as destitute as I am. But we shouldn't belittle ourselves. As long as we stay grounded, surpassing them is only a matter of time, Xiao Ming said confidently. 100,000 slaves and 3 million bushels of grain, this was another catalyst for him, enough to rapidly advance his plans. Hang Yukun opened his mouth, wanting to say that what they lacked most was time, but he held back. The future was unpredictable, and who could say what would happen? If heaven favored Prince Qi, the road ahead would be smooth. This time both Chen Qi and Chen Wenlong had come, along with Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang said these warships were all built by the Ding family shipyard in Jinling City. When my father was still alive, we visited there. It's indeed larger than our shipyard, and they have many skilled craftsmen specializing in warship construction. Don't boost their morale while dampening our own. The warship blueprints I gave you are no less impressive, Xiao Ming said. Your Highness is right about that, Zhang Liang said, still in awe of the warship blueprints Xiao Ming had provided. With the 10,000 slaves Your Highness has allocated to the shipyard, we'll have enough manpower. I guarantee we can launch 5 galleons this year. Xiao Ming nodded. That's good. When the shipyard was being restored, Xiao Ming hadn't allocated too many slaves to it. Instead, he had sent most of the slaves to the industrial district. In his view, only by increasing the production capacity of the industrial district could they provide sufficient parts for the shipyard later on. Now that 100,000 slaves had arrived in Qingzhou, Xiao Ming had ample labor. He immediately allocated a portion to the shipyard. During this time, Zhang Liang had nearly completed the research and development of the galleon. With the technical backbone in place, the next step was construction. 10,000 people building 5 galleons in a year, with the support of the industrial district, was entirely feasible. After receiving the first batch of supplies and slaves, Xiao Ming went with Zhang Liang to the shipyard. Over the past months, Zhang Liang and his team had been restoring the shipyard's facilities, and now it was almost fully operational. At the shipyard downstream of the Chu River, Xiao Ming saw craftsmen working on the keel of a galleon. The keel was the main supporting structure of the ship, similar to the beams of a house. Watching the busy craftsmen on the riverbank, Xiao Ming suddenly remembered something. He said, "There's one thing I forgot. Our shipyard is still missing something." "Please enlighten me, Your Highness," Zhang Liang said, puzzled. Xiao Ming explained, "A dry dock." "A dry dock?" Zhang Liang was stunned. Xiao Ming didn't expect Zhang Liang to understand immediately, so he elaborated. A dry dock was essentially a production facility, similar to a workshop, but designed for building sailing warships. It was enclosed on 3 sides and open to the water on one side. Ships could be built and repaired in the dry dock, with various construction tools set up on both sides for convenient work. Even in modern times, dry docks were essential for shipbuilding. Xiao Ming didn't expect to build a dry dock to modern standards, but a rudimentary one was feasible. This would help standardize shipbuilding in the Great Yu Empire and significantly speed up the production of galleons. Coming from a family of shipbuilders, Zhang Liang quickly grasped the concept. Excited, he said, "Your Highness, if we can build this dry dock, we can standardize and mass-produce galleons." "Exactly. Each tonnage of sailing warship requires a different dry dock. When you have free time, come to me, and I'll teach you more about shipbuilding," Xiao Ming said. Zhang Liang nodded, his face filled with excitement. Xiao Ming had shown him unprecedented shipbuilding techniques, opening a new chapter in the history of shipbuilding. The shipyards in the Great Yu Empire were essentially crude sheds with some woodworking equipment. Xiao Ming had little interest in such primitive facilities. After a brief inspection, Xiao Ming left, instructing Zhang Liang to attend the Bowen Academy for further studies. With ample manpower now available, Xiao Ming could finally implement his various plans. Otherwise, projects like the galleons would continue to be delayed. Back at the palace, Xiao Ming didn't rest. Instead, he began writing down the knowledge in his mind, turning it into textbooks. These textbooks covered mathematics, chemistry, physics, and various technical materials. He planned to use these materials to transform the Bowen Academy into the first modern comprehensive institution in the Great Yu Empire, providing Qingzhou with a steady stream of talent. Xiao Ming wrote all these materials in vernacular Chinese. Students at the Bowen Academy would need to understand both classical Chinese and vernacular Chinese. In fact, once they mastered vernacular Chinese, classical Chinese would naturally follow. Therefore, Xiao Ming focused primarily on teaching vernacular Chinese. Over the next few days, the slaves promised by Prince Wei arrived in batches. Xiao Ming allocated 70,000 to the industrial district and the remaining 20,000 to the mines. With the arrival of 100,000 slaves, plus the slaves continuously sold by Liang Dahai, the industrial district, now flush with labor, began to expand under Xiao Ming's direction. First, the steel workshop increased its production scale. Xiao Ming raised the number of workers in the steel workshop to 30,000, equivalent to the workforce of a large modern steel plant. However, in this era, the output of 30,000 workers was only comparable to that of a small steel plant. But for Xiao Ming, this was sufficient for now. The remaining 40,000 slaves were mostly assigned to the lathe workshop, with the rest going to the distillery, perfume workshop, cement workshop, and others. With the allocation of 100,000 slaves complete, the industrial district, led by Chen Wenlong, began its expansion. A large industrial zone would gradually rise in the north of Qingzhou. "Your Highness, these slaves are a mixed bunch, and they were sent by Prince Wei. It's inevitable that some troublemakers might be among them," Pang Yukun said, watching the bustling construction in the industrial district. This was a rare sight, and even Pang Yukun, who usually had little interest in the industrial district, had come to see it. "I'm well aware of that," Xiao Ming said, watching the slaves pushing sand and cement to build the workshops. "The left and right secret guards have already been tasked with monitoring these slaves. Anyone who causes trouble will be dealt with immediately. They won't make it out of the industrial district." Pang Yukun nodded. Xiao Ming's methods were becoming increasingly ruthless, but this was the quality a true leader needed: kindness to his own people and ruthlessness to his enemies. "By the way, Your Highness, I've found a location for the Bowen Academy." The only suitable place in Qingzhou City is the Lian district in the west. There are only a few households there. We can relocate them with some silver, Pang Yukun said. Yes, while the industrial district is under construction, now is the time to build the Bowen Academy as well. This way, the common people in the fief will have a place to study, Xiao Ming said. As more and more people joined the Bowen Academy for classes, the current space was becoming increasingly inadequate. Thus, Xiao Ming decided to build a proper academy, the first comprehensive school close to a modern educational institution. The academy would cover a large area and integrate various specialized disciplines. The textbooks he had been writing day and night were prepared for the Bowen Academy. Given that education in Qingzhou was essentially starting from scratch, and he couldn't create countless clones like a ninja, Xiao Ming had to adopt a method where senior students taught junior students. He only needed to teach the highest level students, and the knowledge would be passed down layer by layer. In isolated civilizations, people often grow complacent with their current lives and show little interest in change, which is extremely dangerous. In modern times, it wasn't until the cannons of foreign powers blasted open the doors of the isolated civilization that the entire society woke up and sought change. But by then, it was already too late. Therefore, Xiao Ming wanted to spread different ideas throughout his fief to break the long-standing cultural constraints and awaken the people of the Great Yu Empire, prompting them to make the necessary changes. He wanted to usher in an era of 100 schools of thought contending once again, ending the age where a single ideology dominated the land. Of course, he wouldn't openly oppose Confucian culture, as that would inevitably provoke attacks from scholars across the empire, which would be detrimental to his efforts to recruit talent. He only needed to abolish the policy of sole reverence for Confucianism and encourage other academic disciplines. He believed the people could distinguish right from wrong, what to preserve and what to discard. At this moment, only a portion of the 100,000 slaves had been put to work. Until new workshops were established, they could only serve as construction workers. That's why Xiao Ming had Pang Yukun seize this opportunity to build the Bowen Academy. Pang Yukun nodded and then brought up another matter. Your Highness, the massacre of the 72 households in Dengzhou has been solved. Congratulations, Your Highness, on gaining another prefecture. The Wang family has also suffered heavy losses. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Ming's lips. Qingzhou, Kangzhou, and Dengzhou, we've already taken control of half of the military and administrative power. Let them continue to fight among themselves. We just need to steadily consolidate our power from top to bottom. Chief Secretary Pang, your task is not light. Pang Yukun smiled. This official is not afraid of hard work, only that Your Highness might not support me. Now that Your Highness is backing me, I will naturally devote myself fully, even to the point of death. Xiao Ming was grateful that, although his predecessor had been a scoundrel, there were still some talented people around him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to achieve so much alone. Also, I see that Your Highness looks tired. You must take care of your health. I heard from Ziwen that Your Highness has been writing a lot and needs to make many copies. These tasks can be delegated to a few scholars, Pang Yukun advised, his habit of offering counsel as a former censor still intact. Xiao Ming laughed. His fatigue was due to staying up late writing textbooks, but he had no intention of copying them himself. He said, Chief Secretary Pang, I'm not foolish. I have a clever plan. Hearing this, Pang Yukun became interested. For scholars, books were of utmost importance. In the Great Yu Empire, books were mostly copied by hand, which made them expensive. Many students from poor families couldn't afford them. He said, it seems Your Highness is about to surprise me again. Xiao Ming waved to Pang Yukun and said, come, I'll show you. With that, Xiao Ming took Pang Yukun to the machinery department. In Xiao Ming's vision, the machinery department was no longer just a production unit, but a research and development center. Xiao Ming's new technologies would be born here, as it housed Qingzhou's most skilled technical talents. Inside the machinery department, Chen Qi was leading craftsmen in producing small metal blocks. These blocks were engraved with standard Chinese characters. These were the type molds for movable type printing. Xiao Ming was currently preparing to establish a new workshop, the printing workshop, which would use lead type printing. This was a printing technique similar to movable type printing, but more advanced. Instead of using clay, the type molds were made of metal, which extended their lifespan and eliminated the need to discard them after a single use. This method was inspired by the lead type printing technique from the 15th century in the modern era, which Xiao Ming deemed the most feasible to implement. If all went well, this printing technique could allow a printing press to produce 300 sheets of paper per day, which was more than enough for Xiao Ming's needs. After all, with enough workers and type molds, mass production was possible. When Pang Yukun saw the movable type, his jaw dropped in astonishment. The Great Yu Empire currently used block printing, a slow and inflexible method. What he saw now was a completely different scene. The type molds beside Chen Qi varied in size and could be arranged flexibly according to requirements. This is a monumental achievement that will benefit generations to come. If Pang Yukun had previously looked down on Xiao Ming's money-making products, he now admired him from the perspective of a scholar. Xiao Ming wasn't surprised by Pang Yukun's reaction. This lead-type printing technique utilized lead for casting the molds, and Xiao Ming had standardized the font sizes based on modern measurements, such as small 4 and small 5. This was why the type molds Chen Qi produced varied in size. Chief Secretary Pang, Qingzhou will no longer lack books. Of course, there's one more thing, paper, Xiao Ming said. Printing also required suitable paper. While establishing the printing industry, Xiao Ming hadn't neglected the construction of a papermaking workshop. The art of papermaking had remained largely unchanged throughout history, with the main differences lying in the machinery and labor. For power, Xiao Ming could only rely on water and oxen, so the machinery department was also producing ox-powered pulp beaters to improve the efficiency of pulp production. The papermaking process essentially involved degumming, pulping, sheet formation, and drying. Shortening any of these steps could increase productivity. Degumming involved steaming and soaking the raw materials in an alkaline solution to fibrize them. Pulping turned these fibers into a paste, and sheet formation used a sieve to lift the pulp, creating wet paper, which was then dried. For now, Xiao Ming didn't need much paper, so a purely manual and ox-powered papermaking workshop could produce enough paper for Qingzhou. After all, this was still an era where illiteracy was rampant. Compulsory education was something he couldn't even dream of at the moment. There was no money and no teachers. For now, he could only focus on cultivating a group of talented individuals and take things step by step. Overall, the most important thing he had achieved was introducing lead-type printing technology. This technology had been used in the modern era until laser printing replaced it. For the Great Yu Empire, this was nothing short of a revolution in printing. Paper. That's right. With this printing technology, we'll also need paper. I believe Your Highness already has a plan in mind. Compared to lathes and hydraulic hammers, printing and papermaking were relatively simpler. Xiao Ming said, "What you see here is prepared for the papermaking and printing workshops." As he spoke, Xiao Ming led Pang Yukun to see the pulp beaters and pressure screens used for papermaking. With these tools, the efficiency of the papermaking workshop would be greatly improved. Next, Xiao Ming took Pang Yukun to a prearranged printing plate. Pang Yukun stood in front of the plate and examined it, exclaiming in surprise, "Your Highness, this contains the land reclamation decree and the conscription order, as well as recent events in Qingzhou. Are you planning to print this into a booklet?" "No, this is a newspaper," Xiao Ming said with a smile. What followed was an important task, propaganda. The purpose of propaganda was to spread his own glorious and righteous image while conveying various policies to the people. At the same time, it would allow the people to stay informed about current events, making them aware of the efforts their feudal lord was making on their behalf. This would strengthen their support for him. In Xiao Ming's view, controlling public opinion was crucial in any era. If he didn't seize control of the narrative, others would, and enemies could exploit this to spread chaos in what should be a peaceful and prosperous society. Once newspapers were widely distributed in his fief, he could promptly debunk rumors and guide public opinion. "Please enlighten me, Your Highness," Pang Yukun said humbly, as did everyone else in Qingzhou when speaking to Xiao Ming. He had come to realize that this Prince Qi seemed to know everything. Xiao Ming then explained the purpose of the newspaper to Pang Yukun. Pang Yukun was even more astonished than when he had seen the printing technology. He said, "With such a national treasure, there's no need to worry about the people not recognizing Your Highness's achievements." Xiao Ming smiled. "This newspaper isn't meant to boast about my accomplishments. Look at the bottom of this page. It covers the smuggling case in Kangzhou and the massacre of the 72 households in Dengzhou. If these stories spread among the people, they will surely despise the local powerful families and praise Your Highness's achievements. This is truly brilliant. Over time, as long as Your Highness governs diligently, the people will naturally support you," Pang Yukun said, growing more excited. While he hadn't understood the machinery Xiao Ming had introduced earlier, when it came to governance, Pang Yukun immediately grasped the significance. Xiao Ming nodded. This was indeed his goal. However, he added, it's a pity that so few people in the fief are literate. The newspaper can only be circulated among government officials for now. That's not a problem, Your Highness. Among the 6 prefectures, there are many impoverished scholars who make a living by selling calligraphy and paintings or copying books for others. Why not give the newspapers to them and have them read them aloud to the people in various towns and counties? We can pay them a small fee. That's an excellent idea, Xiao Ming said with delight. Pang Yukun, being more familiar with the local conditions, had pointed out something he had overlooked. There were indeed many scholars in his fief. Both of them grew excited about the newspaper project. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiao Ming said, by the way, Chief Secretary Pang, there's something I've been meaning to discuss with you. It's about the military. At the mention of the military, Pang Yukun's expression turned serious, as the military was always a sensitive topic. Your Highness, the military is under Captain Lu's command. Is there something you're concerned about? Pang Yukun asked cautiously. Xiao Ming replied, now that the steel workshop has 30,000 workers, it's time to equip the army. Once the army is fully equipped, the Qingzhou army will become a tiger with sharp teeth. This tiger must be firmly under my control. Therefore, I want to strengthen the authority of the chief secretary within the military. The chief secretary was originally a civilian position within the military command structure, but only the command headquarters had one chief secretary. For Xiao Ming, this was far from sufficient. Due to the lack of information flow in this era, the risk of military mutiny was very high. Thus, entrusting an army entirely to simple-minded, easily provoked military officers was dangerous. He intended to replicate the modern military's political commissar system, with the chief secretary serving as the commissar. He wanted to embed chief secretaries at every level of the military, responsible for ideological education and discipline. This way, the army would function as a single body with one mind. Commanding officers would lead military operations, while the chief secretaries would ensure ideological discipline and absolute loyalty to Xiao Ming. In critical moments, if a commanding officer showed signs of rebellion, the chief secretary could remove them from their position. In the machinery department, Xiao Ming explained this to Pang Yukun, who nodded frequently. Whether it was the newspaper or the chief secretary system, both demonstrated Xiao Ming's intention to maintain absolute control over his fief. In Pang Yukun's view, this was a case of preparing for the worst and preventing problems before they arose. Your Highness, but this would require a large number of scholars, Pang Yukun said. Isn't the purpose of education to serve the nation? Now I'm giving them an opportunity. They don't need to pass the Imperial exams, they just need to undergo training and compete for positions. Isn't that a good thing? Although Pang Yukun didn't fully understand the concepts of training and competing for positions, he understood that Xiao Ming was recruiting talent. He said, in that case, the command headquarters will issue a notice summoning scholars from across the fief, regardless of whether they hold any official titles. How does that sound? Good, let's do that, Xiao Ming said. With their discussion concluded, Pang Yukun hurried off. Embedding chief secretaries in the military would elevate their status, which was why Pang Yukun didn't object. After all, this was beneficial to him as well, and he fully agreed with the approach. Military was a double-edged sword. It could harm others as well as oneself, so it had to be strictly controlled. Pang Yukun would handle the recruitment of chief secretaries and newspaper distributors, while Xiao Ming focused on the production of the printing and papermaking workshops. He was eager to see what impact the first newspaper in the Great Yu Empire would have on his fief. Next day, a notice was posted in the eastern and western markets of Qingzhou City, causing an uproar among the local scholars. We know what a chief secretary is, but what's a newspaper distributor? Does anyone here understand? A group of scholars gathered around the notice. A scholar at the front read the notice aloud, shaking his head as he did so. The surrounding commoners shook their heads and left. This matter didn't concern them. A newspaper distributor, could it be a scout reporting military intelligence? One scholar said, puffing out his chest with pride. Scholars with official titles were respected, while those without were often mocked as useless scholars by the common people. Among the scholars gathered, many wore patched clothing. They were from poor families and had repeatedly failed the Imperial exams. These scholars lived in hardship and were often ridiculed. Now with this notice posted, they felt a renewed sense of pride as scholars. Ha ha ha, how could a newspaper delivery boy be someone reporting military intelligence? With your frail arms, could you even endure the hardships of travel? From the crowd, a man suddenly burst into laughter. The scholars turned to look and saw an elderly farmer with white hair and a youthful complexion. He was carrying a medicine basket on his back and laughing heartily, as if he had just heard the funniest joke. The scholar who had spoken earlier was immediately angered. "You old man, how dare you mock us?" The old man waved his hand. My apologies, my apologies. I just have a different perspective. The notice says they're recruiting people who can read and write. It doesn't require any official titles, which means the job only requires basic literacy. From this, it seems the role is similar to the clerks who read notices aloud at the city gates. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. The scholar who had spoken earlier also said, "That makes sense." In the Great U Empire, when notices were posted, there were clerks specifically tasked with reading them aloud to the common people. But if that's the case, isn't it a bit beneath us? We've all studied the classics for over a decade, another scholar said. Exactly, this is too menial for us. Forget about the newspaper delivery boy, but the chief secretary position might be worth considering. As the scholars debated, the old man shook his head and sighed. These scholars were all ambitious, but lacked the ability to achieve their goals. It was precisely because they were too proud to take on humble tasks that many of them ended up accomplishing nothing and living in poverty. He himself was like that. It wasn't until he was 55 that he finally understood this truth, but by then, it was too late. "If you won't go, I will," the old man said, stepping forward to the notice. In front of the clerk responsible for the notice, he wrote down his name. He knew he was too old to be considered for the chief secretary position, but the newspaper delivery boy role was just a job to earn some silver. It was better than gathering herbs in the mountains. "Hey, old man, can you even read?" someone called out. Someone in the crowd took a closer look at the old man and suddenly laughed. "I know who this is. It's Fan Zheng, the old scholar. They say he's been taking the Imperial exams every year, but still hasn't earned a title. At his age, he must be at least 60. What a waste." And he had the nerve to mock us earlier. The scholar who had spoken earlier seized the opportunity to retaliate. Fan Zheng's face, already flushed, turned even redder with anger. But in the end, he just sighed and silently picked up his medicine basket, heading home. When he returned to his home in Anking Lane, Fan Zheng threw the medicine basket to the ground in frustration. "HMPH, just you wait. Even if I have to take the exams until I'm 80, I'll earn a title." At that moment, an old woman came out. Seeing the scattered herbs on the ground, she scolded, "What nonsense is this? Why are you throwing the herbs on the ground? We were counting on selling them to buy rice, you old fool." This old woman was Fan Zheng's wife. Hearing her words, he angrily retorted, "I'm not going to gather herbs tomorrow. I'm going to be a newspaper delivery boy." The old woman grew even more furious and cursed a few more times. "If you don't gather herbs, how are we going to eat? What even is a newspaper delivery boy? You're old and toothless, no one would even want you to collect manure. You HMPH, such narrow-mindedness. I may not know what a newspaper delivery boy is, but the notice says all you need is to be literate. It pays 1 tael of silver a month," Fan Zheng said. 1 tael of silver. The old woman's eyes lit up. Fan Zheng had been poor and without a title in his youth, so he had married a notoriously sharp-tongued woman from a nearby village. He was naturally meek and often bore the brunt of her scolding at home. "Yes, 1 tael, Fan Zheng said. 1 tael of silver a month would be enough to keep their family fed and clothed." The old woman's eyes darted around. "Then go. At least it's not a waste of all those years you spent studying. But if you don't get the job, you'd better go back to gathering herbs." Fan Zheng still felt a bit unsure, but he was increasingly aware that his physical strength was no longer sufficient for gathering herbs in the mountains. Moreover, his family was struggling financially, and his son was also studying for this year's Imperial exams. The cost of traveling to Chang'an was a problem. Thinking of this, he decided that even if it meant losing face, he would go and see. With this in mind, he ate a quick dinner and set off for the command headquarters before dawn the next day. He was the first to arrive. Although many scholars had scoffed at the idea of being a newspaper delivery boy the day before, Fan Zeng wasn't surprised to see quite a few of them show up today. Having been through it himself, he knew that young scholars were very concerned about their reputation. Even if they secretly thought differently, they would go along with the crowd in public. But upon reflection, they would come around. After waiting for an hour, the sound of hoofbeats roused Fan Zeng from his drowsiness. He looked up and saw a handsome young man in a dark brocade robe and a jade belt riding toward them on horseback. Behind the young man were two burly, fierce-looking guards who appeared to be seasoned veterans. Prince Chi. Yes, it's Prince Chi. Hello? Some of the scholars recognized Xiao Ming and began whispering among themselves. Fan Zeng was stunned and extremely nervous. If Prince Chi himself had come for the newspaper delivery boy position, it must be an important role. He suddenly felt that he had no chance. As Prince Chi approached, the scholars waiting in front of the command headquarters bowed excitedly and chorused, "Greetings, Prince Chi." Xiao Ming dismounted and said to the crowd, "No need for formalities. Your presence here today shows your trust in me. Please follow me." Xiao Ming was pleased to see so many people coming to apply. It meant that Qingzhou still had some talent reserves, at least enough to meet urgent needs. The group followed Xiao Ming into the command headquarters, where Pang Yukan also arrived. The two of them took their seats, with Xiao Ming in the main seat and Pang Yukan beside him. Xiao Ming began, "First, let me explain what a newspaper delivery boy is." Once seated, Xiao Ming got straight to the point. He disliked wasting time with unnecessary words. To understand the role of a newspaper delivery boy, we must first talk about newspapers. Facing the over 200 applicants, Xiao Ming explained. In modern times, newspaper delivery boys were children who delivered newspapers. Here, Xiao Ming extended the role to include both delivering and reading newspapers. As he spoke, Xiao Ming took out a newspaper. It was the first issue printed overnight by the machinery department. "This is a newspaper. Feel free to pass it around and take a look," Xiao Ming said, handing the newspaper to the person closest to him. He was momentarily surprised to see that it was an elderly man with graying hair. The old man also noticed Xiao Ming's surprised expression and immediately lowered his head, focusing on the newspaper and reading it aloud with a rhythmic cadence. Pang Yukan also noticed the old man. When Fan Zeng began reading, he nodded appreciatively and said to Xiao Ming, "His pronunciation is quite clear, but his age." Fan Zeng, hearing the discussion about him, pricked up his ears. Xiao Ming smiled and said, "Zhang Zia met King Wen of Zhou at the age of 80. Is Lion Po still strong enough to eat? I don't see a problem with his age." Hearing this, Fan Zeng's spirits lifted, and he read even more loudly. The newspaper was passed around among the crowd. Xiao Ming explained, "What you hold in your hands is a newspaper. The role of a newspaper delivery boy is to deliver these newspapers to various towns and counties and read them aloud to the people. This task is simple, but also very important. After reading the newspaper, you will also be responsible for gathering the grievances of the people and reporting them back to Qingzhou." The scholars nodded in agreement. At this moment, Fan Zeng spoke up, "Your Highness, isn't the role of a newspaper delivery boy somewhat similar to that of a censor?" "Indeed, it is somewhat similar to a censor. However, the grievances you report will be published in the newspaper, and the officials will then respond with solutions, which will also be published. This way, the voices of the people can be heard by everyone, from top to bottom," Xiao Ming said, giving Fan Zeng an appreciative look. The scholars were astonished. Prince Chi's deep concern for the hardships of the common people left them deeply moved. Some of the scholars said, "Your Highness is diligent in governance and cares for the people. We should do our part to assist you. Yes, I am willing to take on this role as a newspaper delivery boy. Exactly, there's no shame in this. Studying the classics is ultimately for the sake of the people." The scholars in the command headquarters were filled with enthusiasm. Pang Yukan and Xiao Ming exchanged satisfied glances. In truth, both the common people and these scholars had a sense of fairness in their hearts. In the past, they might have been more cautious, but now, with Prince Chi's various reforms, they had seen the results firsthand. However, not all the scholars were enthusiastic. Some remained silent, seemingly uninterested in the role of a newspaper delivery boy. A few even showed signs of impatience, as if they were waiting for something else. Xiao Ming noticed their expressions and sneered inwardly. He knew these people were aiming for the chief secretary position in the military. But the more they desired it, the less likely he was to give it to them. These individuals were indifferent to the plight of the common people and would not sympathize with soldiers who came from humble backgrounds. Even if they joined the military, they would act like arrogant officials. Zhao Ming had no use for such people. Throughout history, those who won the hearts of the people ruled the world. Every one of Zhao Ming's reforms was aimed at winning over the people. Bringing these individuals into his ranks would only undermine his efforts. Moreover, these impatient scholars were all well-fed and well-dressed, clearly coming from wealthy families, whether large or small. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Ming said, "Those who wish to apply for the role of newspaper delivery boy, please stay. The rest may leave." Leave. Your Highness, the notice clearly stated that there are also positions for chief secretaries, one scholar protested. Pang Yukun snorted coldly, "What His Highness says goes. When did it become your place to make a scene here?" Out. The scholar's face turned pale. He flicked his sleeve in anger and stormed out, followed by several others. After a while, looking at the 100 or so people remaining in the hall, Zhao Ming finally said, "Congratulations, all of you. You may now choose between the roles of chief secretary or newspaper delivery boy. However, for the chief secretary position, you must pass Chief Secretary Pang's examination. As for the newspaper delivery boys, you can register now and start reporting daily. The pay is 1 tael of silver per month." The scholars were stunned, then overjoyed. Many secretly congratulated themselves for not leaving. "Next, I will examine each of you. Those who pass will be assigned to Bowen Academy as students for a period of time. After passing the exams, you may enter the military," Pang Yukun said. The scholars immediately lined up, waiting to be tested. At this moment, Fan Zheng quietly stepped forward and said to Zhao Ming, "Your Highness, this commoner is too old and will not apply for the chief secretary position. However, Your Highness's words just now have deeply moved me. An old steed in the stable still yearns to gallop 1,000 miles. There's no need for you to belittle yourself," Zhao Ming said. Fan Zheng replied, "Your Highness, this commoner has been taking the Imperial exam since the age of 15 and has achieved nothing to this day. Comparing me to Jiang Zia is too generous. I know my limitations and will be content as a newspaper delivery boy. In that case, I won't force you. As the saying goes, a melon won't be sweet if it's twisted off the vine," Zhao Ming said. Fan Zheng was indeed too old, and without genuine interest, he wouldn't be able to fulfill the role of chief secretary. However, in Zhao Ming's view, Fan Zheng's age and experience as a scholar made him well suited for the newspaper office he was about to establish. After a pause, Zhao Ming said, "If you're willing, could you write about what you observe among the people? If it's good, it could be published in the newspaper." "Of course," Fan Zheng said. Zhao Ming nodded. He wasn't entirely sure of Fan Zheng's abilities, so he wanted to test him. In truth, Zhao Ming didn't place much stock in those selected through the Imperial exams. In any era, there were always those with unconventional talents. With the positions of chief secretary and newspaper delivery boy settled, Zhao Ming accelerated the establishment of the newspaper office, papermaking workshop, and printing workshop. As soon as the buildings in the industrial district were completed, he assigned craftsmen to begin production. He also selected a location for the newspaper office, temporarily placing it within Bowen Academy. Just as Zhao Ming was settling into his seat in the command headquarters, a commotion erupted outside. Lu Fei walked in, laughing heartily. As he entered, he said, "Your Highness, I heard the steel workshop has produced a lot of armor. Could I take a look?" "HMPH, Chen Wenlong told you, didn't he?" "That man can't keep his mouth shut," Zhao Ming said. Lu Fei chuckled, "Your Highness, you can't blame Chen Wenlong. I cornered him and scared him a bit, and that's when he spilled the beans." "I figured as much." "Fine, since you're here, let's go take a look," Zhao Ming said, also feeling a sense of anticipation. Since the steel workshop had expanded and had sufficient manpower, the production of plate armor had begun. Moreover, it was being produced on a large scale, using assembly line methods. A daily output of 100 sets of plate armor was guaranteed. Of course, given the backward production conditions, there were still limitations. When they arrived at the steel workshop, they saw rows of assembled plate armor, gleaming with a silvery white sheen. From the helmets to the breastplates, arm guards, and leg guards, each set formed a complete human figure. This was the advantage of plate armor. It was not only flexible, but also provided comprehensive protection, leaving almost no weak points. Combined with the high-quality steel produced by the steel workshop and the repeated hammering of the forging process, the quality of the plate armor was excellent. "Your Highness, this one must be mine, right?" Lu Fei pointed to a particularly large set of plate armor. Successfully forged plate armor stood like rows of terracotta warriors. Zhao Ming followed Lu Fei's finger and saw a set of plate armor that was both larger in size and thicker than the others. "That's right, this one is for Commander Lu," Chen Wenlong said with a smile. The cold metallic sheen of the plate armor caught Lu Fei's eye. He gazed at it as if it were a lover and strode over. "Your Highness, may I try it on?" Zhao Ming nodded and instructed the craftsman to help Lu Fei put on the plate armor. After all, this was Lu Fei's first time encountering plate armor. A set of plate armor consisted of many components. With the help of the craftsman, Lu Fei successfully put on the armor. Once the helmet was in place, Lu Fei looked like a steel monster. He excitedly walked around in the armor. "Not bad, very flexible," Lu Fei said with excitement. "But I wonder if this plate armor can withstand swords and blades." "That's easy to test." "Zhao Hu, go ahead and give him a slash," Zhao Ming said. Zhao Hu immediately broke into a cold sweat. "Your Highness, this. What are you afraid of? Just do it. Are you a soldier I trained or not?" Lu Fei scolded. Hearing this, Zhao Hu's face darkened. He drew the steel sword from his waist and slashed at Lu Fei's abdomen. With a metallic clang, the blade left only a shallow scratch on the armor. Lu Fei took a few steps back, but was unharmed and didn't even cry out in pain. "Your Highness, I'm completely fine. Give me a few more slashes," Lu Fei said excitedly. Zhao Hu was also amazed. Now feeling more confident, he swung his sword at Lu Fei repeatedly. Lu Fei kept retreating, but just like the first slash, after several strikes, he only felt a slight discomfort. Zhao Hu, however, was getting into it. He swung his sword again and again without stopping, until Lu Fei finally kicked him to the ground. "You brat, look what you've done to my precious armor. It's covered in scratches," Lu Fei said, heartbroken. Then with a pleading look, he turned to Zhao Ming. "Your Highness, can I get another set? Look at what this kid did to this one." Zhao Ming smirked. "It takes at least 30 taels of silver to produce one set of plate armor. You really have the nerve to ask." "30 taels," Lu Fei exclaimed. "That's a year's worth of my salary." Zhao Ming was, of course, exaggerating to make Lu Fei value the armor more. However, if the armor were produced using traditional forging methods, it would indeed cost around 30 taels. But with the hydraulic hammer and free labor from slaves, the cost of this set of armor was actually comparable to the price of a plow ox. And that's the low estimate. "Your armor is a general set, thicker and with more intricate engravings," Zhao Ming added. Lu Fei immediately regretted his actions and glared at Zhao Hu. "You're paying for this." Zhao Hu protested, "You told me to slash it. Besides, I don't have the money." Seeing Lu Fei's distress, Zhao Ming decided to stop teasing him. "Fine, considering your contributions in Kangzhou, I'll give you 3 sets of plate armor." "Thank you, Your Highness." Lu Fei was overjoyed. As he lovingly touched his full-body armor, Lu Fei added, "Your Highness, this armor is truly incredible. It's practically impenetrable. If you give me 10,000 soldiers equipped with this, we won't have to fear the barbarians." "Don't speak so carelessly," Zhao Ming said sternly, wanting to prevent Lu Fei from becoming overconfident. "While the plate armor is sturdy, it does reduce mobility to some extent." Lu Fei moved around a bit and said, "It's a little restrictive, but not too bad. The real question is whether arrows can pierce it." "Ordinary cast-iron arrowheads won't be able to," Zhao Ming said bluntly. The forging techniques used for his plate armor were roughly equivalent to those of the 17th or 18th century in the modern era. Without specialized arrowheads, the armor would be difficult to penetrate. In fact, even early firearms couldn't penetrate plate armor. It wasn't until firearms became more powerful that plate armor was eventually phased out. Zhao Ming was equipping his army with plate armor to deal with the current situation in the Great Yu Empire. Moreover, given the technology he had access to, producing plate armor was faster and cheaper than producing scale armor. That's why he had chosen plate armor. "Is that so?" Lu Fei's grin widened, and he couldn't wait to don the armor and go to war. "Of course, this is just speculation. The true test will come in battle," Zhao Ming said. This was his honest opinion. Only through war could the effectiveness of any equipment be truly determined. Lu Fei, however, was too enamored with the high-quality armor to fully process Xiao Ming's words. Your Highness, I'll take these 300 sets of plate armor back to the barracks now. Wait, don't be in such a hurry. There's more, Xiao Ming said, waving his hand. The craftsman brought over a long-handled, long-bladed weapon. Your Highness, is this the motto you mentioned? Lu Fei asked. Xiao Ming had previously mentioned taking him to see the motto, and Lu Fei had been eagerly awaiting it. Exactly. This is the motto, specifically designed to counter the barbarians' heavy cavalry, Xiao Ming explained. Currently, most of the barbarian cavalry on the grasslands were light cavalry, but there were also many heavy cavalry units, which were the elite of the barbarian forces. Typically, the barbarians employed a tactic where light cavalry harassed the flanks, while heavy cavalry charged through the center. This strategy had proven nearly unstoppable against the Great Yu Empire's armies. Lu Fei picked up the motto and tested its weight. Your Highness, this motto is quite heavy. It must weigh at least 20 catties. That's why when swung, it can deliver a fatal blow to both man and horse, Xiao Ming said. The motto was entirely made of fine steel, with a long handle and a blade resembling a spearhead, long, wide, and extremely sharp. As Lu Fei ran his hands over the motto, he realized that, combined with the plate armor, this weapon would be a nightmare for cavalry in battle formations. In addition to the motto, the steel workshop had also produced a significant number of spears, swords, and other weapons for the army. For ranged weapons, Xiao Ming had chosen crossbows. Although crossbows were more expensive to produce and had a slower rate of fire, for Xiao Ming, training a competent archer took at least 3 years, far too long. In war, soldiers were expendable. It was a race to see who could field an army the fastest. This was why firearms eventually became the dominant weapon. Once one batch of soldiers was lost, another could be trained in just 3 months. Crossbows were similar. Compared to bows, soldiers using crossbows didn't require as rigorous training, making them ideal for the current state of the fief. Moreover, Xiao Ming could address the biggest drawback of ancient crossbows. Generally, crossbows were inferior to bows largely due to their painfully slow reloading speed, a disadvantage that even early firearms couldn't overcome. Ancient crossbows were often referred to as foot crossbows because they required both hands and feet to reload. However, Xiao Ming had incorporated pulley mechanisms into the crossbows. This meant soldiers needed less strength to operate the crossbows efficiently. Currently, these pulley crossbows were still in the research and production phase and hadn't yet been mass-produced in the steel workshop. However, modern technology had proven their feasibility, and it was only a matter of time before they were ready. After showing Lu Fei the various weapons and equipment for the army, Lu Fei immediately had people transport the gear from the steel workshop back to the barracks. New recruits were still wearing their own clothes, indistinguishable from ordinary civilians. With these new weapons and armor, the soldiers finally had something to look forward to. Chen Wenlong and Xiao Ming watched helplessly as Lu Fei busied himself. This was just the beginning. As the steel workshop became more efficient, the production of plate armor would accelerate, and his soldiers would never again be left without proper weapons or armor. Zhu Wuliu was 15 years old and lived in Zhujia village, Taiping County, Qingzhou. From the time he could remember, his father had been a tenant farmer for the Wang family, one of the powerful local clans in Qingzhou. Every year, 70% of their harvest had to be handed over to the Wang family. He had 2 older brothers, Zhu Yir and Zhu Sansi. Both of them worked as cowherds for the Wang family. When Zhu Wuliu was 9, he too had to join his brothers in working for the Wang family, all for the sake of a single black steamed bun each day. Zhu Wuliu hated the black steamed buns. They were made from chaff mixed with moldy wheat and were nearly impossible to swallow. But he had no choice but to eat them. The 30% of the harvest that remained for his family was barely enough to feed the 7 members of his household, which included his younger sister. Almost every day, Zhu Wuliu went hungry. Only during festivals would his parents sell some of their wheat to buy a few pounds of white flour to make pancakes and steamed buns. In his memory, those were the happiest times. However, this year was different from previous ones. His father, who had been renting land from the Wang family, suddenly called all 3 brothers back home. The entire family of 7 went to reclaim wasteland along the riverbanks outside the village. According to his parents, Prince Qi had issued a land reclamation decree. Any family that reclaimed land would own it from then on, and the land could be passed down through generations. Later, the village head came to their house and told them to join a production team. He remembered how excited his parents were. All the families who had reclaimed land near theirs were grouped into a production team, and soon, oxen and farming tools were distributed to each team from the county. After spring, the villagers would be able to farm the land together, and for the next 3 years, the government would not collect any taxes. According to the land reclamation law, Zhu Wulyu could cultivate 30 mu of land, but he couldn't manage it all by himself. However, his parents said that once this year's harvest was sold, they would prepare a dowry for him to find a wife. Then they could farm the land together. Thinking of this, Zhu Wulyu blushed. What would it be like to have a wife? He was standing in the field, staring at the rotating water wheel, when his second brother, Zhu Sansi, ran over and said, "Wulyu, Prince Chi's newspaper delivery boys have come to Qingzhou City. The village head wants everyone to gather at the thrashing ground east of the village." "What's a newspaper delivery boy?" Zhu Wulyu asked, confused. "Don't worry about what it is. Just come with me." Zhu Sansi dragged Zhu Wulyu to the thrashing ground, where almost the entire village had already gathered. In the middle of the thrashing ground stood an old man holding something that looked like a notice. Behind him stood Zhu Ziyu, the respected village head of Zhujia village, who was carefully accompanying the old man. This old man was Fan Zeng, who was on his first trip to the countryside. He held the newspaper and asked Zhu Ziyu, "Is everyone in the village here?" "Zhu Wulyu is here too." "Everyone's present," Zhu Ziyu replied. Fan Zeng nodded. In the Great Yu Empire, whether in towns, counties, or villages, the people lived together, and villages were often surrounded by earthen walls to protect against wild animals. This made it easy to gather everyone. He then said, "First, let me explain what a newspaper delivery boy is." Fan Zeng went on to explain the concept of newspapers, as instructed by Prince Chi. One of his tasks was to popularize newspapers and establish them as an authoritative source of information for the government. After his explanation, the villagers had a rough understanding. Fan Zeng then began reading the contents of the newspaper. This was the first edition of the Great Yu Empire's newspaper, which covered important events that had recently occurred in Qingzhou. The first article clarified the amount of land each person could claim under the land reclamation decree, preventing powerful families from taking more than their share. The second article was about conscription, encouraging young men to join the army. It specified that soldiers would receive additional land and a monthly salary, and their families would be subsidized with grain and meat at the end of the year. The third article was about reviving the horse administration and encouraging animal husbandry. The fourth article encouraged commerce and handicrafts, aiming to improve the low status of merchants and artisans. It also stated that migrants could work in the city and after 3 years obtain local residency, enjoying all the benefits of the fief. Due to limited space in the newspaper, only these policies were included. The rest of the paper covered several major cases in the fief, including the Kangzhou incident and the Dengzhou incident. These Wang and Qin families are truly despicable, one villager cursed after the newspaper was read. Exactly, especially the Wang family. To kill 72 people for their own gain, they deserve to be executed 1,000 times over, another villager said. These local powerful families are nothing but trouble. We work ourselves to the bone, and they take 70% of our harvest. How much land have they stolen from us? When Fan Zeng read about the new policies, the villagers cheered and celebrated. But when it came to the local powerful families, the villagers seethed with anger. Fan Zeng carefully observed the villagers' reactions. Later that night, he would need to report the details to Prince Chi's palace. Zhu Wulyu also listened intently, especially when Fan Zeng mentioned how Commander Lu had executed the 2 villains in Kangzhou and how the Qingzhou army had captured the Dengzhou governor. It made his blood boil. He had a vague feeling that Prince Chi was on the side of the common people. Prince Chi cares deeply for the people. He is a rare and wise ruler. All his policies are designed to benefit the people. We should be grateful for his benevolent governance, Fan Zeng said. His task wasn't just to read the newspaper, it was also to establish Prince Chi and the government as trustworthy figures in the hearts of the people. After Fan Zeng's words, the villagers whispered among themselves, many nodding in agreement. The common people had sharp eyes and could distinguish right from wrong. However, they still lacked organized guidance. By using the newspaper as a tool for propaganda, Xiao Ming aimed to ensure that when the time came, the people would stand by his side. But this was no easy task. Local powerful families were deeply entrenched, and Fan Zheng could still see fear in the villagers' eyes when they talked about these families. After venting their frustrations, they still cowered under the shadow of the powerful families. Fan Zheng quietly noted the villagers' reactions and handed the newspaper to Zhu Ziyu. He had another village to visit, so after a short rest he left. The newspaper was a novel concept for the villagers. After Fan Zheng left, the villagers dispersed, but they continued to excitedly discuss the news from the paper. Village head Zhu Ziyu watched the departing villagers, his expression gradually darkening. He glanced at the newspaper and said, "I need to inform the landlord about this. The newspaper has really tarnished the Wang family's reputation." As Zhu Ziyu pondered this, Xiao Ming was contemplating the issue of his current adversaries. Based on recent reports from several counties, he realized he had overlooked a crucial point in identifying his true opponents, the village elites who were subordinate to the local powerful families. Although they didn't belong to the powerful clans themselves, they enjoyed a life of luxury by aligning with them. That evening, Fan Zheng submitted his daily observations to the prince's residence. After reading them, Xiao Ming became even more certain of the current situation. Village elders, often the most respected figures in their communities, were typically elected as village heads. However, the reality was that many of these village heads colluded with powerful local families for money, oppressing the common people. They were the claws and fangs of these powerful families. Fan Zheng also mentioned the reactions of these village heads, noting that they had likely already reported the impact of the newspaper to their masters. For Xiao Ming, this was a serious issue. Although village heads held the lowest official rank, they were the foundation of governance. Their actions directly affected his ability to win over the people. After all, village heads held significant influence in their communities. With the support of powerful families, they also wielded considerable power within their villages. "Your Highness, are you worrying about governance again?" Luluo entered, carrying a bowl of lotus seed porridge. By now, both she and Zihuan had grown accustomed to their interactions with Xiao Ming. While they respected him, their relationship also carried a sense of the master-servant bond they had shared with Empress Zhen. Xiao Ming nodded. "Yes, the newspaper has been distributed, but if a village is controlled by a village head who serves the powerful families, the people remain under their tight surveillance. It's quite frustrating." Luluo and Zihuan were well aware of what Xiao Ming was doing. As his influence grew, his next step was to eliminate the influence of local powerful families in the fief and fully consolidate his control over all aspects of governance. "Isn't this like a single piece of rotten meat spoiling the whole pot? If we can just remove that piece, wouldn't that solve the problem?" Luluo asked, puzzled. "Easier said than done. The tradition of villagers electing their own village heads has persisted for over 1,000 years. If I were to break this tradition now, it would cause an uproar. Moreover, I don't have suitable candidates to send down to the villages as village heads," Xiao Ming explained. Luluo said, "Your Highness, you haven't lived in a village, so you might not understand. Just like in Qingzhou City, there are conflicts between people in the villages. When it comes to electing a village head, there are often different candidates. Since Your Highness knows how to pit the Qin and Wang families against each other, why not let the villagers do the same?" Xiao Ming's eyes lit up, feeling as though a cloud had been lifted. He praised her, "Well said. Spending so much time with Ziyuan has taught you how to think critically." Luluo blushed and said, "Your Highness, don't praise me too much. I was just sharing what I remember from my village." "No, you deserve a reward. Tell me, what would you like?" Xiao Ming smiled. Luluo hesitated for a moment, not wanting to dampen his mood, so she shyly said, "I'd like to eat clay pot chicken." Xiao Ming laughed heartily. "No problem. Not only will you get clay pot chicken, but I'll also let you try braised pork." "Braised pork. Just the name sounds delicious," Luluo said, her mouth watering. Xiao Ming replied, "Once I settle the matter of the village heads, I'll have the chef prepare it for you." "Thank you, Your Highness." Luluo left, beaming with joy. Xiao Ming paced excitedly. Luluo's words had reminded him that he could simply split the role of village head into two positions, one primary and one deputy, to dilute the power of the village heads. Then, using his secret agents to sow discord, he could promote village heads who aligned with his interests. Of course, his current headache stemmed from the fact that the powerful families still held significant influence. Once he had weakened them, he would deal with these scheming village heads. As he pondered this, Xiao Ming picked up the bowl of lotus seed porridge and began to drink. At that moment, Li San appeared at the door and said, "Your Highness, village heads from various villages have entered the city and gone to the mansions of local powerful families." So quickly, Xiao Ming was surprised. These village heads were indeed eager to curry favor. "Record the information of these village heads and bring it to me," Xiao Ming said, his anger burning. The fact that the village heads in his fief were reporting to the powerful families was a blatant disregard for his authority. Li San replied, "Your Highness, I've already gathered the information on these village heads." With that, he handed a piece of paper to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming glanced at it. Qingzhou City had 12 subordinate counties and hundreds of villages. The paper was densely filled with the names, villages, and backgrounds of 30 village heads. Li San had undergone specialized training in intelligence systems under Xiao Ming, and his professionalism was beginning to show. "Your Highness, these village heads eat the grain provided by the government, but collude with powerful families. They're truly traitors. In my opinion, we should make an example of them to warn others," Li San suggested. Xiao Ming glared at him. "Don't think that just because you have a few skilled men, you can act recklessly. You're still far from building a secret service that satisfies me." Li San immediately lowered his head. "If we kill people now, wouldn't that clearly tell the powerful families, led by the Wang and Qin families, that I'm feeling insecure?" Xiao Ming said coldly. "Then how does your Highness plan to break this deadlock? Do you need the secret service to assist?" Li San asked. Xiao Ming pondered for a moment and said, "That's why your timing is perfect. There's something I need you to do." Xiao Ming instructed him to gather evidence of collusion between the village heads and the powerful families and to incite the villagers to elect new village heads. At the same time, he decided to slow down his efforts. The publication of the newspaper, which exposed the Wang and Qin families, had been a test to gauge the depth of the powerful family's influence. Now it was clear that their roots ran deep. These village heads were obstructing his ability to establish direct connections with the people. Only by gaining the support of the people could he ensure a steady supply of soldiers and grain. Having settled on this plan, Xiao Ming began his preparations. As for the village heads seeking favor with the powerful families, he wasn't worried. He had struck both the Wang and Qin families equally, focusing only on the facts without implicating other powerful families. Even if they were dissatisfied, it would only be the Wang and Qin families who were upset. The other powerful families would simply watch from the sidelines. Moreover, the dissatisfaction of these two families would be directed at the newspaper's public exposure of their misdeeds, not at Xiao Ming's true goal of inciting long-standing grievances among the people. Next day, he only needed to publish another article, offering some mild praise to the Wang and Qin families to placate them. As Xiao Ming had anticipated, Qin Chuanian and Wang Chengchu were both extremely angry upon learning of the newspaper's contents. As the saying goes, family shame should not be aired in public, and Xiao Ming had humiliated them in front of everyone. However, after their initial anger, they found themselves powerless. The newspaper had simply reported the facts. But the next day, their anger subsided when the newspaper praised the contributions of the Qin and Wang families to the fief's revival, leaving them both pained and pleased. Xiao Ming's diversionary tactics had thoroughly confused them, making it impossible to discern his true intentions. Under these circumstances, Xiao Ming swiftly began replacing village heads across the fief. And he believed that high-ranking officials posed the greatest threat, but in reality, corruption at the grassroots level was far more dangerous. If the branches of a tree rot, they can be cut off and regrown. But if the roots rot, the tree dies. Recognizing this, Xiao Ming had launched this propaganda campaign as both a test and a probe. Now that his target was clear, he could proceed step by step. At the command headquarters, Xiao Ming showed Pang Yukun the information he had received the previous night. The issue of the village heads also made Pang Yukun frown. There were many villages within the 6 prefectures, and the number of village heads was equally large. While not every village head was connected to the powerful families, the previous night's events suggested that at least 30% of them were. "Your Highness, supporting a new village head is one solution, but what if the 2 village heads collude? Wouldn't that make things worse?" Pang Yukun expressed his concern. Xiao Ming had also been pondering this issue, which was why he had come to discuss it with Pang Yukun in the morning. He said, "That's why I want to establish an organization similar to the government office in each village. This organization will be called the commune, and the production teams will be under its jurisdiction. The commune, in turn, will be managed by the county magistrate. This will completely eliminate the village elders' control over the villages and strip them of their influence. If that's the case, then supporting another village head wouldn't be necessary, would it? Pang Yukon was still confused. It's different. Supporting another village head is still necessary. During the establishment of the commune, the influence of the village heads won't disappear overnight. We need to keep these village heads focused on their rivals so they overlook the establishment of the commune, Xiao Ming explained. Your Highness, this is what they call building the plank road openly while secretly crossing Chengkeng, Pang Yukon said with a smile. Exactly. The commune is where we will truly unite the people. Once the commune system matures, the production team leaders from each village will join the commune, and from among them, a commune leader will be elected. The selection criteria will no longer be based on the village elders' influence, but on which production team produces the most grain. The commune, another new institution, Pang Yukon shook his head. He had grown accustomed to Xiao Ming's unconventional ideas. The only thing he was certain of was that everything Xiao Ming was doing was for the sake of the fief's stability, and that was reason enough for him to offer his unconditional support. In that case, Your Highness, you'll need to explain the details to me so I can implement them effectively, Pang Yukon said. Xiao Ming nodded and proceeded to explain the structure and functions of the modern commune to Pang Yukon, analyzing its specific roles in detail. Overall, the commune Xiao Ming envisioned was a powerful organizational structure. Once the commune system matured, he would be able to efficiently organize production activities, promote ideological education through the commune, and completely break free from the control that village elders and powerful families had over the common people. As Xiao Ming spoke, he also wrote, turning the establishment of the commune into a clear, written plan. Pang Yukon would use this document to guide the establishment of communes in each village. The next day, the newspaper printed articles about the village heads and the commune. Fan Zheng and other newspaper distributors delivered these policies to the villages. In Zhujia village, after Fan Zheng finished reading the day's newspaper and left, Zhu Ziyu's expression turned grim. He glared at an elderly man of similar age standing in the middle of the thrashing ground, his eyes filled with resentment. In contrast, the elderly man, known as Old Hu, wore a look of triumph. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Since His Highness has decreed that each village should have 2 village heads, I nominate Old Hu as the new village head." That's right, Old Hu is the perfect candidate. Old Hu stood up and said with a smile, "His Highness cares for the people like his own children. He worries that one village head is too busy to handle all the village affairs, so he has decided to appoint 2. In that case, I will humbly accept this responsibility." Zhu Ziyu's face darkened. This man had always been at odds with him, and now he faced a serious problem. He needed to figure out how to prevent the villagers from electing Old Hu. The 2 elderly men glared at each other, while the villagers below discussed the commune. Zhu Wulyu turned to a middle-aged man beside him and said, "Father, you're also a team leader. Does that mean you can join the commune?" "Of course," Zhu Wuliu's mother chimed in. The family laughed happily. They had lived in poverty all their lives and never imagined a day when they could be team leaders or join something like a commune. As the newspapers reached the villages, news of the commune's establishment spread throughout the 6 prefectures. While industry was gradually being built, agricultural production centered around the commune was also taking shape. Every morning, Fan Zheng would take the newspapers out and return in the evening from the villages he was responsible for. Policies in the newspapers, combined with the changes he witnessed in the villages, made him feel that the once devastated land of the 6 prefectures was now sprouting with vitality, like seedlings in spring, giving a sense of flourishing prosperity. However, the more he saw, the more he became aware of a powerful conservative force obstructing these changes. In some villages, newly reclaimed land was still being forcibly seized by powerful families. He compiled these observations into a report and submitted it to the prince's residence. "Wait, old sir, His Highness Prince Qi requests your presence." As usual, Fan Zheng handed his report to the servant at the prince's residence and prepared to leave. But this time, the servant at the gate stopped him. "May." Fan Zheng was shocked. "Yes, His Highness specifically instructed me to bring you to him when you arrived," the servant said with a smile. Fan Zheng was nervous, but the servant's friendly demeanor gave him the courage to enter the prince's residence. He had expected the servants of the prince's residence to be arrogant and domineering, but from what he had observed over the past 10 days, the entire staff of the residence was well behaved. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Since the upper beam was straight, the lower beam naturally followed suit. Fan Zheng no longer believed the rumors that Prince Qi was cruel and tyrannical. Following the servant into the rear hall, Fan Zheng saw Xiao Ming fishing on a stone bridge. "This commoner pays his respects to your highness." Fan Zheng hurried forward and bowed. At ease, Xiao Ming handed the fishing rod to Luluo, who was standing nearby, and said, "I called you here today to discuss the newspaper office. Although there are many newspaper delivery boys going to the villages, you are the most diligent and responsible. The information you've provided is the most accurate, which is truly rare. In your reports, you've repeatedly mentioned the harm powerful families inflict on the people. That takes courage. This commoner receives your highness's silver and naturally works sincerely for your highness. Besides, although I have repeatedly failed the Imperial exams, I am still a scholar and uphold the integrity of a scholar," Fan Zheng replied. "Well said. I admire scholars who remain unyielding in the face of adversity. I assume you're aware of the newspaper office. Would you be willing to serve as its director?" Xiao Ming asked with a smile. The newspaper office was something every newspaper delivery boy knew about. The director would be responsible for printing, distributing, and managing the newspaper delivery boys. Fan Zheng was stunned. He felt as though a pie had fallen from the sky, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. "You declined the position of chief secretary last time. You can't refuse this time. I am truly in need of capable people, and the director's salary is 10 taels of silver per month. Your son will no longer lack the funds to travel to the capital for the Imperial exams. Of course, if he chooses to stay in my fief, he is also welcome," Xiao Ming added. "Your Highness, this commoner is willing." Fan Zheng was visibly excited. He had lived an unremarkable life and never imagined that such an opportunity would come to him in his later years. If he didn't seize this chance now, when would he ever get another? Good. The newspaper office in Bowen Academy will be completed by the end of the month. Although it will be somewhat rudimentary, it will be ready for use by then. You can start selecting the staff for the newspaper office now. Here is a document outlining the structure of the newspaper office. Take it back and review it." After saying this, Xiao Ming instructed Luluo to fetch a manuscript from his chambers. This document was Xiao Ming's blueprint for the newspaper office, based on modern newspaper organizations, but adapted to the realities of the Great Yu Empire. Once the newspaper office was established, the newspaper delivery boys would no longer exist. Instead, they would be renamed reporters. However, these reporters would not only gather news, but also continue their duties of reading newspapers in the villages. The newspaper office would be divided into departments such as the printing department, editorial department, and logistics department, essentially forming the foundation of a modern newspaper organization. Through his interactions with various people in the Great Yu Empire, Xiao Ming had come to realize that the ancients were not unintelligent, they simply lacked exposure. Once these matters were explained to them, they could quickly adapt and apply the knowledge. In any era, one should never underestimate the creative potential of the human mind. It was precisely because of this that, under Xiao Ming's encouragement, the machinery department, Bowen Academy, and the workshops gradually began to open their minds. They were no longer confined by outdated cultural norms. The introduction of novel ideas encouraged them to experiment and learn scientific knowledge, helping them understand that technology was a driving force of productivity. Xiao Ming deeply felt that whether a civilization could usher in a new era of progress depended entirely on the guidance of the ruling class. The source of this guidance was the rulers themselves. From the first emperor of Qin burning books and burying scholars to the literary inquisition and the suppression of all schools of thought except Confucianism, the rulers of feudal dynasties had always sought to keep the people ignorant in order to maintain their power. The sole purpose of scholars was to become officials and uphold the ruling class. For thousands of years, the elite of feudal dynasties pursued nothing but high-ranking positions. The emergence of the newspaper was Xiao Ming's opportunity to change this stagnant cultural atmosphere. A renaissance could very well emerge in his fief. Now that the director of the newspaper office had been appointed, the next step was to systematically establish the newspaper office. With his guidance, the newspaper office would not go astray. Fan Zheng returned home as if in a dream. Facing his usually harsh wife, he now stood tall and proud. He had been personally appointed as the director of the newspaper office. After sharing the news with his family, everyone was overjoyed. Fan Zheng's wife, Madame Sun, even killed a chicken to celebrate. After decades of hardship, Fan Zheng finally had his moment of triumph. The changes in Qingzhou were like a gentle spring rain, quietly permeating every corner. Fan Zheng was just one of many who felt this transformation. Most people were unaware of the profound changes happening around them, but to outsiders, the changes in Qingzhou were glaringly obvious. For example, merchants from other regions found Qingzhou's developments almost unbelievable. However, their primary focus was on the industrial district hidden behind tall walls. Despite their best efforts to uncover its secrets, they had learned very little, only discovering that many strange machines had appeared in the industrial district. And now, Qingzhou had introduced something called a newspaper. Naturally, these merchants immediately wondered if the newspaper could be profitable. They had developed a habit of thinking this way whenever Prince Qi introduced something new. However, after observing for several days, they regretfully concluded that it was not profitable. The cost of producing the newspaper far exceeded its selling price, and very few people were buying it. It seems Prince Qi hasn't come up with any new money-making ideas for a while, a merchant lamented in a tavern. The merchant sitting across from him replied, with soap, perfume, and drunken Qingzhou, Prince Qi has already made a fortune. Add to that Li Kaiyuan's promotion of these products, and the sales of these 3 items have skyrocketed. It's said that Prince Qi now earns millions each month. Does he really need anything else? That's true, but the merchants staying in Qingzhou still feel a bit disappointed. After all, some merchants got a head start on these products, leaving little for the latecomers, the merchant said, then picked up the latest issue of the newspaper and began reading. When he reached the article at the bottom of the page, his expression tightened. The article mentioned that Prince Qi was currently leading a group of craftsmen in the machinery department to produce something extraordinary. The article didn't provide many details, only stating that merchants should wait and see. This news spread like wildfire among the merchants, who now began to take the newspaper seriously. They hadn't expected such valuable information to be found in it. For a while, merchants in Qingzhou City were abuzz with speculation about what Prince Qi was working on. The only clue they had was that Prince Qi had collected a large amount of sand from the riverbank. Sand. The merchants were puzzled. What could it be used for? For modern people, it would be obvious. Sand can be used to produce glass. This was precisely Xiao Ming's next project. In truth, Xiao Ming wasn't producing glass purely for profit. His main goal was to use glass to create items like telescopes and chemical instruments. The chemistry laboratory needed these tools to purify substances like alkali. Most importantly, Xiao Ming had already gathered all the materials needed to produce glass. It was like collecting the dragon balls. It was time to summon the dragon. Sand, limestone, and soda ash were the ingredients needed to produce soda lime glass. The silicon dioxide in the sand, the soda ash to lower the melting point, and the limestone to provide calcium would combine to create a clear, transparent glass. This was the material needed for chemical instruments, beakers, measuring cylinders, test tubes, and more. With these tools, the chemistry laboratory would be fully functional. With the materials gathered, the next step was melting. The formation of glass required a temperature of 1,300 degrees Celsius, similar to the temperature needed for coking. To achieve this high temperature, Xiao Ming had to design a specialized device, the regenerator. The regenerator was a brick structure, typically consisting of 2 chambers separated by a furnace. 2 chambers were filled with checker bricks, and air was blown through them to exchange heat in the furnace, thereby increasing the temperature inside. Previously, without bricks, Xiao Ming hadn't been able to use regenerators. But now, with bricks and manpower available, it was time to upgrade. Whether it was blast furnace iron smelting or coking, regenerators were being constructed. As a result, the quality of coke improved, and so did the quality of iron. Glass was fortunate to benefit from the regenerator furnace from the very beginning. After teaching the craftsmen the basics of glass production, Xiao Ming had them mix the materials and throw them into the furnace. Once the glass liquid was produced, it was time for annealing and blowing glassware, a process that could only be done manually. Your Highness, this is the tube used for blowing glass. While the materials were being heated, Chen Qi handed Xiao Ming a ceramic tube. Once the glass liquid was formed, if one wanted to shape the glass, blowing would be required. In fact, this was the most critical part of glass production. Because the temperature of the glass liquid was so high, and Zhao Ming didn't have heat-resistant alloy tubes. He had to use a clay-fired ceramic tube. After all, he couldn't even produce a seamless steel tube at this stage. On either side of the regenerator, craftsmen took turns operating the bellows, blowing the heat from the coal in the regenerator into the furnace. After waiting for an hour, Zhao Ming instructed the craftsman to open the furnace lid. Instantly, a wave of heat surged out of the furnace, causing the craftsman to jump back in alarm. Once he regained his composure, he slowly approached the furnace and saw the red, molten liquid inside. He said, "Your Highness, the materials inside have melted." Zhao Ming stepped forward and saw a lava-like liquid. This was the glass liquid. "Hand me the blowpipe," Zhao Ming said to Chen Qi. While Zhao Ming could teach the theory, practical skills had to be honed through practice. No one could become a master glassblower overnight. The blowpipe in Chen Qi's hand was about 1.5 meters long, the standard length for industrial blowpipes. Taking the blowpipe, Zhao Ming dipped it into the molten glass and quickly rolled the end of the glass liquid on a rolling board to ensure even distribution. At the same time, he blew a puff of air into the pipe and quickly sealed it with his hand. A bubble soon formed in the glass liquid. Next, he repeatedly softened the glass in the furnace, coated it with more glass liquid, and finally placed it into a mold. While blowing and rolling, the glass liquid quickly filled the mold. After cooling, a somewhat crude, round-bottomed glass bottle emerged. Zhao Ming sighed. He was all theory and no skill. When he looked up embarrassed, he saw everyone in the room staring at the glass bottle in awe. Chen Qi murmured, "Heavens, why is this bottle so beautiful?" The other craftsmen also gasped in amazement, their expressions towards Zhao Ming now filled with admiration. This Prince Qi seemed capable of anything. "See, this is the art of glass blowing." Of course, glass blowing is a profound skill. You'll need to practice the methods I've taught you to produce various glassware. "Go ahead," Zhao Ming said, shamelessly brushing off his own lack of skill. In the courtyard of the machinery department, there were 50 craftsmen, all selected from the slaves. Zhao Ming had taught each of them how to blow a specific type of glassware. Hearing Zhao Ming's words, Chen Qi was the first to pick up a blowpipe and head to the furnace. The other craftsmen followed closely behind. To them, glass seemed far more impressive than soap, perfume, or alcohol. Zhao Ming didn't leave immediately, but stayed to guide the craftsmen in their glass-blowing techniques. By the end of the day, the molten glass in the furnace was gone, replaced by a pile of failed glass products. Of course, this failure was relative to modern standards. In reality, these glass products were usable and even sellable. Zhao Ming planned to sell them to merchants. Failure on the first attempt was normal. Zhao Ming didn't expect the craftsmen to master glassblowing overnight. With practice, they would improve. The most important thing was that the glass industry had taken its first step. With glass, Zhao Ming could accomplish many things and earn a lot of silver. After a busy day, Zhao Ming took his handmade glass bottle back to the palace. Zihuan and Luluo had just returned from running errands. When Luluo saw the bottle in Zhao Ming's hand, she exclaimed, "Your Highness, what is this? It's so beautiful." Zihuan also leaned in, her eyes sparkling. Girls had no resistance to beautiful things. "This is called glass," Zhao Ming said with a smile. His failed creation seemed quite popular. "Glass. Something this beautiful must cost thousands of taels of silver," Zihuan said. Since taking charge of the palace's finances, she had become very sensitive to spending. "More like tens of thousands. I've never seen anything like this." "Is it made of jade?" Luluo asked, puzzled. Zhao Ming was pleased with their reactions. In the 17th century, colonizers had traded small glass beads for vast tracts of land from Native Americans, showing how valuable glass was to those who had never seen it before. No, this glass wasn't bought, nor is it made of jade. It was produced by the machinery department, Zhao Ming revealed, enjoying the look of surprise on Zihuan and Luluo's faces. Produced by the machinery department. Luluo's eyes darted around. "Your Highness, can you give this glass to me? I'll skip the clay pot chicken." "Sure, come over tonight and I'll check if you've grown taller," Zhao Ming said with a mischievous grin. Zihuan and Luluo blushed, shooting Zhao Ming a reproachful glance before heading into the palace. Zhao Ming followed behind, his playful demeanor a small escape from the monotony of daily life. After dinner and some playful banter with Zihuan and Luluo, Zhao Ming returned to his chambers to ponder how to maximize the profits from glass. First, the bottles for perfume and drunken kingju could be replaced. Naturally, with upgraded packaging, a line of high-end perfumes and wines would emerge. However, the contents of the bottles would remain largely unchanged. The added cost would come from the packaging. Xiao Ming was confident that the elite would be willing to pay for it. Although the glass industry was just starting, the knowledge Xiao Ming brought would allow it to avoid groping in the dark and instead advance rapidly on a clear path. As Xiao Ming had anticipated, after about 10 days of practice, the craftsmen were able to produce passable glassware. While not perfect, they met his basic requirements. During this time, many merchants in Qingzhou City had been trying to find out what Xiao Ming was up to. The Wang, Qin, Sun, and Wei families were especially persistent. To this end, the four families had even called back Wang Shiji and Qin Mu, who were in charge of their external businesses. "Your Highness, stop keeping us in suspense. We're dying of curiosity." Wang Shiji had been hovering around Xiao Ming for the past 2 days. Qin Mu stood nearby. Although he and Wang Shiji didn't get along, they were united in this matter. "Why the rush? Tomorrow, I'll be exhibiting this mysterious item at the East Market. You'll see it then," Xiao Ming said. "Can't you let us take a peek first?" Wang Shiji pressed. Wang Shiji no longer dared to address Xiao Ming as a brother. The current Prince Qi was no longer someone who could be appeased with a few silver notes. He was now a feudal lord with life-and-death authority over 6 prefectures. This change had happened gradually but unmistakably. If the Wang family had once looked down on Prince Qi, they now regarded him with a hint of wariness.